Chapter 251 Being Targeted by Thieves. Master, someone is following us. The servant who was walking at the back of the team came forward to report the situation. After we came out of the city, we were always following behind us. At first, there were only 3 idlers. I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect them to follow us for 3 days. At noon, 8 more people jumped out of the village in the distance. I felt something was wrong. Sui Yu subconsciously grasped the short blade hanging on her waist. She looked forward. To the northwest was a large green mountain that stretched for more than 20 miles. The official road also narrowed there, which was the most suitable place for road robbery. Song Xian drove the camel up the mountain. Standing on the high ground, she could indeed see a dozen people far behind the camel team. She waved to the servants and asked how to deal with the current situation. Master, we have more people than them, and we have camels to travel with, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Qishan stepped forward and said, they can't beat us or run away, so they should be afraid of us. Sui Yu nodded. You are right. But do you see the mountain in front of you on the right? When you pass by there, be careful. Beware of people hiding in the woods. Could there be bandits? Qishan wondered. It's hard to say, but be on guard first. Song Xian rode a camel over and said, my people will protect the south. Yours will protect the north. And we will arrange 10 people to guard behind. My uncle Li said that this place is not far from the county town, and Chang'an is to the east. There are probably no bandits who want to kill people. It is very likely that the mountain people living in the mountains want to rob on the road, and only rob goods without hurting people. So we are on guard against people from the mountains coming down to intimidate. And after the camel team is in chaos, the people behind will take the opportunity to rob camels and goods. Sui Yu nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sui Yu arranged Zhang Shun and Li Wu to take Xiao Chunhong, Lu Ye and San Chao to the rear. Similarly, Song Xian also assigned 5 servants to go over, and the rest of the people dispersed to protect the camel team on both sides. Sui Yu and Song Xian walked in the middle. Song Xian didn't know how to draw a bow and shoot arrows, and had never practiced stick fighting. She could only use a machete for self-defense. But there were servants protecting her on both sides, so Sui Yu was not worried about her. The people behind caught up. Zhang Shun raised his rattan bow and shouted, stop. If you come closer, I will shoot arrows. Brother, we are going to Chang'an. You can give us a ride. The idle men behind were flattering and fawning. They slowed down and continued to follow, saying, we are all from nearby villages. We don't do bad things. We can't shoot arrows. If you hurt me, you will go to jail. Sui Yu heard the sound. She rang the gong to stop, and then drove the camel to the end of the team. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Song Xian shouted. Gonda and Gon Air looked at each other and quickly followed. No need to shoot arrows. Just go and hit them. Don't hit the head. Hit the legs and feet. If you break them, I will pay to protect you and never let you go to jail. Sui Yu said. As soon as these words came out, Li Wu rushed out with a machete, followed by Xiao Chunhong. Zhang Shun put down his bow and arrow, replaced his hand with a martial arts stick, and rode a camel with the servants of the Song family to chase them. You also go over. Chase them 2 miles away and come back. Sui Yu said to Gonda and Gon Air. Remember, don't kill them. And it's best not to bleed. Just swing a few sticks and make them unable to get up for a while. Gonda and Gon Air agreed, and the 2 brothers drove the camel to chase them. How can lazy idlers compare to those who have practiced martial arts? Moreover, camels are taller than people. They are frightened and weak before the sticks are swung. Song Xian drove the camel over and witnessed a one-sided beating. The escaping thieves shouted that they would report to the police. Li Wu rode the camel with a machete in hand and chased them. He was so scared that he called for his grandpa and grandma, and jumped into the ravine in panic. He climbed up the other end of the ravine and limped into the mountain. Catch them. Sui Yu changed her mind. She shouted go and drove the camel over, saying, catch them. Don't let them run away. These idlers couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Under the sticks, they fell to the ground and cried. Are there any of your people hiding in the mountains? Sui Yu jumped off the camel, pulled out a sharp short blade and squatted down, saying, if you don't want to be crippled by having your tendons cut, tell the truth. Who? We just want to go to Chang'an to make a fortune, and we plan to walk with you for a while. The man with a sly look was cunning, and he still insisted on that set of rhetoric. However, when he saw the man with a machete coming over and stepping on his arm, and the short knife with a cold light was pressed against his wrist, he couldn't help but shiver, and the brilliance in his eyes disappeared. Sui Yu lowered her eyes, and calmly looked at the blood oozing from the blade. She held the knife, and tried to pick up the human skin along the edge of the wound. The man who happened to fall sideways struggled, and when he raised his arm, the wound was pulled from the wrist to the palm, and blood gushed out. With a scream, Wang Er broke out in a cold sweat. He glared at Sui Yu fiercely, and said, "There are people in the mountain. We only want money and not lives. Leave half of the goods. Next time you come, we will not rob you again. You are quite righteous." Sui Yu smiled. She put away the knife, and said, "Tie up all these people. Gonda. You go and inform Manager Song to integrate the team. We will leave now." 1 escaped. 10 were tied up. Sui Yu arranged for people to take 6 bundles of coarse cloth and tie them behind the thieves, and tie their hands behind their backs, and also took 4 cans of wine and tied them in front of the other 4 thieves. "Hold tight. These things are your reward for this trip." Sui Yu pulled a hemp rope around Wang Er's neck and said, "We value peace when we are merchants, and we don't want to make enemies with others. You will shout to your accomplices later that we are willing to spend money to avoid disasters. Once we get out of this Duching mountain, these things will be yours. Of course, I have to trouble you to accompany me for a trip. After we get out of this mountain, I will let you go back. Too little. You can change the coarse cloth into silk cloth." Wang Er bargained. "Our boss will definitely not agree." "It's okay. It doesn't matter if the cloth is cheap, as long as your lives are not cheap." Sui Yu pulled out an arrow from the quiver too. He put his hand on his neck and said, "Remember, if anyone hiding in the mountains comes out, you 10 will die first. Your lives are in your own hands." After that, Sui Yu said to the servants with a cold face, "Did you hear that? If any bandits come down the mountain shouting for war and killing, you should chop off their heads with the knife in your hand first. Leave this job to us, so that some of you can't do it. We have killed people before." The servants of the Song family came over to hold the rope. They rode on camels, dragged the bandits carrying heavy objects, and said in a hoarse voice, "Go quickly." Sui Yu fell behind a few steps. She whispered a few words to Li Wu, and Li Wu nodded with a smile. The caravan continued to move forward. The official road turned right along the mountain, before all the camel caravans turned in. Sui Yu picked up the gong and knocked it. "Boss, you can't push the stone," Wang Er shouted in a shrill voice. "This caravan is willing to spend money to avoid disaster, and the money and goods have been given to us. Second brother, don't go down the mountain. They want to kill us." The man who was strangled and his face turned purple shouted, "Listen, people in the mountains. If you don't want these 10 people to die, don't show up. Our boss is willing to take out 6 pieces of silk cloth and 4 jars of wine, plus 4,000 coins to buy peace." Li Wu shouted loudly, "After leaving this mountain, we will let them come back, and the money and goods will be given to them. How do we know if you keep your word?" The people hiding in the mountains shouted, "Believe it or not, at worst you come out. We will kill them first, and then fight you to the death." The servant of the Song family shouted in a rough voice, and at the same time, he used force on his hands to tie the thief's neck like a hanged chicken. There was no movement in the mountains, and the camel caravan on the official road accelerated. After a while, the entire caravan walked into the alley of the mountains. Sui Yu asked Song Xian to walk in front and guard, while she stood at the end of the team. The servants of the Song family were also there. They gave her a signal, and the bandits on the mountain followed. Sui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no rocks rolling down the mountain, the caravan would not suffer any loss. Half an hour later, the bandits walking in the forest came down. There were 40 or 50 of them. They followed not far away, obviously to prevent the caravan from breaking its promise. "How do you choose your targets?" Sui Yu asked the bandit carrying a wine jar. "Robber all the caravans passing by?" Wang Er was panting with exhaustion. He panted heavily and pretended to have no strength to answer. "When the master asks you, you should speak honestly." The servant of the Song family kicked him. Wang Er's body tilted, and he was about to fall to the ground. But the servant pulled a rope around his neck and dragged him up, almost strangling him to death. Half of the mulberry wine was spilled, and the strong smell of alcohol was inhaled into his lungs with a hoarse cough. Wang Er looked like he was drunk, and his whole face was red and purple. Sui Yu turned her face away in disgust. And she went to ask another thief. We don't rob every caravan. We have people in the county. We will inquire when the caravan enters. We only rob small caravans. We chose you because your caravan has women. He confessed honestly. No one reported it to the authorities. The officials in your county don't care? Gonda asked. We live in the mountains. The officials have gone into the mountains to look for us several times. But they just stopped looking after us after a few failures. Did they accept bribes? Sui Yu didn't believe it. These thieves weren't going to stop just to make a quick buck. If the government wanted to intervene, they could catch them by pretending to be a merchant caravan. No thief was willing to answer. Even the thief, who kept coughing at the back, shut up. People in front. Let our people go. Leave the money and goods behind. And then we'll go our separate ways. The thief behind shouted. Gonda looked at Sui Yu, who shook her head. Tell them that we're afraid they'll go back on their word, and won't let us go until we get out of this mountain. Gonda went to shout, while Sui Yu drove her camel forward. She discussed with Song Xian about catching the thieves. Once we get out of this mountain, we're no longer under the jurisdiction of Taiyuan County. We'll catch the thieves and send them to Chang'an. Sui Yu was excited. Their number is about the same as ours. Isn't it a bit risky? Song Xian asked. And then she realized. You didn't plan to give them the money and goods from the beginning? Yes. Sui Yu smiled. Why should we keep good faith with thieves? We have worked so hard to earn money. What do we need to give them? As for the number of people, we have camels, bows and knives. So we still have a chance of winning. We can catch as many as we can. Otherwise they will rob us again when we come next time. Song Xian was a little undecided. She went to discuss with the servants her father left for her. The other party agreed with Sui Yu's idea. So she didn't say anything. After walking for another hour, there were only about 30 people following behind. They became more and more impatient and kept shouting and cursing. If it weren't for the fact that they were out of their territory, they would have fought long ago. Sui Yu called Zhang Shan and Li Wu and asked them to tell others that they couldn't go any further because the sun was going to set. Chapter 252. Catch the thief and return to Chang'an. Stop! Zhang Shan shouted. Just let him go here. The servants of the Song family threw away the ropes in their hands, jumped off the camels, and drove the 10 thieves back. At the same time, Song Xian led some people to drive the camels carrying goods forward. Gonda and Gon Er each took down a box of money. The two of them cut the ropes tied to the money boxes with machetes, kicked the money boxes violently, and the copper coin strings scattered all over the ground. Look! For 1,000 coins, not a penny less. Sui Yu drove the camel to approach the group of thieves behind. They walked for nearly 2 hours. They were all tired and weak in the legs and feet, and their mouths were dry from the heat. They took off their shirts, and their bodies were shiny. She didn't shy away from asking. Who is the boss? Girl, what do you want from me? A big, strong man stood up and stared at Sui Yu with disdain. You are dressed neither male nor female. So disgusting. Is your man dead? I asked you to come out and sell your face. Sui Yu's face changed. And Li Wu, who was standing by, kicked Wang Er. He fell heavily to the ground, and the wine jar tied in front of him was completely broken. Bright red blood flowed from his forehead, mixed with the red wine, and he lay there motionless. The valley was quiet, and the other slaves drew their swords. Li Wu spat at the bandit leader and cursed, You better keep your fucking mouth clean. Wang Hania was so angry that his face turned blue. Someone behind him cursed and wanted to come out to fight, but he turned his head and slapped him. And now it was quiet. Okay. You have the guts. Your grandfather will remember you. Wang Hania waved his hand and said, Move your things and take your people with you. Let's go back. Wait a minute. I've returned the people, and I've given them money and goods. Let's discuss it. We'll come back next time. You can't rob our goods anymore. How about that? Sui Yu said. Wang Hania smiled sinisterly. He walked to Wang Er and kicked him, saying, My brother is dead. Tell me how to end this matter? Not really. He just fainted. Li Wu retreated to Sui Yu and said, He's still breathing. It costs money to treat injuries. Right? Give another 4,000 coins, and the matter will be over. Wang Hania looked ahead and saw a group of people and camels blocking the road. He couldn't see the situation of the camels carrying goods, so he had to say to Sui Yu, You ask your people to pay another 4,000 coins for the medicine. If you want to end this feud, Pay another 5,000 coins. We won't rob you again when you pass by here in the future. Master, the people are coming down, Xiao Chunhong reminded him. In order to lower the vigilance of the bandits, Sui Yu only brought 9 maids and 7 male servants. The others followed Song Xian forward, and then took the opportunity to go up the mountain, turned back from the forest, and intercept the bandits from behind. Boss, a small minion found that they were surrounded. However, it was too late. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Chunhong released the arrow in his hand and shot him in the shoulder blade. Fight. Sui Yu rushed forward with a chopping axe and said, "Those who surrender will not be killed, and the rest will be killed." Attack from both ends. The bandits had no camels and no decent weapons. They waved shovels, hoes and rusty chopping axe, but could not resist the aggressive servants. Qishan chopped down from a high position. When they collided, the man holding the shovel and swinging his arms felt pain in his arms. And then the shovel fell to the ground, and the shovel handle poked the camel's neck. The camel turned its neck and opened its mouth to bite his arm. The scream startled the birds in the forest, and the birds in the valley cried one after another. Sui Yu swung the machete and hit the thief's back with the back of the knife. She stared at Lu Ye coldly and asked, "What? Do you want to die? You can't bear to kill him. But he can't bear to kill you." Lu Ye's face flushed. She picked up the machete and chopped at the thief, who was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. "I surrender." "Surrender? Don't kill me." The man, with a green beard on his chin, protected his head with both hands and begged for mercy. "Girl, spare my life. I have an old mother and a child. They are all waiting for me to go home. Please don't kill me." Lu Ye paused when she swung the knife. She looked at Sui Yu and saw that her master was staring at her. She turned the handle of the knife and hit him hard with the back of the knife. Seeing that he was completely unable to resist, she took out a rope and tied his hands. The situation was almost resolved elsewhere. There were only 36 bandits who could resist. Sui Yu brought twice as many people as them. 2 against 1. They tied up the bandits easily. Wang Hania was disfigured, with a bloody face. He asked Sui Yu how he was going to deal with him. "I still have money in the mountains. If you let us go, the money and goods in the mountains will belong to you." He tried to bribe. "We don't touch dirty money." Sui Yu waved his hand and said, "Tie up the people and take them away. We will continue on our way." "What should we do with this fainted man?" Li Wu asked. "Tie him up and put him on the camel's back. If he doesn't live long, we will dig a pit and bury him when he dies." Sui Yu said, "Don't dawdle. Pack up quickly." The bandits tied their hands behind their backs, put a rope around their necks, and tied the money strings, cloth and mulberry wine on the camel's back. After everything was packed up, the caravan continued on its way facing the sunset. In order to avoid further accidents, Sui Yu and Song Xian discussed that the caravan should travel overnight. A group of people walked through the valley with torches in their hands. The long team was like a fire dragon. At dawn, the caravan walked out of Daqing Mountain. The people riding camels were still in good spirits, but the bandits, who had walked all the way with injuries, were exhausted. As soon as the caravan stopped, they fell to the ground and fell asleep. "Will the remaining bandits catch up?" Song Xian asked. Sui Yu stared at the jumping flames in a daze. She blinked and said, "I'm not worried that the bandits will catch up. I'm worried that the officials will catch up." The bandits and the officials colluded. When nothing happened, it was good for both of us. Once something went wrong, the officials could no longer cover up the situation, and they would panic. If the case of bandits in the mountains of Taiyuan County was reported to Chang'an, whether the county magistrate knew about it or not, he would be punished. If the emperor was in a bad mood, he would not be able to keep his black gauze hat. Song Xian rubbed her hands and said worriedly, "Is this a bit too much? How about we let them go?" Sui Yu shook her head. "If we let them go, they will become more unscrupulous, and more caravans will be harmed. In addition, I guess they have killed people. The rocks rolling down from the mountain will not only kill camels or mules. We can't let them go just for this reason. We should hurry up to eat, and then continue on our way and return to Chang'an City as soon as possible." Wang Hania's heart sank when he heard this. This was a tough guy. "Boss, listen to me. You should forgive others when you can. Let us go. Next time you come to Taiyuan County, we will prepare the silk you need for you and sell it to you at the lowest price. You don't need to bother shouting in the village. Wang Haney attempted. Sui Yu ignored him, and asked Zhang Shun to stuff his mouth with smelly socks. Little bitch. You'll get into trouble if you offend the official. Wang Haney cursed. Just wait and see. Sui Yu took off her shoes and slapped him. I've wanted to slap your stinky mouth for a long time. Master, the millet porridge is ready. Xiao Chunhong shouted. The eggs are gone. I'll buy another basket of eggs when we get to the next village. Okay. Sui Yu put on her shoes, took the bowl and sat on the stone to drink porridge. It was hot, and the cakes and steamed buns could not be stored. The dry food brought on the road was either rice or noodles, or fried rice and noodles. When passing by a village, Sui Yu would ask people to buy some eggs or duck eggs or a few live chickens and ducks, and stew a pot of meat dishes when resting at night, just in time to eat at dawn. In this way, the expenses were high, but the schedule was tight, and the work and rest schedule was irregular. They only ate rice and noodles without meat, which made them unable to bear it. After the meal, everyone took a light nap for an hour. After the sun came out, the caravan continued on the road. The bandits had been hungry for a day and a night. They were led by the neck and walked for a day and a night. They were completely exhausted by Sui Yu. Even the tough-headed King Hein Yo was softened after this. When cooking dinner, he begged for a bowl of rice. Untie them. Anyone who dares to escape will be beheaded. Sui Yu ordered. 1 bowl of oil tea per person. Those who behave themselves will have a full stomach tomorrow. Those who don't behave themselves will starve for another day tomorrow. In this wilderness, there was no village or store in front of them. How could these bandits have the mind to escape? They took the bowls and ate a meal in a hurry. When they put down the bowls and chopsticks, their hands and feet were tied with ropes again. They had to lie down and sleep quietly. If you are willing to use this method to train slaves, there won't be any troubles before. Song Xian spoke in front of the slaves of the Sui family. Our master is kind. Xiao Chunhong flattered. She treats us as family members. Sui Yu smiled and didn't respond. Song Xian rolled her eyes. This was quite annoying. Master, Li Wu and I will be responsible for watching them at night. You can rest assured. Zhang Shun spoke. Sui Yu nodded and said, you can arrange a few more people. You can take turns to keep an eye on them. Everyone has been tired these 2 days, so you can sleep as much as possible at night. Hey. Zhang Shun agreed. Nothing happened overnight. And after dawn, the caravan continued on its way. 2 days later, the Dunhuang heir's head scabbed over, and did not affect his walking. Gonda drove him off the camel, and pulled him on the road by the rope. At the same time, 2 fast horses came out of the county town. There was a 6-day journey between the two. That night, the caravan was on the road with torches. On the way, they met a caravan heading east and resting in the wilderness. Wang Hanyu and his men called for help. Sui Yu used the excuse that he bought private slaves in Taiyuan County and was going to take them to Chang'an to sell. The caravan didn't ask any more questions. Afterwards, a group of mountain bandits were beaten and stuffed with rags in their mouths. They would not take them off until they had a meal. After another 3 days, the city walls of Chang'an City were vaguely visible. The officials who were chasing on fast horses met the caravan heading east. After asking around, an official with blisters on his mouth said, "Old third. I guess we can't catch up this time. We have to catch up even if we can't. Let's go." No. I mean we should go back as soon as possible. The people in the mountains should be missing. Before the court sends people over, we should first eliminate the mountain bandits. Then we can insist that the fools who were caught came from somewhere else. I believe that the adults will not blame us. Then you won't chase them? What the hell? Are you going to chase them in Chang'an? Let's go. Let's go back. After rushing all day, before the city gates closed, Sui Yu's caravan entered Chang'an with 46 bandits. When registering to enter the city, Sui Yu pointed to the man with his hands tied and his mouth gagged and said, "Sir, these are the bandits we met on the road. We arrested 46 people, and the others ran away. Which government office do you think we should go to report the case? Bandits? Where did we run into them?" The city guard asked. "Daqing Mountain, next to Taiyuan County. We don't know which place is in charge, because we are going back to Chang'an. So we brought them here," Sui Yu said. The people guarding the city gate looked at each other, and a guard in armor led the master and servants to drive the bandits into the city. Sui Yu arranged for Xiao Chunhong to lead the caravan to find a place to stay first. After the arrangements were made, she followed the city guard. This was her first time to enter the inner city gate and see the imperial palace up close. Through a wall, she could also hear the eunuch's shrill voice. Chapter 253. Honey makes a lot of money. Entering from Xianping Gate, passing through the East Market, and entering the second gate guarded by the guards. The atmosphere inside the gate was much quieter. On the wide road, the officials on duty walked on the narrow roads on both sides. No one walked on the middle road. Sui Yu suspected that it was left for the emperor and the concubines to walk. The sky was dark, and lanterns were lit on both sides of the palace wall. However, in this deep street, the stars of fireflies flickered like fireflies. The fire did not reach the ground and dispersed halfway. The road was still dark. The fine footsteps stomped on the hard ground. The closer to the imperial city, the louder the footsteps. It was really too quiet. It might also be that the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace walked too lightly, which made them look reckless and rude. Who is it? A team of patrolmen with swords approached. But Zhudu Ho? I am the official in charge of Xianping Gate. A merchant caravan from Taiyuan County captured 46 bandits in the Daqing Mountain area. I wanted to take them to the bandits department. But I wonder if I can go to the government office now. The city guard explained. A dark-skinned military officer with acne on his face came over with a lantern. He waved the lantern and said, "My colleagues from the bandits department have already finished their duty. I will take them to Jingxiaoyin and ask about the situation tomorrow." The city guard said yes. He looked at Sui Yu and thought that she was a woman and must not be familiar with the process of the government office. He asked one more question. Will these merchants who reported the case come to write the complaint tomorrow? Or go there tonight? Tomorrow. Pay attention to where they are staying. If there is news, I will send someone to find them. You can help lead the way then, Zhudu said. The city guard said yes again. He stepped back a few steps, turned around and asked Sui Yu and his servants to follow him. They returned along the same route, and when they went out of Xianping Gate, the moon was already high in the sky, and the stars were shining. Anyo was squatting outside the city waiting. When he saw someone coming out, he hurried over and said quickly, "Master, Xiao Chunhong has rented a house, and she arranged for me to pick you up." "Where is it?" Sui Yu asked. "Public bus commander. Do you want to go with us? Or should I arrange someone to guard it tomorrow? You can arrange a servant to wait for news outside the city tomorrow. And you can go when the government is trying the case." The city guard stretched and said, "It's getting dark. And I should go back too." Sui Yu said sorry for the trouble and watched him go away. She followed Anyo with her servants. Back in the mausoleum in Xianyanjuan, the maids had already prepared meals, including sauerkraut buns, millet porridge, fried shredded radish and pork, and leeks and eggs. After having a full stomach, Sui Yu arranged for the night watchman and those who would be waiting outside the city tomorrow. And she drove away all the male servants. "You don't have to get up early tomorrow morning. Have a good sleep. And sleep as long as you want," Sui Yu said. "Also, be careful when you go to the river to take a bath. Don't go to deep water. Zhang Shun, you should worry more. And count the number of people before going to bed." Zhang Shun replied, "Master, you should worry less. You should explain everything to us every time we go to a place. We are adults, not ignorant children." Sui Yu sneered unconvinced. "My son is sensible." Okay. Zhang Shun smiled. "It's okay. You can't say it. You can rest. We're going out. If there's anything at night, just shout loudly. We can hear it next door." Sui Yu nodded. And when Xiaoxi closed the door, she immediately unbuttoned her clothes and took off her clothes to take a bath. It was already summer, and the night wind was hot. 1 pot of boiling water could be mixed with 4 buckets of cold water, which was enough for 4 people to take a bath. After taking a bath, they washed their hair. When everyone sat in the yard to cool off and dry their hair, the water they brought back in the evening was all used up. Hearing the movement next door, Sui Yu shouted and asked the male servant to bring 2 more buckets of water. After the water was delivered, Sui Yu sent someone to boil water. Boil the water and let it dry for a while. When the water is not hot anymore, scoop a spoonful of honey into the bowl and stir it well. Everyone taste the honey water. When Xiao Chunhong heard that she could eat honey, she ran into the kitchen and scrambled to light the fire. Song Xian retracted her gaze, yawned with her hands covering her mouth, and asked sleepily, "How are you going to sell this honey?" "I'll take a day off tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, I'll go find the potter who fired the kiln to buy pottery pots and jars. Then I'll filter the honey and pour it into small pots and jars to sell in small quantities. It doesn't matter if I can't sell it all. I'll take it back to eat at home. Honey is good for people's health. And both the elderly and children can eat it. I also have a tea house. And I need this. Sui Yu had an idea long ago. Song Xian yawned again. And seeing that she was talking clearly, she didn't worry too much. Hair was half dry. Xiao Chunhong asked someone to bring honey water. And she first brought 2 bowls to the 2 masters. The wild bees in the mountains collect honey from many flowers. And the honey is 100-flower honey, which tastes like flowers. And it is hard to tell which kind it is. Sui Yu drank a bowl of honey water in 2 or 3 gulps. Put down the bowl. And she picked up the scissors and cut off a section of hair with a few swipes. I'm going back to sleep. Sui Yu put down the scissors and stood up, saying, I won't eat tomorrow morning. So don't call me unless someone from the government is here. Me too. Song Xian put down her bowl and followed. She stretched and said, Finally I can have a good sleep. The 2 fell asleep and didn't notice when the servants came in, sleeping until the afternoon. She woke up with hunger and weak hands and legs. Sui Yu took the bowl and chopsticks handed by Xiao Chunhong and sat on the wood under the eaves to eat. The government hasn't come yet. And Dunhuang is still waiting outside the city. Before Sui Yu asked, Xiao Chunhong explained first. Sui Yu nodded. Go buy 5 chickens and half a mutton tonight and stew 2 pots. I'll pay. Song Xian said. I want to eat mutton. Eating mutton in the hot weather. You are not afraid of getting angry. Sui Yu choked the rice in her mouth. She patted her chest. And before she could say anything, Xiao Shi ran into the house to pour water. Sui Yu took a big sip and glimpsed the clothes hanging in the yard fluttering in the wind. In one morning, Xiao Chunhong and the others had washed all the dirty clothes they had collected on the road. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she insisted on buying female slaves. If they were all male slaves, she would not have been able to sleep well on the way. Master? Anyo ran back sweating. He took the honey water handed by Xiao Shi and swallowed it. After the honey water went down his stomach, he felt much more comfortable. He continued, Master, the city guard of Xianping Gate said that the government will not try the case today. So let us continue to wait. Okay. You will be responsible for paying attention to the movement at the city gate later. Sui Yu explained. By the way, have you found out where the Sima was buried? He is buried in Xiananjuan, estimated to be only 1 day away from us. Xiao Chunhong replied. She had found out when she went to the river to wash clothes in the morning. Has the person been buried? Anyo, go and call Zhang Shun. Sui Yu ordered. Zhang Shun came. And Sui Yu arranged for him to contact the Hu merchant who sold blankets in the West Market to find out if the Sima family still needed white linen and white silk cloth. Take Xiao Chunhong with you. And go around the silk and cloth shops in the West Market to find out the buying and selling prices of silk and linen cloth. And then contact the caravans coming to Chang'an to see if they want to buy silk cloth from us. Zhang Shun and Xiao Chunhong looked embarrassed. And Sui Yu pretended not to see it. She couldn't always lead them to do things. She stood in front and did everything herself, so that they all had nothing to say and nothing to think about. Money is not that easy to get. We bought the silk cloth for 400 coins apiece. You should try to negotiate a price of 500 coins. If it exceeds 500 coins, I won't take the extra part, and I will give it to you too. Sui Yu continued. The same is true for mulberry wine. The purchase price is 170 coins a can. The selling price is 300 coins higher. The rest is still yours. Zhang Shun and Xiao Chunhong were both depressed and excited. They each carried a piece of silk cloth and a can of mulberry wine and went out. While it was still early, Sui Yu took out a piece of white linen cloth. She drew a simple picture on the ground and described it in detail to the servants. After making sure they understood, she called Song Xian to take 2 servants into the city. When they came back in the evening, the 2 servants each carried a large bathtub and entered the door. And the maids also sewed 2 linen curtains. It was dark. And before the city gate fell, Zhang Shun and Xiao Chunhong came back dejectedly. Sui Yu knew at a glance that the 2 had not gained much. She waved her hand and signaled them not to say anything. If they didn't gain anything today, they could go out again tomorrow. The next day was another sunny day. After Sui Yu woke up, she used long poles to make 2 wooden frames more than 1 meter high. She erected the wooden frames in the open space in the yard and covered them with sewn linen tents. Now she no longer had to worry about flies and mosquitoes flying over. That's it. Tie a double layer of linen to the tub. Scoop the honey up and let it dry in the sun. The honey will drain down. Grate the honeycomb fragments and be larvae and throw them away. Sui Yu held the ladle with both hands. Scoop the honey with one ladle and place the other ladle below to catch it, so that the honey would not flow everywhere. The honey with impurities was poured on the white linen, and the sweet smell spread. Flies immediately came buzzing over. Lu Yer tightened the linen curtain to prevent them from flying in. I'll leave this job to you. I have to go to the city to buy pottery pots and jars today. Sui Yu put down the ladle, stamped her feet, and instructed, every incense stick, pour 2 scoops of water on the ground to prevent ants from climbing up the bucket. Okay, master. Don't worry. Lu Yer readily agreed. Sui Yu and Song Xian brought 10 male servants into the city. Anyo was still squatting at the city gate. When he saw people coming, he shook his head. We'll go to the East Market to buy pottery. If you need anything, come to the East Market, Sui Yu explained. When entering the city, Gonda took out money to pay the entrance fee. The city guard, who had dealt with them, waved his hand and signaled them to go directly. So we don't need to pay the entrance fee? Song Xian looked back, and she turned her head to Sui Yu and said, we should be rewarded for catching the bandits. Will there be any commendation? For example, the officials in Chang'an City wrote a letter to Dunhuang to praise us. If that happens, we will be very powerful. Sui Yu smiled and said, aren't we powerful enough now? Song Xian felt that it was not enough. This kind of power was far inferior to the power given by the government. When she arrived at the East Market, Sui Yu first went to find the kiln workers. After searching the stalls, she picked out a thin-necked pottery pot that was 2 hands long and said, I want pottery pots or pottery jars of this size. How many do you have? I want them all. Only the ones with thin necks? The stall owner asked. Sui Yu nodded. I only have 70 or 80 thin-neck pottery jars at home. What if I fire another batch? How many days will it take? It takes at least half a month to knead the mold and then fire it. Then bring me the 70 or 80 thin-neck pottery jars you have in the afternoon. I want them all. Give me a good price. 2 for 1 penny. The stall owner pointed his finger. Sui Yu pointed to a pottery jar that was almost as high as her thigh and asked, how much is this? 1 set each. The stall owner said, don't just look at the size. The more delicate the item, the more time it takes. The thin neck jar you like is expensive because of its thin neck. Only a master can make this. Okay. Sui Yu was too lazy to bargain over a few dozen cents. She stood up and said, I'll come to pick up the goods in the afternoon. After that, she went to other stalls to browse. After wandering around for most of the day, she bought 8 baskets of thin-neck pottery jars, one of which was painted. There were red stripes on the sauce-colored pottery jar. The pottery jars were washed, boiled in a pottery cauldron, and after disinfection, they were covered with white linen and placed in the yard to dry in the sun. For 4 consecutive days, Sui Yu had been looking for pottery jars and pots in the city. The pottery she brought back was almost piled up into a small mountain. At this time, she rolled up her sleeves and led the maids to fill the pots with honey. Master, we have found a buyer for the white linen. Xiao Chunhong ran into the house happily. A high-ranking official in the city has lost his mother, and his family wants a lot of white linen for the funeral. I have only negotiated a price of 130 coins per piece. Do you want to sell it? Flax is grown in all parts of the Central Plains, and linen cannot be sold at a high price. You can make 20 coins per piece, and 1,000 coins for 50 pieces, which can fully cover the expenses of the caravan. Sui Yu was satisfied, and she nodded and said she would sell it. Don't worry, Mr. Song. I'll go out and ask tomorrow and try to sell your goods, Xiao Chunhong said. Song Xian smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm not in a hurry. If I can't sell them inside the pass, I'll definitely be able to sell them outside the pass. I won't let them get stuck. Xiao Chunhong ran out to call Zhang Shun and others to move the goods. When she saw Anya coming back excitedly, she asked loudly, Is the case finally going to be tried? Yes, Anya hurriedly replied, and he walked into the house quickly and said, Master, the city guard sent a message to ask you to enter the city early tomorrow morning. He is waiting at the city gate. Sui Yu agreed. What reward will we get? Song Xian couldn't hold back. She put down the little honey pot and muttered, It should be money. Right? Don't worry about the reward. Let's take the opportunity to take a good look at the imperial city tomorrow. Maybe this is the only chance in this life to walk under the palace wall. Sui Yu was a little excited. The next morning, Sui Yu and Song Xian woke up early. They changed into clean clothes, put on women's clothes, combed their hair, and went into the city with 4 servants. The city guard led the 6 of them through the east market and into the inner city. Inside the inner city was the towering palace wall. It was dark when they came in before, and Sui Yu and Song Xian didn't see the palace wall and the palace road clearly. This time, they passed by without blinking. The city guard cleared his throat and whispered, "This is the North Palace. Who lives in it?" Sui Yu also asked in a low voice. "The concubines of the previous emperor." Sui Yu said, "The palace wall may cover 2 or 3 miles from north to south. How many people must live in it?" But thinking about how many women could only stay in this palace for most of their lives, she disliked it because it was too small and narrow. Walking along the palace road where the North Palace is located, we met many patrolling guards and officials in a hurry along the way. At the end of the palace road, there was a market, where important officials lived. There were many shops on the street, but there was no noisy hawking. The city guard saw Zhuduho. He stopped and warned, "Don't look around. The east is Changle Palace, where the Queen Mother lives, and the west is Weiyang Palace, where the Emperor lives. You can't see inside from the outside. You will follow Zhuduho later, and he will lead you to the Thieves Division." Sui Yu retracted his gaze and said, "Thank you for reminding me. Brother, I'm here." Zhuduho approached and said, "Follow me." The 6 masters and servants walked through the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion, bypassed the Jingxiao Yinyuan, and finally turned into the Thieves Division. The function of the Thieves Division is as its name suggests, responsible for catching thieves and bandits. Wang Hainyu and his gang had been punished and had confessed everything they should. Sui Yu and Song Xian were just going through the motions and recounting what happened. The Emperor has already known about the robbers and will arrange soldiers to suppress them. You don't have to worry about doing business in Taiyuan County in the future. Chao Ling smiled and looked at the chief clerk. The chief clerk took out a wooden box that was an arm's length. He walked to Sui Yu and Song Xian with the box and said, "I learned that the caravan that captured the robbers was led by 2 female shopkeepers. The Emperor praised you for your courage and wisdom. These 2 swords were awarded to you by the Emperor. You 2 can use them for protection." Sui Yu and Song Xian were delighted and immediately knelt down. After leaving the thieves' office, Song Xian said happily, "I will place this sword in the ancestral hall to open my father and ancestors' eyes. I, Song Xian, have brought honor to our Song family." Sui Yu opened the wooden box and took a look, saying, "My family would be so happy if they knew about it. I will put it in the tea house, so that other merchants can enjoy it and envy them to death." Zhuduho waited patiently on the side. When he saw that the 2 female shopkeepers had finished their fantasies, he stepped forward and said, "I will take you out. You too." "Okay. Thank you." Sui Yu stopped laughing and walked to the side of the market. She asked, "Are all the people who open shops here rich or noble? Can I rent a shop here for 10 days? You? What do you want to sell?" Zhuduho asked. "Silk cloth? You can sell it in the West Market. It's honey. I'm lucky. I bought some honey from a variety of flowers in the mountains. It's sweet and moisturizing. Drink a bowl of honey water before going to bed, and you can sleep well all night. On the other hand, drinking honey water can clear the intestines." Sui Yu lowered her voice and continued, "Old people and children have poor digestion. If they eat too much meat, they will not be able to defecate." Ahem. Zhuduho coughed twice, and he looked at Sui Yu with disdain. "This person is too unrefined. I'm serious. When we were traveling for business, we didn't have a fixed diet, and we couldn't eat meat every meal. We often did that. After that, drink a bowl of honey water before going to bed. Everything is fine. Defecation is smooth, and there is no acne on the face." Sui Yu seemed to not understand his expression and kept talking. Zhuduho blushed. His face was full of pits and acne. It was because of his bad appearance that he couldn't walk in front of the palace. He glared at Sui Yu, thinking that she was talking about him. After being glared at, Sui Yu seemed to react belatedly. She lowered her head, hunched her shoulders and said nothing. Zhuduho looked at her and wanted to ask, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Song Xian understood. She looked back and motioned Gonda to step forward a few steps. On the second day after we arrived in Chang'an, we bought half a lamb and stewed it. It was hot, and eating lamb would cause internal heat. Women were better, but men had strong yang energy, and when they got internal heat, they would get blisters on their mouths and acne on their faces. Among us, Gonda was the worst. When he woke up, he had 7 acne on his face. He drank 2 bowls of honey water a day, and in just 5 days, most of the acne on his face disappeared. Song Xian said. Zhuduo looked back quickly and said, "Then I'll try it when I go back. A bowl of honey water before going to bed will do. It's enough to be able to poop freely." Suiyu continued. Zhuduo frowned and said nothing. As they were about to leave the palace road where the North Palace was, Suiyu mentioned what she had said before. "Can I rent a shop here for a short period of time? What do you think? How is that possible?" Zhuduo sneered. "How much honey do you have? Sell it to me." Suiyu looked at him suspiciously, which made him laugh. Zhuduo said disdainfully, "Are you taking advantage of me? I don't care about your little money. If it weren't for the fact that it's not easy for a woman like you to travel around the country to do business, I wouldn't bother to care about you." Suiyu said, "You talk very high-soundingly. You will definitely make money if you buy and sell. Forget it. Do me a favor, and I will sell it to you." Zhuduo was about to say that he didn't want to buy it, but she heard her say that the people in the Sima family would not eat meat and fish in mourning for him. Without meat oil, they would definitely have trouble defecating. She asked him to take a few jars of honey to the Sima family. "We are from Dunhuang County, living at the border. We can have a stable and prosperous life. Firstly, because the emperor has allocated land and houses for us, and secondly, because the Marquis of Guanjuan has driven away the Huns for us. Although we are thousands of miles away, we still miss the emperor and the general in our hearts. As for the Grand Marshal, although we have never met him, we heard that the emperor and the empress went to pay their respects in person after his death. He must have been a good official. We cannot pay our respects to him, so we can only offer some simple gifts to express our gratitude. The deceased has passed away, and the living must take care of themselves." Suiyu said this with true feelings. She looked at the crops in the field like a simple old farmer, and looked at the Marquis of Dongdu with sincerity, and asked carefully, "Does my plea cause you any trouble?" "No." Zhudu Marquis shook his head. "It's rare that you have such a heart. If the Grand Marshal knew about it, he would be very happy. I will ask someone to send the honey. I can't guarantee whether the people of the Hua family will accept it, but I can guarantee that I can buy all your honey. How much do you have? I will use a carriage to pull it tomorrow." Suiyu thought about it. In 5 consecutive days, she drained a total of 18 jars of honey. A large jar can be divided into 40 small jars. She counted and said, "There are about 720 jars. 1 jar is about 4 jin. Nearly 3,000 jin. You see? It's okay. I'll buy them all." Zhuduo was afraid that Suiyu would be embarrassed. He couldn't let down such a simple and grateful person. "How much is a jar?" Zhuduo had no idea about the food, clothing, and expenses of his family. He muttered, "A jar is 4 jin. 10 coins per jin is good. Honey is more valuable than meat." Suiyu clenched her hands excitedly, but still couldn't bear to exploit people too much. She only bought 1 jin and 2 coins, and the jar was only 2.5 coins. 30 coins per jar is enough. Suiyu said that she planned to establish her honest and simple personality. She said honestly, "I just want to earn hard-earned money back and forth, and I won't be greedy for more. You and I will each make a concession. 35 coins per can." Zhuduo touched his face and said, "If it is a blessing in disguise, and the acne on my face really disappears, I should thank you." Suiyu looked at him and said, "Okay. Then I will wait for you outside the city tomorrow. And then I will tell you how to clean your face. You have a lot of oil on your face, and the oil blocks the pores. The dirt in the pores cannot be discharged, so it is easy to get acne." "Pores?" Zhuduo thought carefully. "Could it be because my face? No hair on your legs? I have thick hair on my legs, so I don't get acne on my legs." "Suiyu, it's the sweat pores. The skin on my face is tender, and the sweat pores are small and easy to be blocked." Zhuduo was completely convinced now. He waved to the city guard waiting on the side and said, "You go out of the city with him first. I'll take a leave tomorrow to find you." Suiyu suppressed her excitement and followed the city guard casually. Her steps were neither fast nor slow. Not only were outsiders deceived by her, but Song Xian also believed it. You? Back in the rented house. Song Xian looked at the flies buzzing around the white linen tent and didn't know where to start. There are 52.5 cans of honey in total. We drank half of it ourselves. And sold 18 of the remaining 52 cans. Not only did we get back the money we spent on the honey, but we also made nearly 20,000 yuan. After calculating the amount, Suiyu cried out excitedly. And she laughed. Thanks to my benefactor. Song Xian was stunned. She stared at Suiyu blankly and asked, Are you fooling him? Suiyu looked at her in surprise and said, Aren't you helping him? It's not fooling. Honey does clear the intestines and relieve constipation. Looking at his condition, he must have been unable to defecate frequently. Drinking honey water is good for him. And it is also good for the elderly and children. It's just that I overpackaged it and raised the price. Then what do you think of Decima? I admire him without any pretense. He is a very powerful person. The two brothers played a decisive role in our stable life now. Suiyu held her chin up and looked up at the sky, saying, A generation of heroes ended just like that. Fortunately, there are still many people who miss them. And I am one of them. But sending honey is just a gimmick. Before I leave Chang'an, I plan to cook a pig's head and a sheep's head to worship. Song Xian didn't listen to her later words and asked again, You went for Zhuduho from the beginning? God, you are so calculating. Suiyu shook her head. She pointed to the sky and said in surprise, Do you think I am a god in the sky who can predict the future? I originally planned to rent a shop in the West Market. And then, I saw a shop in front of the official's house when I entered the inner city. I wanted to do their business again. After knowing that it was impossible, I set my sights on Zhuduho. As expected, selling honey to him makes more money than selling it in a shop. Song Xian was amazed. She walked to Suiyu's side, hugged her head and studied it carefully, and said enviously, How did you grow this head? Suiyu shook her head proudly, thinking of the money that was about to go into her pocket. She felt comfortable all over, and all the fatigue of the past few days disappeared. Darkness and dawn. Before the sun rose, Suiyu was waiting outside Xianping Gate in person. At the right time of the morning, Zhuduho changed his official uniform and came out wearing a light blue silk dress. He rode a horse and followed by 3 carriages. Suiyu led him to Xining Plain. 720 jars of honey were already placed under the eaves. The mouths of the narrow-necked jars were tightly plugged with wooden stoppers wrapped in silk cloth. Whether they were used as gifts or resold, they would not be embarrassing. Zhuduho pulled out the cork, and a trace of crystal amber honey came out of the cork. He looked at it in the sunlight and said, Not bad. It's worth the price. And it tastes good. Your yard is sweet. After that, he waved his hand, and the servants took down 13 wooden boxes from the carriage, each box containing 2,000 coins. The carriage was empty, and they moved the honey jars to load the carriage. The servants of the Song and Sui families went to help, and Suiyu brought out half a basin of rice-washing water, which had been precipitated. She gestured for him to wash his face with the water in the basin. This is rice-washing water. The first water is not needed. This is the second water. Let the second water stand for half a cup of tea. Then wash your face with the top water. Suiyu stood aside and said, I wash my face like this every day. I went outside the Great Wall last year and my face was sunburned when I came back. I used rice-washing water to wash it for 2 or 3 months, and it recovered. Zhuduho rubbed his face, stood up and scooped up clean cold water to wash it again. I don't know if it was an illusion, but his face seemed to be much more relaxed. Another thing. You can't pick pimples. Don't touch your face before washing your hands. Wash your face once it itches. Anyway, there are servants to serve you. You just need to shout. Suiyu continued to instruct. Zhuduho nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. By the way, are you going to go back to Dunhuang after selling the honey? No. The silk cloth has not been sold out yet. We plan to sell it to other caravans. We will sell as much as we can. Then we will go to Taiyuan County and return to Dunhuang. Suiyu seemed to suddenly remember something. She called Gonda to bring out a jar of mulberry wine and said, I haven't had time to sell the mulberry wine yet. I'll give you 2 jars. This wine is not intoxicating. It's okay to give it to my sisters at home. Don't despise it. We also drink mulberry wine. But it is a tribute. Zhuduho pushed the lid of the wine jar. The wine tasted good, but it was a little turbid. He didn't like it, but he could help Suiyu sell the mulberry wine. 720 jars of honey were loaded on the car. And Zhuduho took the 5 small jars of honey that Sui Yu specially prepared for the people of the Hua family and left. In the afternoon, the owner of a wine shop came and bought all the mulberry wine in Sui Yu and Song Xian's hands at the price of 300 coins per jar. Sui Yu had 20 jars of mulberry wine, and Song Xian had 41 jars of mulberry wine. One made 2,600 coins, and the other made 5,330 coins. As for coarse cloth and silk cloth, after discussion, Sui Yu and Song Xian sold all the goods in their hands to the caravan entering Chang'an at a price of 50 coins per piece of silk cloth and 20 coins per piece of coarse cloth. These caravans bought goods and added some silk and satin, and then left Chang'an without stopping. Sui Yu and Song Xian led the caravan to Taiyuan County again with the bronze sword bestowed by the emperor. From May to June. From Chang'an to Taiyuan County and back to Chang'an. Sui Yu earned 6,200 coins, and Song Xian earned 9,600 coins. Excluding honey, Sui Yu earned a total of 8,800 coins, and Song Xian earned nearly 15,000 coins. The two were satisfied with this. In early June, they set off for Taiyuan County. There were no mountain bandits making trouble, and the court's army searched the mountains. Taiyuan County was peaceful, and people could leave their doors open at night. Sui Yu and Song Xian led the caravan to sweep through various villages. Each of them bought 50 pieces of silk cloth and 60 pieces of coarse cloth, as well as silk and satin in Taiyuan County. Sui Yu used up his remaining money to buy 80 pieces, and Song Xian bought 120 pieces. The money in his hands was almost spent, so the two of them thought of turning back. The day before leaving Taiyuan County, Sui Yu smelled the salty and wet smell of the sea on the road. She asked passers-by for a few words and drove her camel to catch up with the caravan that had just entered the city. This caravan came from the seaside. They used mules to carry goods. They set out last summer and didn't arrive in Taiyuan County until this summer. Is this dried seaweed? Can you sell me more? Sui Yu asked. The two sides couldn't communicate with each other, and after a long gesture, Sui Yu used a camel to buy all the kelp they brought, which was probably only 200 kilograms. So, you bought this rotten dried vegetable at 10 coins per pound, which is more expensive than meat. Song Xian was puzzled, but also found it funny. Could it be that after hunting geese all day, the geese finally pecked his eyes? Is Sui Sunpan still losing money? You don't understand. I heard from my father that there is a kind of dried vegetable on the seashore that can cure goiter. I don't know if it is this. I want to take it back and have it twice a month. After that, Sui Yu gave her a small half and said, you should also have some in reserve for peace of mind. Really? Song Xian asked. She looked at the mess of dried vegetables in her hand and said, I remember when I was a child. I saw a man who raised horses in my family with a very thick neck. His neck was almost as thick as his head. I was scared and hid from him. Later, I don't know what happened to him. Anyway, he died. I don't know if he died of illness. Sui Yu nodded. She tied the kelp on the back of her camel, blew the horn and led the caravan out of the county. Passing by Qijia village, Sui Yu and two servants rode camels into the village. The mulberries gradually turned red and purple, and the villagers began to pick mulberries to make wine. Erlang, sisterly, Sui Yu shouted to the mother and son on the mulberry tree. She threw down half a bundle of dried kelp and said, take this back and eat it. Use it and tofu to make soup twice a month. Eating this can prevent goiter. With a bang, the basket in Li's hand fell, and the bright purple mulberries scattered all over the ground. Mother, I didn't say that, Erlang said. He quickly jumped down from the tree to support his mother, turned around and shouted to Sui Yu, didn't I tell you that you can't mention my brother's death in front of my parents? Sui Yu was stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted and said, I don't know what disease Dunhuang has. I just met a caravan coming from the seaside in Taiyuan County. The kelp they sell can cure goiter. I bought it for my child. I will send you a bundle when I pass by your village. Li clenched her hands and beat her chest. She took a deep breath and recovered. She hugged the dried kelp and asked hoarsely, can eating this cure goiter? Yes. You should eat more. Especially Erlang. Sui Yu drove the camel back and said, the caravan is still in Taiyuan County. They came here for the first time and didn't bring much goods. They may have eaten it on the way. If you need it, go find them and ask them to send it here every year in the future. Chapter 254 Enlightenment. Hey! Seeing Sui Yu was about to leave, Li forced herself to cheer up and shouted, Sister Yu. Wait a minute. She took down the basket hanging on the tree branch, picked up the mulberries scattered on the ground, and threw all the mulberries that were not covered with dust into the basket. After filling the basket, she chased Sui Yu to the official road, whether the dried vegetables can cure diseases or not. I thank you for thinking of us. Li handed her the basket full of mulberries and said, Eat them on the way. Remember to come here again next year. Then I will tell you whether the dried vegetables can cure goiter. Sui Yu's eyes tightened, and she held the basket and asked, Besides your Dunhuang, do you know anyone with goiter? Li nodded. There were several people in Xijia village, both old and young. When outsiders entered the village, they hid in the cellar to prevent outsiders from thinking that their village was cursed and affecting the reputation of the village. Then I'll get you another half a bundle, Sui Yu said. But I didn't buy much kelp. If you want more, go to Taiyuan County as soon as possible and find a caravan. Ask them to bring dried kelp back next year or the year after. They walked here from the seashore for a year, and the goods they brought back were small. If they don't make money, they probably won't come again. Li nodded. She took the kelp from Sui Yu. It smelled fishy and salty. She turned her head and vomited. Sui Yu looked at her more. She had given birth, so she was not unfamiliar with this reaction. She couldn't help but guess. Li smelled the kelp again. The fishy smell entered her nose, and the feeling of nausea surged into her throat. She leaned over and retched. Now she had a clue. Mother? Erlang ran over. What's wrong with you? Li smiled and waved her hand. Sister-in-law. Congratulations. Sui Yu tied up the kelp and handed the basket of mulberry fruits to Gonda. She pulled the reins and rode on the camel, saying, Eat more kelp when you are pregnant. It will nourish you and him. Can you eat it when you are pregnant? Yes. It's just a dish. It won't affect the baby. Sui Yu explained. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go. The caravan is still waiting for me. Okay. You must come again next time. Li followed a few steps and asked loudly, You will come next year. Right? Then we will keep all the silk cloth and mulberry wine in our village for you. Sui Yu rode away on the camel. She waved her hand and didn't answer again. Song Xian saw Sui Yu coming with the servants on the camel. She blew the whistle, urged the servants sitting on the side of the road to get on the camel, and the caravan continued on the road. Madam, do you want to dry more mulberries for the young master to take back? Gonda asked. Sui Yu shook her head. She had dried mulberries in the nearby village before, and had saved a large jar of dried mulberries, enough for the children at home to enjoy. Share it with everyone. It's so hot. Eat some mulberries to moisten your throat. Sui Yu took out a handkerchief and said, Pick me 2 handfuls, and share the rest. Song Xian turned her head and saw it. She shouted, Pick me more. I like it. The handkerchief could not hold any more. Sui Yu said, Send it to her and let her grab it first. Hey. Gonda chased after him with a basket. Sui Yu also followed. She picked up the water bag and drank 2 sips of water to moisten her throat, saying, Mrs. Li's eldest son died of goiter. Song Xian paused while eating mulberries. He got goiter at such a young age? Can this disease really kill people? Besides her eldest son, she also knows other people with goiter. If they are from Xijia village, I guess the soil and water in this village may be problematic. After saying that, Sui Yu shook her head again and denied, No. If the soil and water are problematic, why don't other people have this disease? I don't understand. I don't know much about this disease. So this dried vegetable can really cure goiter? Song Xian asked again. Sui Yu nodded. I'm sure. If you don't believe it, we'll come and see it next year. Seeing her words were so convincing, Song Xian believed it. She pondered and said, You know too much. You know things on the seaside. You know a lot about the climate in the desert. You know a lot about the flowers outside the pass. And you can predict that a person can't poop by looking at his acne. Are all these from bamboo slips? You make me want to learn to read too. You can't read? Didn't your father teach you? Sui Yu was surprised. Song Xian shook her head. He is just a rough man. After a while, Song Xian said again, What do you think about us finding a teacher who can read and write in Chang'an? We can take him back to Dunhuang and let him teach the children to read. Sui Yu felt that such people were hard to find. The truly knowledgeable ones were recommended to be officials, and the half-baked ones might not be as good as her. So she looked down on them. In this case, only those scholars with bad luck who have given up the idea of pursuing an official career and have no way to become a retainer in a wealthy family would be willing to go back to Dunhuang with them. How difficult would it be to find such a person? Okay. You can ask around when the time comes to see if you can find someone available. Sui Yu did not pour cold water on Song Xian. Where can I ask? I can't get in touch with such people. Song Xian spread her hands. I don't know if I can run into Zhudu Ho again. If I do, ask him to find out something. He might have a way. Sui Yu looked at her, and she smiled and said, I don't have any relationship with him. And I can't talk to him. Aren't you worried that the honey water won't work for him? If the acne on his face doesn't go away, he'll find fault with us. This is what Sui Yu meant. No. 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 I believe you. Song Xian laughed. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Sui Yu, saying like praying, Sui Sunpan, you must show your power and make all the acne on Zhudu Ho's face go away and turn him into a handsome man. You're crazy. Sui Yu couldn't help laughing. Song Xian also thought this was a bit crazy. She laughed so hard that she was exhausted, and insisted, I'm doing this for your own good. You still have 34 jars of honey left to sell. If the acne on his face goes away, with this living sign, will you still have trouble selling your honey? Then thank you? Sui Yu said. No need to thank me. Just don't forget my trust. Song Xian stopped laughing. Seriously? It doesn't matter if I can read or not. My ancestors must know how to read. I plan to save enough money to buy him an official position. Officials can't be illiterate. Buy an official position? How to buy it? Sui Yu asked. Song Xian shook her head. This is an idea I just had recently. I don't know the details. But the money for buying an official position and a title must be a must. Then can he still do business after becoming an official? No. Right? Sui Yu asked. It's okay. If he can't do business, he can raise camels. As long as he has camels under his name, he will never lack money. Song Xian pointed at herself and said, I'm not too old. I can still do business for at least 10 years. Right? When I can't do it anymore, I still have my daughter. Okay. Sui Yu praised. Based on these words, Sister Song, I admire you. You value your son and also care about your daughter. Your son has an official position, and your daughter has money. Good job. Song Xian was startled by her. After reacting, she smiled bitterly and said, Because I am a girl. My father has always looked down on me. He regretted not having a son until his death. I have suffered this hardship. So how can I let my daughter suffer the grievances I have suffered? I wanted to let my great-grandfather revive the glory of my ancestors before, because the stall I had was inherited from my ancestors. And he is a boy. In this case, I would definitely consider giving it to my great-grandfather. Now I have walked more roads, seen more, and have another way to make a living. Since both children can be rich, why should I give it all to one child? It would be better to have two siblings who have achieved success like Guanjuan Ho and Decima. Sui Yu nodded in agreement. It is true that the more you see, the more open-minded you become. It's hard and dangerous for us to be merchants. But to be honest, it's really free. Anyway, I've come out, and I don't want to stay in one place all year round. Song Xian said. So, I don't consider whether Luya is willing or not. If I decide to buy an official position for my grandson, she will have to leave home with me to do business. She will also stay at home to find a son-in-law like me. And I will pass on the servants of the Song family to her. Sister Yu, what do you think of my idea? It's feasible. Sui Yu agreed. What about your child? What are your plans for the cub? When he grows up, you will definitely earn enough money to buy an official position. Or let him go the way of a military officer. Or take over the caravan. Song Xian asked. You have to give birth to 2 more children. With Captain Zhao, your family has connections in the army. You have a caravan. And a guest house. If you have money, you can buy an official position. You have too few children to inherit everything. Yes, I still want to have 1 or 2 more children. But it's not because I have few children. I have a younger brother. He grew up with me and is like a son. He can get a share of the family business from me. Sui Yu corrected. As for what Liang Gur and Shizai will do in the future, I won't make any arrangements. It's up to them. They have too many choices. There must be a successor. Song Xian said. Sui Yu shook her head. I'm still so young. Let's not think about it for now. Who knows what the situation will be like in 30 or 40 years? The country will still have a new owner. Her caravan does not have to be passed down from generation to generation. If the children are not interested in traveling, the caravan can be managed by reliable servants. Song Xian didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. Sui Yu was still young and the children were still young, so there was no need to rush to arrange a way out. In the hot summer of June, people don't rush to travel at noon. They rest under the shade of trees at noon. People and camels can rest. After noon, when the heat gradually subsides, the caravan packs up and sets off again. In order to avoid getting heat stroke, Sui Yu arranged for the caravan to travel at night, rushing in the first half of the night and sleeping in the second half of the night. They set off when the roosters crowed and took a nap when the sun was overhead. After 13 days, the caravan entered Chang'an City. Sister Song, do you want to buy anything else in Chang'an? Sui Yu asked. Song Xian shook her head. Then we will rest in Chang'an for 2 days, replenish our dry food, and leave when we have recovered. Sui Yu looked up at the sky. I always feel that these 2 days are a bit stuffy. Do you feel the same? Yes. I think it's going to rain. Zhang Shun continued. We bought a lot of cloth this time. Should we prepare some more camel skins? If it rains on the way, the cloth will be stuffed into the tent, and the remaining tents may not be enough for people to live in. There may not be many camel skins in Chang'an. Go to the city tomorrow and buy some oilcloths. If it rains, cover the camels with oilcloths. Sui Yu ordered. But you still have to ask around. If there are camel skins, buy them. Zhang Shun agreed. Let's cook. Song Xian took out the money. She handed a dozen copper coins to Xiao Chunhong and asked her to go to the village to buy some meat and vegetables. Xiao Chunhong called Lu Yer to go out. As soon as she went out, she saw a man riding a horse and rushing in. She looked twice and recognized him and hurried into the house and shouted, Master, Zuoduho is here. Has the acne on his face disappeared? Song Xian asked nervously. Sui Yu came out of the house and saw Xiao Chunhong shaking her head. Her heart skipped a beat. In a blink of an eye, she saw the red horse parked outside the door. She hurried out to greet him. You are finally back. I thought you left by taking a detour. Zuoduho turned over and got off the horse. Chapter 255. Hire a teacher. Seeing his face clearly, Sui Yu slowly exhaled. And she smiled and said, I am still worried about whether my honey will work. I must go back to Chang'an. When this was mentioned, Zuoduho smiled. He was not in a hurry to enter the door. He took out a bronze mirror from his arms and stood outside the door to look at it. He excitedly reported to Sui Yu like a patient. The acne on my face has improved a lot. Although it has not disappeared, it doesn't hurt anymore. And the color has also lightened. Before, the acne was red, and it would turn black after being squeezed and bleeding. Look, now these acne have turned black, and the acne is smaller. It is estimated that they will disappear in another month. Good news. Congratulations. Sui Yu was also happy. By the way, I forgot to tell you before. Eat a lighter diet for a while. Go to bed early and get up early, and these acnes will disappear faster. I can't eat a lighter diet. I like to eat meat. I feel tired without meat. The imperial physician has said this before. But I can't control my diet. Zuoduho shook his head. Early to bed and early to get up is even worse. I have to be on night patrol. So how can I go to bed early? Sui Yu suddenly realized. No wonder I have acne. Yeah. My colleagues have the same problem as me. The older ones don't get acne but get toothaches due to inflammation. Their cheeks are swollen like steamed buns. Zuoduho put away the bronze mirror and walked into the house, saying, Did you go deep into the mountains again when you went to Taiyuan County this time? Do you have any honey? I'll buy as much as you can. Song Xian winked at Sui Yu. What did she say? Sui Yu suppressed his joy and stammered in a pretentious tone. Yes. There is more. I wanted to transport it to the outside of the pass to sell. The herdsmen outside the pass eat more mutton. Well, why do you worry about them? Just make money if you can. 40 coins a jar. How much do you have? I'll have someone send the money over tomorrow. Zuoduho interrupted her. Then I'll give you 1,000 jars? I'll keep 300 or 400 jars to take back. Will you come again next year? Zuoduho asked. Seeing her shaking her head, he made a decision. Sell all 1,300 jars to me. Or you can tell me which deep mountain you bought the honey from, and who led you there. Sui Yu was surprised. Seeing the man's serious expression, she compromised. Okay. You can arrange someone to pick up the goods in 10 days. By the way, what do you think of the pottery jars I used before? If you don't like the jars, you can send me a batch of pottery jars, and I'll charge you 700 coins less. Zhuduo had this in mind. He was doing business with wealthy families, and ordinary pottery jars were not up to standard. I'll have someone send a batch of pottery jars over in 2 days, he said. Song Xian suddenly coughed twice. Sui Yu looked at her and said, Zhuduo, I want to ask you something. Do you know a teacher who is willing to travel far? Manager Song and I want to hire a teacher who can teach our children to read and be polite. But we can't find such a person. So I want to ask you. What a coincidence. Zhuduo clapped his hands. After the death of the Grand Marshal, the Hua family released a group of people. I will send someone to ask if there are any willing to go to Dunhuang. Song Xian was delighted, and she hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Zhuduo waved his hand and said to Sui Yu, From now on, you can only sell the honey in your hand to me. Sui Yu agreed. Since it is a long-term business, I will be honest and the price will be set at 35 coins. You don't need to raise the price. Zhuduo looked at her seriously and was even more satisfied. This is not a person who is greedy for petty profits. Doing business with her can save a lot of trouble. Pay attention to the size of the pottery jar. It's best to make it similar to the previous pottery jar, which can hold about 4 pounds of honey. Sui Yu explained. Zhuduo nodded and asked, What else? Sui Yu thought for a moment and said, It's best to rinse your mouth after drinking the honey water to avoid bad teeth. And then it's gone. Okay. Then you guys take a rest. I'm leaving. Zhuduo didn't plan to stay any longer. He had to go back to arrange things. Sui Yu saw him off and watched him ride away on his horse. She smiled. You can make a lot of money this time. Song Xian was happy for her. Sui Yu pulled her in to talk so that passers-by wouldn't hear it. 1 jar of honey can make 27 coins. Minus the 700 jar money. 1,300 jars can make 34,400 coins. And can buy more than 20 rolls of silk. There was no need to rest now. Sui Yu gave money to Gonda and Gon Air to take people to the city to buy a bathtub. Xiao Shi and San Chao were responsible for leading people to sew linen tents. And Qing Shan was responsible for leading 2 people to cut trees and build wooden frames. After buying the bathtub, they washed it with boiling water. When the sun was setting, they covered the bathtub with linen and put it in the yard to dry. It's dark, and the mosquitoes are out. Song Xian slapped a mosquito to death with a snap sound and said, You're still pouring honey at night? I'm afraid it will attract mosquitoes from the entire Chang'an city. Mosquitoes suck blood, not honey. After the last wooden frame was built, Sui Yu asked people to put all the dried bathtubs under the wooden frame and then cover them with linen tents. Gonda and Gon Air first brought out a jar of honey. The 2 brothers lifted the honey jar together and poured the honey on the linen. Then, a dripping sound came from the bathtub. The night watchman should be careful and come to check every hour. Sui Yu explained. After everything was arranged, she went into the house to sleep, and Song Xian followed her, fanning herself with a bamboo fan. 2 days later, the people of Zhuduo delivered 500 small jars, 200 of which were celadon jars, of varying sizes, but not much different, and half of them still had signs of use. Is this what your master collected everywhere? Sui Yu asked. The servant nodded. It has been washed. Female shopkeeper. Please be careful not to bump it. The porcelain jars are valuable. Time is tight, and we can't find more. Sui Yu tapped lightly with her fingers, and the sound was crisp, unlike the dull sound of pottery jars. Okay, I got it. She withdrew her hand. When the next batch of pottery jars are delivered, you take these away and bring the money as well. The servant agreed, and then drove the carriage away, leaving deep ruts on the wet road. Song Xian came over to look at the porcelain jars. The glaze was smooth, and even on a rainy day, the jars did not look dull at all. This is the porcelain jar. Only the government can buy it. Right? Can we get a wholesale of it by getting in touch with Zhuduo? Don't be too greedy. We can't exchange it for benefits. Sui Yu said. That's right. Song Xian held her chin up. Let's talk about it later. Sui Yu picked up the porcelain jar and smelled it. There was no peculiar smell. She moved it over to fill it with honey. Master, camel skin and oilcloth have been bought. Zhang Shun rode back in the rain on a camel and said, I only bought 3 camel skins, which can be sewn into a large tent, and 50 oilcloths. Oilcloths are 30 coins each, and camel skins are 160 coins each. What is the price of camel skins in Dunhuang? Song Xian asked. 80 coins. Zhang Shun remembered it clearly. He also bought the camel skins before. Oh! The merchant in Chang'an sells it for 160 coins, which is not expensive. Song Xian nodded. I will come back next year and bring a batch of camel skins to sell. Zhang Shun. You arrange for someone to do the tent sewing, Sui Yu said. As for the others, work when they have something to do, and rest when they don't. We will set off back to Dunhuang in 7 days. It rained for 5 days. On the day when it stopped, Duhuo came. He not only brought pottery jars and money, but also brought an old man in linen clothes. This is Mr. Chen Chanong. His hometown is in Longqi County. He used to copy documents in the Hua family. Now he is old and weak, and no one wants to hire him. He originally planned to return to his hometown to retire. I saw that Dunhuang and Longqi are not far away, so I persuaded him to travel in Heshi for a few years. And he agreed. Duhuo was not polite in his words. In front of the old man, he talked a lot and exposed the old man's background, so that he would not take advantage of his age when he went to the new master's house. Song Xian and Sui Yu looked at each other, and she said, How about Mr. Chen come to my house? The annual stipend is 1,000 coins, and I will take care of food, clothing, housing and transportation. I have a son and a daughter. You can teach them to read and write. If they want to travel, I will arrange servants to escort them. Mr. Chen did not speak. He looked at the people present with loose eyelids and asked, Only 2 children? Yes, but my sister has a 3-year-old son, and she has a 14-year-old brother who can already read. I am afraid that he can't learn with my children. Song Xian answered. Who did you learn to read from? Mr. Chen asked. I taught you. I know a lot of words. Sui Yu spoke. She didn't understand what he was hesitating about. But seeing that Song Xian couldn't invite him, she was eager to try to pull this person to her home. So she said, Are you planning to raise more children? Or do you like the hustle and bustle? I opened a guest house in Dunhuang to entertain merchants coming and going. Except for summer. Merchants stay in 3 seasons of the year. If you like to travel, you can actually talk more with the merchants. They have their own experiences of the customs and landscapes of various places inside and outside the pass. The loose eyelids lifted up, and Chen Lao became energetic. Seeing this, Song Xian sighed secretly. Sui Yu asked her to speak first. She didn't snatch the person back because she was not destined to come. She couldn't force it. Her guest house occupies a large area. If you want to teach more children, after the news is released, the children in the city will have no worries about having a place to sit. My children can also go to the guest house to study. Song Xian joined in. Don't teach too many. I'm old and not energetic. Teaching 20 children is enough. Chen Lao looked at Sui Yu and said, I'll go over. And your brother will help me discipline the children. Of course. Sui Yu agreed. I'll pay for the tuition of 1,000 coins. And I'll take care of all the food and clothing. If you want to go out to travel, I'll arrange servants to escort you. Chen Lao nodded. He turned around and said, Please trouble Duhuo to send me over. Duhuo put away the bronze mirror, nodded casually, and said, The person has been sent. The money has been sent. I am leaving. Sui Yu sent him out and said casually, It has been cool these days, and the acne has subsided a little. Duhuo smiled. I was not on duty these days, and I did as you said, going to bed early and getting up early, eating light food, and the acne on my face has subsided a lot. Sui Yu congratulated. I will come again next year, and you may have become a handsome man. By the way, if I transport honey here again, how can I find you then? Anping Fang in the West Market. You can find Chui Tong and tell him about the honey, and he will come to find me. Duhuo jumped on the horse and said, I wish you a smooth journey. The horse's hooves were flying, and mud spots were flying. Sui Yu took 2 steps back to avoid them. Thank you. Before the 2 words were uttered, the red horse had already run away, and the carriage carrying honey followed. 3 days later, the servants of Duhuo's family took away the remaining 900 jars of honey. Sui Yu received the balance, and then bought 28 rolls of silk in Chang'an City at the price of 1,200 coins per roll. On the 7th day of the 7th month, A caravan consisting of 170 camels left Chang'an carrying cloth and money boxes. Second uncle, look at the caravan coming towards us. Are there several women among them? The merchant walking in front of the caravan said. Is this the caravan led by the mother of the little boy? You will know if you ask. Let's pull over and make way for the people on the opposite side. Sui Yu tilted his head and said to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun rode a camel out of the group. He drove the camel backwards and shouted loudly, keep to the right and make way for the opposite caravan. They made way. We speed up and pass by. The distance between the two caravans narrowed. The leading merchant thanked Zhang Shun. His eyes swept over several maids. When he saw Sui Yu's face, he paused and asked, is it the shopkeeper Yu of Chongguan? Sui Yu's eyes lit up. Yes. It's me. Your son looks like you. The merchant smiled. And he got off the camel's back. He took out a box from his bag and said, this is what my kid asked me to bring to you. Thank you. Sui Yu took it with a smile. Thank you for your help. It's nothing. We have children too. So we understand. The merchant took his hand back. And he tried to find out. You returned early? And the goods sold quickly? What is the most popular product in Chang'an now? We were lucky. When we entered Chang'an, the Grand Marshal died. At that time, the city's goods were in short supply and sold out in a few days. Sui Yu confessed. By the way, what's the situation outside the Great Wall? Is there a war? War? Who told you that? We left in early May and didn't hear that there was a war outside the Great Wall. The merchant shook his head. It seems that there is some chaos in Chaisher. We didn't go that way and didn't encounter any danger. Sui Yu calculated that she met a postman delivering official documents in the grassland in early April. From early April to early May. A month was enough for the postman to run back to the border. Could it be that because of the death of the Grand Marshal, the decision of war or peace has not been made yet? See what your son said to you. Song Xian leaned over. Sui Yu came back to her senses. She opened the heavy box filled with wood chips. She picked up a wood chip and looked at it. And fell silent. What is it painted on? A ball of black. Song Xian didn't understand. It's a cat. Sui Yu pointed at the almost unrecognizable words on the bottom of the wood. This should be written by Liang Gur holding Xiuzai's hand. Or Xiuzai copied it based on his uncle's words. Song Xian laughed. Switch to another wood. This one has Sui Liang's words. Sister. The broad beans are blooming. Broad beans are planted in early March. Bloom in late April. And at the end of June. Xiuzai found that some of the pods were bulging. The broad beans are ready to eat. Sui Liang peeled the pods. The beans were tender. He chewed one. And it tasted slightly sweet. Xiuzai stood in the broad bean field with his shoulder bag hanging on his shoulder bag. Pulling the pods. He was wearing a straw hat with a wide brim. From the front. His face was completely invisible. When he was covered by the broad bean vines, his body disappeared. The big black dog didn't catch the rabbit. It came back with its tail hanging down and walked to the side of the little master. It twisted its butt and squatted down, sticking out its big tongue and breathing out. Sit on my foot. The kid patted it. Big Black. You pressed my foot. Big Black turned his head to lick him. The kid wanted to hide, but the brim of his hat tilted and covered his eyes. He reached out to help. But unexpectedly the big black dog suddenly moved his butt. He lost his strength and fell to the ground. He fell down, and his straw hat was still buckled on the bean vine. Sui Liang heard the sound and turned around, and saw the big black dog's head buried under the bean vine. He thought the kid was playing with the dog, so he didn't care. The sound of bean vines rustling suddenly sounded behind him. Sui Liang turned around, and saw that the kid was still there. The big black dog came to find him. Big Black, don't you want to play with your little master? Sui Liang peeled a broad bean and threw it to it, saying, eat it. It's sweet. The big black dog shook its tail and looked at the person crawling under the bean vine. What are you looking at? Are there field mice in the field? A flock of birds flew by. Sui Liang took off his straw hat and looked up, saying, go play with your master. Keep an eye on him and don't be lazy. The next moment, his ankle was suddenly pinched, and before he could react, his legs were suddenly entangled. Sui Liang screamed in fear, and the kid laughed happily. Chapter 256 Fishing in the Mountains. In the dead of night, Sui Yu woke up thirsty. She propped herself up on a bamboo mat and sat up. The fire not far away had no flames. The night wind blew, and the fire was glowing with scarlet charcoal. The camel knelt on the ground to rest. The slave, who was on night watch, was dozing off, with his head propped up, when he heard footsteps. The camel raised his neck, and the dozing slave also woke up alertly. He recognized people in the moonlight. Gonda breathed a sigh of relief. He kicked the firewood at his feet, stood up, and put a bundle of dry firewood on the fire. "Is there any cold boiled water?" Sueyu asked. "Yes, in the pottery pot." Sueyu went over to scoop a bowl and drink it in small sips. At this time, Gonda blew the fire. The flame soared, and the crackling sound of burning dry firewood rang in the air. The camel also got up to drink water by the river. Gonda followed him. Sueyu walked to a place not far from the fire and sat down. "Master, we will keep watch. You go to sleep," Gonda whispered. Sueyu waved his hand and said, "I can't sleep now. I will help you for a while. You sleep for a while. I will wake you up when I go to sleep." Gonda knew that she was not a person who said one thing and did another, so he went to sleep after hearing her say so. Sueyu looked at the night sky. She got up and went to the sleeping place to get the wooden box, and looked through the words and paintings on the wood chips by the firelight. Gonda came over with a camel, and saw her smiling face from a distance. Seeing this, he didn't go to disturb her and continued to doze off against the camel. The firewood on the fire gradually burned out. The fire was small, and the flames jumped a few times and disappeared into the charcoal ash. Without the light, Sueyu's eyes moved away from the wood chips. She looked up at the night sky. The moon and stars disappeared into the clouds, and the day was about to dawn. She closed the wooden box, laid back on the bed, closed her eyes, and slept for a while. At dawn, the sleeping forest woke up. The chirping of birds and the sound of flapping wings were very lively, and there were also the sounds of pheasants crowing in the deep forest. Outside the forest, everyone finished breakfast, and Zhang Shun brought a bucket of water to extinguish the sparks. After everything was packed up, the caravan started, and at sunrise, the caravan walked into the rolling mountains. "Sister Yu, are you still going to the pasture?" Song Xian asked. Sueyu was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that she had forgotten something. "I said before that I would go to worship the great Sima when I left Chang'an, but I was busy selling honey this time and forgot about it." Song Xian didn't feel much, and said, "I forgot it. It's not like I won't come. I'll worship it next time I come to Chang'an." "That's true. The grave is there. There's no way to escape." Sueyu nodded. "As for my father's grave, let's wait a little longer. I'll come to Chang'an next year, and I'll bring Liang Gur with me. Then we'll go and find it together. Today should be July 21st. We've been traveling in the mountains for half a month, and it should be less than October before we return to Dunhuang." Song Xian was a little happy. This year's journey is really smooth. We can go back earlier, and don't have to travel in the heavy snow. "Not smooth, right? We even encountered bandits in Daqing Mountain," Xiao Chunhong said. Song Xian smiled and waved her hand. She pointed at Sueyu and said, "If you hadn't met the bandits, how could your master have met a noble man? Not only did he make money, but most importantly, he also hired a teacher. So, the bandits are also my noble men?" Sueyu smiled. Song Xian agreed. "That's right. Then I'll thank them and burn 2 more incense sticks for them tomorrow." Sueyu joked. A pile of camel dung appeared on the side of the road. Qishan jumped off the camel. He walked over and twisted it, saying, "It's still moist. A caravan passed by a day ago. It seems to be on the same road as us. Then walk faster. It would be better to catch up with them. It is safer for 2 caravans to travel together," Song Xian said. The caravan sped up and finally heard the sound of camel bells coming from the forest when they circled the mountain in the evening. The sun set and the fog in the mountain rose sharply. Sueyu blew the whistle 3 times in a row to remind the camel caravan behind to slow down. "Spend the night at the bottom of the mountain tonight. No need to chase the caravan in front," Sueyu said. "Unload the goods. Cook. Qishan, you lead 3 or 5 people to walk around nearby and drive away the snakes, ants and hidden wild animals." After that, she jumped off the camel and went to the lake nearby to wash her face. The lake in the mountain is shallow. Standing by the lake, you can see the stones at the bottom of the lake clearly, and the wild fish wandering in the water can also be clearly seen. Sueyu took out his pocket and casually threw the unfinished fried rice into the lake. The lake surface suddenly churned, and the wild fish at the bottom of the lake rushed out of the water to grab food. The camels came over. Before the camels went into the water, Siosi and Sanchao came over with buckets to scoop 2 buckets of water. Before they left, the camels had already stepped into the water and lowered their necks to drink water. The fish in the lake disappeared immediately. Suiyu squatted by the lake and scooped water. She glanced at Song Xian and asked, "Do you want to make a hook to fish? You go and break 2 needles and string them with hemp ropes. When the camels leave, we will fish for a while and cook fish soup noodles tomorrow morning." "Okay." Song Xian stood up on her knees. The camels drank enough water and went to eat grass. The lake soon calmed down. Suiyu dug a few earthworms in the humus soil at the foot of the mountain. The earthworms were strung on iron hooks. She and Song Xian sat by the lake to fish. It was dark. The fire was burning. The rice porridge was cooked and fragrant. And Qishan also came back with people. They were holding live pheasants and rabbits in their hands. Boil water to scald the hair. And stew it tonight. Qishan threw the pheasant at Liar's feet. Suiyu's hook moved. She lifted the stick in her hand. The hemp rope left the water, and the fish floated to the surface. The man and the fish pulled in opposite directions like a tug-of-war, and the water on the lake surface crackled. "You can't pull up a fish?" Song Xian thought it was funny. She put down the stick and walked over to help Suiyu pull. The wild fish came out of the water, and Suiyu shouted excitedly, "Bring a bucket." "Hey! My hook!" Song Xian saw the stick fall into the water in her peripheral vision, and she hurried to grab it. Anu, who came to deliver the bucket, saw it. He stepped into the water with 1 foot, and half of his body was submerged in the water before he pulled the stick tied with the fish hook back. "There's a fish." Anya handed the stick to Song Xian, and he walked out of the water and said, "Before it got dark, I thought this lake seemed quite shallow. But after I got in the water and walked a few steps, the water was up to my waist. Maybe the water is too clear, which confuses the eyes." Suiyu took a bucket and fetched half a bucket of water. She took out a crucian carp that was more than a palm long and threw it into the bucket, saying, "Go change your clothes. The fish soup will be ready tomorrow morning. You can drink 2 more bowls." "What kind of fish is this that I caught?" Song Xian held the fish and walked to Suiyu and asked, "Take a look. Can you see it clearly? It's also a crucian carp." "We don't have this kind of fish in Dunhuang," Song Xian said. "The fish in Dunhuang are cold water fish." "This kind of fish." Suiyu thought for a moment and said, "If we bring crucian carp to Dunhuang, they probably won't survive the winter." Song Xian said, and didn't care much. She put a worm on the hook and threw it into the water, then sat by the lake and waited. After resting, Old Chen asked his servant to make him a hook, and went to the lake to sit and fish. The rice in the pot was cooked, and the thick porridge was poured into the basin. The pot was cleaned, and the meat was stewed. When the meat was in the pot, only 1 person was needed to light the fire on the stove. The others were free, and some of them broke their sewing needles and came to fish. Those who were not interested in fishing went to the other side of the lake to wash their hair and clothes. When the chicken and rabbit meat were cooked, the bucket for fish was full. The wild fish in the lake were not vigilant, and would take the bait if there was food. Suiyu and Song Xian each served a bowl of thick porridge and a bowl of chicken. The 2 sat by the lake and ate while watching the hook. Once a fish was hooked, they didn't care about eating and hurriedly put down the bowl to pull the stick. The servants followed the master, and the others followed suit. A group of people fished until late at night, and they yawned all the time before they were willing to go to bed. Suiyu woke up in the morning and looked at the fish in the tub. He said, "We probably caught half of the fish in the lake." Song Xian looked at the sky and said, "Why not fish for another half an hour? Wait until the fog is gone before we continue our journey." Suiyu shook his head. "Don't catch them all. Leave some for those who come later." "Yeah. Okay. We'll leave after dinner." Song Xian stretched and asked, "What do you do with these fish? Eat them on the road?" "It's the only way." The tub was heavy with water and fish. Suiyu asked the servants to clean it up and free up a camel to carry the tub. The fish in the tub were changed with water every day. The fish lived for 5 days, and Suiyu and his party drank fish soup for 5 days. As soon as the fishy water in the tub was poured out, a black-haired wild boar rushed in. The wild boar had 2 fangs on its muzzle and was breathing heavily. It rushed straight over from the mountain road in front, almost scaring the camel silly. 3 or 5 arrows flew out one after another, and a series of pig squeals spread into the forest, startling the birds and making them fly away. Zhang Shan and Qi Shan jumped off the camel, and the two approached the twitching wild boar with machetes. Qi Shan knocked the boar's tusks with his knife, making a loud bang. "Don't throw away the wild boar's tusks. Take them off, and I'll take them back to Xiuzai and Lianggur," Sui Yu shouted. The uncle and nephew, who were missed by Sui Yu, were watching the excitement at the west gate. The 7,000 garrison troops in the city were about to set off to Chaisher to fight the Xiongnu, and half of the people in the city came to see them off. The soldiers were wearing armor, holding big swords, and riding big horses. They were really heroic. Xiuzai's eyes were shining, and he watched seriously and excitedly. With the army going there, I believe that the outside of the pass will soon be stable. At the foot of the city wall, several merchants stood together. The tall merchant said, "I plan to take the caravan out of the city tomorrow. With the army leading the way, the road must be very peaceful. Why don't we go together?" Another black-faced merchant said, "That's great. Then shall we prepare food and grass now?" The tall merchant saw Sui Liang. He squeezed through the crowd and said, "Second shopkeeper, please contact Xiuzai's aunt and ask her to send us 500 kilograms of food and grass today." Sui Liang agreed, and when the army left the city, he took Xiuzai to find Zhao Xiaomi. At this time, a group of merchants just walked into Dunhuang city. Seeing that there were not many people at the city gate, they asked the city guard what happened in the city. "Today, the army is going out to fight the Huns, and everyone has gone to the west gate. Brother, there is a war outside the pass. Do we have to wait until next year to go out?" The second head of the family, Yan, asked. "First go to Changge guest house, deliver the things entrusted by shopkeeper Yu, and ask Zhao Qianhu for news." Chapter 257, Show Off. Sui Liang and Xiuzai left Zhao Xiaomi's house. The uncle and nephew planned to go to the parade ground to find Zhao Shiping. They met on the way and went home together. "Brother-in-law, why did you come back so early today?" Sui Liang asked. 9 out of 10 soldiers who were trained have left. The parade ground is empty, so we are on duty. Zhao Shiping looked west and said, "I will be busy patrolling in the next few months. I will not be in the parade ground most of the time. You two should not look for me again." Sui Liang nodded. "Dad, the broad beans are old." Xiuzai poked his head out. "Are you still taking me to the field to pick broad beans?" "I am busy. You can call Dunhuang and Ari to pick them." Zhao Shiping was a little worried again. Ari had been punished and looked honest on the surface, but who could be sure if he was really honest in his heart? "Forget it. Don't go to the fields. Just stay at home. There are many caravans passing by during this period. Wait for your mother's letter," Zhao Shiping said. "Your mother left early, and she will probably come back early. When she comes back, you two can go to the fields to pick broad beans together." The kid grunted. He still wanted to pick broad beans and dry them when the weather was good, then grind them into powder and make pancakes when his mother came back. If you want to dry broad beans, let Ari go to the fields to pick them. When the broad beans are picked, you can sit at home and peel them. Zhao Shiping saw what he was thinking. The kid nodded. The camel approached the guest house, and the big black dog and the small black dog heard the sound. The two dogs got up from the river, splashing water, and ran to greet them. "Hey, get lost." Sui Liang raised his feet. "It's so dirty. Don't jump on me." His words had no deterrent effect. Zhao Shiping said nothing, and the two dogs didn't dare to jump on him. They just circled around the camel that Sui Liang and the kid were riding. Zhao Shiping saw a group of camels coming out of the east door of the guest house, and he said, "A caravan is coming. Dad, my eldest brother is back." Shui walked into the guest house and looked at the merchants who were moving goods. "Captain Zhao is back. Go ask him if you have anything." Uncle Lanyo set away the merchants who pestered him to inquire about the situation. Second Master Yen immediately called the escort, and the two of them carried the heavy wooden box out. Sui Liang and Xiuzai rode camels closer, and the two of them stared at the big wooden box with burning eyes. "Guessed it?" The escort smiled, patted the wooden box with one hand, and said, "We parted with the caravan of shopkeeper Yu in May, and she asked us to bring it back to you." The kid cheered and said happily, "Thank you, Uncle. You should thank me." Second Master Yen retracted his gaze and said, "I haven't seen you for half a year, and you have become much darker." The kid touched his face, turned off the camel's back, and slid down holding the camel's legs. He walked in front of Second Master Yin and said solemnly, "Thank you, uncle." Zhao Shiping came over and asked casually, "Just entered the city?" "Yes. Less than an hour after entering the city. When we entered the city, we heard that there was going to be a war outside the pass." "What's the situation?" Second Master Yin asked seriously. "The Xiongnu harassed the Cheshire Kingdom, and our dynasty sent troops to help." Zhao Shiping took the wooden box from the escort and asked directly, "What do you want to know?" "Ask, and I will tell you if I can." "Where will the battlefield be? What is the situation outside the pass? Will it affect the caravans leaving the pass?" "The battlefield will probably be in the Cheshire Kingdom, and the army will also stop the Xiongnu from going south. However, the war outside the pass has already occurred from spring to summer. We don't know whether the Xiongnu went south during this period, and whether there were Xiongnu stragglers in Shanshan and other countries." Zhao Shiping said frankly, "When the war breaks out, there will definitely be deserters heading south. If you plan to leave the border this year, you can go through Ruoqiang State to ensure your safety. Take the trade route at the southern end of the desert, and avoid Shanshan and Cheshire State." Second Head Yin didn't say anything else. Zhao Shiping let him think about it. He carried the wooden box and led the lively uncle and nephew back to the house. "What did your mother send back? It's so heavy." The wooden box fell to the ground, and Zhao Shiping's hands were bruised. The kid held his hand and rubbed it, and blew it perfunctorily, urging, "Dad, come and open the box." The wooden box was opened, and a stale smell came out. Zhao Shiping reacted quickly and pulled his son away. He kicked over the lid of the wooden box, and the rotten wood that had been sealed for nearly 4 months came into view. The first Head Yin and the second Head Yin came over and saw this scene. The two brothers were curious about what was in the box, which made Zhao Qianhu feel like he was facing a great enemy. "Brother-in-law, it looks like rotten wood." Sui Liang approached with his nose covered. He picked up a piece of wood and said, "I didn't take the wrong box. This is indeed sent by my sister." "Rotten wood?" Yin de Dongjia approached and said, "Could it be that shopkeeper you packed the wrong things?" "No. My sister said that these two rotten wood can grow fungus." Sui Liang didn't know what fungus was. He took out something wrapped in coarse cloth and unwrapped it. Dried fungus and dried mushrooms fell out. The kid picked it up with his mouth pursed, held it in his hand, and blew away the dust carefully. Sui Liang continued to look at the wood chips. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Your mother said that these two things should be soaked in water, like dried vegetables, and they are delicious when fried with lean meat. Rotten wood should also be sprinkled with water. Put the rotten wood in a dark and humid place, and it will grow fungus again in a few days." Zhao Shiping saw that there was nothing for him to do here, so he asked the two Yin brothers to go out and talk. Manager Yu is really a loving mother. She always thinks of bringing back any rare thing she sees on the road for her children. The head of the Yin family flattered. Zhao Shiping smiled and asked, "What else do you want to talk to me about?" "It's like this. I'm thinking that the army will set out today, and we will follow them out of the customs tomorrow, and leave from Lulan and other countries before the war. What do you think?" The head of the Yin family asked. "I won't make decisions for you. You decide for yourself." Zhao Shiping waved his hand. "But there are 2 caravans that are also planning to leave tomorrow. If you decide, you can go with them." "Which 2 caravans? Can you ask them to come out?" Before he finished speaking, the 3 people outside the door heard happy shouts from the house. When Zhao Shiping entered the house, he saw Sui Liang and Xiaozai each holding a silk outer coat to measure their bodies. He interrupted their actions and said, "Sui Liang, go out and show the way to the head of Yin, and help him find the 2 caravans that will leave tomorrow." Sui Liang said and jumped out like a bird. Not long after, he strode back in. Zhao Shiping also had a set of clothes in his hand. The silk cloth was gray-green, darker than the color of duck egg shells. But because it was silk cloth, the cloth was faintly shining under the sun. The color was dark but not obscure. This was the first time he saw clothes of this color. "Dad, help me." Xiuzai had already taken off all his clothes. He stood on the ground barefoot, pinching the buttons and said, "The buttonholes are too tight. I can't button them in." Zhao Shiping squatted down, looked down at his son, fastened the buttons, lifted the collar, and patted it randomly. The material with excellent drape stretched out smoothly. "The size is just right. Your mother's eyes are like a ruler. When she buys clothes, she knows how tall you will be when the clothes are delivered to you." Zhao Shiping picked up the straw sandals and asked him to put them on. saying, "This outfit is very beautiful. So cool." The kid smiled happily. He grabbed the smooth sleeves and touched his father's face, saying, "Is it very cool?" Xiao Shiping nodded. The silk cloth is made of silk, which is thin, light and breathable, and very cool to the touch. You can't go to the fields to pick broad beans when you put on new clothes. And you can't sit on the ground and crawl. Xiao Shiping was worried and gave another instruction. The kid nodded happily. Sui Liang also changed into new clothes. He picked up the cloth that looked like an apron and asked, "Brother-in-law, how do you wear this?" Xiao Shiping saw it clearly as soon as he raised his eyes. The silk cloth was thin and close to the body. The kid was young, but Sui Liang still had to cover it up. He took the silk cloth with ropes on both sides, gestured twice, and wrapped it around Sui Liang's waist. Wrapped it twice more, and finally tied a knot and stuffed it in. Sui Liang lifted the top tied in the apron. He looked down and asked hesitantly, "Does it look good? Is it worn like this?" "It looks good." The kid nodded seriously. "Why don't I have that piece of cloth?" Xiao Shiping stepped back 2 steps to look around. Sui Liang's clothes, dark blue pants, light gray top, and dark green cloth tied around the waist, looked good together. He couldn't describe it, but he felt comfortable looking at it. "It looks good." He nodded. "Don't take it off after putting it on. The clothes will smell. You can wear them for half a day and take them off and wash them at night." Sui Liang laughed twice, put on his shoes, and said, "I'll go see what to cook for lunch." "I'm going too." The kid followed quickly. "Hey, what are you two wearing?" The female helper who was washing the mattress was surprised. Sui Liang stopped and shook his clothes, saying, "My sister bought us clothes from Chang'an. They are made of silk and are very cool. Beautiful. Beautiful." The female helper put down the wooden basin and came over. She said, "It's really beautiful. The color is beautiful. The style is beautiful. And it's comfortable to wear. Right? I feel comfortable just looking at the material. Let me see. Is this material made of silk? How much is it? I also want to make one for my son. I don't know how much it is." My sister asked the caravan to bring it back from Chang'an. Sui Liang was very happy. "Can you help me ask? The caravans from Chang'an must have this kind of cloth?" The female helper said. "Can you help me ask the price? How much does it cost to make your clothes?" Sui Liang readily agreed. But he didn't ask immediately. He took the kid to show off in the kitchen yard and received a series of praises. When the merchants came to eat at noon, he stood under the eaves to collect the meal money. "It's still good for the thin young man to wear this dress. The second shopkeeper looks like a young master of an official family in this one." A big-bellied merchant looked at Sui Liang and said, "We can't wear silk clothes. It's like a grasshopper wearing a fly's skin." The kid pretended to be unintentional and walked around. He stood in front of the merchant with his slightly protruding belly. "You two uncle and nephew are wearing the same color clothes. Shopkeeper Yu is really attentive." The merchant took out a handful of copper coins and handed them to Sui Liang, saying, "Give me 2 large bowls of cold noodles, with more pickled radish shreds. I'll go tell Aunt Shui," the kid said loudly, trying to attract the merchant's attention. "Okay. Thank you for your help." The boy lowered his head and walked away weakly. "Aunt Shui, 2 bowls of cold noodles, with more pickled radish." The boy passed the message listlessly. He walked to the stove and asked in a low voice, "Sister Aqiang, do I look good?" Aqiang nodded. "Looking good? Go out and play. Don't come here. It's hot in front of the stove." The boy went out to hang around again, and saw his uncle talking to a merchant. So he ran over to listen. "We do have silk cloth, but we don't sell it in bulk. You need to buy at least 1 piece. And 1 piece costs 500 coins, the merchant said. After asking for the price, Sui Liang went to pass the message. The female helper shook her head in disappointment. "Forget it. Coarse cloth clothes are also good to wear." Sui Liang turned around and saw his brother-in-law washing clothes by the river. Before he could walk over, Xiao Shiping had already come over with wet clothes. "Brother-in-law?" "Yes." Xiao Shiping went into the house to hang clothes. He was afraid that silk clothes could not be dried, so he hung them under the eaves. When it was dark, Xiao Shiping washed and brushed clean. He put on silk clothes and pants. He looked down and tied the cloth like an apron. When he stepped out of the door, he paused, thinking that if Sui Yu wore such clothes, Dad, the kid changed into a belly band and shorts. Seeing that he was still in a daze, he shouted again, "Dad? What are you thinking about? I'm calling you." "I won't tell you." Zhao Shiping came back to his senses. He walked out and asked, "Where are the clothes you changed? I'll rub them for you and hang them outside. You can wear them again tomorrow morning." Uncle took them to wash. Sui Liang had already come in. He took a look and couldn't help laughing. "Brother-in-law, you are so funny. You don't look good in this dress. You look like a big loach with discolored color." Zhao Shiping glared at him coldly and said, "I'm not going to wear it out." "Then it's better to give it to me." Sui Liang brushed off his clothes, raised his head and said, "Neither you father nor son is as good looking as me." The kid had been holding it in for a day, and when he said this, he immediately broke down. He cried out "aw" and rushed over like a cat to hug his uncle's legs, trying to trip him up with all his strength. Sui Liang was disdainful and said provocatively, "You can't do anything to me." "What about me?" Zhao Shiping rolled up his sleeves and strode over. Sui Liang was about to run away, but was caught tightly by the kid. After a while, he screamed, "I'm going to complain to my sister. You father and son are ugly in appearance and heart." Ah. Chapter 258 The Impetuous Lord. "Captain Zhao?" There was someone outside the door. Zhao Shiping stopped holding Sui Liang. He pulled Sui Liang up and asked through the door, "Who?" "It's me, Yen Lauer." Second head Yen replied, "I'm so sorry to bother you so late." Zhao Shiping looked at his clothes. He didn't plan to go out. He walked to the door and asked, "What's the matter?" "Just tell me." "I won't open the door. I plan to go to bed." "It's like this. We plan to leave Dunhuang tomorrow, but we haven't prepared dry food and fodder yet. And we haven't had time to rake camels. I want to ask if you can tell the cook to rush to prepare dry food for us for 48 people tonight for a month. Also, I'd like to ask Xiao and Song to send me 700 kilograms of food and fodder, and 50 camels tomorrow morning for your convenience." Second head Yin said through the door. Zhao Shiping thought about it. Didn't make things difficult for him. And agreed. "By the way, was Manager Yu still in Chang'an when you came back?" he asked. Second Master Yin understood what he meant and said, "From what Manager Yu said, he should leave for the return trip in July. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably return to Dunhuang in mid-September." Zhao Shiping breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if he could return before October. He would not have to travel in the wind and snow again. "By the way, I don't know if you have heard that the Grand Marshal passed away." Second Master Yin lowered his voice and said, "I don't understand official affairs, but I heard some news on the road. Although the Grand Marshal has never been on the battlefield, he is the one who makes the decisions on whether to fight and how to fight. Now that he has passed away, it is hard to say what the situation outside the Great Wall will be. That, if you want to go to the battlefield, you'd better make more preparations." Zhao Shiping thanked him seriously and said, "Thanks for the reminder, but we have to trust the court. The peace outside the Great Wall has only been there for a few years. It took the blood and sweat of several generations to win. The court will not give up easily. Just listen to the rumors and don't scare yourself." Hearing what he said, Yen Dangjia felt that it made sense. Thinking carefully, the businessmen, were reluctant to give up the interests outside the Great Wall. So how could the court give them up? "Thanks for the reminder, Zhao Qianhu." Yen Dangjia felt relieved and his anxious mood calmed down all day. "I won't disturb you to rest. I'll go back to the guest house now," Zhao Shiping said. When he heard the footsteps go away, he looked back at Sui Liang and said, "Go to the kitchen and tell Yingpe and the others to hurry up and prepare more dry food. If there is no time to bake the pancakes, prepare more fried noodles and fried rice." Sui Liang didn't move, and he pretended not to hear it. Zhao Shiping walked towards him. Sui Liang subconsciously wanted to escape, but when he moved his legs and feet, he felt ashamed again. He stopped his movements abruptly, stiffened his neck and raised his head to ask, "Do you know you are wrong?" Zhao Shiping wanted to laugh, but he didn't say anything. He just grabbed his brother-in-law's neck and pushed him out. "If you don't admit your mistake, I won't say anything when I go out." Sui Liang didn't struggle either. He said arrogantly, "Are you jealous of me?" "I'm jealous of you." "Yes. You and your son are jealous of me. You are jealous of my elegance and handsomeness." Sui Liang got excited. He hugged the bolt with one hand and turned around and said, "It's okay if you don't admit your mistake. You have to admit that I am elegant and heroic." Okay. You are elegant and heroic. Zhao Shiping couldn't hold it anymore. He smiled and said, "Can you go out now?" Sui Liang snorted, shook his arms proudly, and went out. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Sui Liang's voice was heard in the kitchen. Zhao Shiping shook his head. Sui Liang's personality now is very different from when he was a child. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are two different people. "Dad." The kid moved over and approached. He jumped and grabbed Zhao Shiping's hand, and asked shyly in a low voice, "Am I elegant, extraordinary?" Zhao Shiping laughed. He dragged his son's arm up and hugged him with one arm, saying, "I am elegant and heroic." The kid snorted in shame and anger, and did not forget to ask persistently, "Then what do you think I am?" "You are the same as your uncle. He is conceited and loves to show off. He loves his skin very much." The boy misunderstood. He thought his father said that he was like his uncle. Handsome, heroic and extraordinary. He happily hugged his father and kissed him, saying, "Dad, I believe you." Zhao Shiping wiped the saliva off his face. He stretched out his hand and flicked the boy's bulging belly. The child's belly is like a belly. Whether hungry or not, it is bulging, and it makes a sound when flicked. The boy generously hugged the hem of his clothes and let his father flick it hard. "Son." Zhao Shiping touched the boy's belly and listened to his childish response. He touched his head again and kissed the child's forehead in the dark night when no one was peeping. The little kid, who used to be a little kid, who had to be held to pee and poop, has grown up so big. "Thank you, little boy." Zhao Shiping was filled with emotion. The kid was confused. He shouted and asked suspiciously, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for being my and your mother's child." Zhao Shiping pulled down his clothes and said, "Sleep with me tonight. Not with your uncle." The kid had no objection, and Sui Liang had even less. He was angry that his nephew and the Zhao family bullied him, and he wanted to abandon this ungrateful little wolf. The kid slept with his father all night, and when the sun rose, his father became taciturn again. Zhao Shiping gave a few instructions and rode his camel into the city to take up his post. The kid watched his figure getting farther and farther away. He turned his head and looked at the merchants who were busy packing their bags, and sat under a tree in a daze. The big black dog came over and lay down, licking his mouth. Dunhuang also came over with a pot of pickled cabbage. He sat next to the kid and was busy washing the pickled cabbage without saying a word. Ariai passed by with a basket and a camel. He said, "Dunhuang, take good care of the young master. You two can play here in the guest house. Don't run too far. You can't follow the caravan." The kid came back to his senses and said, "My father asked you to pick broad beans for me. I want to peel and dry the beans and wait for my mother to come back to make bean cakes." "Okay. I'll pick 2 baskets back at noon." Ariai left with the camel. Not long after Ariai left, Zhao Xiaomi brought Aining and drove 20 camels to deliver food and grass. Aining saw his cousin, and he ran over happily and took out a box of young silkworms, like offering treasures. "Aren't the silkworms cocooning?" The kid was puzzled. "They are covered again," Aining whispered. "Brother, I'll pick mulberry leaves." The kid got up and followed him. When he moved, the big black dog and Dunhuang followed him. Uncle Nyo was sitting by the river brushing his shoes. When he heard the noise, he looked back and shouted, "Don't get close to the river. Anyone who gets close will be beaten." Aining was afraid of the old man who had no teeth and one hand, so he was always on guard whenever he came to the guest house. If no one was with him, he would rather stand in the wilderness and get sunburned than get close. Suddenly seeing the old man's face, he turned pale with fright, stuffed the silkworm box to the kid, and turned and ran away. The kid's attention was on the mulberry fruit, with multiple boxes in his hands. He turned his head to look at his cousin who was running like a rabbit, and shouted, "Brother, do you want to eat mulberry fruit? I can climb trees." "TSK. Coward." The old uncle sneered, and he said to himself, "Don't eat mulberry fruit. He won't be able to eat tiger gull." Xiaomi looked at the child who shrank back to her legs again, and saw that he looked panicked, and she didn't know why. She sighed with some disappointment. "Why don't you follow me?" Aining twisted her fingers helplessly, and he looked at the way to leave and said, "Mom, I want to go back." Zhao Xiaomi ignored him. She went to deliver grain and grass to the merchants, and heard them complain that they often couldn't find her. So she had to smile and promise to stay in the guest house, except for the morning and evening in the future. The kid has already climbed up the mulberry tree. The tree is only 2 years old, And the branches are not thick. It can only withstand the climbing of 2 or 3-year-old children. He sits on the branches, plucks the tenderest leaves on the branches to feed the silkworms. He eats one of the half-red and half-purple mulberries, and keeps another in his pocket. Ashue came over with a dirty laundry basin. She stood under the tree and asked, "How many mulberries have you picked?" The kid raised his palm and retracted 2 fingers. The 4 mulberry trees by the river have been carrying a heavy mission since the moment they sprouted. The 4 mulberry trees have to feed hundreds of silkworms. The mulberry leaves are picked and grown. And they are picked again. How can there be any energy left to bear fruit? What's more, the people coming and going under the mulberry trees are either people or camels. It depends on luck and conscience to keep a few red fruits. If there is no child looking forward to eating mulberries, the mulberries will be picked before they turn purple. After the grain and grass were delivered, Song Sungzu brought 50 camels with his servants. Zhao Xiaomi made room for him. She drove the camels to the river to drink water and dragged Aining over. When Aining saw Uncle Nyo, he was so scared that he couldn't walk. He just kept staring at him. When the old man moved his mouth, he was scared and cried loudly, "Dad, don't scare him." Although Ashue was unhappy, she still tried to stop him. She frowned and looked at the old man, scolding, "You know he is afraid of you. Why do you still open your mouth to him? Can't I vent my anger?" Uncle Nyo was not convinced. "Stop talking nonsense." Ashue pushed him away. "The boy's cousin is only 2 years old. What does he know? Don't get angry with him." "Uncle Lanyo, I'm sorry. My son is a reincarnated coward," Zhao Xiaomi said apologetically. "He will be fine when he grows up." When the boy was 1 or 2 years old, he was not afraid of anything. "You should teach him well." Uncle Lanyo sneered. Ashue hit him, and Uncle Lanyo yelled at her why she hit him. Zhao Xiaomi lowered her head in frustration. She squatted down and asked, "I'm holding your hand. What are you afraid of?" The boy slid down from the tree. He walked Aining and hugged him. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Brother will give you mulberries." Dunhuang also came over. He couldn't say anything to comfort him. He squatted on the ground and watched. Aining gradually stopped crying. He took the mulberries and ate them in small bites, tears still on his face. And there was a smile in his eyes again. "Here, your little silkworms." The kid returned the silkworm box filled with mulberry leaves to him and said, "Come back tomorrow." "No, no, no." Hearing that he had to come again, Aining didn't want the silkworm box anymore. He threw himself into Zhao Xiaomi's arms and said in a crying voice that he wanted to go home. Zhao Xiaomi was angry. She raised her hand to hit the child. But the next moment, the child held her hand and glared at her. "Hey! Why are you glaring at me?" Zhao Xiaomi was angry and amused. "You dare to glare at your aunt." The child glared at her again and said angrily, "You are bad." "How am I bad?" Zhao Xiaomi's annoyance dissipated, and she asked with interest, "Shouldn't your brother be beaten? He is too troublesome, afraid of this and that, and no one hits him or bites him. Why is he crying?" The child didn't understand. He popped out his chest and said very seriously, "My mother never beat me. And you can't beat Aining either. That's... You are obedient. Aining is obedient too." The little boy wiped Aining's tears and said, "Kiss him. He won't cry. Look, I hug him and he won't cry." The carelessness on Zhao Xiaomi's face disappeared. She sighed softly, embraced her timid son, and looked at her nephew, who was full of approval. She felt funny and regretful. Why can't her own child be open and honest? She asked. "Am I still bad?" The little boy held his head high and said nothing. But Aining shook his head seriously. "My son is still the best." Zhao Xiaomi smiled sadly. That's all. She couldn't compare to her third sister-in-law. And Huang Lianjun couldn't compare to her third brother. How could she force Aining to be better than the little boy? "When will your mother come back?" Zhao Xiaomi asked. "Mid-September." The kid still remembered what he said last night. He squatted down and leaned against Zhao Xiaomi, holding his face, and said happily, "Aunt, my mother bought me beautiful clothes. Thin and cool. When I put them on, it was windy." Windy? He couldn't remember what he said. So he looked at the sky and thought. Windy? Cloudy? Zhao Xiaomi continued. "How can it be windy and cloudy when you put it on? Is the weather going to change?" "No. It just looks good." The kid glanced at her and said angrily, "My dad knows. I'll wear it to show you." Okay. Let me see what amazing clothes your mother bought you. Zhao Xiaomi took Anning's hand and followed. The Miss Sui Yu had just crossed the river, and she was buying dried fish by the river, intending to bring it back for the child to open his eyes and see the big carp in the yellow river. Chapter 259 Going Home. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion approached. Sui Yu turned back cautiously. She looked at him and saw that he was unfamiliar. She nodded distantly, paid the bill, and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. The man called her impatiently. He ran to Sui Yu and asked helplessly, You are a woman? You are not a man. Right? What do you do? Qishan came back carrying a box of dried fish. He stood in front of the man and said, Tell me what you want to say. I am Lao Xuan's son. My father was a ferryman here 2 years ago. He said he met a female businessman and asked him to find out if there is any folk remedy for leg pain outside the pass. Is it you? The man took a step back and explained, I have no ill intentions. I just think this female shopkeeper is a bit like the person my father mentioned. So I came to ask. Sui Yu remembered that there was such a thing. She walked out from behind Qishan and said, It's me. We left the pass last year, but we didn't meet any doctors outside the pass. Nor did we find any relevant folk remedies. The man showed disappointment on his face. He forced a smile and said, It's okay. I just came to ask. After that, he was about to leave. Is your uncle in good health? Sui Yu asked. The man shook his head and nodded. It's just leg pain. It's better when the weather is sunny. But it hurts so much on rainy days that I can't eat or sleep. When it hurts so much, I want to chop off my legs. But it's okay. People in our industry all have this problem when they get old. It will pass if you endure it. Sui Yu could understand. Her grandmother also had rheumatism. Once the pain started, she couldn't sleep all night. At that time, she relied on the plasters bought by her parents, who worked away from home during the holidays to relieve the pain. In her impression, the folk remedies for rheumatism in the countryside are mostly medicinal wine. And there are also methods of using these stings to drive away the cold. As for whether it is feasible, she cannot guarantee it. Seeing the man paddling the sheepskin raft to the middle of the river, Sui Yu and Qishan also returned to the caravan. What's the matter? Song Xian asked. Do you still remember the boatman who ferried us across the river 2 years ago? Because he has been traveling on the river all year round. His legs are cold. And his legs hurt when the weather changes. Seeing Song Xian nod, Sui Yu continued, Didn't I promise him to go outside the pass to inquire about folk remedies? The man just now was his son. And he came to ask. It's been 2 years. Do you still remember? Song Xian asked. If you are sick, go to the doctor. They ferry people make a lot of money. And they don't look down on doctors. Cold disease is not easy to cure. Mr. Chen continued. I know someone who also has this disease. Doctors in Beijing have treated him, but none of them could cure him. Is there any way to relieve the pain? Sui Yu asked. Old Chen thought for a moment and said, Drinking tiger bone wine may be of some use. Sui Yu looked around and pointed at Qishan and said, Go back and tell him, and then catch up as soon as possible. Qishan agreed, and he turned around and rode his camel to the river. Is tiger bone wine not good? Xiao Chunhong said. Whether it is good or not is not something we should worry about. Sui Yu shook his head. When they passed through the mountains and forests and arrived at the foot of Hongqiling, Qishan caught up with him. I told the man, and he shook his head and said they had never heard of this thing. Sui Yu did not respond. She looked at the peaks in front of her and said, Let's go. After crossing this mountain, we will reach Heshi. The road was already familiar, and except for Old Chen, who was still full of novelty, the others had no more fluctuations in their hearts. While Mr. Chen was looking at the clouds in the sky, the snow on the top of the mountain, the soaring birds, and the sheep climbing the mountain, the servants were looking at the road under their feet and the grass in the cracks of the rocks, the blooming wild leeks, the yellowing wild garlic, the radishes gnawed by rabbits, etc. In addition to rushing on the road, they also took care of digging wild vegetables. In the valley with gentle terrain, they picked wild vegetables on the back of camels, and washed them clean when they encountered clear river water. When they rested at night, they stewed these wild garlic heads and peeled radishes with coarse shredded wild boar meat. If they were not stewed well at night, they would definitely be stewed well in the morning. And there would always be a meal to fill their stomachs in the morning and evening. When they climbed to the top of the mountain and walked through the valley, Mr. Chen looked at the khaki wall standing in the distance and said, when Hishi was not recovered. The boundary between our dynasty and the Xiongnu was Hongqiling. Everyone was exhausted. But he rode on the camel easily without suffering from the pain of walking. So no one cared about his memories of the past. Is this the road that the Marquis of Guanjuan took to attack the Xiongnu? Chen Lao said to himself. Sui Yu nodded. Did the Marquis of Baoan also take this road when he went on a diplomatic mission to the western regions? He asked again. Sui Yu shook his head. It is said that it is not. That road is too long and the terrain is steep. Few people take it now. At that time, in order to avoid the Xiongnu, they had to take a detour. Chen Lao sighed. Fortunately, I can still walk the road that the Marquis of Guanjuan walked. While I am still alive, I will take a look at the 4 counties in Heshi that they have recovered and governed for the Grand Marshal. Sui Yu. After 2 days of walking, they passed the pass. Sui Yu and Song Xian took the pass documents and various deeds to check. And the slaves carried money boxes to pay the toll. How much per person? Chen Lao asked. In addition to the number of people, we also look at the amount and type of goods. Sui Yu felt a little painful when talking about this, and said, it's not much for a single trip. But we pass through many cities, and it's a lot of money when collected together. After a trip, I have to pay about 5,000 coins. Do I have to pay the money at the end of the year? Chen Lao asked. Sui Yu nodded. The more I earn, the more I pay. That? Master, did you not deduct the customs fee and money from the money you distributed to us? Xiao Chunhong approached, and she said in a low voice, why don't you deduct this part of the money? Sui Yu smiled. Why? You still think the money is too much? Xiao Chunhong nodded. This trip bought goods worth 120,000 or 130,000 coins. Next year, she will make a lot of money. The money she can get is something they dare not dream of. Sui Yu agreed to it. She didn't calculate the details when she divided the money for the first time because the money distributed to the slaves was not much. After deductions, each person got 300 or 400 coins, which was not shocking enough and could not attract people's hearts. And more than 600 coins were just in the middle position. It was not enough to buy a piece of silk, but it could buy a piece of silk cloth and 2 pieces of coarse cloth. With this conversion, most people with flexible minds would want to buy silk cloth and coarse cloth from the Central Plains to do business outside the pass. But considering her ideas, 80% of them would not mention it. As a second choice, they would remit the money together and hope that she would buy more goods and make more money. Things did not go as she expected. Everything developed in the direction she expected. No one took the first interest, and everyone expected to make more money with this money. There was a bigger bait. Even if the money was not enough to get rid of slavery, no one would be willing to give up. Everyone expected her to make a lot of money. Who would have the idea of betrayal again? Sui Yu felt that she had no worries. After passing the pass, it took another day to get out of the valley. The next step was down the mountain. Every step was closer to home. Both the people and the camels were more energetic. When we reached the middle of the mountain, we met many caravans. The camel caravans formed a long dragon, shuttling through the winding mountains, and the sound of camel bells was endless. Seeing a familiar face, Sui Yu asked, why did you enter the pass so early this year? There was a war outside the pass, so I didn't dare to go far. I came back after selling all the goods. The merchant led the camel and walked. In the gap between talking, he stopped and asked, what's the situation in Chang'an? I heard that the Sima died? Sui Yu nodded. What will happen next year? The merchant hesitated and asked, Manager Yu, will you go out of the pass next year? Of course. Sui Yu nodded. This battle is not as big as the battle of the previous years when we joined forces with Wusun to attack the Xiongnu. Who knows? There may be peace outside the pass before the end of the year. That's great. The merchant looked happy. Are you really going out of the pass? The merchant who came later asked with a smile. Sui Yu nodded. I'm not afraid of war outside the pass. I'm afraid of turmoil outside the pass but no war. This makes sense when you think about it carefully. And the merchants who heard this have their own thoughts. By the way, when you pass by Dunhuang, can you stay overnight at my guest house? Sui Yu changed the subject. How is my baby? He is very lively and energetic. The merchant smiled and said, go back soon. The child is waiting for you to come back every day. Sui Yu smiled when he heard it. Since the child is in good spirits, it means that Zhao Shiping did not go to the battlefield. With his father here, I am not worried. Sui Yu tried again. That's right. Captain Zhao takes good care of the child. After hearing this, Sui Yu was completely relieved. She said goodbye to the merchants and continued to walk with the caravan. After walking down the mountain for 9 days, they entered Wuwei County to rest for a day and a night. After replenishing their food and grass and preparing dry food, the caravan set off again. From Wuwei to Zhangye, they met a caravan every 3 or 5 miles along the way. Most of them were acquaintances. Sui Yu and Song Xian were busy greeting each other along the way. The caravans coming and going exchanged news and the prices of their goods. It was September after Zhangye. The rice fields on the roadside disappeared, and the crops in the fields turned into golden wheat and millet. Pheasants hid in the sorghum fields and quacked. Hares and voles took advantage of the bright moon to walk on the road. We can still catch up with the harvesting of wheat and picking beans when we go back, Xiao Chunhong said. Sui Yu nodded. I don't know if the little boy's father has bought slaves to farm the land. It doesn't matter whether he has bought them or not. When we go back, there will be no shortage of people in the fields. Xiao Chunhong stirred the meat porridge in the pot. The wild boar meat had been eaten long ago. The meat in the pot was 4 birds and a fat rabbit shot this evening. After coming down from Hongqiling, there was no shortage of meat in the pot. The sound of camel bells came from the west. The caravans returning to the east were still traveling overnight. Sui Yu held his chin and said, the business of the guest house may not be very good this winter. The caravans outside the pass came back early. The caravans inside the pass heard that there was a war outside the pass. I don't know if they dare to come. It doesn't matter whether it's good or not. You don't expect the guest house to earn money for food. Song Xian took over. Who would complain about having too much money? Sui Yu smiled. By the way, Sister Song, when we get to Jiuquan, I'm going to go back to my parents-in-law's house and pick them up to go to Dunhuang. Do you want to go first or wait for me in the city for a day? I'm not in a hurry to go home. I'll wait for you in the city. Okay. Coincidentally, when Sui Yu's caravan entered Jiuquan County, they met a group of people from her husband's family. It was almost autumn harvest time. Zhao's father and 2 sons came to the city to buy sickles. And Zhao's mother and 2 daughters-in-law brought a group of grandchildren to the city to buy meat. The autumn harvest was hard work, and they couldn't stand it without meat. Xiao Chunhong met someone at the meat stall. Seeing that the people around seemed to be familiar with Zhao's mother, she said cleverly, Old lady, our master asked me to cut 20 kilograms of fat pork and said he would send it to you. He was afraid that the autumn harvest would be hard and exhaust your body. Take a look. Which piece of meat do you want? In front of the neighbors. These words made Zhao's mother very proud. After weighing 20 kilograms of fat pork, Xiao Chunhong led a group of people from the Zhao family to find the caravan. TSK. My third brother and sister-in-law have so many camels. 1 or 200. Zhao's sister-in-law's eyes were sore. We only have about 40 camels. And we rented 40 or 50. The other camels are not ours, but belong to Mr. Song. Xiao Chunhong explained. Lu Yair saw the situation here and hurried to tell Sui Yu. Sui Yu stood up to greet her. She called everyone enthusiastically, even the 6 children, and then asked Xiao Chunhong to take the children to buy candy, cakes and meat buns. Mother, I was originally planning to go back to the village to pick you and my father up. Now it's a coincidence. You and my father can go directly with us, so as not to keep the other caravan with me waiting for a long time. Sui Yu said. That won't work. Sister-in-law, we are busy with the autumn harvest at home. Zhao Erseo's eyes fell on the servants and camels. She looked at her mother-in-law and said, Sister-in-law has a lot of people. Why don't you stay at home for a few days and help us harvest the crops in the fields? And then we can go to Dunhuang together to help harvest the crops? Zhao's mother didn't say anything. She couldn't make the decision for her daughter-in-law. Sui Yu refused directly. I'm also in a hurry to go back to work on my farm. Besides, I'm even more anxious to see my child. I don't want to rest any more on the way. I just want to go home to see my man and hold my child as soon as possible. Zhao Erseo, you're so bold. You're in a hurry to see a man. You don't feel ashamed. Mom, if the work at home can't be done without you 2 old people, why don't you stay at home for another month? Wait until the work on the farm is done, and let the eldest and second brothers take you there? Sui Yu asked. There are so many of us, with only 1 camel and 1 donkey. How long will it take us to walk? We won't go. Mrs. Zhao looked at Sui Yu, then at the caravan behind her, and said sympathetically, "Mom and Dad are old and can't do much work. It's not worth it to force ourselves to go to the fields and tire ourselves out. Mother, you and my dad should go with my third brother and his wife. We can't handle the work in the fields, so we can hire 2 or 3 people." Mrs. Zhao opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Zhao pinched her hard. She endured the pain and didn't speak. Mother Zhao agreed. "That's fine. Your father and I really can't do it anymore. You can hire people, and your father and I will pay for it." Every year when they went to Dunhuang, the third and fourth sons gave her money when they left. Mother Zhao had a lot in her hands, and she spoke generously. The matter was settled. The eldest sister-in-law Zhao dragged the second sister-in-law Zhao to go to the blacksmith shop to find Zhao's father. On the way, the 2 sisters-in-law exchanged words with each other. The eldest sister-in-law Zhao hoped that the third brother and his wife would raise her child, so she naturally did not want to have any estrangement with Suiyu. The second sister-in-law Zhao was jealous of the good life of Suiyu's family. She had been thinking about it for half a year, and she dreamed of eating meat every meal, and then roasting fire and listening to songs after eating and drinking. After Zhao's father and 2 sons passed the blacksmith shop, Xiao Chunhong came back with 6 children. Suiyu took a piece of coarse cloth from the camel's back and handed it to Zhao's eldest sister-in-law, saying, "Make new clothes for the children for the new year. It is a token of my and their uncle's love." Hey! Hey! Zhao's eldest sister-in-law was happy. She did nothing wrong. Then, Lu Yair brought 4.5 leg-long dried fish and 2 small jars of honey. Suiyu handed these things to Zhao's second sister-in-law and said, "Add a dish to the family. This honey is sweeter than maltose. Let the children have a sweet mouth for the new year." Everyone was happy now. Several children looked at this third aunt as if they were the god of wealth. "Dad, Mom, don't go back to get winter clothes. We will buy you new ones when we go to Dunhuang," Suiyu said. Zhao's father and mother were no longer unwilling. The 2 old people were helped onto the camel by the servants. They stood straight and shook their heads like rattles, looking for people they knew everywhere, while Suiyu was dealing with household affairs. Song Xian and his servants had already bought all the dry food. Once the matter here was settled, the caravan immediately left the city. Outside the city of Dunhuang, Zhao Shiping rode a red horse to lead a patrol. He looked far to the east and counted the days. He felt that Suiyu would be back in the next few days. "Boss, let's go somewhere else," the soldier said with a smile. Zhao Shiping retracted his gaze and said, "I'll go with you." When the sun set below the horizon, the sky was full of red clouds, and the patrol soldiers were about to withdraw their troops and enter the city. At this time, the sound of camel bells came from the wind. Zhao Shiping was shocked, and in an instant, the palm of his hand holding the reins seemed to sweat. He had a hunch that the camel bell sound this time was Suiyu's return. "You go back first." He gestured to his subordinates and said, "I'll wait a little longer." When the sunset faded and the sky darkened, the camel caravan from the east approached the city gate with dust more than 10 feet high. As they got closer, Zhao Shiping recognized the people and drove his horse closer quickly. "Your Captain Zhao is here to pick you up," Song Xian said with a smile. Suiyu saw it. She laughed with her face covered, and looked at the man getting closer and closer. She said happily, "I'll go first. You guys slow down." As she said that, she shook the reins and drove the camel to run fast. "Captain Zhao, let's go home." She waved and shouted. Zhao Shiping turned his horse's head and ran side by side with the camel, with Zhao Shiping leading. Suiyu entered the city without registering. The 2 entered and left the city, passed through the houses, and ran through the fields. When the guest house with smoke appeared in front of them, the camel excitedly boobo. As darkness fell and the night came from the northeast, the wilderness was about to be swallowed by darkness. Torches were lit in the goose houses one by one, and lights were also lit in the kitchen. Uncle, come quickly. I can't carry it anymore." The kid stood at the door with half a basket of eggs. Sui Liang ran out and suddenly saw the person outside the door. He shouted excitedly. The kid turned around and saw a woman with a dusty face looking at him with a smile on her face. He was stunned for a moment, and when he realized what was going on, he shouted excitedly and jumped over. "Mom, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." Suiyu hugged him and freed one hand to hold Sui Liang. Chapter 260. A family of 3. Suiyu held her breath, lifted the child who was clinging to her body with both hands, and walked into the house. busying herself with greetings to the merchants who served the meal. Uncle Nyo, Ashui, helpers, servants, cats and dogs, Grandma Yin. The two brothers Gonda and Gon Air are behind, and will be back in half an hour at the latest. I came back first. Lu Yair followed the caravan and will be back soon. Meng Ma, go out and greet them. Ah, Dahe, Xiaohe, you are stronger than Dahe. Cat officer, make way. I don't want to step on you. Su Yu's mouth was not idle until they walked into the warehouse, and everyone was outside the door. Cat officer, Dahe, Xiaohe, come here. Zhao Shiping tapped his feet and called, come and lick the broken eggs clean. Half a basket of eggs was smashed into a yellow mess, and it was impossible to pick it up. So the cats and dogs had to take advantage of it. The caravan will be back soon. Dunhuang, go tell Erhei to open the warehouse of the second guest house and light a few more torches in the yard. Zhao Shiping ordered. By the way, go to the livestock pen again and ask Li Mu to prepare a few more bags of fine grains. Soybeans, soybean meal, broken rice and golden flower grass, so that the camels can have a good meal tonight. Hey! Dunhuang ran away. Zhao Shiping went to the kitchen again and saw Cui Sa and Ming Ma replacing the pottery pot. The pottery pot for boiling water was already on the stove. He said nothing and turned to the next warehouse. The always lively and active boy sat in Cui Yu's arms, as obedient as a silkworm baby. He wanted to spit out a mouthful of silk to wrap the mother and son together. When he saw the people outside the door coming in, he looked up and looked away with disinterest. Zhao Shiping walked in. He looked at Cui Yu and then took a good look at her. She was thinner than in the winter, and fatter than when she came back last year. She looked pretty good. It seemed that this trip to the customs was quite smooth. I'm hungry. Cui Yu looked at him and said, but I don't want to get up. I'll bring it to you. Zhao Shiping understood. He went out for a while and brought back a plate of steamed dumplings, a bowl of radish and bean sprout stewed noodles, a plate of braised chicken and sauce, and a bowl of vegetable porridge. Come down first and let your mother eat, Zhao Shiping said. The kid was reluctant, but after a glare, he immediately obeyed and honestly carried the stool and sat beside Cui Yu's legs. Cui Yu smiled at the man and asked, what are you still busy with? I'm not busy with anything. Does shopkeeper you have anything to tell you? Zhao Shiping was in a good mood and rarely joked. Cui Yu patted the seat on the right and said, come and eat if you are not busy. What do you mean by standing there and staring at me? Zhao Shiping then realized that he also needed to eat. He was busy all day, but he did not feel hungry at this time. Dad, bring me a small bowl. The kid saw him walking out and shouted, come with me. Cui Liang grabbed him and said, have you washed your hands? Go wash your hands quickly. I'll wait for you here. Cui Yu said, shake off the dust on your body. The dust on my body has rubbed off on you. When the family sat down to eat, the thin porridge was no longer hot. Cui Yu drank half a bowl in one breath and quenched his thirst before he took the bowl to eat the braised noodles. The kid wanted to speak several times, but every time he looked up, he saw his mother busy chewing rice. He swallowed the words in his mouth and glanced at her quietly. Cui Yu didn't notice that the bowls and plates on the table were empty. She heard the sound of camel bells outside. The caravan was back. I'll go out and take a look. Cui Yu stood up. As she moved, the other three people in the room followed. By the way, Daddy and Mommy came with me. Cui Yu just remembered. She lowered her head and took the kid over, saying, your grandpa and grandma are here. Remember to call them later. The kid responded obediently. Master, are the goods stored in the warehouse? Zhang Shun asked. Yes. Move them to the warehouse first, and I'll sort them out tomorrow. Cui Yu led the kid to Zhao's father and mother and said, the meal is ready, and the hot water is ready. Daddy and Mommy, do you want to eat first? We're full of ashes, so let's wash first. Zhao's father patted the ashes on his body and said, wash before eating, and lie down on the bed directly after eating. Daddy and Mommy came in a hurry and didn't bring any clothes to change. Cui Yu tilted her head and whispered, then I'll ask Uncle Lanyo and Grandma Yin to get 2 sets of clothes. Zhao Shiping said, Dad, Mom, you go back to the house first. I'll fetch some water and send it over later. The kid felt his mother push him, and he said loudly, Grandpa, Grandma, I miss you so much. Zhao's father didn't believe it, and he couldn't accept such straightforward words. So he mumbled a few words and left. Xiao's mother smiled at her grandson and said, I've talked about you with your brothers and sisters at home. And they all like you. Next time your mother goes to Chang'an, you come with me. You'll have company to play with. And you'll see your mother earlier than if you stay here. The kid bit off his finger. He looked up at his mother. And seeing that she was smiling and not talking, he rolled his eyes and asked, Is my dad going? If you go, he'll go, Zhao's mother said. The boy leaned on his mother, shook his head and said, My father and my uncle are going. So I will go too. Little clever boy. Zhao's mother sighed with a smile and said, You follow your mother. I'm going back to the house. Aunt, I'll take you there. Sui Liang strode over enthusiastically and said, Hold me. It's dark. Be careful not to sprain your ankle. The camel team and the servants entered the guest house. And only the mother and son were left outside. The boy stood on tiptoe and hugged Sui Yu's waist, saying sweetly, Mom, the wheat is ripe. In 2 days, we will call your father and your uncle. And we will go to the field to harvest wheat. Sui Yu said, I planted a lot of broad beans this year. I peeled a lot of beans and dried them. Let's catch up with the camels tomorrow. And we'll grind the broad beans into powder. I'll make you pancakes. The kid nodded heavily. He dragged Sui Yu's hand down and whispered, Mom, squat down. Why? Want to whisper? Sui Yu squatted down. She half-hugged the child and leaned over. In an instant, a wet kiss fell on her face. Mom, I miss you so much. The kid hugged her neck tightly. He whispered, I lied to Grandma just now. But I'm not lying to you now. Sui Yu felt sour and warm in her heart. But she didn't want the kid to immerse himself in this state. She squatted down again, put her side face on the small chest, and said, Let me listen to see if you lied. No. The kid was very sure. Your heartbeat is a little fast. Sui Yu said. Well, let me listen again. Okay. It tells me you are not lying. I am definitely not lying. Well, you are a good child. Come on. Mother will give you a bath. Sui Yu picked him up and asked, Do the clothes I brought back for you fit? They fit. Uncle's clothes fit. And Daddy's clothes fit. The kid leaned over to her ear and told her, My uncle said my dad looked like a big loach with changed colors. And he was beaten. Sui Yu was shocked. Did your dad beat him? Yes. He beat my uncle so hard that he cried. The kid was very righteous at this moment. And he said, My uncle asked my dad to admit his mistake. But he refused. Then what happened? Sui Yu asked. Then my uncle went out. When he stuttered, Sui Yu began to doubt his words. When she was bathing the kid, she asked a few more questions. And the kid could not make up any more stories. So he had to tell everything. Go back to the room and put on that outfit. I'll come and see you after I take a bath. Sui Yu led him out and said, I don't believe my eyesight will be wrong. The kid ran away. Sui Yu used his bath water to rinse him first, and then asked Zhao Shiping to bring her a bucket of hot water. I'll take a bath with you, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu glanced at him and smiled with curved eyebrows. Sui Yu quickly rinsed her hair first. Then she rolled up her hair and sat in the bathtub, straddling the man's waist and abdomen, saying, How many times have you dreamed of me? Guess. Zhao Shiping held her waist, rubbing her skin with his fingertips, and suddenly raised his hand to take out a small piece of wood from the clothes piled on the chair, saying, Did you dream of me? Sui Yu took the small piece of wood, on which were words she wrote. She smiled and read it, then threw it aside, and put her other hand on the man's shoulder, leaning over to whisper. And in an instant, the lewd words disappeared between her tongue. The boy put on his clothes and pants by himself, and put on his clean cloth shoes. He sat by the bed and waited again and again. He wanted to get out of bed and walk, but he was afraid of dirtying his shoes. After several attempts, he decided to take off his shoes and go out to find someone. Before his feet landed, a series of footsteps sounded outside the door. Zhao Shiping pushed the door open with his shoulder and strode in with Sui Yu on his back. Wow! The kid's eyes were full of stars, and he stood on the bed and clapped his hands. Little fool. Zhao Shiping rubbed him and said, Go to bed with your mother first. I'll go get the bath water. Sui Yu sat in the quilt, and the kid was busy putting on his shoes. He stood straight on the bed and said shyly, Mom, look. Let me see. Sui Yu looked around carefully and said, Your uncle lied. You are not ugly at all. You are so cute. The kid smiled and said, My aunt also said I am good looking. Your aunt has good taste. Sueyu took off his shoes and said, Come. Lie in my arms. I'll hug you. Mom, do you miss me too? Of course. I miss you every day. Sueyu kissed him and said, I brought you a wild boar's tooth. Half a box of big carp. Sweet honey. And a big can of dried mulberry fruit. I think of everything I see and bring it back to you. Do you think I miss you? Yes. The kid's eyes lit up. And he couldn't lie down anymore. He turned around and got up, shouting that he wanted to see the wild boar's tooth, big carp, and sweet honey. Lie down. Xiao Shiping came in from the door and said, It's dark outside. Don't you see? The kid wilted, and he twisted his hands and lay down again. Sueyu glared at the man, looked down at the kid pouting angrily, and she found it funny again. Let's go see it tomorrow morning. I'll tell you a story tonight. Sueyu rested his head on his arm and said, We met bandits when we came back from Taiyuan. They had green faces and fangs, and were strong. Every time they took a step, the mountain would shake. Xiao Shiping. I was nervous for nothing. However, after a night, he was stunned holding the heavy bronze sword. Xiao Shiping looked at Sueyu and asked, Did you really meet bandits? Yes. Sueyu sat down. Except for those exaggerated descriptions. Everything else is true. Xiao Shiping looked at her. Then at the sword. He held the hilt and unsheathed the sword. The sword was sharp, and the cold light flashing on the blade hurt his eyes. How is it? Sueyu asked. It's a good sword. Sueyu rolled her eyes and said, It's a sword. It's a good sword. Xiao Shiping corrected. Give it to you. Sueyu pushed the sword to him and said, I don't need it. You can use it for self-defense. No. 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 Xiao Shiping hadn't thought it through yet, and he subconsciously refused. He pushed the bronze sword in front of Sueyu and said, I can use any sword for self-defense. This one is more suitable for you to use for self-defense. Or to keep at home. No. Pass it down as a family heirloom. And you can write a personal biography for yourself. This is the glory of our descendants in the future. Sueyu was so happy with these words that she couldn't close her mouth. She stroked the scabbard and asked, Really? Really? It's too heavy, and not suitable for daily wear. Xiao Shiping hugged her and said admiringly, Manager, you are amazing. This is a reward from the emperor. Are you jealous? Sueyu was proud. Envy. Xiao Shiping nodded. Do you think I'm amazing? Sueyu asked with her cheek in her hand. Very good. Xiao Shiping was very flattering. Even better than me. Brave and resourceful. Sueyu smiled so hard that her mouth almost reached her ears. She laughed loudly, hooked her finger and said, Come. Let shopkeeper you give you a kiss. As soon as they kissed, the boy ran in excitedly. The door was half closed, but it opened with a push. He was dumbfounded when the door opened. Xiao Shiping was panicking and wanted to escape. He stepped back twice, but unexpectedly, Sueyu came forward and kissed him firmly. Come here. Let your mother kiss you. Sueyu waved her hand. Why are you in a daze? Only I can kiss you. Not your father? The boy shook his head vigorously. He looked at his father and said loudly, My father blushed. Nonsense. Xiao Shiping got up quickly. He walked out quickly and said, I'm on duty. Xiao Shiping ran away as if he was stung by a wasp. The boy laughed twice. He jumped to Sueyu's side and asked quietly, Mom, is my father shy? Why shy? Sueyu asked with a smile. He's that big now. The kid gestured randomly and was about to lift his legs to climb onto Sueyu's body. He suddenly froze. Now he reacted and said, My dad should go find his mom. You are my mom. Sueyu laughed first. She stroked the kid's head and said, Your hair is too long. I'll trim it for you later. Okay. The kid thought of other things. He dragged Sueyu out and said, Mom, take me to see the long wild boar teeth and big fish. Wait a minute. Sueyu held him back and explained seriously. Your dad and I are husband and wife. He is the husband and I am the wife. So we can kiss and sleep in the same bed. You were born because of me and him. It's normal for me to kiss him just like I kiss you. In this world, besides your parents, only your future wife can kiss you. Do you understand? Similarly, your grandparents can kiss your dad. And I can kiss him too. The kid could understand and accept it. But he corrected it by saying, "Uncle can kiss me too." "Yes, that's right." Sueyu kissed him and said, "Your dad is grown up. And he would be shy if people knew that I kissed him. So we won't tell others about what happened today. Nor will we tell Uncle. Can we do that?" The kid nodded seriously, and even extended his little finger to make a pinky promise. "This is a secret that only our family of 3 has," Sueyu said mysteriously. As soon as these words came out, the boy got excited, and he turned around and reminded, "Don't let Uncle know." "Okay. By the way, boy, let's agree on one more thing," Sueyu taught him. "In the future, when you enter the house, if there is someone in the house, we will shout or knock on the door first. Whether you are entering your uncle's room, or going to see your Aunt Aishui, Achan or Huanyo, you must shout before entering the door. Look, you caught me kissing your father today. Did your father run away shyly? What if he is not your father? Will he be angry? Will he dislike your recklessness?" The boy hesitated and said nothing. "I am telling you the secret of our family of 3 now." If Dunhuang suddenly pushes the door in, the wooden door creaked in time, and the boy turned back vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one outside the door, he leaned out to see if he was worried. He closed the door and went into the house after confirming that there was no one. Sueyu smiled at him. "Okay," the kid agreed. "Mom, take me to see the wild boar tusks." "Come on. There are 2. One for you and one for your uncle." Sueyu got up and went out with him. When he walked out the door, the kid saw Dunhuang. He was a little suspicious, wondering if Dunhuang had gone in and left again. After all, he often did this. "Mom, I also want to teach Dunhuang to shout before entering the house. And my uncle and Aunt Shui too, so that she can't peek at me changing my pants," the kid said. Chapter 261 Good News. The door of the warehouse was opened, and Xiao Chunhong and other maids were already tidying up inside. They spread the newly dried golden flowers on the ground, and then put wooden boards on the golden flowers. Coarse cloth was piled on the wooden boards, and silk cloth and satin were placed on top. Sueyu walked in and checked to make sure everything was fine. She asked someone to bring out the wooden boxes containing wild boar teeth and dried fish. "Master, there are 3 boxes of money left. When will you return to the house?" "We will carry the money boxes over," Xiao Chunhong said. "Have Zong Shun and the others gone to work in the fields?" Sueyu asked. "Yes, they went to the fields with Arai to harvest wheat and left before dawn. Then wait for them to come back at noon. When they come back, let them move it. The money box is too heavy. It will hurt your body to carry it. Don't move it," Sueyu said. "Put the honey jar aside. Wait for Gonda and Gon Air to come back and let them carry out the 3 jars of honey. Put 1 jar in the warehouse of the kitchen courtyard. Carry 1 jar to the tea house, and divide the other jar into 30 or 40 small jars. You lead people to do the work of dividing. You can take the money in the afternoon to buy some jars in the city. It doesn't matter if they are different sizes." "Okay," Xiao Chunhong agreed. She stood aside and waited for other instructions. "Remember to report to me when you take the money," Sueyu explained. "Of course. I wouldn't forget it even if you didn't tell me." Xiao Chunhong suddenly remembered. She pointed to the warehouse and said, "There is still a can of dried mulberry fruit and 4 cans of mulberry wine. Did you forget?" No. The mulberry wine has also been moved to the warehouse in the kitchen yard. And the dried mulberry fruit has been moved to the room where Liang Gur sleeps. This is for the uncle and nephew." Sueyu lowered his head, and the little boy was really happy to hear this. These were all arranged. Sueyu signaled Xiao Chunhong to continue working. She dragged the wooden box and sat in the shade, first opening the wooden box that stored the wild boar teeth. The boy squatted on the side and looked at it expectantly. When the tusk, which was almost half his arm long, was taken out, he excitedly exclaimed, "Wow!" The wild boar tusk had been processed when it was dug out. The flesh on the root of the tooth had been washed away after repeated scrubbing, leaving only a faint red mark. The rest of the part was dark gray, with scars and scabs on it. "This scar must be left by a wild boar fighting with other wild boars," Sueyu said. The boy believed it. He held the wild boar tusk in both hands and asked seriously, "Did it win or lose?" "It won," Sueyu said affirmatively. "Look at this wild boar tusk. It's long, thick and strong. It must be good at fighting. Mom is still the best." "You killed the pig, Sueyu." At this moment, She felt vain in her heart, and nodded with a guilty conscience. And she bit the bullet to erase the credit of others. The boy held the wild boar tusk against his head, and he held it in his arms again for fear that it would hit him. Mom, why don't our pigs have such long teeth? Domestic pigs don't need to find food by themselves, nor do they need to fight for territory. They don't need such long fangs. So they evolved. Swayu picked up another fang and asked, "Look, which one do you want? You choose first. And the other one is for your uncle." The kid wanted the one in his hand, and Swayu followed his wishes and opened another box. The big carp has thick meat. The local people pickled it with local spices. After drying, it has a hint of fragrance and oil, and the fishy smell is very light. Sister, Sui Liang came in, and after him, Zhao Xiaomi also walked in with Aining, third sister-in-law. I met Sui Liang in the city and heard that you were back. I came to see you. Did you go smoothly during this trip to the customs? Zhao Xiaomi asked impatiently when she saw someone. It went well. Sui stood up, looked at her sister-in-law and said, "You look better than in the spring. You haven't worked in the fields much in the past 6 months. And you're back to health." Xiao Xiaomi smiled. "Thanks to you and my third brother. Otherwise, I would still be working so hard." Sui waved her hand, indicating that the past should not be mentioned again. Aining, do you still recognize your third aunt? Sui leaned over and asked. Aining smiled and shyly hid behind his mother's legs. The kid ignored their conversation and dragged out a dried fish by himself. He raised his arm as high as possible, but still couldn't lift the fish. Sui Liang strode over to lend a hand. He held the fish upright next to his nephew and said, "This fish is almost as tall as the kid." The kid pointed at Aining and said, "It's taller than my brother." Zhao Xiaomi pushed her son and said, "Don't stick to me. Go play with your brother." Sui tilted his head to take a look. Aining was young and short, and this big carp was actually as tall as him when it was upright. There are fish this big. Zhao Xiaomi was amazed. Are all the fish in the interior this big? No. The fish in the big river east of Hongqiling are big. Sui kicked the wooden box and said, "Take a few with you when you go back." Zhao Xiaomi waved her hand to refuse. "I don't want them. There are many people and many mouths to feed here. You can keep them for yourself. One is enough for a meal. Why do you need so many? Just taste them. If you can't finish them, you can make them into dishes and sell them to merchants. If I want to eat them, I'll keep them for you." Zhao Xiaomi insisted on not taking them. There are few fish in Dunhuang, and the price of fish is expensive. A pound or two of fish costs 2 or 3 cents. This big fish is estimated to be more than 10 pounds after drying. It is too expensive. She doesn't want to take it back to her husband's family for cheap. Then you can stay here for lunch. I'll ask someone to tell my brother-in-law to come here for lunch. Sui said. Zhao Xiaomi nodded. I'll go back and tell him. Third sister-in-law. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go out and see if there are any merchants who want to buy food and grass. Aining, you can play with your brother here. If you have anything, go find your third aunt. My parents are here too. Sui said. I heard about it. I didn't see anyone when I came here just now. I'll go out and look for him again. Zhao Xiaomi left. Sui saw Sui Liang playing with a wild boar tusk in her peripheral vision. She hurriedly stopped him. Play is play. But you can't use the wild boar tusk to play. Bring it here. I'll put it away first. Sui Liang didn't want to. He stared at his nephew and said, I'm so old now. Sister, you don't have to take care of me. You just need to restrain the little guy. Sui ignored him. She directly took it away. Sui Liang wanted to escape with the wild boar tusk, but he was outmatched and was detained on the ground in a few moves. Sui quickly took the boar tooth from his hand and snorted. With your mediocre skills, I guess you can't even beat the cat official. I originally planned to grind the boar tooth into a dagger, but now it seems that it will be wasted in your hands. Sui Liang was not convinced, and he shouted, Let the cat official come and see if I can beat him. What a promising person. Sui pulled his hand and put it on his back, taking the opportunity to beat him up. You haven't practiced martial arts well in the past 6 months? Sui Liang felt guilty, so he gave up resistance. Tomorrow morning, get up early to practice martial arts with Zhang Shun and others. And don't fall behind in leg and hand skills. Sui twisted him, making him scream, and she told him to shut up, saying, If you can beat me by the end of next year, I will take you to the customs with the caravan. Really? Sui Liang howled excitedly. He got up quickly, hugged Sui Yu, and said sweetly, "Good sister. Just wait and see. I will definitely defeat you by the end of next year." "Mother! Mother!" The boy offered the wild boar tusk diligently. He pushed Sui Liang away, hugged Sui Yu's thigh and wailed, "Mother! I also want to go into the past with you." Sui Yu glanced at Sui Liang. The boy understood. He patted his chest and said, "I also practice martial arts. I will let my father teach me." Sui Yu. This is a pleasant surprise. She originally meant to let the boy supervise his uncle. "Mother, is it okay?" The boy hugged Sui Yu's thigh and shook. Sui Yu nodded. "Okay. But I don't ask you to defeat me. If you run fast and grow strong, I will take you away." "Great." The boy was so excited that he jumped up and down, pulling Sui Yu's clothes. After the excitement, he acted like a filial son again. "Is my father going too?" "Yes. If we all leave, what will happen to the business of the guest house?" Sui Liang calmed down. "We'll talk about it later. If your father can get a long vacation, he will go through the customs with us. If not, he will wait for us to come back alone at home." Sui Yu squatted down and hugged his son, asking, "Are you reluctant to leave your father?" The boy was reluctant, and he was tangled with a sad face. "How about you stay at home with your father?" Sui Liang said. The boy immediately shook his head. "No. We'll talk about it later." Sui Yu touched the boy's head and said, "I will go through the customs next year and replace the cloth in the warehouse with blankets and furs. I will take you through the customs the year after next. After I come back, I will stay at home." The cub's eyes sparkled, and he was full of joy from the inside out. He was so dizzy after hearing the good news so unexpectedly. "Mom, listen quickly." He stood on tiptoe and hugged Sui Yu's head against his chest. "Do you hear how fast my heart is beating?" "Tsk." Sui Liang rolled his eyes at him, thinking it was corny. "It's beating fast." Sui Yu smiled and said, "It told me you're very happy." The cub laughed loudly, and he turned around and left, dragging Aning out with him, shaking his head. "Cub, are you so happy?" a passing merchant asked. Yes. My mother won't leave the year after next," the cub boasted. "My mother is going to take me through the customs." Before he finished speaking, the cub flew away like a bird. He smiled at everyone he saw, and before anyone asked, he talked like beans. Sui Yu brought 2 dried fish to the kitchen and asked Chui Sa to soak them in warm water. "Keep these 2 fish. I'll fry them at noon." "Boss, I heard from the kid that you won't go out of the customs the year after next?" Grandma Yin asked. Sui Yu nodded. "I plan to stay at home for 2 years, and I have other plans. It's time to take a break." Grandma Yin heard from her 2 sons that they bought a lot of goods this time and would make a lot of money. She looked at Sui Yu and hesitated to speak, but felt that the timing was not right. So she swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth. Camel bells came from the south, and another caravan came. Sui Yu went out to receive them. Sui Liang brought his red horse. After another half a year, the horse grew a lot. "Sister, I will ride a horse with you into the past next year," Sui Liang said. "I will grind the pig's tusk into a dagger, practice good knife skills, and then be your bodyguard." Sui Yu understood that he was asking for the wild boar's tusk. She glanced at him quietly, and Sui Liang laughed shyly. "It's fine to give it to you, but you can't bring the kid with you to hold the wild boar tusk and hit people. You 2 should stay at home and guard the house." Sui Yu warned him. "I will definitely not take the wild boar tusk out," Sui Liang promised. The 2 wild boar tusks were returned to their original owners, and Sui Liang took away the kid's wild boar tusk before it was even warm. He was worried that his nephew would spoil the whole pot of soup. Near noon, Xiao Chunhong brought people to buy 36 pottery jars of different sizes and pack the honey. Sui Yu gave 1 jar to his parents-in-law, so that they could drink 2 bowls of honey water every morning when they woke up. "Ah Shui, these 2 cans are for you and your father. Come back to me after you finish drinking them." Sui Yu brought 2 cans of honey to Ah Shui and said, "This is multi-flower honey, which is good for your health. But you can't drink too much. 1 or 2 bowls of honey water a day is enough." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Ah Shui smiled and said, "Sister Chui and I have learned how to make shoes. I made you a pair of cloth shoes. Wait for me, and I'll get them for you." After getting the cloth shoes, Sui Yu didn't want to spoil the child's fun. She tried them on the spot, and found them to be very suitable. "Good child. Yu put her arm around Ah Shui's shoulders. She looked at the shoes on her feet and said, I like them very much. Ah Shui rubbed his hands excitedly. Come on. Follow me to the kitchen. I'll cook today and stir-fry spicy fish nuggets for you. Let's try whether the big carp from other places is delicious. Yu put her arm around Ah Shui and walked away. Chapter 262. Good sister. After the fish is soaked, wash it. Cut it into small pieces and drain it. While waiting for the draining time, Yu picked half a bowl of peppercorns for use. These were the peppercorns harvested last year. She was thinking about going back to Qianhusuo in the afternoon to see how the peppercorn harvest was this year. Aunt, Grandma Yin asked me to come out and ask if you want to light the pot? A Chong ran out in small steps. Yu checked the fish pieces and said, Light it up. I'll go in right away. Lunch was being prepared in the kitchen. All the pots and stoves were used. The rice had been steamed. The chicken was stewed in 2 pots. The eggs and leeks were fried in 2 large pots. And there were 3 pots of radish and meatball soup. The stove was still stewing eggs and meat. There were steamers on the 3 pottery pots at the back. And the pickled cabbage and egg buns were about to come out of the pot. The iron pot was smoking. Yu scooped 4 tablespoons of lard and poured it into the pot. When the oil was heated, peppercorns and garlic cloves were poured in. In an instant, the fragrant and pungent smell filled the whole kitchen and rushed out at lightning speed. Hu. Uncle Lao Nyo just stepped into the door and smelled the smell. He quickly turned around and left. Ah Shui rushed out of the kitchen. She covered her mouth and sneezed continuously. A passing merchant smelled the smell and poked her head in to ask, What are you cooking? Fried dried fish. Ah Shui said in a muffled voice. Let me go out. I can't stand it anymore. When he went out, he saw the little boy walking towards him with his father. Ah Shui opened his arms to stop him. Brother, my sister-in-law is frying dried fish. It's very choking. You can go in later. It's okay. I'll go and see. Xiao Shiping had just heard good news from the little boy. Not to mention the choking smell. Even if he was asked to hold a jar and fill it with vinegar, he would try it. Yu was frying dried fish. She also covered her mouth and turned her head to sneeze. Seeing Xiao Shiping leading the kid in, she waved her hand, signaling the father and son to get out. The kid ran away. But Xiao Shiping insisted on walking closer. He asked a Chong to go out, and he sat under the stove to light the fire. After the dried fish was completely soaked, Yu pinched a piece to taste the saltiness, and finally poured 2 bowls of garlic sprouts into it. Continued to stir fry for a few more times, and then put it into the pot. The 2 dried fish were fried in a large pot. Xiao Shiping took the pot out, and Yu put down the wooden shovel and followed him out. It's time for dinner. Ah Shui, go call your dad. Little boy, take Ah Ning to see if your aunt and uncle are here, as well as your grandfather and grandmother. Yu looked around and said, And your uncle and Master Chun. It's time for dinner. Where are they all? Here they are. Sui Liang strode in. We are all waiting outside. The yard is too choking. Sa Chui brought out a bowl of chicken and a bowl of carrot meatball soup, and said, The peppercorns grown at home are so delicious. And your sister fried half a bowl of them. How could they not be choking? This is the taste I want. Yu said, Sister Chui, bring another dish bowl over. Take away half of the fish. And you guys can eat it later. By the way, have the wheat harvesters come back? Yes. Xiao Chunhong replied. Madam, do you want to bring a can of mulberry wine over? Bring a can. It will go well with today's dishes. Yu rolled up her sleeves and sat down. Seeing Xiao Shiping sitting next to her, she tilted her head and said, I don't plan to take mulberry wine to Guanwai this year. I only bought 4 cans for you. Xiao Shiping's mouth curled up. He leaned on the table with his hands, half sideways, and asked, I heard from the kid that after this batch of goods is sold, you won't go out? The person who called for dinner came back, and the servants also came in. Many people rushed into the yard. Yu couldn't say anything in private, so she left a message, let's talk in the evening, and then asked everyone to sit down and eat. The merchant leaned over and asked with chopsticks, Can I try a piece of dried fish? Yu nodded. If you think it tastes good, next year you can help me tell the caravan to the west to buy me a few more boxes of dried fish, and I will have someone cook it for you. This year, we brought a lot of goods, and the camels were too heavy, so we only bought 1 box of dried fish to taste it. After she said this, other merchants, who knew what was going on, stopped using chopsticks to pick up fish. For male servants brought 2 jars one after another. The wine jar was placed on the table, and the honey jar was moved into the warehouse. Xiao Chunhong brought a stack of bowls, and Ludier took the wine utensils from Ming Ma, and she stood by the wine jar to sell wine. Mulberry wine is not intoxicating. Everyone drink a bowl. Sui Yu spoke up and said to old Chen and her parents-in-law, "Let them do their work. Let's eat the food first." "Mom, can I drink?" Shiazai asked in a low voice. Sui Yu shook her head. "You can't. You drink the carrot meatball soup." Siosi passed by and heard it, and immediately leaned over to serve a bowl of soup to the young master. Sui Yu put 2 pieces of dried fish in Shiazai's bowl, and said to Xiaomi, "Give Aning 2 pieces of fish. This fish is big and has big bones. Pick the meat from the belly of the fish for him to eat. It won't choke his throat." Third sister-in-law, "You just eat by yourself. Don't greet us. We are not outsiders. We won't be polite and make our mouths suffer." Zhao Xiaomi said. "Spicy." The kid sucked his tongue. "It's spicy and numbing. If you're not used to it, give it to me." Zhao Shiping handed the bowl over. Seeing that he leaned on Sui Yu again, he pulled the child over and whispered, "Tell me what you want to eat. Don't bother your mother by complaining. Let her eat well." The boy pointed at the red wine and glanced at him slyly. Zhao Shiping looked up and saw Sui Yu looking down at the movement here. He held the bowl for the boy to take a sip. So spicy." The boy frowned and pushed the bowl away, saying, "It's not tasty. Eat in peace." Zhao Shiping scooped a spoonful of chicken into his bowl and asked him to take it and eat. The dried fish was fried with lard and mixed with the flavor of pepper and garlic. "The more you eat, the more delicious it is." As Sui Yu said, "Dried fish is very good for drinking. 1 piece of dried fish can go with a bowl of wine." Zhao Shiping still had to be on duty in the afternoon. He stopped after drinking a bowl of wine and concentrated on holding the bowl to eat. Sui Yu had nothing to do in the afternoon. She chewed the fish shreds carefully, and took a sip of wine from time to time. When the wine bowl was empty, Zhao Shiping took the initiative to refill it for her. "You won't get drunk?" Sui Yu muttered. "It's okay to get drunk. Just go to sleep in the room," Zhao Shiping said. "Just don't get too drunk. It's uncomfortable if you get too drunk." The servants' table had dispersed, and they hadn't finished the fried dried fish yet. They each got a few pieces, so they could eat while walking to work. Huang Lianjing was also full. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said, "Third brother, third sister-in-law, there is still work in the field. I'm leaving first. Dad, Mom, you and my third brother and sister-in-law will go to my house for dinner tomorrow." Zhao's mother waved her hand. "You are busy at home. Don't think about inviting me to dinner. I will live with your father for several months. You can't miss that meal. We will go when your family is free. No matter how busy it is, our family still needs to eat. It's just a matter of adding a few more dishes. And this year there is 1 more person in the family. My brother and sister-in-law will help Xiaomi. So cooking is not a problem," Huang Lianjing said. "Oh, did your second brother get married?" Sui Yu asked. "He got married in June," Zhao Xiaomi said. "The second brother's wife is Cui Hongxia. She is a capable person. With her help, we can cook without delay." Third sister-in-law, "You go there at noon tomorrow. I will catch the old hen tonight." "That's fine," Sui Yu agreed. She originally planned to let Zhao Xiaomi take 2 jars of honey away. But seeing this, she didn't mention it, and planned to take it over tomorrow. Zhao Xiaomi left with Huang Lianjing. Zhao's mother helped Yingpe and others to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Only Sui Yu and Zhao's father were left at the table eating fish and tasting wine. "I'm leaving too." Zhao Shiping put his hand on Sui Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't drink if you are drunk, and then go back to the room to sleep. I will tell the kid not to disturb you." "Okay." Sui Yu nodded. The father-in-law and his wife ate the fish in the basin. One by one, Sui Yu drank a bellyful of mulberry wine and was drunk. She even raised the bowl to invite her father-in-law to toast. "You can't drink." It was rare for Zhao's father to drink with an open belly, and he was in a good mood. "My alcohol tolerance is not bad. I drank 5 bowls." Sui Yu felt dizzy, but her mind was still clear. She drank the last sip of wine and left the table steadily. However, she fell on the bed and lost consciousness. When she woke up, it was almost dusk. The room was groggy. Sui Yu lay on the bed with weak hands and feet, and was too lazy to move. Through the door, She heard a group of children outside shouting to pick up eggs. Is the third daughter-in-law still asleep? Zhao's mother went into the yard to pick up the basket. When she heard no movement in the room, she closed the door and left. Sui Liang said that there were more than 400 chickens raised in the guest house, and more than 300 eggs could be picked up every day. It was really exciting to hear that. So she also planned to join in the fun. Sui Yu dozed off for a while, and when she woke up again, the light in the room had completely dimmed. She got dressed and got out of bed. She opened the door and smelled the aroma of food coming from next door. She stretched her body. This sleep was comfortable, as if she had made up for the lack of sleep on the road. She felt that she was now energetic enough to run around the guest house a few times. The kid came to visit again. Mom, you finally woke up. Is your father back? Sui Yu walked out briskly. I'm back. My father is talking to Master Chen. Sui Yu took his hand, and she shook the child's hand and trotted out. Zhao Shiping heard the noise, and he said a few more words to old Chen, then strode over and said, You slept for a long time. You are not sleepy now. Are you? No. I am not sleepy anymore. Dad, you hold my hand too. The kid stretched out his other hand and said, You swing me too. Swing my hand high up. I'm going to talk to old Chen for a few words. Sui Yu said, Little kid, come with me and be quiet. Old Chen saw the three of them coming over and asked, What do you have to say? Yes. What do you think of the children in my guest house? Do you mind teaching my aunt, my child, my brother and my nephew, Ah Shui, Ah Chang, Huan Yo, Dunhuang, and the couple of children of the Song family? That's 9 people. I'll spread the word later and let you pick 10 students you like. Is that feasible? Old Chen nodded. I believe in teaching everyone. If you are willing, servants can sit with the master to learn to read. I don't mind that. But the attitude must be down to earth and serious. If anyone is sloppy and disrespectful, I can't stand it, and I will expel them from the school. Yes. Sui Yu agreed. You can take a few days off and walk around the city. You can start teaching after the autumn harvest is over? Mr. Chen was satisfied with this. He also made a request. I will only teach for 1 hour a day. The rest of the time can be arranged by your brother. If there is anything he does not understand, he can ask me for advice. Sui Yu immediately conveyed this to Sui Liang. She said seriously, Brother Liang, I don't ask you to practice martial arts and join the army or do business with me to make money. Even if you help me manage the guest house business for 10 years like you do now, it will be fine. As long as you are happy. I don't think you are just wasting your time. I have no requirements for you to start a family and build a career. But I have provided you with the conditions for martial arts and literacy. So you must study hard. I don't expect you to be proficient, but you must know how to do it. If you need these things in the future, I don't want you to fall into danger because you don't know martial arts, or miss opportunities because you don't know how to write. Sui Liang felt that learning everything was more demanding than just being proficient in one aspect, but he didn't want to disappoint his sister. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Chapter 263 The Fox Borrows the Power of the Tiger. The flames jumped, and the house soaked in the night was illuminated. Zhao Shiping came out of his parents' room, holding burning firewood, and went to the next door to continue lighting the oil lamp. Sui Yu took the cub and said a few words to her parents-in-law, and the mother and son hurried back to the house. Is Sui Liang not back yet? Zhao Shiping asked. He is probably still bathing in the river. You should light the oil lamp in his room first, Sui Yu said. Zhao Shiping did not move. He looked at the child who was climbing on the bed with his butt sticking up, and said, Cub, you go sleep with your uncle. Our bed is too small, and it's hot. 3 people squeezed in one bed. No one can sleep well. No. The cub refused. He pulled the bedpost vigilantly, and said, I don't mind the heat, nor am I afraid of being crowded. I can sleep well. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu, and the cub followed his gaze. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Sui Yu blinked at the man. In this situation, how could she be allowed to persuade the child to leave? That would offend him. I'm fine, she said. It's a little crowded and a little hot, but it's okay. It will be cool in the second half of the night. The boy snorted at his father, and he walked to Sui Yu and sat next to her. The firewood emitted a wisp of white smoke, and the flame went out. Zhao Shiping put the firewood on the oil lamp and lit it again, and went out to the room where Sui Liang slept to light the fire. When he came in again, he still said unwillingly, "When your uncle was your age, he slept alone. If you don't want to sleep with him, I will find someone to tear down the courtyard wall and build 2 more rooms in the spring next year." The boy ignored him. He lay flat on the bamboo mat, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. "You don't know how to be ashamed." Zhao Shiping was ashamed of him. A child this big, still clinging to his mother to sleep. The kid directly covered his ears with his hands, closed his eyes tightly, and neither looked nor listened. Sui Yu also lay down, and she gestured to the man, signaling him to stop talking. If he didn't want to talk, then he didn't. Zhao Shiping sat on the bed, and he laid down sideways, leaning his head to stare at the child pretending to sleep. When he caught him secretly opening his eyes, he pretended to continue talking. The kid quickly closed his eyes, and the corners of his tightly pursed mouth raised high. The father and son were tug-of-war, one more stubborn than the other. And finally the kid went from pretending to sleep to really sleeping. And the tug-of-war came to an end. Zhao Shiping waited for another instant stick of time, and confirmed that the kid was asleep. And he gently carried the child to the end of the bed. When you are not at home, he sleeps with his uncle most of the time, Zhao Shiping explained in a low voice. Is that so? Then it will be easy to sleep in separate beds in the future. Sui Yu also spoke softly. She moved into the man's arms, resting her head on his arm, and whispered softly, I just came back. He is clinging to me. It is impossible for him to sleep with his uncle at this time. Zhao Shiping sighed softly. In 2 years, when he is 6 years old, I will not go out. By then, I will be at home often. He will get used to it, and will not cling to me anymore. Then I will drive him to sleep with Liang Gur. Sui Yu said. When Liang Gur slept in separate beds from us, he was also more than 6 years old. Are you really planning to stop doing business in 2 years? Zhao Shiping still found it unbelievable. Sui Yu took his hand and put it on her belly, saying, I am 26 years old this year. While I am still young, I want to have another baby. The business will be suspended for 2 or 3 years in advance. But it does not mean that I will stop doing business. I also want to open another guest house in Zhangye and a restaurant in Wuwei. These 2 things will be enough for me to toss for 2 or 3 years. Zhao Shiping was excited. He lowered his head and kissed her, saying, This year, the guest house has earned more than 48,000 yuan. I asked Sui Liang to calculate, and it is estimated that it has earned about 30,000 yuan. According to the business in previous winters, it is estimated that by the end of this year, it should be able to earn 50,000 yuan. Our family is not short of money. It is just right to run the caravan for a few years and rest for 1 or 2 years. I think so too. Sui Yu nodded. There is no end to making money. I don't have any lofty ambitions. Going out to see the world also satisfies my curiosity. That's enough. And from the beginning of forming a caravan, I didn't plan to give up our family for money. Zhao Shiping kissed her again. He always knew that she was a sober and independent person. So he didn't stop her from forming a caravan to do business, because he knew she would come back again. But he didn't expect it to be so soon. Is it okay tonight? He asked. Sui Yu nodded. He almost melted her. How could it be impossible? In order to prevent pregnancy, Sui Yu has been calculating the days in recent years, avoiding sex during the ovulation period. The 2 have been very careful. And fortunately, they have never been infected. After a night, Zhao Shiping went to work in high spirits. After breakfast, Sui Yu picked out 4 jars of honey, put a basket of eggs, and divided the kelp she brought back into a small bundle. She cut 10 feet of coarse cloth and 6 feet of silk cloth. She put the things together and waited until noon. Then took her parents-in-law, Shuzai and Sui Liang, to Zhao Xiaomi's in-law's house. Third sister-in-law. Why did you bring so many things again? Zhao Xiaomi pretended to complain. The dishes I prepared today are not worth the things you brought. You are at a disadvantage. No, these things are not just for you. And similarly, I didn't just bring them out to eat. Sui Yu handed the things over. She looked at the nervous young woman standing beside her and said with a smile, Is this Sister Cui? She looks so gentle. And she must have a better temper than my sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law. Cui Hongxiao bowed her head and said shyly, Good temper is useless. I am just a doe. And I am not as capable as my sister-in-law. How can it be useless? At least you 2 sisters-in-law will not fight. Sui Yu smiled. My sister is impatient. But she is not a bad person. If she says something wrong in a hurry, don't take it seriously. Let her give way. She will react later, and will definitely apologize to you. Cui Hongxia smiled softly and said, No. My eldest sister-in-law has always treated me kindly. Third sister-in-law. Uncle and aunt. Please come in and sit. It's sunny outside. With Sui Yu in front of them to greet. Zhao's father and mother didn't need to speak. The two old people walked into the door with ease. One holding their grandson, and the other holding their grandson. It was autumn. A good time to harvest crops. The rest of the Huang family was busy in the fields, leaving only the two sisters-in-law at home busy cooking. Sui Yu walked around the kitchen. The two sisters-in-law worked well together, so she didn't need to intervene and help. She said something to Zhao Xiaomi, went into the house, picked up 2 jars of honey, and prepared to go out. Mom, where are you going? The little cub kept an eye on her movements. Sui Yu thought for a moment. Wait for him to follow. And Sui Liang followed him. Mom, where are we going? The little cub asked. To see someone. Sui Yu glanced at Sui Liang and asked. After I left home, have you been in touch with Sui Hui? Sui Liang shook his head. Sister, are you going to see her? Well, we have collected a lot of bamboo slips. I'll go back and give her a gift. And tell her by the way, so that she won't worry about it day and night. She knows that you are entering the prison this year, not leaving. I told her maid at noon on March 15th, Sui Liang said. Sui Yu said and stopped talking. When they arrived at the back door of the supervisory office, Sui Yu said Shirzai to knock on the door. She and Sui Liang stood on both sides of the doorpost. After knocking again and again, no one answered from inside. Shirzai looked at Sui Yu and asked, Mom, are you knocking again? Sui Yu looked at the sun above her head and said, Knock 10 more times. If no one opens the door, we will go back. Your father will be off duty soon. The wooden door knocked 10 times. Shirzai took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to say that no one answered, he heard a series of hurried and light footsteps from inside. The wooden door opened, and a maid in coarse gray clothes poked her head out. Sui Yu knew her. This maid was Sui Hui's. Madam, it's you? The maid breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, I was just about to go to the kitchen to get food. When I heard the knock on the door, I guessed it might be you. Your master lives near the back door? Sui Yu was surprised. It's quite remote, isn't it? The maid's face showed a little embarrassment. She rubbed her hands, skipped this question, and asked, Madam, what are you doing here? Is there any news about my uncle? Sui Yu handed over the 2 jars of honey in her hand and said, This is the honey I bought from Taiyuan County. It's for your master to sweeten her mouth. By the way, I won't leave until the beginning of next spring. I will come to her if there is any news. Tell her not to run out of the city alone on New Year's Eve this year. After making sure that the maid remembered what she said, Sui Yu pulled the kid and Sui Liang away. After leaving the alley, Sui Yu put Sui Hui's matter behind her. The 3 of them ran along the wall in the shadows, and happened to be walking in the same footsteps as Zhao Shiping, who came from his shift. The family of 4 ran into each other outside the Huang family's door. Where did you go? Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu shook his head. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. The kid shook his head and imitated. Zhao Shiping looked at his brother-in-law, and Sui Liang shrugged provocatively. Do you think I will tell you? Zhao Shiping choked for a moment, and he followed in silently, letting these 2 fence-sitters take advantage of their support to bully him. The rest of the Huang family also came back. Huang's father and mother were sitting in the house talking with their in-laws, when they saw Zhao Shiping and Sui Yu coming in with the children. Huang's mother stood up and said, Everyone is here. Let's set the table for dinner. After dinner, Zhao Shiping rode a camel to patrol the city, and Huang's father took his 2 sons and a strong servant to work non-stop in the fields, leaving Huang's mother at home to entertain guests. Sui Yu didn't want to disturb Huang's mother's work, so she took her parents-in-law away and took the 2 elders back to Qianhu to pick peppercorns. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 big cats standing on the wall with their fur standing on end. Sui Liang exclaimed, Why are there cats living in our house again? You go in first. Sui Yu turned and went out. She knocked on the door of Gu Qianhu's house and learned that there were only 3 or 5 wild cats living in her house. So she didn't care. 5 people, young and old, spent half a day picking all the peppercorns, and dug out the newly sprouted peppercorn seedlings and planted them nearby. They were busy until it was dark, and then they went home with Zhao Shiping, who came to find them. There are quite a few peppercorns on a tree. Mother Zhao pinched a green peppercorn and put it in her mouth to chew, saying, "Old third wife, when I go back next year, I will grab 2 handfuls of peppercorns and bring them back. I will chew a few when my nose is stuffy. Okay. I will dig another peppercorn tree for you to take back next year, as long as the old lady doesn't make trouble." Suiyu was happy and generous. "That's good." Mother Zhao was happy and said, "Don't worry about drying the peppercorns. I'll do it for you. Okay. You and my father can help with the chores in the guest house. Tomorrow I'll take Shirzai and Leonger to the fields to harvest wheat," Suiyu said. Chapter 264, Kong. The wheat is yellow, and the soybeans and broad beans can be picked. The ears of sorghum and millet are full and drooping. The seeds planted in spring will bear fruit in late autumn. Mom, this whole field is the seeds I sowed. The kid proudly put his hands on his hips. Really? Suiyu looked at Sui Liang and asked, "Is your nephew really that capable?" Sui Liang nodded. "He has been busy for 10 days on these 2 acres of land. Every morning, my brother-in-law fills a bag of wheat seeds for him. He comes to the field with a bag to sow the seeds. After sowing the seeds, he goes home." Suiyu showed amazement on her face, hiding the heartache in her heart. She praised, "You are really a good son of your father. You are as capable as him. Mom is not as good as you." The kid was a little shy. He twisted his clothes and asked seriously, "Really? Really?" Suiyu nodded heavily. "When it comes to farming, your uncle and I are both half-baked. We can't bear the hardship and fatigue. Once there is too much farm work, we get anxious and want to quit. Your father is not like that. He is very good at farming. You follow him in this regard. You are also very good. You are a very patient child." Suiyu's emotional value is full, coaxing the kid so hard that he can't close his mouth. His head is dizzy. He is full of energy and feels stronger than a camel carrying wheat bundles. "This is not enough," Suiyu said proudly. "I am so lucky. I am so good at giving birth to such a great baby." The kid covered his face with laughter, covering his eyes but not his teeth. He squatted on the ridge and stretched out his voice to act coquettishly. "Mom, don't say it." Sui Liang felt disgusted and his teeth were sore. He took a breath and went around to the other side to cut wheat with his sickle, not wasting time with him. Suiyu took the opportunity to walk over. She held the boy's face and kissed him hard. She deliberately approached him and said, "Baby, you are so great." The boy was so shy that he covered his face and twisted into a cartilaginous snake. Suiyu restrained the urge to laugh. She was in a good mood and went to the field to harvest wheat with a sickle. Ga. 2 pheasants flew out of the wheat field, and the 3 of them looked up. "Little boy, go and see if there are any pheasant eggs in the field," Sui Liang shouted. "I'm coming." The boy ran over. He deliberately took a detour in front of Suiyu, but didn't dare to look her in the eye. Suiyu was very happy. She bent down to cut a few handfuls of wheat. After a while, she straightened up and asked, "Baby, picked up a few pheasant eggs?" The boy blushed and he hesitated. "Baby?" Suiyu shouted even louder. "2," the boy said coquettishly. "Pooh!" Sui Liang spat loudly and shouted in a strange voice, Baby's mother. If you don't want to be alone in the field to harvest wheat, you should stop disgusting me." Sui Liang shouted angrily. Suiyu laughed, and she responded while harvesting wheat, "Baby's uncle. Are you jealous? I can also call you." "Ah, shut up." Sui Liang jumped up as if bitten by a snake. He ran up the ridge and said condescendingly with a red face, "You can't say it. If you say it again, I will leave." Suiyu didn't say anything, but silently read out 2 words, which made Sui Liang embarrassed and angry. He held his breath and ran away like his butt was on fire. The kid was watching the fun with 2 pheasant eggs in his hands. When he saw that the people really left, he shouted anxiously, "Go and chase them," Suiyu said. "Give your uncle a way out." The kid put 2 eggs into the basket and ran away with his short legs. The wheat field returned to silence. Suiyu rubbed his cheeks that were sore from laughing, bent down and focused on harvesting wheat. After about an instant's stick of time, Sui Liang came back with a few strands of wet hair. The little boy followed him and kept persuading him, "Uncle, hurry up and harvest the wheat. After threshing the wheat, we will steam big buns to eat." Sui Liang snorted heavily. "I don't care." Suiyu threw down a handful of wheat, raised her eyebrows and looked at Sui Liang, jokingly saying, "Go to work quickly." Don't force me to use my trump card. Sui Liang glared at her. And Sui Yu immediately said, I'm going to tell your brother-in-law. Sister? Sui Liang immediately begged for mercy. Okay. I'll go harvest the wheat. You talk to your good baby. Sui Yu was about to laugh like crazy. Sui Liang was hanging out with a bunch of kids all day long. In front of his family, he was a little childish in his words and deeds. She thought he matured late, and was not as arrogant as other 13 or 14-year-old boys. Unexpectedly, he couldn't accept her calling him baby. Mom, let me help you hold the wheat. The little boy came bouncing over. Sui Yu came back to his senses and said, Okay, you can scoop less at a time. Also, pay attention to the wheat stubble under your feet. Be careful not to poke your legs. The kid said cheerfully. The three of them played and played for an hour and a half. When it got hot, they picked up their baskets and went home, not to be exposed to the sun in the field. The kid scooped wheat again and again, his face flushed with heat. But because he was in a good mood, he didn't feel tired at all. On the way back, he swung his arms, whispered a few words when he saw a butterfly, and stopped and looked up for a long time when he saw a bird flying by. Sui Yu and Sui Liang let him do what he wanted. When he ran, they quickened their pace. When he stopped, they looked up at the sky or the ground. It took 10 days to plant 2 mu of wheat, and 10 days to harvest it. The 20 mu of land belonging to Zhao Shiping was handed over to the government after harvest. The 40 mu of land under the names of Shuzai and Sui Liang, 60% of which was handed over to the government, and the remaining 40% was carried back by the servants on camels. To the north of the guest house was a wasteland that had not been cultivated and had no owner. Zhao Shiping borrowed a stone mill from the grain field by taking advantage of his power. Zhang Shun drove a camel to flatten the wasteland and grind out a drying field that was 2 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. After the ground was dried, Gonda and Gon Air and other servants carried wheat bundles and spread them on the drying field. The wheat had already dried in the field, so they drove the camels to drag the stone mill in circles to grind it. When the stone mill passed, the wheat grains fell out of the ears. The first wheat to be threshed was the 2 mu of wheat harvested by Sui Yu and Sui Liang. Shuzai watched closely. When threshing the wheat, he and Dunhuang each carried a stick and ran around the drying yard, shouting and driving away the chickens so that they would not eat his wheat. Sui Yu prepared a bowl of honey water and brought it out. She stood outside the door and shouted, Shuzai, come back and drink water. Shuzai, your mother is calling you. Anyo, who was shaking the wheat straw, shouted, You don't mind the sun. It's so hot. Go back and let Dunhuang drive the chickens for you. Shuzai ignored him, dropped his stick and ran back quickly, shouting, Mom, I'm thirsty. Come and drink water if you are thirsty. Sui Yu handed over the bowl. Look at you. Your face is covered with sweat and dust. Drink the water and come back to the house with me. I will give you a bath and change your clothes. You can lie on the bed and rest for a while. The kid gulped down a bowl of honey water, wiped his mouth and ran again. I won't rest. I'm not tired. Hey! Sui Yu went to catch him. Just a few steps. He ran faster. She saw this, stopped and shouted, I won't chase you. You run slower. This child is like his father, full of energy and can toss. The merchant came out of the kitchen. He squinted at the energetic child and said, Don't worry about him. We also liked to play crazy when we were young, climbing on the haystacks. We didn't know tired at that time. Sui Yu came over with the bowl and said, I'm just afraid that he will get heat stroke. That won't happen. It's already October. The sun is still scorching, but the wind is cool. The merchant shook his head. By the way, winter is coming soon. What's the situation outside the pass? When can the troops be withdrawn? Has your Captain Zhao ever said? Sui Yu shook his head. He is busy patrolling in and outside the city all day long, leaving early and returning late. He has never paid attention to the news outside the pass. And I have never asked about it. You should ask about it. Aren't you going to go out of the pass to do business next year? It's still early next spring. Don't be too anxious. Just wait patiently. Sui Yu said. It's useless for you and me to get anxious about the battlefield. It's better to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and wait for the army to come back steadily. The merchant sighed in distress. He took 2 steps forward, approached Sui Yu and whispered, I am afraid that there will be chaos outside the pass. If the Huns come again, I will not only be unable to take care of business, but I will also have to run away to save my life and go home. By the way, shopkeeper I have an idea for you. You should build a house and buy 20 to 30 acres of land inside the pass as soon as possible. If there is chaos outside the pass, you can move your family away. Sui smiled and shook her head, saying with certainty, no chaos. The merchant raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, shopkeeper you are not honest. I am speaking from the bottom of my heart to you. You can't hide your thoughts from me. Tell me, what did Captain Zhao say to you? Sui still shook her head. He didn't tell me anything. But I can conclude that there will be no chaos outside the Great Wall. Guaranteed? Believe it or not. The more she was vague, the more the merchant believed her words. In just half a day, 80% of the merchants living in the guest house knew about this conversation. Even Old Chen got the news. When Sui went to the livestock pen to look at the pigs, he walked over to ask, I heard from the merchants that you are so sure that there will be no chaos outside the Great Wall. Yes, I believe in the court. Sui turned around and asked, Old Chen, do you think there will be chaos outside the Great Wall? I remembers Waduho once said that you were responsible for copying documents for the Grand Marshal in Hui Mansion. You know the contents of those documents better than anyone else. You should be the most judgmental. Old Chen stared at her for a while. And finally, he drooped his loose eyelids and said, the autumn harvest is almost over, and my old school should start classes. You can start preparing for what you need. Do you have any requirements for your students? Sui followed his wishes and changed the subject. Old Chen shook his head. They are no more than officials or rich kids. Don't make it difficult if someone comes to you. 3 or 5 more won't matter. My teaching is superficial, and men and women live together. After the novelty wears off, those who can't stay will leave on their own. Sui thanked him. 2 days later, when there was a strong wind, the servants blew away the ash and debris from the wheat. After the wheat was bagged, they continued to press the soybeans. The soybeans handed over to the government were all picked pods. 40% of the soybeans from our own farm did not need to be cut, and the stalks were directly cut and carried back, and the camels were used to pull the stone mill to grind them. All the grain was put into the warehouse, and the bean stalks, wheat straw, sorghum stalks, and millet stalks were all piled up. The hot late autumn quickly turned into winter. The cold wind from the northwest passed over the Tianshan Mountains and blew to Dunhuang in a few days. So our winter came quickly and fiercely. You may wear a single layer of clothes one day and a coat the next day. Sui explained to Chen Lao. Considering that you are old and it is your first time in Dunhuang, I am worried that you can't stand the winter here. I plan to build a kong for you. As long as you light a fire, the room will be warm as spring. Build one in the school too, Chen Lao said. Sui hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Chen Lao saw her hesitation and asked, What's the problem? No. Sui shook her head. Did you move to the next guest room to sleep these days? Or set up a kong nearby? I haven't built a kong yet, so I may have to try a few more times. It's quite noisy during this period. Chen Lao found something wrong. You don't use a kong either? There are few trees in Dunhuang, and they can't withstand large-scale felling. And kangs consume a lot of firewood. According to the scale of my guest house, every guest room has a kong, and I estimate that half a mountain of trees can be burned in one winter. Sui shook her head. Sheepskin, wolf skin, and fox fur are all very warm. You won't feel cold at night if you cover yourself with these furs. During the day, there is a fire in the tea house, and everyone can go in to keep warm. I'm asking if your family doesn't use a kong? Chen Lao pointed out the question. Seeing her shaking her head, he looked at her strangely, not knowing whether to say she was stupid or honest. Chapter 265 Selfishness. Of the 10 goose houses, only about 2 months a year can be fully occupied. The rest of the time, the last 3 goose houses are idle. In order to be quiet and not disturb each other, Sui decided to set up the school in the last guest house. Combine the 3 guest rooms into one, and break the partition wall in the middle. While the servants were busy breaking the wall, Sui led Zhang Shun and Li Wu to dig the outer wall, intending to dig a hole along the outer wall near the north to build a chimney. The earth wall was thick, and Zhang Shun swung a stone hammer and hit it 10 times before the earth wall became loose and collapsed. Stop! Stop hammering! Li Wu hurriedly called for a stop. Then use a small axe to slowly chisel. Don't knock the wall down. Zhang Shun patted the wall and asked through the wall, Master, did you knock the wall in the right place? No. Sui Yu shouted in the room. Don't worry about the position. The earthen Kong has been knocked down anyway, and it will be rebuilt when the time comes, and the height can be adjusted. After hearing her words, Zhang Shun and Li Wu moved boldly, knocking for a stick of incense, and the light outside the wall leaked in. Mother, guess where I am? The voice of the cub came from the hole. Sui Yu bent down and looked out, just in time to see half of the face close to the hole. She walked out quickly, and the cub led Aining and walked up to her like two ponies. Slow down. Look at your brother. He can't keep up with you. Sui Yu hurriedly shouted. The kid looked back and saw that his brother couldn't keep up with him, so he left him behind and rushed forward faster, bumping into Sui Yu. Sui Yu was prepared, so he took a step back to relieve the force, and carried him around in a circle. The kid was so happy that he giggled. He liked to play like this. Why are you two here instead of practicing drums? Sui Yu asked. Kerbin and Anil are teaching Aqiang and Dunhuang, so we sneaked out to find you. The kid said. Mom, I want to eat the cakes you made. Sui Yu looked at Aining and asked. Aining, do you want to eat the cakes made by your aunt? Aining nodded heavily. You can eat cakes. When it snows and your father is not on duty, let him take us to Aining's village to grind bean flour, and I will make you something new to eat. Sui Yu leaned over and knocked on the kid's forehead, saying, You two can't sneak out again when you go to school in a few days. If you get scolded by the teacher, I will beat you up. Aining subconsciously glanced at the kid, and when he saw his brother nod, he nodded too. Go to practice drums. When it's not your turn, just sit aside and watch, Sui Yu said. The boy came here just to see her, and his purpose was achieved. He happily took Aining and skipped away. Brother, didn't you say that your aunt never beat you? Aining asked seriously. She really didn't. The boy shook his head. He looked back and saw Sui Yu was still looking at him. He waved his hand and turned around to continue walking. My mother won't beat me. She scared me. Really? Aining was a little unconvinced. He felt that his aunt looked like she would beat a child. If I'm obedient, she won't beat me. The boy stood on tiptoe and hugged his brother's neck, whispering, Did your aunt beat you? Aining nodded. She's not good. When she comes again, your brother will help you seek justice. By the way, why did your mother beat you? I wet the bed, Aining said very quietly. The boy. You still wet the bed? I peed in my dream, and I didn't know I was dreaming. Aining defended. What are you two doing? Ashui came out to look for someone, and she put her hands on her hips and shouted, It's your turn. Come back quickly. I'm coming. The kid hurriedly threw away Aining's hand and ran away, not daring to mention helping him get justice. After the two children entered the second guest house, Sui Yu turned around and went into the house. The wall had been broken through, and Zhang Shun and Li Wu were mixing mud and sand to build a chimney. Seeing that there was no problem here, she went to see Chen Lao next door. Manager Yu, are you looking for Chen Lao? Lu was sitting in front of the window doing needlework, and came out when she heard the door open. Lu was Hua Suichuan's family member. She lived in the guest house alone with her 3 children. Sui Liang arranged for her to live in the 9th guest house. There were no people living in this guest house all year round. She had 2 keys and lived here quietly and safely. After Sui Yu brought Chen Lao back, she arranged Chen Lao to live in the guest house. One lived in the east side, and the other lived in the west side, unless they intended to talk. The 2 families would not disturb each other. Yes, I came to see Chen Lao to see if he needed anything, Sui Yu said. By the way, has Brother Hua not come back yet? Or will he come back next year? When he left, he said he would come back this year, and he will probably come back in a few days. Mentioning her husband, Lu's face showed a worried look. Now there is a war outside the pass, and the weather is cold. She is afraid that something will happen to him outside the pass. It is probably because the business is too good. In previous years, many caravans did not come back until November. Don't worry too much, sister-in-law. Sui Yu comforted him and said, You are busy. I will go to see Chen Lao. I wanted to come in from the east side door, but the door was bolted from the inside. It's okay. It's okay. When I'm at home, the west door is always open. If you have something to do, just go this way. Lu followed Sui Yu. She clenched her hands nervously and said in a flattering tone, Manager Yu, I heard that you are going to open a school. Can I let my Dunhuang and Erlang attend as auditors? Just give them a seat and put them in a corner. If there is no seat, it doesn't matter if they stand. Sui Yu neither agreed nor refused, saying, Mr. Chen can only teach 20 or 30 children. We will see the situation at that time. If there are still vacancies in the end, I will let Dunhuang and Erlang go to study with them. Alas, if there is really no seat, let them stand outside the door. Sui Yu waved his hand. You just came to Dunhuang, and you don't know the situation. Dunhuang's winter can freeze people to death. You can't stand outside. Lu wanted to say more, but she saw that Mr. Chen heard the voice and came out. He waved to Sui Yu to come over, so she didn't interrupt. Buy 10 more brushes. These brushes are bald, Mr. Chen said. Sui Yu agreed. After he agreed, she picked up the bamboo slips on the table. She read them carefully, and after removing the words she didn't know, she roughly understood that this was a conscription poem. Do you understand it? Asked Chen Lao. Probably. Sui Yu put down the bamboo slips and said, Isn't this too profound for the children? Being at the border, the people at the border have the most experience of the suffering of war and corvée. I don't think they can't accept it. Chen Lao shook his head. Then just let them read along at first. Don't ask them to recite and write. Sui Yu tried to negotiate. It's difficult for me to recognize all the words in this poem. For young children, letting them write and recognize is no less than asking a 6-year-old to go to the battlefield with a sword. Old Chen frowned, not happy that she was interfering in his affairs. They can accept this poem complaining about the suffering of war emotionally, but it is too difficult for them to recite and write it. It is too difficult at the beginning. I think many children will be afraid to go to school once they develop a dislike for learning. This road to literacy will not last long. Sui Yu continued. That's just right to select fish eyes and pearls. If you don't want to learn, just leave and make room for others. Old Chen thought her words were too pampering for the children. No. 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 You may have misunderstood. I am not asking you to select fish eyes and pearls for me. And you are not selecting talents for the court. Sui Yu restrained the politeness on his face and said seriously, I paid a salary to invite you here to teach our children to read and write. If the fish eyes can become pearls, it would be great. If the fish eyes cannot become pearls, it doesn't matter. Let him become a shiny fish eye. Old Chen's face was tense, and he wanted to throw his sleeves and say he would quit. There was a knock on the door. Sui Yu turned around and saw that it was Zhao Shiping who had returned. The students are all here. Zhao Shiping walked in and said, Most of them are children of the 1,000 households that I am close to. And there are also a few children of the small flags under my command, all between the ages of 6 and 12. They told me that they don't ask the children to take the exam for an official position, but just want them to know some words, so that they won't be cheated when they go out. If they can learn some principles of life, they will be very lucky. Hearing this, Chen Lao didn't understand what he meant. He sighed in compromise and said, Tell me how you plan to teach me. Sui Yu thought about how her teacher taught her in school in her previous life. She repeated it one by one and discussed with Chen Lao about teaching the children the correct posture of holding the brush and teaching them from the simplest words. It was also okay for the children to recite poems in Fu, but he had to explain the emotions contained in the poems in Fu, and they couldn't just memorize them mechanically. You should pay special attention to the situation of my child. Zhao Shiping was making up for it. He did not hide his selfishness and said frankly, We invited you here mainly for our own child. As for whether other children are fake or real, it has little to do with us. Old Chen looked at him disapprovingly, but did not say anything. After all, he was shortchanged. He also understood that the couple treated him politely on the surface, but in fact they were people who could not be fooled. And he could not have the final say here. Chapter 266 Half a Sun. After leaving Old Chen, Sui Yu asked, Why did you come back so early today? Zhao Shiping smiled and said, Thanks to you. Captain Gu and Captain Yang are going to send their children to school here. They have borrowed our convenience, so they will give us some benefits. They will help me share the patrol work in the future, and I can rest for one day on duty. That's great. The kid told me that he wants to eat the pancakes I made. Will you rest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? We will grind the dried broad beans into bean flour. You can rest tomorrow. I will go to grind beans tomorrow morning, Zhao Shiping said. I remember there is a row of leeks in the vegetable garden. I want to eat egg and leek boxes. The leeks at this time are old and not as delicious as the leeks in spring. Sui Yu glanced at him and said, I'll make you a new food. I'm sure you will like it. Zhao Shiping sighed. After all, I can't compare to your son. Sui Yu punched him. And he smiled and dodged. I'll make pancakes with bean flour. Fry 2 bowls of lard. Stir-fry a bowl of lean meat strips. Cut some braised meat. Mix some pickled radish. Blanch some bean sprouts. And wrap these things with pancakes. It will definitely taste better than egg and chive dumplings. Sui Yu told him. After eating the dry ones, we'll have a pot of soup. I haven't eaten the dried kelp I brought back yet, so I can cook a pot of kelp and tofu soup. Zhao Shiping felt that this way of eating was not bad just by listening. But he still said jealously, You still care about your son. I've been married to you for many years. It's only because of the child that I know there is a bean flour pancake. If there is no child, I will never know this way of eating until I die. Right? Sui Yu smiled and glared at him, keeping silent with her hands in her pockets. Aren't you going to defend yourself? Zhao Shiping was anxious. What are you defending? Didn't you say everything? Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping smiled. This is a new way of eating that I learned from Chang'an. Sui Yu stopped teasing him. Don't think that I can't verify this because I can't go to Chang'an. I'll go ask the merchants to see if there is such a way of eating in Chang'an. Zhao Shiping walked away. Hey! Sui Yu stamped her feet. And she chased after him and grabbed him. Zhao Shiping turned around. And he pinched her cheek meat and said angrily, You can't make up stories anymore. Right? I also made egg pancakes for you. But the little one hasn't eaten them yet. Sui Yu hugged his waist and rubbed against his chest to act coquettishly. I just suddenly thought of it. But it's not made just for the little one. Not far away. 5 merchants passed by together. And they whistled playfully. Let go. Zhao Shiping patted her. Someone is coming. Sui Yu didn't like to perform in public. So she pinched him and let go of his hand. She looked up at the sky and said, It looks like it's going to snow. If it snows, it snows. If it snows, we'll slaughter the pigs. Zhao Shiping said. It's windy outside. Go back to the house. I'll go check on the school. The chimney has been built. Zhang Shun and Li Wu moved into the house and are building the flue in the stove. The earth wall next door has also been demolished. And the servants are sweeping the earth. Zhao Shiping went in and took a look. And reminded him, by the way, the autumn harvest is over. And the training in the morning and evening must be picked up. I'll bring some people to learn from you another day. After these words came out, the servants became nervous and decided to increase the intensity of training from tonight. It gets dark quickly in winter. When the light in the house becomes dim, the slaves finish their work. Without being urged, they run around the guest house on their own initiative. The little boy saw it, and he remembered the promise he made to his mother. He called 2 black dogs, twisted his legs and feet in a very realistic way, and ran slowly with the team of slaves. Once there is 1, there will be 2. The little boy was running, and Dunhuang and Huan Yo joined in when they saw it. Old girl, you should run too, Uncle Nyo said. The more you run, the faster you get hungry. The more you eat, the faster you grow. Shui didn't want to move. It was too cold to take a bath in winter, so she didn't want to sweat. Go quickly. Uncle Nyo pushed her. If you don't learn, your sister-in-law will let Huan Yo and Dunhuang follow the caravan to make money, and you will stay in the guest house alone to feed the chickens. Shui then moved. Chang, Huan Yo and Dunhuang are running with the kid. You go out too. Chui Saw drove away the fire-making maid. In the guest house, they had no worries about food and drink, and no intrigue. They, the official slaves, treated the younger generation like elders, and were more or less kind. She whispered, You little girl, be smart. Don't hang around us. This is how our life is. There is no hope. You little ones are different. Lady Yu is kind enough to let you learn to read with the young master, let you learn drums, and allow you to practice martial arts. You may have good fortune when you grow up. Don't be stupid. You can't take it easy at this time. Learn as much as you can. Chang nodded hurriedly. She washed her hands and said, Aunt, I'll go out now. Go quickly. Chui Saw waved her hand. Go. The kitchen doesn't need you to make fire. Mrs. Yin then expressed her attitude. Chang happily said hey, and she ran out quickly. Chang, come on. Huan Yo and Shui happened to pass by, and she shouted, Come on. Let's run together. I'm coming. Sui Liang was influenced by them. He took a long breath. straightened his body, and stretched it a few times, and joined in. The cub was tired after running a circle. He walked towards the door panting. Sui went to meet him. She led him to continue walking slowly in circles. Your father will rest tomorrow. He will take you to the city to grind beans tomorrow morning. Sui said. I won't go with you. I'll prepare the side dishes at home. Okay. The cub responded with a shrill voice. He covered his neck and wailed, Mom. My throat hurts. Don't talk. Breathe through your nose. Sui pinched his mouth and said, I'll talk next. You listen. No need to respond. Yeah. The two black dogs heard the sound. They turned halfway, wagging their tails, and walking slowly with their masters. After walking around, it was already dark. Sui, you took the kid to the kitchen to drink hot water. When the Kong in the school is built, put a pottery pot on the stove to boil hot water. They will have no shortage of hot water to drink. Sui said to Zhao Shiping. Zhao Shiping nodded. He sat on a small stool and held the kid's legs, worried that the child would get hurt. He kneaded the kid's legs from ankle to buttocks. Sui Liang pushed the door in with sweat all over his head. Seeing this scene, he took the bowl handed by his sister and drank a sip of hot water. Then squeezed his nephew away and sat down in front of Zhao Shiping. Brother-in-law, my legs hurt too. He raised his legs. Zhao Shiping staggered over and didn't even look at him. Brother-in-law, you can't be partial. Sui Liang felt sour. I knew you before the kid. And we also slept in the same bed. Zhao Shiping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Shut up. Look how old you are. You're going to grow a beard soon. Stop talking nonsense and annoying people. Sui Liang took a deep breath. Rub it yourself. Rub it wherever it hurts. Zhao Shiping stood up and patted the goosebumps on his arm. Sui Liang was so angry that he was panting. When the kid saw him, he immediately came over attentively. He hugged his uncle's legs and said, Uncle, I'll help you rub it. Sui Liang looked at Zhao Shiping with a squint and said, I think of you as half a father. Okay. I'll remember it. When you are old and can't move, I won't support you in your old age. Sui laughed heartily. And Zhao Shiping couldn't help laughing. He couldn't hold his face. He turned his back and said, Come on. I don't have a son as old as you. Sui Liang was sulking with his neck stiff. The kid peeked at him. And he pressed his legs hard, saying something to make conversation. Uncle, your legs are so thin. Not as thick as your father and son's legs. Sui Liang said sarcastically. The kid smacked his lips. And he looked at his mother for help. Sui was holding back her laughter until her stomach hurt. And she waved her hand, signaling the kid not to get involved in this fire. After a while, the kid was so tired that his hands were sore. He shook his hands and asked, Uncle, are you okay? Sui Liang didn't want his nephew to suffer. So he said in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. Zhao Shiping took a deep breath. He walked over silently, lifted half of his son's legs roughly, and squeezed his tense muscles with great force. Ouch! Sui Liang screamed in pain. He wanted to pull his legs back, but he couldn't move. He had to beg for mercy. Okay. Okay. Don't pinch me anymore. Zhao Shiping didn't listen to him. He pressed harder and harder. And he didn't stop even when his fingers were sore from exhaustion. Uncle Nyo heard the pig killing sound. He poked his head in. Said Yo and said, You are a good brother-in-law. You also massage my brother-in-law's legs. Well, I still count on him to take care of me in my old age. Zhao Shiping said in a rough voice. Sui couldn't hold it anymore. She burst into laughter. Xiaozai didn't understand what she was laughing at, but grinned foolishly. After massaging both legs, Sui Liang couldn't stand up anymore. He slumped in the chair, looking at Zhao Shiping with horror in his eyes. Remember your words. Take care of me in my old age. Zhao Shiping patted his shoulder heavily, and said with a smile, When I am old and can't move, Xiaozai will wash my left foot, and you will wash my right foot. You didn't massage Xiaozai with all your strength. Sui Liang still had some opinions. Stop whining. Zhao Shiping was too lazy to pay attention to him. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. The merchants outside had already eaten, and the servants were busy running around in the dining hall, collecting money and serving food. We didn't wait for you. We and your parents ate first. Uncle Lao Nyo spoke. Well, no need to wait. Zhao Shiping went to wash his hands. Sui Yu and the kid followed behind, and the mother and son supported Sui Liang, who was pretending to be lame, and let him be complacent. The next day, Sui Liang dragged the kid around to run in circles again. The uncle and nephew were exhausted and panting. But they were still excited to find someone to massage their legs. Zhao Shiping had expected it. And he didn't even have time to eat. He led the camel carrying broad beans and soybeans into the city to grind bean flour early in the morning. With no hope, Sui Liang had to accept his fate. He squatted down to massage his nephew's legs, and then let his nephew massage his legs again. The force was as light as an ant bite. I feel bad for being half a son to your father. I have to raise a son for him, and take care of him in his old age. Sui Liang was so angry that he cried out, I am the one who suffered the loss. But your father pretended to be the one who suffered the loss. Uncle, I will seek justice for you. The kid was righteous. Oh, how do you seek justice for me? Send me to the city to find my father, and I will beat him for you. Sui Liang rolled his eyes. You just want me to send you to the city to grind bean flour. The kid chuckled. Sui Liang was quite unwilling. He squatted on the ground and held his cheek and said, Why don't you call me brother? Pa. Sui Yu passed by and slapped him. She warned him. You will be beaten. Sui Liang smiled awkwardly. I'm talking nonsense. Take the little boy to the city to find your brother-in-law. He is in the village where Aning lives. Sui Yu said. Tell the little boy's aunt to come over for lunch at noon. Oh! Sui Liang didn't argue this time. He went to lead the camel. The little boy went to find Kerbin. He said loudly, Little master, I'm taking a leave today. I'm going to grind bean flour. My mother wants to make pancakes for me. Okay. You can make up for it in the afternoon. Kerbin nodded. Bring me 2 pancakes in the afternoon. And annals. Don't forget. Okay. The little boy ran away. Chapter 267. When Zhao Shiping came back with 2 tails grinding bean flour. Sui Yu was frying pork chunks. The pork belly had been marinated before being put into the oil pan. And the soy sauce was mixed with honey. After the oil was poured, the pork chunks turned red. The pickled radish shreds had been cut. The bean sprouts had been picked and washed. The fat lard and the lean meat shreds had also been cut. And they only had to wait for the pancakes to be baked before they could start frying the oil residue and stir-frying the lean meat. Mom, the bean flour is ready. The kid ran in excitedly to report. My dad asked where we make pancakes? It's still in our yard. Ask your dad to light the stove and ask your uncle to come in. Move the basin and pottery pot there. Sui Yu ordered. By the way, I asked you to call your aunt to come to our house for dinner. Have you called her? Yes, but my aunt won't come. She's going to buy a camel. Oh, Sui Yu responded. It seems your aunt made money this year. Well, Aning said his mother is very rich. The kid said while leaning against the door. Is your mother richer or his mother? Sister Cui teased him. She brought a bowl of pickled cabbage and walked in and asked, Madam, do you have extra oil residue today? I will steam 2 baskets of pickled cabbage oil residue buns for you. Okay. Steam them in the evening. And we will have pancakes for lunch. Sui Yu instructed. Don't touch the side dishes I prepared. When I send someone to notify you, you can do it. Little boy. Go get me 2 handfuls of broad bean powder. Little boy ran away and came in with his uncle. Sui Liang came to pick up the pottery cauldron. There were 17 pottery cauldrons stored in the warehouse. The tall ones were comparable to buckets, and the short ones were only as high as bowls. Not only were they of different heights, but they were also divided into open and tight mouths. The pottery cauldron that Sui Liang wanted to take away was an open short cauldron, shaped like a bowl, with an oval bottom, an outward expanding cauldron mouth, and handles on both sides. This kind of cauldron is most suitable for making pancakes. The skin of the pork belly was fried until crispy. Sui Yu poked the meat with a wooden stick and put it into the stewed soup. The stewed meat pot was placed on the stove at the back and simmered over low heat for an hour. The meat stewed in this way is the most delicious. Mom, broad bean powder, the boy reminded. Cui Saw brought over the ceramic bowl containing the lean meat strips and said, Throw it in here. The boy saw that Sui Yu did not object. So he did it. You haven't answered the question I asked you just now. Right? Is it your mother who has money or your aunt? Cui Saw asked again. The boy kicked his feet and said vaguely, I don't know. If you ask me, it's your mother who has money. Cui Saw nodded at him. Sui Yu wiped her hands and walked over. She smiled at the boy. The boy pulled her skirt and walked out happily. When they went out, he turned his head and said, My mother has no money. Oh! Look at you stingy. Afraid that we will know that your mother has money. Chui Saw shushed him. The kid stuck out his tongue slightly, made a face, and ran away quickly. The fire had already started in the yard next door, and the basin and table were set up. Sui Yu rolled up her sleeves when she entered the house. She took the basin and scooped 5 scoops of broad bean powder and 2 scoops of soybean powder, and finally scooped 3 scoops of wheat flour into it, mixed it evenly, and kneaded it with water. Liang Gur, bring me the board and the rolling pin, Sui Yu said. Okay. Mother, what should I get? The kid was anxious to get the job. Go wash your hands, and come and pinch the dough for me later, the kid responded, got up and ran away. Now there were only the couple left in the yard, and they were guarding one side each. Zhao Shiping stuffed 2 pieces of firewood into the stove, and he walked over and asked, how about I roll the noodles? Forget it. The kid wants to eat the pancakes I baked, so I have to take some action. Zhao Shiping couldn't help but sneer. Sui Yu looked up at him, then lowered her head to continue kneading the dough. Sister, bring the board and rolling pin. Mom, I've washed my hands. Zhao Shiping walked away silently, and he continued to light the fire. After kneading the dough, Sui Yu sat on the chair that Sui Liang brought. She pinched a handful of soybean powder and sprinkled it on the board, then rolled out a ball of dough with a rolling pin. Sister, can the clay pot be put on the stove? Sui Liang asked. Yes. Sui Yu nodded. Use a low heat. This time the pancakes are thin. Turn them frequently, and it's ready when there are light yellow marks on both sides. As he spoke, a bean cake was rolled out, and the kid immediately handed over a ball of dough, and then took the pancake and sent it over to bake. The 4 people divided the work. Some rolled the dough, some made the fire, some made the pancakes, and one ran errands to deliver the pancakes. The 4 people cooperated well, and did not delay each other. As soon as the second bean cake was rolled, the bean cake in the pot was cooked. Come on, let's taste it first. Sui Liang took a breath, endured the heat, and divided the pancake into 4 halves. He held 1 piece in his mouth, and hurriedly stuffed 2 pieces out, and fed the last piece into Sui Yu's mouth. Not bad. Not bad. Very fragrant. Sui Yu nodded. The bean flour smells good when it's cooked. Zhao Shiping nodded, but still insisted, it's not as delicious as the egg and chive box. Next year I will use bean flour to make egg and chive boxes, Sui Yu said deliberately. Zhao Shiping quickly changed his words. Bean flour pancakes are more fragrant than white flour pancakes. Sui Yu gave him a blank look without any concealment, and he curled his lips with joy. The second bean cake came out of the pot. This time, the 4 of them no longer swallowed it whole. Instead, they tasted it carefully. The bean cake had a hint of sweetness when chewed, and had a richer taste than pure flour cakes, especially the layer of bean powder floating on the surface, which was extremely fragrant after being cooked. 10 pancakes were eaten right after they came out of the pan. Sui Yu had to stop them. Don't eat anymore, especially the kid. You're full now. You won't be able to eat when the food comes later. The kid looked at his stomach with regret. His stomach was not small, so why could he only hold a little food? It took more than half an hour to bake a large bowl of noodles. Nearly 300 pancakes were baked. At this time, Chui Saw also brought the side dishes. The braised meat was cut into small pieces, and the lean meat strips were covered with sauce. The lard residue was just out of the pan and sprinkled with salt. It was crispy and tasty. The bean sprouts were boiled and drained and divided into 2 plates with pickled radish. Sui Yu picked up the bean cakes that had just come out of the pan, scooped a spoonful of braised meat and lard residue each and spread them on the pancakes, and then coated them with lean meat strips and pickled radish. Zhao Shiping didn't like bean sprouts, so she didn't take any. The kid stared at the stacked bean cakes. He happily opened his mouth and waited for them to be fed. Unexpectedly, the bean cakes floated past him. He was dumbfounded with his mouth open. Zhao Shiping was stunned for a moment. The fragrant bean cakes were stuck to the edge of his mouth. He reacted. In an instant, joy appeared between his eyebrows. He stared at the playful face with a bright gaze, and took the bulging cake in 1 bite. The kid chewed it twice in vain. He closed his mouth a little embarrassedly, took a cake by himself, and scooped a large spoonful of braised meat on the cake. Sui Liang started eating, chewing with big mouthfuls of his cheeks, mumbling, Sister, it's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Sui Yu took the cake from the boy and said, You have a small mouth. Make less. I'll eat this. You make another one. Oh! The boy responded with a long tone. And he took another cake. But his eyes stayed on Sueyu's face. Seeing that she was eating, he asked excitedly, Mom, is the cake I made delicious? Sueyu nodded heavily, and he was happy. And then he was busy eating. In exchange, Zhao Shiping made a pancake for Sueyu, and he made a fist-sized pancake for himself, and then went out to find his parents and Lao Nio's uncle and daughter to eat. It's noon. Why don't you know to come back for dinner? Sueyu asked. Didn't you hear it in the yard? The drums played by that barbarian boy named Kurban sounded very nice. He was still teaching Achan to dance. But we forgot, Zhao's mother said with lingering feelings. The kid saw Kurban waving at him through the gate, and he remembered what he had promised in the morning. So he told Sueyu that he would personally make 4 pancakes and send them out. Sueyu remembered that there was an old man. So she asked Sui Liang to serve a bowl of kelp tofu soup and make 10 more pancakes and send them over. There were many people and many mouths, especially Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang, who had big appetites. At the end of the meal, the side dishes and soup were all gone, and only 50 of the nearly 300 bean cakes were left. This kind of cake won't taste good for the next meal. I'll eat a little more and forget it after I finish it, Zhao Shiping said reluctantly, and he didn't hesitate to reach out for the cake. Dad, leave me 3 or 5. Leave me 5. The kid also likes to eat bean cakes. He prefers to eat pure bean cakes to those wrapped with vegetables, which are fragrant and sweet. Sueyu decided to give the remaining 50 cold bean cakes to the kid, 20 of which he gave to Dunhuang, and 20 to Shui, who gave them to Huanyo and Achang. The remaining 10 belonged to Zhao Shiping. I'll make more in 2 days. If you don't enjoy it this time, you can eat it next time. Sueyu made the decision. Pack up your things and do what you need to do. Sueyu kept her word. 2 days later, she baked another 300 bean cakes and ate them again. After satisfying her cravings, the old and young in the family were no longer greedy. The Kong in the school was built. After drying, it was no problem to burn the fire. Sueyu asked people to move the tables and benches in. On October 26th, the school started. After dawn, Sui Liang took Shirzai and Dunhuang, and Shui took Aqiang and Huanyo. The 6 of them went to eat together after running. Aining had been sent by his father. He was waiting under the eaves with a cloth bag on his shoulder. Brother, have you eaten? Shirzai asked. Aining shook his head and nodded. He hadn't eaten at home. When Inpa came over to bring him a bun, he had already eaten it. He ate a bun. Inpa came out and said, Do you want to drink porridge or honey water? Honey water. Almost in unison, Lu Yair brought 2 plates of buns to Achang, then brought out a pot of honey water and handed it to Sui Liang, saying, Let's go to the school after dinner. On the first day of going to the school, except for Sui Liang, everyone was nervous. They filled their stomachs quickly as if they were going to war, and each carried a cloth bag and went out. Zhao Shiping did not go on duty today. He and Sueyu stood in the open space south of the guest house to look at the jujube trees. Are the jujube trees bearing fruit this year? Sueyu asked. No. They may bear fruit next year. You may come back earlier next year and catch up to eat jujubes. There is no shortage of jujubes outside the pass, Sueyu said deliberately. A cold bird flew by. Zhao Shiping looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back, and was kicked. So he lowered his head. Are you dumb? Sueyu glared at him. Zhao Shiping couldn't hold back his laughter. He turned his head and said, There is no shortage of jujubes outside the pass. But there is a shortage of people to accompany you to pick and eat jujubes. Sueyu wanted to say more, but a group of camels appeared on the road leading here. They were 7 captains, including Gu Qianhu, Yang Qianhu and 3 small flags, who brought their children here. The 7 captains brought a total of 13 children, and the 3 small flags brought 3. There is also a school in Captain Chu's mansion. Right? Sueyu asked. Zhao Shiping nodded. Brother Zhao. Sister-in-law. Gu Qianhu came over. He stopped the camel and turned over, saying politely, I brought 2 children here. If they don't obey and cause you trouble, just teach them. Don't worry about my face. Zhao Shiping waved his hand and said, It's not that serious. Old Chen is old and only teaches for 1 hour a day. In such a short time, what trouble can they cause me? No more talking. You go over quickly. My children have already gone over. I'll lead you over. Sui Yu said. 16 children followed her with baskets. And Zhao Shiping invited his colleagues and subordinates to follow him into the house to talk. Sui Yu did not bother them. She sent the children to the school and watched them sit down at their respective tables. She also found an empty seat and sat down. When Old Chen came and saw Sui Yu, he pretended not to see her. He first followed her wishes and rearranged the 23 children according to their heights. Then he gave each of them a brush and taught them how to hold the brush and how to use force when writing. Sui Yu took out her usual brush and dipped it in water to write on the table. Her posture of holding the brush was wrong. No wonder her handwriting was so ugly. She found an excuse for herself. Next, you will learn a poem from me. The poem is called East Wind. As the voices of different lengths of recitation sounded, Sui Yu bent down and slipped out. When she went out, she met Lu and her 3 children wandering at the door. Before she could speak, Sui Yu nodded and said, "There is an empty table in the room. Prepare a brush, a charcoal pencil, and a wooden board for each of the 3 children, and let them go in and learn tomorrow." Lu was delighted, and she said excitedly, "Thank you, shopkeeper Yu. How much is the tuition? I'll give it to you right away." Sui Yu waved his hand. "From now on, you will be responsible for lighting the Kong in the room where Mr. Chen sleeps. The Kong must be on all day long. As for the school, it only needs to be lit for half a day. Is that okay?" "Okay." Lu agreed immediately. After the matter was settled, Sui Yu went back to find Zhao Shiping. The visitor had already left, leaving behind a pile of gifts. The deer legs were set by Captain Gu. The ox horns were set by Captain Yang. This red pottery basin was sent by Captain Li. This bag of dried dates was sent by Chen Xiuqi. And this basket of rice cakes was sent by Qian Xiuqi. Zhao Shiping explained one by one. "I didn't ask for their tuition, but they sent these things to me. I couldn't refuse, so I had to accept them. They expressed their kindness, so we accepted it. When it snows and we kill pigs, we will let these children have a meal at our house." Sui Yu took the ox horns, sat next to Zhao Shiping and said, "I didn't intend to treat the matter of inviting a teacher as a business. It was mainly for the purpose of teaching our own children. The other things were incidental. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to make connections for you. Hey, this horn doesn't seem to be the horn of a working ox?" Captain Yang said that he bought it from a merchant 2 years ago. It should be the horn of a yak raised by the Chong people. When he said this, Sui Yu understood that this should be the horn of a yak, which has a more rounded arc compared with the horns of working oxen. The horns of yaks are slender and more beautiful. "Is this horn also a medicine?" Sui Yu asked. Zhao Shiping didn't know, and Captain Yang didn't say much. "Put it away first." Sui Yu put down the horns, and she took out a sheepskin coat from the box. She wanted to wear it, but she thought the wool was dirty and hadn't been washed yet. So she changed into another one. "It's going to snow, and it's colder today than in the past few days." Sui Yu stamped her feet. "Let's build a Kong in our room," Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu shook her head and refused. "The bed is too warm, and it makes people lazy. The warehouse next to the kitchen is warm. I can sit in that room when I'm cold. When it snows, the tea house will also have a fire. I'll go to the tea house to warm myself by the fire." Speaking of the tea house, Zhao Shiping said that Kerbin and Anil pestered Lao Xia to learn ventriloquism in the summer. They didn't learn ventriloquism, but they did compose a few dances. A Chong and Huan Yo also learned too. "Did Qin Wenshan take his personal journal away?" Sui Yu asked. "I didn't see his caravan coming." Zhao Shiping took out the bamboo slips from the wooden box. After noon, Sui Yu took the bamboo slips to find Chen Lao. She handed them to him. She wanted to ask him how to write fu, but he was interested in the content on the bamboo slips and took the initiative to write another fu for Qin Wenshan. 2 days later, Sui Yu took the opportunity to bring all the stories she had written. She discussed with Chen Lao how to write fu suitable for singing. She had heard him recite poems and fu in the school with ups and downs, and his emotions were so abundant, which was exactly what her story lacked. As an outsider, no matter how she integrated, she could not come up with the tune of ancient people singing fu. So how could she teach Qin Shan and others? So Qin Shan, Zhang Shun, Xiao Chunhong and Lu Ye were also sent to the school by Sui Yu, so that the 4 of them could be influenced by Chen Lao. Late at night, everyone in the guest house had gone to bed. Suddenly, the sound of camel bells came from the wilderness, followed by the sound of horses. "It feels like a big caravan," I'll get up and take a look. You continue to sleep, and don't go out. Zhao Shiping lifted the wolfskin mattress and got out of bed, saying, "It's November. And there are caravans coming back. We are not afraid of encountering heavy snow." As soon as he mentioned snow, Zhao Shiping saw falling snowflakes as soon as he opened the door. He closed the door and strode out. "It's snowing." Sui Lian also opened the door and came out. He stood in the snow and looked up, saying, "It's finally snowing. This year's snow is a little late. It didn't snow until November." "Uncle." The kid was lying in bed and shouting. "Don't shout. Don't shout. Go to bed early and get up tomorrow morning to play snowballs." Sui Lian walked out quickly. The boy squinted his eyes at Sui Yu. He smiled and asked flatteringly, "Mom, can I play snowballs with my uncle tomorrow morning?" "What do you think?" Sui Yu asked. The boy shook his head. "My dad is going to beat me again." "Do you still remember the time you were beaten for playing in the snow?" Sui Yu asked with a smile. The boy nodded. After all, he had only been beaten that time. "Playing in the snow will make you sick. You were sick during the Chinese New Year last year. Have you forgotten how uncomfortable it was?" Sui Yu told him seriously. "Playing in snowballs will make you sweat. Once you sweat, and then feel the cold wind, you will get sick. I'm running. I'm getting stronger. And I won't get sick again." Sui Yu heard that he really wanted to play in the snow. She thought for a while and said, "When the snow on the ground is thick, we will use the snow to wash the sheepskin coat and wolfskin mattress. And we need to make a snowman." The boy made another request. Sui Yu heard footsteps in the yard, and she said perfunctorily, "Yeah," with a sound. His mind followed the footsteps. 3 caravans came. Zhang Shun and Li Wu were responsible for settling them. I came back first. "It's so cold." Zhao Shiping threw off his sheepskin coat, kicked off his sheepskin pants, lifted the mattress and quickly got in. A large amount of cold air came in, and the cub cried out in coldness. He huddled up, fearing that his father would tease him with his cold hands again. "No, your father didn't even approach you." Sui Yu hugged him and smiled. The cub looked back and saw Zhao Shiping lying flat, ignoring him at all. "Has Hua Suichan returned?" Sui Yu asked. "Sister Lu is worried about him every day, and she has become thinner with worry." "He is back." Their caravan was unlucky. They were kidnapped by the Xiongnu in the autumn. But they were lucky. A few days after they were kidnapped, our army attacked them. The people were saved, but the goods were lost. Zhao Shiping told her the news he had just learned. The army is back, and the war in Cheshire has been settled. Sui Yu was not surprised that the army could win. After all, the protectorate had not yet been established in the western regions. At this time, the wars outside the Great Wall were minor. As long as Zhao Shiping did not go to the battlefield, she would not worry. The goods were lost, but the camels were not lost. "Right?" Sui Yu asked. For the caravan, the camels used for transportation were a large amount of property. And losing camels was more tragic than losing goods. They were riding camels, so they should not be lost. Zhao Shiping warmed up, and he took Zhao Shuzai away. He held Zhao Shuzai's chubby little feet and asked, "Aren't you hiding from me? Why are you stepping on my legs now?" The little boy didn't say anything, and he couldn't explain it. He just wanted to tease him. "Go and sleep with your uncle tomorrow night." Zhao Shiping tried to test him, and when he saw Zhao Shuzai hesitated, he immediately felt that there was a chance. And then he said, "It's snowing, and your uncle is very cold sleeping alone. You are a little stove. You go to accompany him, so that he won't get sick from the cold." "Okay." The kid gave in, and he turned his head and said, "Mom, I'll come to accompany you in 2 days." "Okay." Sui Yu smiled and agreed. "I will miss you." The kid laughed, and he fluttered his legs excitedly. "Sleep." Zhao Shiping held his legs and said, "Go to bed quickly. You have to go to school tomorrow morning." The children sat in the warm school to learn words, and the merchants sat in the tea house with a fire to talk. The merchants and escorts, who came back last night, talked loudly in the tea house. They talked about the thrills outside the pass and the war outside the pass. Mr. Chen asked Sui Lian to teach the children to write on his behalf. He waded into the tea house through the snow and sat aside to listen to the merchants' conversation. A few pig screams came from the wind and snow. It was Gonda who led people to slaughter pigs. It was near noon, and the school class was over. Sui Liang took a group of children to watch people slaughter pigs. Sui Yu hid in the corner and watched secretly. The boy looked into the snow several times, but perhaps because of her instructions, he never reached out to grab the snow. Brother, your aunt is peeking at you, Aining whispered. I saw her red shoes. The boy hissed slyly. I saw it too. Let's not tell her. The closer he got to the corner of the Tibetans, the more uncomfortable he felt. When Sui Yu pretended to come out, he couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed. Mom, I saw you. Your red shoes are showing. Aining glanced at him suspiciously. Sui Yu looked back and saw half a footprint outside the wall. She took out a blown pig bladder from her back and said, I want to give you a surprise. Take it to play with Aining. After that, she said to the other children, Gu Daoang, I asked someone to go to the city and tell your father that you two brothers will have a pig-killing meal at my house at noon today. The same goes for the others. You all have dinner at my house. After lunch, I will ask someone to send you back. Liang-gur, Shuzai, Aining, you three are the hosts. Treat your friends well. Sui Liang agreed. Shuzai immediately gave up his pig bladder and said, Let's go to the tea house to play. I'll play the drum for you. Aining thought about it and chose to go with his brother, even though Shuzai had just fooled him. Chapter 268, Lie. Spare ribs for soup. Pork butt for braised meat. Pig head after hair singeing and stewed with 4 pig legs. Pork belly for braised. Front leg for stuffing steamed buns. Hind leg for stir-frying. Tenderloin for sweet and sour pork shreds. Pig heart. Lung and intestine stewed with pickled cabbage. Pig trotter stewed with soybeans. 1 pig is made into 8 dishes, and other odds and ends are stir-fried in another pot. And the slaughtering pig dishes are ready. Merchants who are willing to eat slaughtering pig dishes can eat and serve as much as they want by paying 50 coins per person. This is the old rule of the guest house, and everyone who is not staying there for the first time knows it. When the slaughtering pig dishes are out of the pot, Zhao Shiping takes 1 portion each and takes it to the tea house. There is only 1 table in the tea house for Sui Liang and Shiozai to entertain their classmates. Would you like to drink mulberry wine? I'll warm a pot of mulberry wine for you, Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Liang looked at everyone. Before he could ask, the boy said, The wine is not good. It chokes my throat. Let's drink soup. The kelp in this kelp and tofu soup is from the sea. Do you know the sea? My mother said that the sea is very, very big. Bigger than the 4 counties of Heshi connected together. And bigger than the desert outside the pass. The fish in it are also very, very big. The largest one is bigger than a camel and can eat people. Let's talk about soup. Sui Liang interrupted him. You can drink more kelp and tofu soup. My sister said that eating more kelp can cure goiter. Yes. 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 The boy's thoughts turned. Kelp is delicious. It can cure diseases and it's not bitter. I haven't seen this thing, Gu Daoan said. This is something from the sea. My sister bought it for the first time. But she heard from my father that this thing can cure goiter. Which must be true. Sui Liang patted his chest and promised. He scooped a bowl of soup for himself, and served a bowl to Shiozai and Aining respectively, saying, Believe it or not, if you don't want to eat it, leave it for us. I know a person with goiter. The youngest son of Captain Yang said. Do you want to see her? She looks very strange. I saw her once, and it was scary. Whose family? I want to see her. Yang San. I will go back with you later, Gu Daoan said. Yang San looked at Sui Liang and asked, Do you want to see her? Let's take a bowl of kelp and tofu soup to see if what your sister said is true. It must be true. Sui Liang firmly believed. You take 2 more bowls to that person. No. 3 bowls. I will take out all the kelp in the basin. And you take it over. Don't you want to see her? That girl is whiter than you, Yang San asked. Sui Liang shook his head. I don't know her. Why should I go to see her? She is already very pitiful with a strange disease. Don't laugh at her, Gu Daoang. You are not allowed to go either. If you go, I will arrange more homework for you. The same goes for the rest of you. If I know that you go to see her laugh, I will complain to the old teacher. Gu Daoang hissed at him, hypocritical. Old-fashioned? No. You are a little old-fashioned. You are the hypocritical. The kid was not happy. He said angrily, You are bad? My uncle is good. Gu Daoang glanced at him, and didn't argue with the little brat. I am not hypocritical or old-fashioned. When I was a child, I couldn't speak. At that time, I lived in a military village. The children in the village called me dumb and stupid. When I walked outside, people who saw me also pointed at me. I was very uncomfortable at that time. Sui Liang explained seriously. Believe me, she is suffering the most because of the strange disease. If we still go to watch the fun, it will drive people to death. The dinner table was quiet. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Even Xiuzai and Aining were dumbfounded. Really? Gu Dong asked. Sui Liang nodded. Everyone present should know the details of his family. He did not hide it, and said frankly, my sister and I were exiled. Before going to jail, my mother hanged herself in front of me. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. Except for Xiuzai and Aining. The youngest one present was 7 years old. And the oldest was Sui Liang. The others were between 7 and 12 years old. Kids of this age were impulsive, reckless and brainless. But because of their background and family education, they didn't have many bad intentions. The thing they were most dissatisfied with was threats and forced discipline. And the most helpless thing was facing the honesty of their companions. At this time, they were at a loss for words to comfort Sui Liang. So they had to nod and agree not to go to see the big-neck girl. Eat the food. It's getting cold. Sui Liang took the kelp and tofu soup off the table and said, Eat these, and let Yang San take this dish away later. Yang San nodded again. Then don't let your sister and brother-in-law know about this. I'm afraid my parents will beat me if they know. Yang San made a request. And he secretly said, I dug a dog hole to sneak out. And then got into an abandoned house and found that monster. That girl. Her parents don't seem to let her meet outsiders. And she doesn't talk much. Sui Liang thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. Perhaps they all had a secret hidden from adults. Among the 19 classmates. Except for the absent-minded little boy and Aining who was chewing the pig's trotter. Everyone else was very excited and didn't pay much attention to eating. When Sui came over after having a full stomach, most of the dishes on the table were still left. Is the food not to your liking? Why is there so much left? Sui asked. It's delicious. We're not hungry. Gu Dong said vaguely, scratching his head a little embarrassedly, and asked, Little Cub's mother, what should we call you? You are Sui Liang's sister and Xiao Cub's mother. And Xiao Cub and Sui Liang are our classmates. Sui was also stumped. She thought for a while and said, Call me Aunt. According to Xiao Cub's seniority. As for you and Sui Liang, we have our own way. I am the aunt, and he is the brother. After saying that, Sui's attention returned to the table. Yang San was afraid that she would see the kelp and tofu soup under the table. So his mind was turning quickly. He was about to find an excuse to let her leave. When Xiao Cub suddenly said, Mom, I want to drink honey water. Okay, I'll get it for you. And also mix a pot for your friends. Sui left. Quick, quick, pick out the kelp. Yang San looked around and quickly took out his shoulder bag, dumped the charcoal pencil, wooden board, and water bag on the table, and squatted down to pick up the kelp into his pocket with chopsticks. His second brother helped take away his charcoal pencil and wooden board, and Chen Daong ran out to look for the wind. When Sui came out of the kitchen with, she seemed to see a figure flashing at the door of the tea house. But when she walked in, she found that a table of children were holding bowls and drinking soup. The little boy was the most guilty, and he felt uneasy and uncomfortable. He felt that he had deceived his mother, and the honey water he drank was bitter. Are you still eating? If not, I will call someone to clear the table. While the snow has stopped, I will arrange someone to send you back. Sui said. Then we'll go back now. Gu Daong stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Thank you for your hospitality. Aunt? No need to be polite. Sui found it interesting that the children were talking about adults. Zhang Shan and Li Wu led people to lead camels over, helped a group of children to ride on camels, and they also rode their own camels to follow, intending to send these young masters home one by one. Why do you smell so much like vegetables? Or kelp? Did the soup spill? Anya asked Yang San. Yang San nodded with a stern face, watching the group of children leave. Sui took Aining in one hand and Xiuzai in the other hand to leave the tea house. She asked in a gentle voice, Why are you two unhappy? Don't they think you two are too young and don't talk to you? Aining subconsciously looked at her brother, and saw Xiuzai hanging his head. And he also walked silently with his head down. Sui smiled, and seeing that there was no big problem, she didn't ask any more questions. She took the two children back and washed their hands with bath beans. Then let them play in the warehouse. She went back to the house, and took out the sheepskin coat and wolfskin mattress, and put them in the snow to rub the snow. Zhao Shiping and Sui Liang also squatted in the snow to help. On the way, Sui, he went to the warehouse and the kitchen to ask the cub if he wanted to play in the snow. Seeing that he refused listlessly, she went out to ask Sui Liang for news. What's wrong with the cub? Why is he listless after a meal? Sui Liang subconsciously turned his eyes away. His eyes fell on the mulberry tree by the river and said, nothing. I will go to persuade him later. Then you go now, Sui Yu said. After Sui Liang left, she said with certainty, these three guys must be hiding something from us. Can't they? Zhao Shiping refused to believe it. If Sui Liang had something to hide from you, it would be reasonable. But I don't believe it. Cub. He is more loyal to you than our dog. Sui Yu pushed him, and she grabbed the snow and hit him. How can you talk like that? He is a human being. What loyalty or disloyalty? I am telling the truth. The big black dog even hid bones behind your back. Your son treats you sincerely and has no secrets. Zhao Shiping refused to change his words. Sui Yu still believed in her intuition and eyes. But the kid was already 4 years old, so it was normal for him to have some little secrets. She suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask. I don't know what Sui Liang advised. At night, the kid's mood was much better. But when he went to bed, he refused to sleep with his uncle and insisted on sleeping next to Sui Yu. Zhao Shiping was furious. But this child was not quiet in the middle of the night. It was hard to coax him to sleep. But before half an hour, he woke up from a dream again, climbed up from the end of the bed, and cried loudly. Dream? Zhao Shiping hurriedly stood up and hugged him, coaxing him softly. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Come back to your senses. Sui Yu put on her coat and sat up. She took the child and patted his back gently. Sui Liang and Zhao's father and mother woke up when they heard the crying. Sui Liang opened the door and asked what happened. When he learned that it was just a nightmare, he went back to the house shaking. Don't cry. Sui Yu wiped his tears and said, Mom holds you to sleep. You will definitely not have a nightmare. Mom, I dreamed that you don't want me. The kid sobbed. That's definitely not the case. How could I not want you? You are my good baby. Sui Yu touched his head. His hair was wet with sweat, which showed that he was really scared. Tell me if you are stupid or not. How could I not want you? But I am not good. I lied to you. Sui Yu paused for a moment. She looked at the man in the dark. She guessed it right. It's okay. You lied to me. Mom likes you too, Sui Yu said with a smile. The boy was relieved now, and he wiped his tears. What did you lie to your mom about? Zhao Shiping asked faintly. Is it about your uncle? Sui Yu clearly noticed the body in her arm stiffen. Do you think it's a bad thing to hide things from us? She asked tentatively. Is your uncle doing bad things? No. He's doing good things, the boy denied excitedly. We are helping people treat diseases. My uncle said that the sister with goiter is very pitiful. By the way, my uncle also said that he couldn't speak when he was my age. Mom, is it true? As soon as he babbled, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping guessed half of it. The two of them asked quietly, and the little fool explained the things he had hidden from them. Sui Yu thought about it, and after school the next day, she found Sui Liang and the boy, and even Aining was not left out. I know that you asked Yang San to bring the kelp to that little girl. Sui Yu got straight to the point and used her big move right away. Sui Liang looked at the little boy in disbelief. He had told him yesterday afternoon in vain. I didn't say that. The little boy covered his mouth, but his expression was very guilty. I guessed it. Sui Yu pulled the little boy into her arms and said, My little boy is a good baby. He tricked me and made me feel uncomfortable. He felt so guilty that he had nightmares at night. And then I and his father tricked him out. The more she praised him, the more guilty the little boy felt. He lowered his face with shame and regretted it so much. Sui Liang rolled his eyes. Why are you rolling your eyes? Sui Yu took out the wooden stick hidden behind him and hit Sui Liang. It's just such a trivial matter. Is it worth your effort to hide it from me? I am willing to give you the good horse I brought back from thousands of miles away. And I am not willing to give you some kelp to do good things? What kind of villain am I in your mind? No. Sui Liang denied it and explained. I promised Yang Sen not to tell you. He was afraid that his parents would know, and he would be beaten. You can discuss it with the kid. But you can't discuss it with me? I won't tell his parents. Sui Yu hit him again. You didn't discuss it with me. But you still want to use my kelp. What? Are you planning to steal the kelp? We are all family. So what's the point of stealing? Sui Liang refused to take the blame. Sui Yu raised the stick and hit him again. We are all family. Why are you hiding it? Why are you lying? Sui Liang was silent this time. I'll give you the kelp. You don't have to tell Yang San that I already know about it. I won't go to his parents. Just keep doing your good deeds. Sui Yu gave him another slap and said disdainfully, Get lost. How can you be so stupid? After that, she said to Shiozai and Aining, Don't follow this idiot. We love you so much. Even if you do bad things, as long as you know you are wrong, we won't blame you. Not to mention doing good things. I will only praise you for your kindness when I know about it. But you are still young and don't think things through. You should tell adults at this time. We will help you. Shiozai and Aining nodded in unison. Mom, you are so nice. I will never lie to you again. Shiozai reflected. Sui Yu didn't believe it, but smiled. This lie was over. And Shiozai and Aining were free of worries and happy all day long. But Sui Yu still cared about the sick girl. She asked Yinpa to fry half a kelp every day and then pass it to Yang San through Sui Liang. From the winter month to the 12th month. After Yang San had been digging in the dog hole for a whole month, he brought good news. The girl's neck has become a little thinner. Eating kelp seems to be able to cure the big neck disease. At this time, Sui Yu went to visit Yang San's mother. She told her what the children had been hiding. The two found out the parents of the girl, who was imprisoned in the abandoned house. Sui Yu gave her some dried kelp, and the couple took it with great gratitude. Then, they took the girl who had been imprisoned for 4 years back. Manager Yu, can I talk to you for a few words? A merchant with an injured arm came out of the tea house and called Sui Yu. Sui Yu had just come back from the city to buy peach charms. She was startled by the merchant's serious attitude and said hurriedly, Of course. Shall we go to the tea house to talk? No. It's fine outside. I want to ask you about the kelp business. You know, our goods were robbed by the Huns, and half of our camels were damaged. It is difficult for us to trade outside the pass. So I want to change the trade route. Chapter 269 Profit Without Capital. This merchant's surname was Hua, and he was from the same clan as Hua Sui-chun. When their caravan was returning, they took the risk of taking the southern route of the Tianshan Mountains. On the way to Lulan via Yuli, they encountered a group of Xiongnu soldiers who robbed the goods. The escorts fought with them, and 3 of them died and 5 were injured. The merchants were also injured by 70% to 80%. The head of the caravan immediately decided to let the younger generation of the clan escape on camels, and the rest were captured by the Xiongnu. Fortunately, when the escaped part of the people fled to Lulan, they heard that the Han army had attacked Chaisher. They immediately changed their route and went to Chaisher for help. After nearly a month of turnover, they finally snatched back the people who were captured by the Xiongnu. The people came back, but the goods were gone. Only 12 camels were left after being eaten. The caravan suffered heavy losses. Sui Yu led the head of the Hua family into the warehouse next to the kitchen to talk. When he talked about his own tragic experience, he cried so hard that he couldn't get up and leaned on the table and sobbed. Sui Yu was at a loss. No one could bear such a thing. She had worked hard for half her life and lost most of her family property. How could she not feel pain? She could not comfort others with empty words. She walked out and closed the door. When the crying in the room stopped, she went in with a pot of hot water and 2 bowls. I lost my composure. I'm really sorry. I couldn't help it. Hua Dongjia forced a smile and explained, These days, I have been comforting myself that I am lucky to have a life. But I can't sleep every day. I feel anxious and irritated, as if on fire. Especially when I see the caravans next to me with bulging pockets and the groups of camels in the snow. I feel very unwilling. I understand. Sui Yu handed over a bowl of hot water and said, Drink a sip of water. Hua Dongjia took a sip from the bowl, then put it down and looked at Sui Yu, saying, Shopkeeper Yu, I won't hide it from you. I have been unwilling to give up these days. We are all merchants. We all know how much money a large caravan can make in and out of the customs. Suddenly, I have to give up and take my people back to my hometown to live a frugal life. I really don't want to. The day before yesterday, I accidentally heard a few children in the school mention that kelp can cure diseases. I found that there is profit in it, and it is also a way for our family to make a living. I wonder if you are interested in doing business with us. Sui Yu became interested. She sat up and asked, "Tell me about it. Tell us about kelp. As for the cure, you asked Mr. Chen to write a bamboo slip. When I sell kelp, I have something to prove it." Speaking of business, Hua Dongjia's spirit lifted. He smiled and said, "I heard from Sui Chun that Mr. Chen is an official in the Sima mansion. It should be very useful to bring out his name. Of course, we are not cheating. This is true. But in the matter of prevention and treatment, whether it is effective or not is invisible to others. If someone endorses us, this road will be easier to go." It seems that Hua Dongjia has considered it carefully. Sui Yu said, "No, it's not very careful. I don't know anything about kelp. I don't know what it looks like, let alone where it grows." The head of the Hua family looked at Sui Yu and said, "Manager Yu, tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a 10% share of the profits." Sui Yu thought for a while and asked, "Where is your Hua family's hometown?" "We live in Chang'an. It's not easy to live in Chang'an, so we have to make a living." The head of the Hua family explained, "My name is Hua Xiangrong, and I'm Sui Chuan's cousin. His father is the main branch, and I'm the side branch. Most of our family lives in Shaolingyuan." "Where did Manager Yu live when he went to Chang'an?" "Lingyan Zian Yanjuan. Not far from Zuanpingmen. It's a good place." Hua Xiangrong nodded. "Next time you go to Chang'an, Manager Yu will do me a favor and let me entertain you once." "Okay. We outsiders don't dare to walk around in Chang'an City, for fear of offending others if we don't understand the situation. When we go to Chang'an next year, I will ask the head of the family to arrange someone to take us to see Chang'an City," Sui Yu said. Hua Xiangrong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves for several months relaxed. He said excitedly, "Please tell me about the situation of the kelp." "Manager Yu, don't worry. I'll tell you one more thing. You can rent camels from the caravan to enter the customs from the Song family. That's why I asked you where you live just now. Although your camels are damaged, we are not afraid that you will run away after renting the camels if you live in Chang'an." Sui Yu smiled and asked, "Do you plan to rent camels? I can help mediate." Hua Xiangrong clapped his hands excitedly, and the wound on his arm moved. He came back to his senses with pain and said, "I'm afraid it won't work in the next 2 years. Our money is all tied up in the goods. If the goods are gone, we will be injured, and the escorts will be killed or injured. These are enough to empty our family assets, and we can't afford to rent camels. Speaking of, I'm embarrassed. I came up with the idea of selling kelp after listening to your child's story about the sea. Kelp is just grass in the sea, so it should be cheap." Sui Yu nodded. "At the seaside, dried kelp may be similar to our dried radish. It can be sold at a good price when shipped to the seaside. But the journey is long. The seaside caravan I met when I went to Taiyuan County this year took them a year to reach Taiyuan County. I also asked around. The main reason is that there are many mountains, Taihang Mountains, between Taiyuan County and Handan County, which is more complicated than the terrain on the Qinling Mountains. I don't know whether this caravan came over the mountains or took a long detour." Hua Xiangrong fell into deep thought. After a long while, the hot water in the bowl lost its heat. He made a decision and said, "I still plan to give it a try. Whether I can make a comeback depends on this time." "Okay." Sui Yu smiled. And she revealed, "As far as I know, as long as you reach Handan County, you will be not far from the sea." Hua Xiangrong picked up the bowl and drank the cold water in one breath. He begged Sui Yu to tell more about the seaside. The two discussed in the warehouse for a long time. At the end, Sui Yu wrote the contract, and the two pressed their handprints. The next day, on the last day of the official's duty, they went to the government office to pass the Minglu. At the end of the year, Sui Yu used camels to carry the tax money she earned for the year to the government office. This year, the income of the guest house and the caravan combined to 160,000 coins, and the money had to be paid 7,200 coins. The end of the year has arrived, and it has been New Year's Eve in a flash. While the servants were busy slaughtering chickens and pigs, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping, with their children and Sui Liang, were busy scooping snow to make snowmen. Zhao Shiping shoveled the snow by the river. Sui Yu stood on the snow pile and rolled the snowballs. This year, the snow was heavy, and she wanted to make a snowman taller than the wall. A muffled cry sounded behind him. Sui Yu turned around and found that it was the kid who had fallen to the ground. He was wrapped like a ball and tried to stand up several times on the snow. "Mom! Dad!" He turned over and lay down, shouting helplessly, Uncle, come and help me. Sui Liang brought a basin of snow. And he walked over with a sinister smile and said, please beg me. Please. The kid agreed readily. Sui Liang thought for a while and asked, have you ever lied to me? The kid shook his head firmly. Have you ever scolded me? The kid still shook his head. Sui Liang stared at him suspiciously. He thought again and said, sister, I'll give you a chance to force him to answer. The uncle and nephew met every day. And there were not many secrets between them. He really had nothing to know. Ask him whether he likes his father or mother the most. Sui Yu smiled and suggested, do you like your father or your mother the most? Tell the truth, or I will bury you in the snow and make you into a snowman and stand it outside. Sui Liang threatened. The kid hesitated and said nothing. Tell me quickly. Sui Liang became interested and laughed. Who do you like the most? Including me. You choose one. The kid chose to get up by himself. But Sui Liang would never let him do it. He was messing around, and the kid couldn't sit up even if he kicked up the mud. Zhao Shiping brought 2 baskets of snow, and the kid immediately asked him for help. If you say you like me the most, I will help you. Zhao Shiping made a condition. The kid was so angry that he shouted to the sky. You lied to your father. Sui Yu teased him. No. I don't want to lie. Oh. It seems that you don't like your father the most. Sui Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Shiping. And continued to ask with a smile, then you like me the most? You like my father the most. While Sui Liang was not paying attention. The kid hugged his legs and struggled to get up. Sui Liang reacted and wanted to push him. The next moment, someone suddenly came from behind and pressed his shoulders. Snatched the snow basin in his hand. And his vision suddenly turned upside down. He was thrown on the snow pile. Zhao Shiping mentioned the kid and said, it's still useful to like your father. The kid smiled. He snorted heavily, ran over and sat on his uncle, and asked in the same way, do you like me the most? TSK. Sui Liang laughed. You are so shameless. You really dare to ask. Speak. Do you like me the most? The kid asked shamelessly. Sui Liang grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and sprinkled it on his nephew's face. Seeing that his nephew had a frown and squinted his eyes. His pouting cheeks made him look even more adorable. He pinched it with his cold hands. Just as the kid was about to grab the snow to fight back, he heard his uncle say, yes. I like you the most. The kid's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly climbed up and said sweetly, Uncle, the kid will pull you up. Sui Yu laughed and became coquettish again. And her voice was sweeter than honey. The uncle and nephew patted the snow off each other's bodies. And then went to make a snowman hand in hand. The 4 snowmen were made for most of the day. And the New Year's Eve dinner was about to begin. Zhao Shiping stepped on the wooden ladder and put the biggest snowman's head on it. And it was over. Who is this? The kid pointed at the biggest snowman and asked, is it my dad? Yes. Your dad is watching over us. So he is the tallest. Sui Yu took the kid by the hand and whispered, Mom doesn't mind that you like your dad the most. I like you the most. Too. The kid kicked the snow and said, I like my uncle the most. Okay. Sui Yu stopped talking. Let's go. Let's go eat. You go first. I'm going to pee. Zhao Shiping carried the wooden ladder into the house. When Sui Yu and Sui Liang led the kid into the tea house. He came out and squatted on the ground to gather the scattered snow together. He quickly made a small snowman as long as a mallet and placed it next to Sui Liang. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping took the children in the family into the city holding torches and waste drums. Like last year, they first went to Zhao Xiaomi's house to tie the camel. This time, the 3 of them also came out. When the Nuo dance crowd ran out of the city, Kerbin and Anil led a group of children carrying waste drums and running together. They beat the drums with great rhythm. Different from the cheerful drums last year. The drums this time were passionate and tense. Like 2 male birds spreading their tail feathers and fighting fiercely. The running crowd ran to the drum beats. And the loud footsteps echoed the drums. Under the wandering fire dragon, pairs of eyes were black and shiny. And their faces, some old, some tender, young or wrinkled, were full of longing for the new year. Chapter 270 Good Man. After the fun, a group of people returned to the Huang family. Huang Lauer and his wife were still eating. Cui Hongxiao was pregnant and hungry quickly. So she had to get up every night to make up for a meal. Brother, sister-in-law, third brother and third sister-in-law. You must be hungry too? Come in and eat more. Huang Lauer said. These are all leftovers from the night before. There are quite a lot. No. We have to hurry back. There is roasted lamb in the tea house tonight. Zhao Shiping went to lead the camel. Where are father and mother? Wang Lianjing asked. They probably went to the third brother's tea house to join in the fun. Then we'll go there too. Zhao Xiaomi said in a low voice. Third sister-in-law. You sit for a while. When Aining falls asleep, his father, and I will go with you. Sui Yu didn't want to wait. She was worried that if she went back too late, there would be no lamb to eat. Take the mattress and wrap the child. There is an empty room in the guest house. You three can stay at my place tonight. Sui Yu said. Come here, little cub. Put on your wolfskin robe, and sit in your father's arms when you go back. Huang Lianjing saw that Zhao Xiaomi had no objection. So he went to lead the camel. This year, his family bought 4 camels. All the money they earned was used to buy livestock. It was painful to spend the money. Fortunately, they didn't have to borrow camels for everything in the future. The camels were all driven out. Sui Yu picked up the cub and handed it to Zhao Shiping. He took off the child's shoes and gave them to her. He directly untied the wolfskin coat, held the cub's feet, and put them in his arms to prevent the child's legs and feet from getting cold. Zhao Xiaomi was also ready. A group of people rode on camels. Sui Yu said hello to Huang Lauer and his wife, and rode away on the camel. Zhao Shiping met people coming from the guest house on the road and asked, Why are you going back to the city so early? The children are sleepy. I won't bring them here next year. Haven't you finished eating the roasted mutton in the tea house? Zhao Xiaomi asked in a muffled voice, covering her face with a scarf. How would we know about this? We were sitting at the door and couldn't see what was happening in front of us. Not only on New Year's Eve, but also on ordinary days after the snow. People from the city would go there and spend 20 copper coins to buy a seat to enjoy the fun, and sit there for a whole day. People with more money would choose to buy a bowl of soup and noodles in the kitchen to fill their stomachs. And more people would bring their own noodles. At noon, when the merchants went to eat, they would gather around the fire to roast noodles and eat with free hot water, whether they brought their own food or paid for soup and noodles in the guest house. These people were not the type to eat roasted mutton outside. After that, they met a dozen people who were going to the guest house. These people had finished dancing the Nuo dance and agreed to walk here to listen to ventriloquism. The guest house, located in the wilderness, was immersed in the night. Most of the merchants gathered in the tea house. There was no light in the guest house. Only when the servants patrolled with dogs passing by. 1 or 2 lights could be seen occasionally. The tea house was brightly lit. The oil lamps in the hole in the wall and on the dining table were all lit. There was also a long fire trench around the stage. On the fire trench were roasted lamb, roasted salted eggs, roasted leeks, roasted fish, roasted pork, and roasted camel meat. The merchants ate and drank, and gathered together to brag and drink. Kurban and Anil called Dunhuang and Aqiang to go on stage. It was almost the second half of the night. The people who ate meat and drank were confused by the smell of alcohol and meat. In order to prevent someone from getting drunk and making trouble, they went on stage to beat the gong and drum to wake these people up. The child is going to sleep. I'll carry him back to the house. Zhao Shiping said to Sui Yu. You go in and have something to eat and drink. I'll come back after the kid falls asleep. Sui Yu nodded. She saw Song Xian and walked over and said, What a rare guest. Why are you here tonight? It's so lively here. Song Xian said in a hoarse voice. Sui Yu waved to Xiaoxi and waited for the person to come over. She said, Cut me a few pieces of mutton and roast them crispy. Bring me 2 roasted eggs, 2 pork belly, and a bowl of honey water and scallion and ginger water. Don't you want to drink some wine? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu waved her hand, and the water was brought. She drank half a bowl of scallion and ginger water to dispel the cold. Song Xian suddenly approached and asked curiously, Are you pregnant? What? Who told you? Sui Yu was surprised and amused. No. If I was pregnant, I would definitely tell you first. I saw 5 snowmen piled up at the door of your house. The smallest one was not as high as my knee. I thought you were pregnant. Song Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried all night. Sui Yu was stunned for a moment. And when she reacted, she realized that the extra snowman must be Zhao Shiping's masterpiece. You're Zhao Qian who wants the second son. Song Xian understood what she looked like. She snorted and said, He's calling you. No. I told him when I came back. He knows that the earliest is the year after next. No. It's already the first day of the new year. The second son will come in the winter of next year at the earliest. He must be looking forward to it very much. The roasted lamb was served. Sui Yu took the chopsticks and put a piece into his mouth. He covered his mouth and continued. He is not the kind of person who would do things secretly. Even if he had that intention, he would discuss it with me in private and would not bring it to the public to embarrass me. Song Xian felt a complicated feeling. She took a sip of sorghum wine from the wine bowl. The spicy taste suppressed the sourness that surged up. She took a hissing breath and reached out to grab the roasted salted egg that Sui Yu had peeled and took a bite. Sui Yu patted the eggshell in her hand, picked up another roasted egg and peeled it, and asked casually, "Did you come here alone tonight? Didn't Brother Huang and the 2 children come?" Songzu stayed at home with his father, and Lu Yer came with me. She didn't like the smell in the tea house, so she played with cats in the warehouse in the kitchen yard. You are back. And she probably came here when she heard the noise. As she was talking, Sui Yu looked up and saw Lu Yer and Ashui coming in together. But the 2 didn't come. They found an empty seat and looked up at the drums on the stage. You haven't reconciled with Lu Yer's father yet? Sui Yu asked with some concern. What reconciliation? That's it. I can't get along with him. Song Xian was in a bad mood when she talked about family matters. When she came back from the interior in late autumn, she excitedly discussed with her husband about sending the 2 children to school and learning to read. She also told him her plan to spend money to buy an official position for Songzu, leave the camels at home to him, and leave the caravan and servants to Lu Yer, so that she could stay at home and find a son-in-law in the future. Before she finished speaking, Huang Anqing got anxious. He accused her of leading Lu Yer on the wrong path, saying that she was obsessed with money and ignored the safety of the children, making the family less together and less together. And the family was not a family. At that time, Song Xian and Huang Anqing had a big fight, and the 2 of them kept arguing. Song Songzu and Song Luya were not in the mood to come to school, and they never came again. What is it like now? Sui Yu asked. What does Lu Yer think? She is like her father, conservative, likes stability, and doesn't like to leave home. Song Xian despised her daughter for not making progress. She patted her belly and said, If I have a 3rd child, I won't count on her. I'm thinking about her wholeheartedly, but she doesn't know how to appreciate it. She even said that she doesn't like me working outside all the time and thinks that I don't accompany her. She became more and more angry and said angrily, Ashui has been without a mother since she was a child. I think she can manage the family and help you keep an eye on the business of the guest house. She is 3 years younger than Luya. She can take care of herself and her father, and feed chickens and collect eggs every day to earn wages. Alas, I just spoiled her too much, letting her have no worries about food, clothes, and money. And she has nothing to do every day and thinks about all kinds of things. After listening to this complaint, Sui Yu felt a headache. As an outsider, she felt bad when she thought about it. No wonder Song Xian had so much resentment. Sister Yu, I envy you. Your children are well behaved and considerate, and your man understands you and, most importantly, supports you. Song Xian was about to cry. She felt the alcohol was getting to her. She said vaguely, He said I was too strong-willed, too wild, and unsatisfied. I don't want to be strong. He and his 2 children have a good life. None of his colleagues don't work in the fields. Even Captain Zhao works in the fields every year to plant and harvest in spring and autumn. He followed me and never stepped on the soil in the fields again. I regret it. I thought he was content back then. Sui Yu didn't say anything. She pushed the undrinkable honey water over. Song Xian picked up the honey water and drank it in a daze. After a bowl of water, she seemed to be more sober. She ignored what she said when she was drunk just now. She broke the roasted eggs and ate them bit by bit. Sui Yu was full, but she was not in the mood to play anymore. She missed her man and children. You and Lu Yer sleep here tonight. Don't go back, Sui Yu said. The 9th guest house is still empty, so it's occupied by Old Chun and Hua Suichuan's family. Tonight, Xiaomi's family will stay in one room. Her parents-in-law will stay in another. And you and Lu Yer will stay here too. Song Xian thought about it and nodded in agreement. Sui Yu went out to find someone to arrange it. When she walked to the door of her own courtyard, she saw the little snowman hiding behind Sui Liang in the light of the snow. She smiled and touched the little snowman's head, then pushed the door open and went in. When she entered the door, Zhao Shiping heard her footsteps. He pulled out the bowl before her and asked in a low voice, "You're back so soon?" Sui Yu took 2 quick steps, and she entered the door and threw herself into his arms, saying in a muffled voice, "I missed you." "Why do you miss me for no reason?" Zhao Shiping was a little unconvinced. He hugged her with one hand and closed the door with the other. "I think you're good, so I want to come back to see you." Sui Yu looked past him at the child on the bed. The kid was sleeping in the quilt with a red face and a curled mouth. It was obvious that he was having a sweet dream. "Shall I get you some water to wash your face and feet?" Zhao Shiping asked. "Are you not going out to play?" Sui Yu nodded. Zhao Shiping opened the door and went out. Sui Yu took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. She walked to the bed and leaned over to kiss the kid. What a warm and good baby. When the hot water came, Sui Yu used the bath beans to wash her hands and face, and asked, "Have you washed?" "Yes, I washed with the kid," and gave him some ginger and green onion water, and stuffed a water bag in the quilt, so he shouldn't catch a cold tonight. Sui Yu whispered, "Ah." She dropped the towel she was using to wipe her face, threw herself into the man's arms and kissed him passionately, and said coquettishly, "I'm so lucky. You're so good." Zhao Shiping hugged her with a smile, and after hugging her for a while, he urged her, "Wash your feet quickly. The water is getting cold." Back in bed, Sui Yu had just laid down, and the kid smelled her scent in his sleep and subconsciously came over to her. She hugged him with a smile, and liked him more and more the more she looked at him. Chapter 271 Dispute. After a night of revelry, on the morning of the first day of the first lunar month, the guest house located in the wilderness was particularly quiet, with almost no one to be seen, and everyone was still sleeping in the guest house. The wooden door creaked open, and the birds foraging in the snow flew away in a flash, and soon turned into a line of black dots under the clear sky. The first day of the new year was a good day. The sun was particularly bright, reflecting the snow on the ground. The wind blew up the snow grains, and the snow grains glowed brightly in the air. Sui Yu folded his arms and looked at the row of snowmen outside the wall, saying, "According to today's good weather, if it is sunny for another 2 days, these 5 snowmen will melt and be unsightly. It doesn't matter. We will make another one when it snows," Zhao Shiping said. The kid walked to the little snowman in confusion and said, "Dad, Mom, this is not made by us." Sui Yu smiled and glanced at the man. Zhao Shiping smiled and said, "I made it." "Who is the little snowman?" "Aining?" the kid asked. Zhao Shiping did not answer. He led the kid to the kitchen. Although the merchants and escorts might not get up to eat, the cooks had already prepared the food. "Sister, the money box has been moved." Sui Lian waited at the door. "I made it last night. A big string of copper coins is 20 coins, and a small string of copper coins is 10 coins. Sui Yu followed him in. The 2 siblings held the box and distributed the money strings. The official slaves who cooked in the kitchen received 20 coins each, and Ah Chong, Huan Yo, Ah Shui, and Dunhuang received 10 coins each. New year, new atmosphere. You have worked hard last year. Our family has seen it. This money is a reward for you," Sui Yu said. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Ah Shui smiled with her teeth showing while holding the money string. It was worth it for her to get up early to help in the kitchen today. "This year's money is more than last year's," Dunhuang said bluntly. "It must be that my wife made money inside the pass." Huan Yo took Meng Ma's money string and put it on her shoulder, and said cleverly, "I hope my wife can make a lot of money this year. And then we can also get a reward of 20 coins on the first day of the first lunar month next year. Brother Liang, give Huan Yo another string of copper coins," Sui Yu said. Ah Shui said wow, and she reacted and said, "Sister-in-law will make a lot of money this year. The journey out of the pass will be smooth, and there will be noble people to help along the way." This time, Sui Yu didn't need to speak again. Sui Liang immediately presented another string of 20 coins of reward money, which was originally prepared for the helpers. Ah Shui was so happy that he took the money and said loudly, "Thank you, shopkeeper Yu. Thank you, shopkeeper Yu and shopkeeper Air. Shopkeeper Yu and shopkeeper Air will make a fortune." Chui Saw pushed Ah Chong, and Ah Chong took 2 steps and met Sui Yu's smiling eyes. She moved her mouth but didn't speak. Dunhuang followed suit and smiled foolishly, as if he was watching the fun. He didn't know how to speak, so Sui Liang didn't give him any more money. When the master took breakfast to the warehouse next door, Chui Saw poked the girl who was making the fire and scolded, "You useless girl. Don't you have a mouth? A Chong smiled and whispered, I don't think it's good. This idea of asking for good luck is not my idea. I'm not Ah Shui. If I shamelessly follow suit, I think it's like forcing the master to give a reward, which is not pleasing. The master doesn't need that 10 or 20 coins. Chui Saw sneered. Someone is coming, Yinpa reminded. It was Huang Anqing and his son who came. Zhao Shiping went out to greet them and asked, Didn't you eat? Have a little at my house. You came after dinner. We woke up early and ate early. Huang Anqing stamped the snow on his feet and asked, Did Lu Yair and her mother come over last night? Zhao Shiping didn't know. So he said, I'll ask for you. Sui Yu stopped him in time and asked worriedly, What happened? Why did you come so early in the morning? Sister Song and Lu Yair didn't go home last night? No. My mother took Lu Yair out after the New Year's Eve dinner last night. Song Sungzu continued. My father and I thought they would come to your place. So we went to bed early last night. We woke up this morning and didn't see anyone. So we came to ask. You really can sleep well. So you didn't send servants to pick them up? Aren't you afraid that they will meet bad guys on the way back in the middle of the night? Zhao Shiping said contemptuously. We came back late last night and went to bed as soon as we got back. So we didn't see them. Where else would they go except here? Go ask again. Could they go to my aunt's house? Song Sungzu was a little panicked. No. Your aunt and uncle stayed at the guest house last night. And Xiaomi's family of 3 is also here with me. Sui Yu shook her head. Does your mother have any other relatives? And right here with you. Huang Anqing interrupted his son and said, If Song Xian and Lu Yair were not here with you, Sui Yu, you would not be able to sit still now, and would have gone to find someone long ago. Sui Yu rolled her eyes at him, turned and went into the warehouse, and said, Your husband doesn't care about her as much as I. A sister who came here halfway. So it's no wonder that she feels resentful. Huang Anqing stopped talking, and stood under the eaves in silence. Zhao Shiping finished the porridge in his bowl in a few mouthfuls, and he handed the bowl and chopsticks to Song Sungzu and asked him to take it to the kitchen. What happened? Did you two have a fight? Zhao Shiping asked. Huang Anqing didn't want to talk about it, nor did he want to let outsiders judge family affairs. He declined politely, saying, It's hard to explain in a few words. Hearing this, Zhao Shiping stopped asking. He didn't like to interfere in other people's family affairs. Huang Anqing was sure that Song Xian lived in the guest house, so he planned to go back. When he went out, he ran into his brother and sister-in-law holding Aining's hand. He went over to say hello. I heard from my eldest niece that you had a fight with her mother, Huang's father asked. When winter just came, I heard from Xiaomi that your family seemed to be at odds, and they have been angry until now. No, Huang Anqing denied. You are busy. I'm going back. I'm not busy. So don't rush to leave. Huang's father grabbed him. Song Xian secretly found him last night and wanted him to come forward to persuade Huang Anqing. Their family has received a lot of benefits from Song Xian, and he can't refuse this request. Come with me. Your sister-in-law will wake up soon. You can talk it out in front of us, Huang's father said. You are a grown man. Don't be shy with a young wife. You don't want to coax your own wife, but you wait for other men to coax her? Huang Anqing followed him into the kitchen again. Zhao Shiping passed by him. He took the boy to the city to pay New Year's greetings to Captain Chu and Captain Hu. After a walk in the city, Huang Anqing's family was still there. Song Xian hadn't woken up yet, and no one went to call her. Sui Yu was preparing lunch. It looked like they couldn't leave at noon and had to eat at her place. The boy had a bag of sweet-scented osmanthus glutinous rice cakes in his pocket. He ran into the house and fed a large piece to his mother. Where's my uncle? He asked. He's feeding his red horse. Wait for him to come back. Don't go looking for him. The camels have melted the snow on the ground. And you'll get your shoes wet if you go over there, Sui Yu said. Who gave you the sweet-scented osmanthus glutinous rice cake? Uncle Lieutenant. Can you give me a piece? Chui Saw teased him. Give me a piece, and I'll steam a big pot for you in a few days. The kid looked at her suspiciously. Ming Ma knows how to make it. I asked her to teach me, Chui Saw added. Ming Ma smiled and nodded. The kid immediately gave her a piece. Mrs. Song is here. Yinpa brought in the rice, and she was busy passing on the news. Sui Yu glanced outside and saw Zhao Shiping striding in. Let's not get involved. Let them solve it themselves, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu nodded. It's not good for outsiders to interfere in this matter. What's the matter? Zhao Shiping couldn't help his curiosity. Sui Yu told him. And after hearing this, Cui Sa said, Mrs. Song is amazing. He found a way out for his son. And he still worries about his daughter. It's a blessing to be his daughter. How many families give birth to a daughter like raising a dog? Raising her up and marrying her off to a husband's family. Who cares whether she lives well or not? At this time, Zhao Xiaomi came in with Aining. She handed the child over and rolled up her sleeves to help her aunt quarrel. Aunt, my uncle doesn't know what's good and what's bad. And my sister can't tell the difference between good and bad. She's used to a good life and doesn't know the value of money. If you don't mind, I'll be your daughter. Let my sister turn the land and plant grass for me. And I'll take care of you in the future. Zhao Xiaomi said loudly. I'll be your daughter. You can hold your grandson now. I'll leave your grandson at home. And we'll go to do business together. Song Xian nodded. Okay. I need a daughter like you. If you weren't several years older than Songzu, I would have snatched you to be my daughter-in-law and handed over all my business to you. Song Songzu and his sister both blushed. Song Songzu was embarrassed, and Lu Yair was annoyed. That's not something you can say, Mother Huang hurriedly interrupted. And she followed to persuade, second brother. Didn't you choose to marry into the Song family because you liked your sister-in-law's personality? She is efficient and caring. And you have enjoyed the blessing for so many years. A grown man who looks younger than your wife. You don't thank her but blame her. How heartless. Lu Yair is her own daughter. Can she still harm a girl? Our family is not poor. There is no need to let Lu Yair suffer the hardship of sleeping in the open. We only have this one daughter. Can't we let her live a normal girl's life? She has her own hands and feet. Why can't she earn her own living? What is a normal girl's life? Marrying to the husband's family to suffer the man's anger? Expecting a man to give her a little melon and 2 dates to live? Song Xian asked. Don't we still have you and me? We can give her money to live on. Wan Lunchen looked at her and asked sincerely, don't you feel that life outside is hard? Don't you feel nervous when you sleep outside? Song Xian was speechless. After a moment, she stiffened her neck and said, I am happy even if I feel nervous. I earn money and spend it myself. I don't suffer. So I suffer. Yes. People who don't make money have to suffer. Song Xian nodded. If she gets married, her life will definitely be more miserable than yours. With her current temper, she can't keep it no matter how much money I give her. I'm not a fool. Yair was about to cry with anger. Song Xian looked at her without saying anything. The meaning was self-evident. Zhao Xiaomi wanted to laugh. In her opinion, this cousin was nothing but a fool. Naive and short-sighted. And she didn't want the wealth that was given to her. And she thought she was smart. I will take you out of the pass. Will you go? Tell me your attitude today. Song Xian asked Yair. As long as you nod, I can take you away no matter what. I heard from the merchants last night that there are Huns outside the pass. And they eat people. Yair said hesitantly. There are wolves outside the pass. And there are ghost lights in the desert at night. Song Xian closed her eyes in disappointment. She got up and went out, saying, okay, I'm not afraid of the Huns. I'll go feed the wolves. And you 3 can eat and wear good clothes in the house. After the people left, Elvia covered her face and cried. Zhao Xiaomi rolled her eyes. And she followed him out. Sister you, when will we leave this year? Song Xian asked outside the kitchen. We are going to Dunhuang this year. Why don't we leave earlier? Sui Yu wiped his hands and came out, asking, what do you think? We will leave in February. Anyway, there is no snow in the desert. Prepare more dry food and fodder, and mattresses. Walk slowly on the road. Eat when you are hungry and sleep when you are tired. Song Xian couldn't wait to leave home. Sui Yu was a little reluctant. She would rather hurry on the road and make time to spend more time with the children at home. However, in the past 3 years, Song Xian had been accommodating her time. On the way, she went to the grassland to find graves or went into the mountains to buy honey. Song Xian never complained. Now Song Xian rarely made a request. And Sui Yu couldn't refuse. Okay. Sui Yu nodded. After the 5th day of the 1st lunar month, I will arrange for the servants to go shopping. On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, we will meet outside the West City Gate. Song Xian thanked him and turned away. Hey, have lunch at my house. The meat is already cooked. Sui Yu shouted. Song Xian waved her hand and disappeared at the gate without stopping. We are back too. Sorry to bother you today. Wang Anqing led his 2 children out. The meal is almost ready. Have lunch at my house. Sui Yu said again. Wang Anqing shook his head and walked out from under the eaves without looking back. Sui Yu looked at Zhao Xiaomi's family again. Before she could speak, Zhao Xiaomi said, "Third sister-in-law. Let's stay for dinner." "Okay. Clean up and serve the dishes." Sui Yu turned into the kitchen again. She walked to Zhao Shiping and bumped into him, saying, "Bring out the mulberry wine. We'll drink some to warm ourselves up." The iron pot was stewing lamb chops and lamb legs. Xiaozai and Aining each took a bowl and started eating. When the lamb pot was served, the 2 cousins were already full. It was the time when the merchants got up to eat. They were outside with a money box to collect meal money. If they met a generous merchant, they could even receive a reward. "This is what your nephew left for you." Sui Yu handed the last piece of sweet-scented glutinous rice cake in a handkerchief to Sui Liang, and said, "I will leave on the 2nd day of next month. I will hand over the business of the guest house and the cub to you. But don't fall behind in your studies. If you are too busy, let Ah Shui, Huan Yo and Ah Chang help you." "Why are you leaving so early?" Sui Liang's face fell. Because she was angry. My aunt was so angry about her family that she wanted to leave home. Zhao Xiaomi continued. "It's really a blessing for a fool. I would be so happy if I had a mother like this." Zhao's mother glared at her and said sarcastically, Your mother, have embarrassed you." No. Zhao Xiaomi forgot that her mother was still on the table. She hurriedly flattered her, "Mom, I am very grateful to you for giving me a useful brain." Zhao's mother wanted to say that Huang Anqing's idea was not wrong. But her daughter and daughter-in-law were both strong-willed. If she spoke at this moment, she would offend 2 people. She knew what was good and said nothing, and was busy eating meat. The date of the trip was set, and Sui Yu started working early. She used silk to exchange sheepskins from the caravan that entered the customs last winter, and bought 2 new sheepskins for all the slaves. She took out coarse cloth to buy each slave a light and warm woolen coat and trousers. At the same time, the old and young in the family bought 2 sets. While packing her bags, Sui Yu also made an appointment with 2 caravans. After some persuasion, the 2 caravans moved up the date of the trip and planned to go out with them. "Shopkeeper Yu, does your caravan need more people?" Hua Suichun found Sui Yu. "My people are planning to travel east to the coast. I don't plan to go with them. Does your caravan need more people? I'm familiar with the road to Dunhuang. I'll lead the way for you." "Are you here as a bodyguard or something?" Sui Yu asked. "It's definitely okay for my caravan to have more people. How about the money? I'll give you money. 1,000 coins a year. And I'll bring the goods with you," Hua Suichun explained. Sui Yu understood what he meant. He was alone in a small caravan, and 1,000 coins was the entry fee. He wanted to join her caravan and use her influence to go out of the customs to do business. "Okay." Sui Yu agreed readily. "Do you still have goods?" "I emptied my family's savings and bought a batch of goods from the merchants living in the guest house. Enough for me to make a trip." Hua Suichun smiled bitterly. "No choice. Everything has to start all over again. I thought you would go to the coast. Kelp is cheap and profitable," Sui Yu said. "The children can go to school here, and my wife lives more comfortably in Dunhuang than in Chang'an. I'll make less money, and I'd rather not go with my tribe," Hua Suichun said. "Then you get ready. We'll leave in a few days." Hua Suichun nodded. He was ready. Even if Sui Yu didn't agree, he would find another caravan. On the 1st day of February, Sui Yu took the kelp poem from Chen Lao and gave it to Hua Xiangrong. After counting the goods and camels, he set off early the next morning. "Come on. High five." Sui Yu raised his hand. "You stay home with your father and uncle. I'll bring you a pony when I go to Dunhuang this time." The kid raised his palm and pressed it against Sui Yu's hand. He said with red eyes, "Mom, come back when the wheat is ripe." Sui Yu agreed. "Let's go," Zhao Shiping said. "Be careful on the road." Chapter 272 Abandoned. Song Xian woke up before dawn. In the dim bedroom, she leaned against the bedpost and pondered. When someone moved in the yard, she made a choice. Wake up the young master and ask him to come find me. Song Xian lifted the fox fur mattress and got out of bed. She shouted outside, "Xiao Yu, go pack the young master's luggage. Pack his thick coat and thick boots." The maid outside the door hesitated for a moment, but chose to obey the order. Huang Lanqing heard the sound in the side room next door and came out, asking bluntly, "What are you going to do now?" Song Xian ignored him. Soon, Song Songzu came over in a hurry. He asked anxiously, "Mother, why did you ask the servants to pack my things? To take you out of the pass?" After saying that, Song Xian felt relieved. She patted her chest and said lightly, "I am a mediocre person who is worrying about myself. I am too greedy and unsatisfied. So I am worried and sad. Songzu, my original wish was just to hope that you would carry on the legacy of your ancestors. I was too greedy to buy an official position. Songzu, you pack up. You also. You don't need to pack anything. Just follow my caravan, and I'll teach you how to do business." "What are you crazy about?" Huang Lanqing yelled. You just do whatever you want." Song Xian was startled. She tilted her head to look at him and scolded, "Did I poke your heart? What are you crazy about? I just chose my original plan." Elder Yair came over in a hurry, and when she heard the quarrel in the yard again, she was so flustered that she walked in with her head held high, and heard her father say loudly that it was not possible. Song Xian was too lazy to listen to him yelling. She said directly to her son, "Come with me now. Don't waste time." "Mother, what's the matter? Where are you taking my brother?" Lu Yair asked. "Take him out of the pass." But, didn't you say you wanted to buy an official position for your brother?" Lu Yair whispered. Song Xian shook her head. "I changed my mind. I took it for granted. I won't embarrass you or me. Let's do business steadily first. In the future, the family business will be given to your brother. I will prepare a dowry for you. That's it." Lu Yair was stunned. "Mother, sit down and eat first." Song Songzu had a pale face but forced a smile. He took his sister away with one hand and said, "Let's go to accompany mother for dinner." Huang Lanqing followed with a stern face. At the dinner table, Song Songzu suggested, "Why don't you come with us? Let's go and see the scenery outside the pass. My sister is timid and likes to scare herself. Maybe she won't be afraid if she goes out to sea." Song Xian looked over in surprise, and Song Songzu shut up silently. Lu Yair looked down at the rice in the bowl and glanced at her father with her peripheral vision. Her mother had said something similar last year, and then her father and mother had a quarrel. She waited and waited, and the room was quiet. After the meal, Song Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Huang Lanqing said, "You must find a child to take over your business. Right?" "Yes." Song Xian nodded calmly. "You have suffered from the pain of being poor. I will not lie to you. Buying an official position without real power and giving a useless name are not as useful as holding money in your hands. We have the means to make money, and at least 2 generations will benefit." Huang Lanqing admitted that he compromised and said, "You are telling the truth. But this matter is too urgent, so it is better to put it aside for now. When you enter the customs next year, take Lu Yair and Songzu with you. It is safer inside the customs. Let the brother and sister see it. Then we will see who will choose to take over your business." Song Xian suddenly laughed. She finally understood that men love their sons. Her father was like this, and so was her husband. Song Xian turned around and asked her daughter again, "Lu Yair, do you understand? Are you willing to go with me?" Lu Yair looked at her anxiously with trembling lips. She didn't dare to look back at her father and brother. She stood up and walked to the door. She understood that when it came to going out of the customs to do business, she, her brother, and her mother must take one with them. Last year, she was the candidate, and her father and brother didn't agree. This year, her brother was the candidate, and her father and brother chose to push her out at the same time. She couldn't figure out which was more advantageous or disadvantageous to follow the caravan. But she knew that when no one at home opposed her going out to do business, she would be the one to leave home. It can only be said that between being an official and a businessman, her father and brother chose being an official. "I'll take Lu Yair with me. From now on, the caravan and the slaves will be hers," Song Xian said firmly. Levia was wearing a large dark fox fur coat and a black wolfskin hat, with the brim covering half of her face. Sui Yu didn't recognize her for a moment. She looked at her several times and asked, "Sister Song, is this your relative?" "It's my Levia." Song Xian smiled. Sui Yu was extremely surprised, but this was not a good time to ask. So she comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Levia. There are so many of us. Even if we encounter a wolf pack, we will be fine. Wolves are also afraid of people. The 3 caravans have nearly 400 camels. Take out the camel hair stuffed in the camel bells later. The sound of the camel bells will make the wolves afraid to approach. Xiao Chunhong took over. Via nodded and said nothing. Far from the city, the camels walked into the desert. The servants took out the camel hair from the camel bells. When the camels moved, the camel bells jingled, and people had to shout at the top of their voices to talk to them. There was no rest at noon. In the evening, the caravan stopped. The slaves unloaded the goods, and the camels went to the desert to find dry grass to fill their stomachs. When setting up the tent, Song Xian pulled Sui Yu away and told Sui Yu what happened in the morning. I only saw the man clearly at this time. But it's better not to see clearly. This disappoints me more than our quarrel. Song Xian shook her head. Seeing too clearly made her afraid. She didn't even dare to say those words. At most, she called him vain and snobbish. Lu Yer will be sad. Sui Yu said. It's not too late to be sad now. She is willing to come out with me. Which means she is not stupid. Song Xian looked into the distance. She vaguely saw Lu Yer helping to lead the camel, and hurriedly said, Look, is that my child? Sui Yu squinted and said, It's Lu Yer. Song Xian smiled. I knew I wouldn't give birth to a stupid child. After all, when I was her age, I was already fighting for the family property with my brothers. Her father is also a man who knows the times. Both her parents are thoughtful people. No matter how naive the child is, she will not be stupid. Sui Yu smiled. On New Year's Eve, Yu said her father was in. He is content with his lot. He is smart, knows the times, and knows how to make choices. He is not greedy for things that do not belong to him. And his heart is not big. He is content with his lot. Song Xian took a deep breath and said, I feel better now that I came out. Now that I think about it, he is not a bad person. It is me who gets jealous when I see others doing well. I want too much and have too much resentment. It's okay as long as you feel good. If you are often angry, you will get sick easily. Sui Yu said. Now everything you planned has come into shape. You have a successor. Next, you just need to train her and make money year after year. Don't quarrel when you go back. As for what you said, it is human nature. Everyone has selfishness. Brother Huang has it. You have it. I have it. Zhao Shiping has it. And the children have it. You must not dig into the root of these things. What selfishness do you have? Song Xian asked with a smile. Sui Yu shook her head. I won't tell you. Then what selfishness does your Zhao Qianhu have? I don't think he has any selfishness. Sui Yu said. He is not a saint. You think he is too perfect. Then tell me what selfishness he has. Song Xian asked after her. You can't tell me. Sui Yu didn't say anything. She waited until the night enveloped the entire desert. She urinated under the cover of the wind. When Song Xian was done, the two of them went back and let others come. This was the first time that Lu Yer spent the night in the wild. The wind in the desert was strong, and the sand and gravel could scratch people's faces. She sat in the tent with her legs curled up, smelling the fragrance of rice in the wind, and holding her rumbling stomach in a daze. Xiaoya, here, the rice is for you. Song Xian brought a bowl of steaming hot soup noodles and said, Your aunt cut 2 more pieces of braised beef for you. Try it. There's beef? The cattle on the ranch must have frozen to death. And your Uncle Zhao bought a few pounds with his official position. Song Xian bent down and walked into the tent. She sat down next to her daughter and said, I'll take care of you on the way. If you have any ideas, tell me. Don't be afraid. LV Yer said him. Muffledly, she drank a sip of soup and whispered, Mom, are you disappointed in me? No. I raised you too well. Song Xian smiled. You forgot what I said before. I'm satisfied if you're willing to come out with me. Lu Yer nodded. And she said angrily, When I make money, I will give it to you first. And then to my father. In his heart, I am not as important as his brother. So in my heart, he is not as important as you. She is really kind. And she is still thinking about making money for her father at this time. Song Xian feels that she is not as good as her daughter. And she has many opinions about her father. It's up to you, she said. You can give the money you earn to whoever you want. This is the confidence of making money. Look at your aunt. She can make money. Who dares to mention the past in front of her? No one dares to say that she is inferior because she was born a slave. And her in-laws dare not speak loudly in front of her. Lu Yer smiled. My aunt is a good person. Yes. She is also a good person. Smooth. Thoughtful. Gentle but strong. And she can talk about interests instead of personal relationships. So she can get along well with merchants. You can learn more from her. Or not from me. Yo yo yo. I heard it. Swayu came over with 2 bowls of oil tea and said, "It's not my fault for eavesdropping. It's the wind that changed and brought your words into my ears." Sister Song. It seems that you not only have a high opinion of my Zhao Qianhu, but also a high opinion of me. Yes. You two are a perfect match. I can't find any fault with you. Song Xian laughed. You came at the right time. Talk to my girl. What your mother said is true about her evaluation of me. Song Xian patted her. Be serious and don't provoke me to say bad things about you. Lu Ye watched with interest. She found that her mother looked very different outside than at home. She was much more playful and younger. Just wait and see. Life is hard when you leave home to do business. But it is worth savoring for half your life. Swayu said seriously. No matter how much I say. It's all empty talk. You have time to savor it carefully along the way. It was indeed empty talk. And Elvier nodded. Eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Swayu said. Go to bed after eating. It gets colder as the night goes on. Don't you want to wash your feet? Elvier asked in a low voice. Wait until we get to Human Pass. There's no water in the desert. And the water we brought is only enough for drinking and cooking. Song Xian continued. It's cold. And we ride on camels all day long. We don't sweat. So our feet are not dirty. When it was time to sleep, 9 maids walked into a tent. Plus 3 masters. And 12 people slept in one tent. They all lay down. And covered with sheepskin or wolfskin mattresses. Elvier had difficulty turning over. The only benefit was that she was not cold. Listening to the sound of gravel hitting the camel's skin. The sound of breathing accompanied by the whistling wind. And the occasional camel bells. Elvier closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep. She thought she would not be able to sleep. But when she opened her eyes, breakfast was already being made outside the tent. Awake? Xiao Chunhong lifted the curtain and leaned in half, saying, You were a very deep sleeper. And the camel bells didn't wake you up. When you wake up, put on your fox fur and hat and come out. We will leave after dinner. Song Xian shouted. Elvier got out of the tent and found that it was not yet completely light. The goods unloaded last night had been tied to the camel's back. And the servants were feeding the camel with soybean meal. Breakfast was sticky millet and soybean porridge. The soybeans were soaked in the first half of the night and cooked in the second half of the night. The night watchman was responsible for cooking the porridge. The 2 large pots of porridge were cooked very thick. And the beans burst with a sip. Tear off 2 pieces of cake and stew them in the porridge. These are the bean cakes baked by your aunt. Her little baby planted and dried the beans herself. Let me give you a taste. Song Xian said with a smile. Lu Ye looked at Swayu, drank a mouthful of porridge, and chewed a piece of cake. Maybe she was hungry. She actually thought the ordinary porridge and cakes were delicious. The aroma of rice, noodles, and beans mixed together. A very down-to-earth taste. After filling their stomachs and packing up the kitchen utensils, they each rode on their camels. Zhang Shun struck the gong, and 2 gongs of varying weight sounded in succession. The caravan set off. The morning glow climbed up over the sea of clouds, and the sky gradually brightened. When the warm and non-glaring orange sun slowly rose, the faint night quickly faded over the desert, and the sky and the earth were lit up in an instant. Chapter 273 The Boss. After walking in the desert for 4 days, a city appeared in sight as the sun set. This is Human Pass, Song Xian said. Lu Ye sighed heavily. She looked back. At the end of the winding caravan was endless yellow sand. The desert was about to be swallowed by the night. The traces of the camel caravan were quickly covered by the wind and sand. The city she was familiar with could not be seen at all. Before dark, the caravan entered the city gate. Swayu, wearing a bloated wolfskin robe, turned over and got off the camel. After landing, she stood there for 10 breaths. When the stiffness in her legs slowly faded, she took out the pass, documents and household registration contracts to check with the slaves carrying the money box. The caravan is leaving the customs? The city guard asked. So early? Swayu sighed. We plan to go to Dunhuang and come back before winter. So we have to leave early. The trip is quite tight. The city guard handed over the pass document and took the household registration and slave contract to count the number of people. while another person took the commercial goods registration document to check the commercial goods to be taken out of the customs. Song Xian came over with Lu Yair. She handed over various documents and slave contracts and said, "The customs inspection is very strict this year." The city guard nodded without explaining. After the caravan's heads, camels, and commercial goods were counted one by one, Sui Yu and Song Xian exchanged the money for entering the city, and the money for leaving the customs, and the two led the caravan into the city first. At this time, it was already dark, and there were only a few people walking on the road in the city. Wild dogs were looking for food in the streets and alleys with their tails between their legs, and wild cats stood on the wall and called for sex again and again. The sound of camel bells echoed in the alleys. Wild cats and dogs heard the sounds and ran away without waiting for anyone to get close. "Boss, are you staying overnight? How many people? We have a vacant room." The old man holding the oil lamp opened the door and came out. "Thank you, but we have a familiar place to stay." Sui Yu refused. "You should rest. It's late. Everyone is asleep. You can stay here, so you don't have to bother." The old man came out. Sui Yu ignored him and walked to the end of the alley and turned a corner. And then they came to the place where they lived in previous years. The owner hurriedly opened the door and recognized Sui Yu's voice. "It's you. I haven't seen you for 2 years. Come in. The house is clean, and no one has slept in it after the new year." Elvie Yair followed behind and walked into the house. She looked around and didn't think there was anything special about this yard. There is water in the water tank. The snow piled up before the new year melted and accumulated 2 tanks of water. It is clean. The aunt rubbed her hands and said, "There is also firewood in the kitchen. You can use it first. I will pay you tomorrow morning. It is too cold at night. I will go back." Sui Yu agreed. After the people left, Lu Yair asked, "Mom, why do we have to live here? This woman is taking care of a widow and a sick man. She lives in poverty. We live in her house, and she can earn more money." Song Xian explained. A small courtyard with 3 rooms could not accommodate the camel team. Zhang Shun led people to unload the cloth and food first. The cloth was piled in the yard and covered with oilcloth. They drove the camels carrying tents away and planned to spend the night by the river in the south of the city. Xiao Chunhong led people into the house to clean up the sleeping place at night. Sui Yu and Song Xian took over the cooking. "I'll buy a few chickens and stew them in 2 pots tomorrow. You can eat more then," Sui Yu said to Lu Ya. "How do you feel? Can you hold on? If you can't hold on, what's wrong?" Lu Yair said sullenly. "If you can't hold on, ask your mother to buy more live chickens to take with you on the road. I'll stew one for you every 2 days to nourish your body," Sui Yu said. Song Xian nodded and said, "I'll arrange for someone to buy it when we leave." Xiao Chunhong came out of the house and said, "Master, the house is cleaned up. I'll light the fire. The water has boiled. You wash your hands. Move a box of dried noodles and put it in the water to cook." Sui Yu didn't want to move. It was so comfortable to warm up by the fire while lighting the fire. It was late at night, and the dinner was simple. 63 people shared 2 pots of soup noodles, and the side dish was the meat sauce brought by Song Xian. The meat sauce and soup noodles were mixed together, and after a bowl of noodles, half of the body was warm. Then grab 2 handfuls of fried noodles and a bowl of oil tea. With the oil tea, the stomach was full and the body was warm. Except for the night watch and the camel guard. The rest of the people went back to the house to sleep. Lu Yair didn't expect that she still had no bed to sleep on after entering the city. She still slept on the ground with a straw mat. Except that the place was more spacious. It was almost the same as sleeping in a tent in the wild. She held her breath and sighed. The caravan would stop at Yumen for a day, so there was no rush to travel. After dawn, Sui Yu was not in a hurry to get up. She called Xiao Chunhong to bring a bowl of oil tea and a boiled egg. After eating, she lay down again. "You take the money to the street to buy 40 kilograms of pork, fat and lean, and see if there are any leeks for sale. If there are no leeks, buy radishes. Buy them and make flatbreads and buns. Steam them and take them to eat on the road," Sui Yu ordered. Xiao Chunhong agreed. Sui Yu yawned. She lifted the mattress to cover her face and went back to sleep with her head covered. When she woke up again, Sui Yu heard the sound of water. It was Song Xian and Lu Yair, mother and daughter, washing their bodies with the door closed. "What time is it?" she asked. Lu Yair screamed and pulled up her pants in a panic. Yu smiled and huddled back into the mattress, saying, I won't watch. You take your time to wash. Little girl is shy. Song Xian smiled and explained, saying, hurry up and wash. Your aunt won't watch. You are only particular now. When you come back from Dunhuang, I think you can stand in the yard and take a bath with us. Lu Yair pouted and whispered, no way. Then we'll see. Song Xian rubbed a towel to help her wipe her body, saying, I was the same as you when I first left the customs. But later the journey was too hard and I didn't have the conditions to be particular. So I naturally accepted to take a bath and rub my back in the yard with the maids. Why not in the house? Lu Yair wrinkled her face, not hiding her disgust and rejection. How can you sleep if the floor in the house is wet? Sister Song, please stop talking. If you say a few more words, Lu Yair will run back overnight. Yu teased. Lu Yair sighed heavily, and she didn't say anything. When the mother and daughter finished washing, Yu lifted the wolfskin mattress and stood up. She wore a coat and trousers filled with wool and camel hair when she slept. The wool and camel hair were stuffed thickly, but it was still cold after she lifted the mattress suddenly. She hurriedly put on the sheepskin coat and sheepskin pants. The sun came out outside, and the servants took out the mattresses for sleeping to dry. Yu also took the wolfskin mattress out and hung it on the pile of cloth to dry. Sister Yu, Song Xian called out, and she nodded the hot water in her hand. Yu followed into the house. She washed her face and neck carefully, then took off her pants and washed her lower body. She rubbed the crotch pants she took off with hot water, rinsed them again, and hung them outside to dry without any hesitation. Lu Yair hesitated again and again, but still did not take out the crotch pants hanging in the house. In the open space in the yard, Gonda and Gon Air were kneading dough. Xiaoxi and San Chao took turns chopping meat. Lu Yair and another maid were cutting radish cubes. Yu looked around and asked, did Xiao Chunhong go to buy hens? Yes. Lu Yair nodded. In the morning, the aunt next door came over, and Xiao Chunhong paid the rent and firewood money, and also recorded the account. Xiao Chunhong and Lu Yair studied in the school for 3 months, and learned most of the commonly used numbers. Although they were missing some limbs when writing, there was no problem with accounting. Yu could understand it, so she let them take the money and keep the accounts themselves. As she was talking, Xiao Chunhong came back with 2 servants of the Song family. The servants of the Song family each carried 2 baskets with live chickens in them. 40 chickens were bought. Master Song, I bought 30 for you. We only bought 10. When we left home, we took 100 dried chickens with us, which is enough for us to eat for a month or 2. Xiao Chunhong reported the bill eloquently. Song Xian looked at Yu and said, your little housekeeper has been trained. With her around, you will save a lot of worries. Yu nodded. Xiao Chunhong is capable. It's mainly because the master taught her well. Xiao Chunhong flattered. I learned everything from the master. Stop talking nonsense. Kill the chicken and pluck the feathers, and start the fire and stew as soon as possible, Yu said. After the dough was kneaded, Lu Yair took over the work of rolling the noodles, while Xiaoxi was busy frying the meat stuffing and radish. Song Xian took Lu Yair to see the scenery of Human Pass. Yu went out for a walk. There was nothing interesting to do. She went to the aunt next door to borrow a rolling pin, and went into the house to sit down and roll bread and flatbread. When the chicken was stewed, the steamer was put with meat buns on the rack and steamed together. One person was left to light the fire, and the others washed their hands and went over to make flatbread. When Song Xian came back with the green sprouts, the 2 baskets of buns were already steamed. Yu asked Gonda and Gon Air to eat first, and they would go to guard the camels later, and the people who watched the night last night would come back to eat. It was past noon when the 2 pots of chicken were stewed. Gonda and Gon Air each took a bowl of soup and meat and ate it, then drank a bag of hot water, and immediately went out to replace the people who watched the night. Yu scooped a bowl of chicken soup and a bowl of chicken and ate them in the sun. When she was at home, she ate meat every meal. When she went out, she hadn't touched fresh meat for 4 days in a row. She was indeed a little greedy. Yair was eating well, and suddenly she wiped her tears. She choked and said, the chicken at Human Pass is so delicious. This is the most delicious chicken I have ever eaten. No one believed that she was not crying because of the deliciousness, but because of the bitterness. This girl had never suffered since she was born, and this time she suffered a great hardship. Song Xian was silent. After a moment, she turned her head away and didn't let herself be soft-hearted. After the meal, Elvier calmed down by herself. She walked into the crowd and learned to make dumplings. It's too late to regret after leaving Human Pass, Suiyu whispered. Song Xian shook her head. Don't regret it. Let her go back this time. She will be even more reluctant to come out in the future. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Suiyu said, then let's leave Human Pass early tomorrow morning? Yes. Song Xian nodded. In the next half day, Xiao Chunhong and the female slaves steamed 5 boxes of dumplings, and used the remaining stuffing to steam buns. In the evening, they cooked 2 pots of millet porridge and gave each person a bun, and dinner was solved. At dawn the next day, the servants drove the well-fed camels back to load them with cloth, food and rations, and return the lease. At the appointed time, the 3 caravans met outside the city gate and walked into the desert in the bleak cold wind. Shopkeeper are you familiar with the situation in the Gobi Desert? Halfway through, the head of the Su family caravan caught up with Suiyu and said, We are the first to leave the border this year. There are no traces in the Gobi Desert. If we want to get out, we can only rely on our skills and luck. Isn't the head of Su familiar with it? Suiyu asked. It's okay. We have so many people, escorts and camels. We can get out. To be frank, even if we get lost, we have enough water and food. We can always get out by following one direction. That's true. Head of Su didn't refute. I just want to ask about the situation. If you have a good ability to identify directions, we will listen to you when we enter the Gobi Desert, so as to avoid no one in charge. When the 3 families have different opinions, it is easy to quarrel and hurt the harmony. Suiyu and Song Xian looked at each other. This means to decide who is the leader and who has the right to speak. Today she agreed. In the future, when to stop and when to rest, and which trade route to take after leaving the Gobi Desert, she will have the final say. On the contrary, she could not bear this responsibility. On the subsequent trade route, their caravan would listen to the opinions of the other 2 caravans. Suiyu thought for a while, and she said, Okay, I will be the leader in this matter. Once we enter the Gobi Desert, you will follow me. If I lead you in the wrong direction, you can blame me. That's too serious. Su Dedangia smiled. But we believe that manager you. You are lucky and suitable to lead the way in the Gobi Desert. Is there such a saying? Suiyu was surprised. Su Dedangia nodded. Once you enter that evil place, it is more reliable to advocate luck. Chapter 274 Spring Storm. When the Gobi Desert appeared in front of us, it was already the 3rd day after leaving Human Pass. It was not yet mid-February, and the riverbed in the desert had dried up, with no water or ice. Suiyu checked the clean water she brought with her when she left Human Pass. The pottery jars carried by the camels were still full of water. When she left Human Pass, the pottery cauldrons, iron pots, and bathtubs were all filled with water. This water was used for the past 3 days. Fortunately, we prepared for this situation early. Song Xian was thankful. She patted her face lightly and said, I regret that I made a rash decision in the heat of the moment, which caused you a lot of trouble. Don't think about what has already happened. There will be various situations on the road of business. Suiyu comforted. Go ask the 2 caravans behind to see if there is any problem with their water. Su Dedangia has sent people over, and he is also worried about whether they have enough water. We should discuss it with each other before leaving the pass. Lu Yair muttered softly. Suiyu smiled at her and asked, Why do you think we didn't discuss this with each other? Forgot? Suiyu stretched out his finger and shook it, saying, On the one hand, people who often travel on business always prepare more water and food rather than less. This is common sense. You should plan it before setting off. You don't need others to remind you. On the other hand, maybe he was just watching the fun. If any of our 3 caravans made a mistake in this matter, it would be a joke. He would not be able to convince others in the rest of the journey, and could only listen to others' opinions. Didn't you make an appointment to travel together as business partners? It's so hypocritical. If you encounter the Huns and wolves, you will run away separately. Right? Lu Yair said with disdain. We have 2 dogs at home. They eat from the same bowl, eat and sleep together, and have a good relationship. But there must be a leader and a runner-up. Xiao Chunhong interrupted. I don't understand any big principles, but I think whether it's a person or a dog, as long as there are more than one, a leader must be selected. It has nothing to do with hypocrisy. What are you talking about? Song Xian came back and said, There is enough water and food. Shall we go in now? Sui Yu nodded. She looked up at the position of the sun and drove the camel in first. The winding caravan was like a yellowish-brown python. When the sun set in the west, the python completely disappeared in the forest of earth and rocks. After walking only 3 or 4 miles into the Gobi Desert, it was dark. The sunset glowed in the sky above, but the soft glow could not penetrate the towering stone forest and fall down. In order to avoid the dim light causing people to make mistakes, Sui Yu struck the gong and signaled the caravan to stop. Except for water and food, the cloth and food on the camels do not need to be unloaded. Sui Yu ordered. Zhang Shan, you lead the people to set up the tent. Qi Shan, you use the hemp rope to wrap 2 ropes in the direction we are walking. Zhang Shan and Qin Shan agreed, and the servants got busy. Sui Yu walked forward a few steps, and she placed the bronze sword north and south on the open ground to prevent her from getting dizzy and losing her direction for a while. Lu Yair entered the Gobi Desert for the first time. She was scared and curious. She dragged her mother to look up at the boulder nearby, pointed at the sharp scratches on the boulder, and said, "Mom, do you think this looks like it was cut by a knife? And those 2 sunken holes, do they look like 2 eyes?" As they were talking, a black-haired bird poked its head out, as if its eyeballs had fallen out. Elvi Yair was so frightened that she screamed and almost suffocated. The bird was also startled, and it flew out with a caw sound, passing over the caravan, making everyone look up suspiciously. "It's dark. Don't let the girl run around and scream," the people in the Su caravan said loudly. Song Xian was almost scared to death by the girl. She hurriedly responded and pulled Elvi Yair back to the caravan. The stove had been set up, and Xiao Chunhong was worried about others, so she personally took a basin to scoop water. A basin of water was enough for so many people to drink, and they would not be hungry at night if they ate the remaining dumplings and chewed some fried rice. After the fire started, the night shrank 3 feet. Song Xian pulled Elvi Yair to sit over the fire and said, "Are you calm now?" Elvi Yair subconsciously looked up. Sui Yu passed by and raised her hand to hold her head down. She said softly, "Don't look up after dark. There are many birds looking for food in the dark. And there are also flying sand. The shadowy movements will make you panic," Elvi Yair said. She stretched out her hand to warm the fire and rubbed it hard. The pain in her hand made her feel real. She asked in a muffled voice, "I have been walking for a long time, and I haven't seen a single grass. Are there birds building nests here? What do they eat? They can fly out. Are you scared?" Xiao Chunhong continued. "By the way, there are sand scorpions and sandworms under the sand. It's cold now, and no snakes come out. When it gets hot, there will be snakes crawling out of the sand at night to look for food. Birds also eat these." Elvi Yair was so shocked that she sat up. She was about to collapse. Sui Yu hit Xiao Chunhong with a piece of firewood. Xiao Chunhong smiled awkwardly and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. We have been in the desert twice, and have not been bitten by insects. Insects and sand scorpions are not fools. We can crush them to death with 1 foot. Why would they take the initiative to provoke us? Just like these strange-shaped stones and mounds. If they can move, don't you hide from them?" Song Xian said. Sit down. Sit down. Don't be startled. The water is boiling. And the dumplings are also hot. Bring bowls over," Lu Yair said. "The dust raised by people walking is heavy." The servants brought bowls over, but they were stopped at a distance of 3 steps. Xiao Chunhong and the other 3 maids were responsible for scooping water for them. Women have 10 dumplings, and men have 15 dumplings. After eating, each person has a bowl of boiling hot water, chews a few mouthfuls of fried rice, and drinks a sip of water. When the water is finished, the stomach is full. Lu Yair chewed a mouthful of fried rice and stopped eating. It was dry, hard and salty. She was thirsty to begin with. The more she ate, the thirstier she became. It was better not to eat. "If you don't eat, you'll be hungry in the middle of the night," Song Xian whispered. "Eat more. You're not at home outside. When you're hungry, no one will give you food. You'll disturb others when you toss and turn and can't sleep. I still have bean cakes here." "No," Song Xian interrupted Sui Yu. "She eats whatever we eat. Fried rice is made of rice, not bean curd buns that irritate the throat. There's nothing you can't swallow." "I'm not hungry," Lu Yair said stubbornly. "Forget it if you're not hungry." Song Xian stopped persuading her. She sat aside and chewed fried rice mouthful after mouthful, making a crackling sound like chewing sand. The hen with its claws tied to her neck became quiet after eating the fried rice. People gradually went into the tent to sleep. In order to avoid getting lost and running out of firewood, they stopped burning fires at night after entering the Gobi Desert. The night watchman sat on the mound, avoiding the wind, wrapped in a sheepskin mattress, and staring at the sky. People slept and camels rested. There was no other sound in the Gobi Desert except the rustling sound of the moving gravel and the whistling wind. The birds that built nests in the mounds landed silently. They walked in the gravel and pecked at the rice grains and debris that fell in the sand, or landed on the back of the camel to peck at the flesh and blood. Tongue. The camel twisted its neck and bit the black bird that pecked at the hump. The bird screamed twice and then stopped moving. The other birds flew away. Gonda opened his eyes and watched. If there was no camel leaving, he would not care. In the middle of the night, Elvier was awakened by hunger as expected. When he opened his eyes, he heard a bird scream, followed by a sticky chewing sound, and two bone-breaking sounds. The wind was strong, and the rolling gravel hit the tent, covering the noise outside. Elvier pricked up her ears and listened. She was caught off guard. She remembered what her mother said at night. She wondered if these strange-shaped stones and mounds were alive. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Elvier covered her mattress with sweat. It was time to change shifts. Gonda, Unyo, and the servants of the Song family walked to the tent and woke up a few people. They took off their shoes and got in. They lay down in the warm quilt and fell asleep. Elvier was relieved now. She scared herself and was no longer hungry. Now she could sleep peacefully. At dawn, the chickens with their claws tied up clucked, and the sleeping people got up at the sound. Breakfast was already cooked. Breakfast was pancakes and hot soup pancakes. This was the only meal of the day that had enough time to cook. So breakfast was not a compromise every day. Meat sauce mixed with soup pancakes. Dry and hard pancakes broken into pieces and stewed in the soup. Full and delicious. After eating, Lu Yair felt that she was alive again. Seeing her servants driving the camel to get up, she went to help. Huh? Why is there a bird feather in this camel's mouth? She was surprised. It ate a bird. Miss, please stay away. The dust on the camel is heavy and will dirty your fox fur. It will get dirty sooner or later. Lu Yair sighed, grabbed a handful of unfinished fried rice from her pocket, and fed it to the camel, saying, "Don't play tricks. Get up quickly. We are leaving." Song Xian paid attention to her movements and was quite satisfied with it. There was a lot of wind and sand last night. Don't let a sandstorm start. Sui Yu dug out the bronze sword from the sand and said, "After you pack up, get on the camel and continue on your way." A bronze gong sounded, and the chickens clucked in fear. Birds hiding somewhere also cried hoarsely. The birds didn't quiet down until the caravan was far away. They flew down the mound and used their claws to dig out the broken feathers and bones buried in the sand, and cleaned up the remaining blood and flesh. After walking for another 5 days, Sui Yu woke up in the morning. He didn't wait for the sun to rise. The sky was gloomy. Not only that, the wind on the Gobi Desert was strong, and the sand under his feet flowed like water, with waves of ripples. The weather is going to change. Song Xian was worried. Why does it look like it's going to rain at this time? Su Dedangia and Li Dedangia came together and asked Sui Yu if he was still going. We're not going to move on. Instead of wandering around without knowing the direction, we'd better rest here. Brother Su, Uncle Li, quickly arranged for people to take down all the cloth and cover them, and tie the camels to the boulders, to prevent the camels from getting lost in the strong wind and sand. Sui Yu arranged. Okay. We thought so too. It's better to be safe. Su De nodded. Others moved at the sound, reinforced the tents that had not been dismantled, and set up the tents prepared for the cloth in a hurry, and stuffed the dismantled cloth into them. Raindrops are falling. Elvier shouted. The rain in the desert is not heavy, and it won't last long. Song Xian said. Come in quickly. It's estimated that a sandstorm will blow. The sandstorm came as soon as it came, and in an instant, the sky and the earth seemed to be distorted. The sky was gray and yellow. Sand and rocks were flying, and soon nothing could be seen. Has the water been moved into the tent? Sui Yu shouted. Has the water and food been moved into the tent? It has been moved in. It's in our tent. Xiao Chunhong crawled over following the sound and said, Master, come in quickly. The wind is too strong. It will blow people away. Chapter 275. Sui Yu pulled Xiao Chunhong and asked, "Is there anyone else outside?" Xiao Chunhong spit out the sand in her mouth and said, "The two brothers Gonda and Gon Er and Qi Shan are tying up camels. There are not only them, but also other people. It doesn't matter. They can't get lost." As she was talking, Xiaozi crookedly crawled to the tent next door. The male servant in the tent supported her and helped her over here. Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong reached out to pull her. "Anu, where is Zhang Shun? Go in and count the number of people, and then report to me." Sui Yu pulled the tent and shouted, "I'll go count too." Xiao Chunhong spoke. "Enough people. They are all back." Song Xian spoke. "Mother, don't we need to count the servants in our family?" Lu Yer asked. "No. They are all experienced old people. If we don't get into trouble, we won't drag them down," Song Xian said. The servants that Song Xian brought with her were all transferred back from the desert. The servants who had been raising camels in the desert for many years were accustomed to life in the desert. In particular, the old man left by her father had trained her specifically for her, and had good adaptability. Outside, Sui Yu waited until all the servants entered the tent before she and Xiao Chunhong supported each other and entered the door. Then, Xiao Shi and San Chao hurriedly pulled down the curtain and sat on it to press down. Now the last bit of light disappeared. Sui Yu spit a few times, spread her hair and shook the sand, and Song Xian went over to help her pat the sand off her body. "This damn weather," Sui Yu cursed. "It's my fault. It would have been fine if we had left later." Song Xian blamed herself. Sui Yu waved her hand and explained, "That's not what I meant. The weather in the desert is unpredictable. We left late the year before last, but we still encountered a sandstorm. Everything we encounter along the way is normal. I can accept it, and I won't blame you. So please don't mention it, or I'll have to comfort you again and again." Song Xian smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say it anymore. Let's take a break. With the strength of the wind and sand, I will have to arrange for people to shovel sand in less than an incense stick of time to prevent our tent from collapsing." Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the ground. The whistling wind and the sound of gravel hitting the tent covered everything. Nothing could be heard outside. Sui Yu was worried about her camel and could do nothing. She could only suppress her anxiety. The pillar supporting the tent suddenly shook violently. Lu Ye rushed over and hugged the pillar. Others also walked over to stabilize the pillar. Song Xian walked to the side of the tent in the dark. She jumped up and slapped the taut camel's skin, trying to knock off the dust outside. After an unknown amount of time, when the tent was about to fall, there was movement outside. Someone went around to the west of the tent and worked hard to dig the yellow sand piled on the camel's skin against the wind. "Who is outside?" Xiao Chunhong asked loudly. "I and Erden." "It's yours," Sui Yu said to Song Xian. Song Xian said, "They are better at dealing with this kind of weather than Zhang Shun and his friends. After this, we have experience. We will be more calm when we encounter this kind of weather in the future," Xiao Chunhong said unyieldingly. Okay, you're right," Song Xian smiled. "I praise my servants. Why are you still fighting? What? Do you want to come to my house?" "No. My master is willing to share the profits with us, but yours is not," Xiao Chunhong said in a low voice. Sui Yu said, and Xiao Chunhong immediately admitted her mistake and apologized. "It's okay. I'm not angry. There's no other master like yours, inside or outside the Great Wall," Song Xian said. The male servants in the next tent also came out in the wind and sand. With them busy, Sui Yu felt much more at ease. "What's the profit sharing?" Lu Yer asked. "My servants protect me when I go out to trade, and I give them 20% of the money I earn." Sui Yu had the leisure to explain. Lu Yer was surprised that it was like this. "Do my servants know about it?" She was puzzled. "They know about the profit sharing, but they don't know the specific amount," Sui Yu said. Xiao Chunhong, "No one of you told them?" "No." "Then did anyone ask you about it?" Lu Yer asked again. "Yes. Many people asked us about it," Xiao Chunhong replied. Song Xian sighed and said, "I'll think about it. I'll give 300 coins to each servant who goes out to trade with me in the future." "How much money do you have?" Lu Yer asked Xiao Chunhong. Xiao Chunhong subconsciously looked at Sui Yu. Even though she couldn't see anyone, she could vaguely understand what her master meant when no one spoke. "We won't tell you." Xiao Chunhong interrupted the others before they spoke. She said playfully, "This is a secret of my family. No one else can know it, Lu Yair said with a tisk sound. When I become the head of the family, I will also share the profits with the servants. Sui Yu clapped her hands and said with a smile, Mr. Song is generous and magnanimous. I like people like you. Silly girl. Song Xian was speechless. Lu Yair snorted in dissatisfaction in the dark. She didn't think she was stupid. Her servants were already unwilling to accept it. If they didn't follow Aunt Sui's example, they might do something bad in secret. After an unknown amount of time, the servants who were shoveling sand outside left, and the wind and sand seemed to have died down. Sui Yu could vaguely hear a few camel calls. However, as soon as she lifted a corner of the curtain, a fierce gust of wind rushed in and almost knocked her down. She also took a look at the situation outside. The yellow sand on the ground was probably buried above her ankles. Sitting in the tent, she didn't know whether it was day or night outside. When she was hungry, she chewed some fried rice. Everyone had this in their pockets. So Sui Yu and Song Xian didn't worry about the people in the next few tents going hungry. Half of the bag of fried rice was eaten up, and the wind outside died down. The people in the tent next to them came out. Sui Yu and Song Xian also shook open the door curtain pressed in the yellow sand and went out. The sky was still dark. Looking around, there was a yellow gauze curtain woven by dust and sand in all directions. The boulders and mounds were clearly lifeless. But Sui Yu seemed to be able to see their fatigue. The camels tied under the boulders were even more exhausted. They fell to the ground and couldn't move. Their voices were hoarse. Sui Yu asked Gonda and Gon Air to bring out cans of water from the tent to distribute to people and animals. Seeing Zhang Shun taking people to check the condition of the camels, she asked Xiao Chunhong to take people to tidy up the tent. In the current situation, they could not leave for the next 2 or 3 days. Song Xian and Lu Yair went to check the situation of their own caravan, counting the cloth, food, and dry food one by one. No problem. I took people to move the goods into the tent before the storm came, Song Laodong said. Uncle Dong, thank you for your concern, Song Xian said gratefully. It should be. Well, you have worked hard and contributed to protecting us on the business trip. I thought about it, and I will give each of you 300 coins for the servants who follow the caravan to work in the future. Song Xian took the opportunity to give out the reward. No one doesn't love money. Even the loyal old servant is no exception. He didn't refuse, and his face was wrinkled with smile. Master, we lost 2 camels. Zhang Shun ran over with a panicked look on his face. He handed Sui Yu 2 ropes tied together and said, Eggshell, and its mother bit off the ropes and ran away at some point. Sui Yu's face changed. The ropes were still wet with saliva and covered with dust. There were neat teeth marks half a finger away from the broken ends. It was indeed they who bit off the ropes and ran away. Shall I take people to look for them nearby? Zhang Shun said uneasily. They are all tied up well, and the other camels are all there, but they are missing. Sui Yu looked at Song Xian, who was walking over, and asked, How is the situation over there? They are all there. My camels are all tamed. Camels that bite ropes will not live to grow up, Song Xian said. Sui Yu looked at Zhang Shun and said, Forget it. Let's not look for it anymore. Don't let the camels be found, and the people get lost again. We have to stay here for 2 or 3 days to see if they can find them again. Are these 2 wild camels? Song Xian asked. All the camels in my family are wild. Eggshell went home with us as soon as he was born. He has no impression of the wild tribes. But his mother must have a memory. Sui Yu threw the rope angrily and said, It raised the cub, and it took the cub away without saying hello. It said hello to you, and it can't run away, Song Xian said. I will give you 2 camels when you go back. Don't be angry. Sui Yu refused to take it. You didn't stir up the sandstorm, and you didn't cut the rope for the camels. Why are you compensating me? It's not compensation. It's a gift. If you help me teach my daughter, I'll give you a dowry, Song Xian said. Sui Yu touched her chin and said happily, Is it true? Absolutely true. Song Xian nodded. You can choose when you go back. Sui Yu immediately stopped feeling sorry for the loss of the animals. She agreed and said, Elvir, if you have any questions in the future, just come to me. Hey, shopkeeper you. How are you doing? Su Dadong asked loudly. 2 of our tents were broken, and 2 water jars were broken. We are really unlucky. I lost 2 camels, Sui Yu said. My. Su Dadong felt sorry for her. It seems that you are the most unlucky. Wait 2 more days, and see if you can find them back. The strong wind made it difficult to make a fire. Everyone chewed some dry food and drank some cold water, and went back into the tent. They woke up and slept all night, and went out to shovel sand from time to time, barely making it to dawn. The yellow sand accumulated around the tent has already reached the knees, thanks to the yellow sand pressing down the tent. Otherwise, it would have been blown over by the strong wind. The yellow sand has been spreading over the Gobi Desert for 3 days. After the wind stopped and the sand fell, the Gobi Desert was particularly quiet and peaceful. The sky above was blue without a single cloud. The dazzling light sprinkled down, stinging people's eyes. After a storm, the standing boulders and mounds were thinned a little. I don't know when the birds were blown to the ground and died under the yellow sand. When the stench came out, I pulled them apart and saw that the birds' stomachs had been hollowed out by insects and ants. The escaped camel did not come back. Sui stopped waiting. While the weather was fine, she had to continue on her way. In the morning, she walked with the sun on her back and chased the sun in the afternoon, worried that the weather in the desert would change. Sui decided to chase the moon at night. The 2 caravans behind her had no objection. After 12 days and nights of walking and resting, the 3 tired caravans finally walked out of the Gobi Desert. But the main force had gone astray. The snow-capped mountains in the south were vaguely in front of them, and Lulan was already in the far north. It seems that we have to take the trade route at the southern end of the desert, passing through Ruoqiang and other countries. Sui sat down on the sand to take a breath. She turned her head and looked at the other 2 caravan leaders, and discussed, how about taking this trade route? On the way back, we will go through Chiotsi and Lulan. Okay. I have no objection. If we go through Chiotsi, I am afraid of encountering fleeing Hun soldiers. Su Dadangia said. I will listen to you. Let's go together. Li Dadangia said. Rest here tonight, and rest tomorrow. Sui said. I can't walk anymore. Song Xian and her daughter sat on the ground back to back, not caring about cleanliness or dirtiness at this moment, just wanting to rest their stiff legs. After an instant's stick of time, she sent the servants out to find water and firewood. There were still 7 live chickens left, so thin that only bones were left. While they were still alive, they were slaughtered and made into a pot of soup to nourish everyone. It took until midnight to pluck the 7 chickens. The night watchman chopped the chickens and threw them into the pot. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a while, he turned around and saw 2 clusters of blue and white fire floating over. He was so scared that he cried out, "Aw!" The sleeping people woke up. Sui heard the mess outside and pulled open the curtain to see a large group of blue flames chasing people and camels. She knew what it was in an instant. This was the first time she had seen it. It looked like a ghost fire. It has nothing to do with ghosts. Don't run. The more you run, the more the fire will chase you, she yelled. But no one listened to her. She was so angry that she pounded the ground. What bad luck has happened to me? There are only a few days of peace of mind on this trip. Is God trying to stop me from getting rich? Bah! Thief God. Sui put on her shoes and dragged the trembling maids out, saying, It's not a ghost. Bring your things and beat them down. I'll teach you a lesson today. Chapter 276 Betrayal. The fire fell on the man, and a black scar was immediately burned on the sheepskin coat with the leather facing outward. The servant screamed in fear, staggered and ran with his legs limp, crying and begging for mercy. It's burning. It's burning your hair, Chishan shouted. Don't run. Lie on the ground and roll in the sand. Quick! The frightened man couldn't hear what others said at all. He ran around with his hair burning, howling like ghosts and wolves. The scattered camels avoided him, and more ghost fires floated towards him. Clusters of blue and white fires bloomed in the desert one after another. With the wind, the sparks floated up. Even without firewood or oil, they could burn more and more vigorously. 2 or 3 clusters gathered together, devouring each other like big fish eating small fish. The clusters of fire gathered bigger and bigger, and then they chased the shaking people and animals as if they had ghost eyes. This scene was so beautiful that it was terrifying. Everyone present, except Sui, was so frightened that their legs trembled and cold sweats fell. Some even knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy from the gods and ghosts. Sui ran out with her sheepskin coat on. Song Xian reached out to grab her but failed. She shouted in panic, Sui, come back. Shout Shunhong. John Shun. Your master has run away. Go and chase him. The ghost fires floating outside stared at the people hiding in the tent. They approached eagerly, and the people inside were so scared that their scalps numbed, and they dared not take a step. Zhang Shun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The heavy breathing echoed in the tent. He swallowed hard, hesitated again and again, and before he took a step, he heard someone lift the curtain and go out. "It's Qi Shan," Anyo cried. "Let me go out," Gonda said hoarsely. "Brother, I'll go too." Gon Er slapped himself twice with all his strength to give himself courage. The pain awakened his consciousness, and he followed him out with shaking legs. Zhang Shun also followed him out. And before leaving, he said, "Be careful of the will-o'-the-wisp fire burning the tent. I'll go out and guard the tent." Li Wu made a choice. Hearing the screams outside, Anyo knelt on the ground and cried. After crying twice, he lifted the curtain and crawled out, comforting himself as he crawled. "If it weren't for the master, I would have died long ago. If I die this time, it will be a repayment of my gratitude. I, Anyo, am a loyal servant with a conscience." "Fight!" Deshan shouted and rushed out. The other 3 male servants in the tent also followed him out. Now the remaining servants in the tent were all from the Song family. "Uncle Jio, what should we do?" someone asked in a low voice. Song Jio walked out of the tent and realized that it was already a sea of fire outside. Camels were burned into fireballs and rolled on the ground screaming. The camel herd had already scattered. The people in the caravan hid and hid. Those who didn't have time to hide lay on the ground and dared not move. Song Laodong led 7 people to guard the goods of the 2 families. He held a knife and was alert, preventing someone from approaching to kill and rob goods. He heard footsteps and looked sideways. "Fourth brother, what's the situation?" Song Jio asked. "You go to guard the young lady and the young lady," Song Laodong arranged. "This kind of fire is afraid of sand. If you catch fire, you will fall to the ground and roll." Sui Yu shouted. She and Xiao Chunhong were already close to the servant, who was burned into a fireman. She smelled the smell and felt bad. She could only throw the sheepskin coat with phosphorus on the ground and rub it out with sand. And then she and Xiao Chunhong dug the sand and threw it on the screaming servant. "Master, I'll do it." Qin Shan arrived, rolled on the ground twice, put out the fire on his body, and grabbed Ding Quan and buried him in the sand. Sui Yu made room, and she shouted, "If your body is on fire, roll on the ground, or use sheepskin to hold the fire and press it into the sand. Rub it a few times and it will be out. It is not a ghost or a god. Don't be afraid." Song Laodong was distracted and was kicked in the leg, and he fell to the ground. "Uncle Jio, what are you doing?" The servant guarding the goods shouted. "Old Jio, are you going to rebel?" Song Laodong asked calmly. "Yes." Song Jio held a knife across Song Laodong's neck and said, "Fourth brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to kill you. Be quiet. I and my brothers will take some silk and leave. You can't do this. The old master treats us well." Song Laodong tried to persuade. "He treated us well, and we have worked for him for half our lives. We are even now." Song Jio asked his brothers behind him to move the silk and satin, saying, "You are old, and we are still young. It is not easy to get this opportunity, and I must fight for myself. The young lady told me a few days ago that everyone who goes out of the customs with her to trade every year can get 300 coins. Song Laodong calmed people's hearts, fearing that others would be shaken. "After this disaster, I will discuss with the young lady and add 200 coins to each person. Old Jio, life outside is not easy. You can't communicate with the people outside the customs. The people outside the customs teamed up to rob and kill you, and throw you into the desert. No one will take care of you. Stop it. I will pretend that this never happened." The slaves who were moving the goods did not stop at all. The money was dazzling, and what they got was theirs. Ari from shopkeeper used family before. That's because he's stupid. Song Jio interrupted him. "I have money, brothers, and I know a few martial arts skills. Anyone who wants to harm us has to think twice." Song Laodong sighed. The previous incident with Ari had planted the seeds of betrayal in the hearts of other servants. "Uncle Jio, it's time to go." The man with 4 pieces of silk wrapped around his front and back whispered. He looked around and said, "Good brothers, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't you run?" No one answered. "Go and bring the camels over." Song Jio glanced at the people in the sea of fire. Men and women came out with sheepskin coats to put out the fire. If they delay any longer, they might not be able to run away. Uncle Laodong, the master asked me to ask, is there any problem with the goods? A servant of the Song family shouted while hiding from the ghost fire. Before Song Laodong could speak, he felt a pain in his neck and smelled blood. Song Jio was sweating nervously. He threatened, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will kill you. Song Laodong sighed secretly, held his breath, and shouted with all his strength, a thief stole the goods. You are looking for death. Song Jio pulled the knife to kill, put away the knife, picked up 2 bundles of silk and ran away. Song Laodong fell to the ground, holding his neck. He wanted to speak, but before he could speak, there was a rough sound of bellows in his throat. Li Wu ran over to take a look. He hesitated for a moment and chose to stay here to guard the goods. Is there a thief? Gone Air ran over with a sheepskin coat on his head. There was a thief in the Song family. The thief stole the goods and ran away, Li Wu said. Song Laodong was killed. Go and inform the head of the Song family. Song Xian was shocked when she heard the news. She was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly settled her daughter. She picked up a sheepskin and put it on her head and ran out. Song Jio led 6 people to rob the goods and ran away. Daku and Zhang Shun of the Sui family led people to chase them. The servant of the Song family, who was guarding the goods, explained the situation. Song Jio held old Uncle Dong hostage. Old Uncle Dong didn't want them to rob the goods and run away. He shouted, and Song Jio cut his neck. Song Xian trembled and felt Song Laodong's breath. He was still breathing. She cried and shouted, look for Anton. Look for Anton. Uncle Laodong is not dead yet. Anton was a veterinarian who treated camels. After the camels were frightened and ran away, he went to chase the camels. It took more than half an hour to find him. At this time, the sky was slightly bright. Sui Yu led people to put out a lot of phosphorus fires. And the wind also took away a lot. The remaining fire clusters were no longer scary. And the firepower was not enough to last until dawn. At this time, Sui Yu knew what happened in the caravan, when she dragged her heavy legs and walked out of the tent with a tired face. Zhang Shun and the servants of the Song family caught 4 escaped slaves. There were 3 more who ran away on camels. We didn't catch up. Zhang Shun explained the situation. He was so tired that he sat on the ground and asked, how is Uncle Dong? He is still breathing. Song Jio didn't kill him. It's hard to say whether he can survive. Sui Yu shook his head. You take a rest. I'll go check on the caravans of Su and Li. I'll go with you. Zhang Shun stood up with his knees and said hoarsely, I don't know which caravan of Su or Li burned 2 tents last night. I don't know where this thing came from. The ghost thing was found in the resting places of the 3 caravans before and after. There should have been many people or animals who died in this desert before. And the bodies were buried in the sand. Half a month ago, a sandstorm blew away the sand and soil that buried the bodies. Or it might have blown in from somewhere else. The night watchman lit a fire last night. And the flames ignited the corpse phosphorus under the sand. And then, there was the so-called ghost fire. Sui Yu explained. I heard my father say it before. Zhang Shun was dizzy. He didn't understand, but believed it. After this incident, our family suffered a lot of losses. And the camels also ran away. We will have to look for the camels later. Zhang Shun sighed. And he reflected, I should have come to guard the goods last night. If you were there last night, you must have cut your neck. Sui Yu was tired and didn't want to hear this for the time being. Chapter 277 Cleaning up the mess. The Su caravan burned 2 tents. Injured 2 people. And the goods were not damaged. The people and goods of the Li caravan were not damaged. But 1 camel died and half of the camel herd ran away. The 2 caravans were experienced in business. When the ghost fire caused trouble, they were confused for a while, but soon calmed down and abandoned some things. They quickly retreated to the Gobi Desert with people and animals, and hid in it for a night. Shopkeeper Yu, how is your caravan? The head of Li asked tiredly. I'm really sorry. The ghost fire is evil. It's hard for us to protect ourselves. And we couldn't help you last night. Sui Yu expressed her understanding. She had no right to blame anyone for this. She repeated what she had explained to Zhang Shun before, telling them that the ghost fire was not a ghost, and that it could be extinguished by burying it with sand. In the next few days, we are going to look for camels. I wonder if the head of Su and the head of Li will go first or wait for us for a few days. Sui Yu asked. We are also going to look for camels, said the head of the family Li. I will ask my people to help you find camels. If you need us, please let me know. The head of the family Su still has some moral principles. If they can only share the good times but not the bad times, no one will be willing to travel with his caravan in the future. Sui Yu thanked him and said, before we leave here, we'd better not light a fire again. If we don't light a fire, there will be no more ghost fires? Asked the head of the family Su. Sui Yu nodded. It was March, and the wind outside the pass was biting. It was impossible for the phosphorus fire to ignite spontaneously at this temperature. The two heads of the family looked at each other. Seeing that Sui Yu's words were firm, they chose to believe her for once. After Sui Yu took Zhang Shen away, the head of the family, Su, wondered whether he should also let the younger generation learn some words. He was 15 or 16 years older than Sui Yu, and he didn't understand what she said about ghost fire and phosphorus fire. Sui Yu returned to her tent, and Xiao Chunhong brought her a few bean cakes and half a bowl of water, saying, you can't make a fire. You can only eat and drink cold things. Master, chew for a while before swallowing. Sui Yu took a sip of water and held it in her mouth to warm it before swallowing it. She looked around. Qishan and Lu Ye were counting the goods. Xiaoxi and Annie were counting the food and grass. Gonda and Gon Air were carrying the burned Ding Quan back. Li Wu was counting the camels. And the others took dry food and went out to look for camels with the servants of the Song family. Sui Yu took a bite of bean cake and asked, where is Lu Yu? She also went to look for camels. I arranged for San Chao to go with her. They won't go far. Xiao Chunhong swallowed a bean cake, went into the tent to get a bag of fried rice, and said, Master, I'm also going out to look for camels. Wait for me. We'll go out together later. Don't act alone. Sui Yu instructed. She pointed to the next tent and said, go and see the situation. Song Xian heard her voice and had come out. She had been out of the customs twice and in the customs twice. Thanks to Sui Yu, she had been traveling on the trade route for the past 3 years smoothly. The sudden accident last night and the servants who had evil intentions. This oncoming heavy blow made her at a loss and uneasy. Sui Yu looked at her, and from her expression, she could see that Song Xian was in a very bad state at the moment. Eat something, Sui Yu said. Song Xian pinched her eyebrows. She took the fried rice handed by Xiao Chunhong and sat down. At this time, the sun rose in the east, and the vast desert was filled with soft golden light. The sound of the wind was mixed with the sound of wooden whistles of varying lengths. In the sky, birds flew in groups, and the panic of last night seemed to disappear with the night. Song Xian chewed a mouthful of fried rice, and she swallowed it with all her strength, choking and reddening her eyes. Drink some water. Sui Yu handed over the bowl. Song Xian waved her hand. It's okay. How is Uncle Dong? Sui Yu asked. He can survive, Song Xian said firmly. I stuffed him with 2 slices of ginseng last night, and just now I stuffed him with 2 more slices. He can survive. It's okay as long as he's okay, Sui Yu said. Song Xian wiped her eyes and whispered. I said he was stupid last night. Even if a few camels and more than 20 pieces of silk were lost, it wouldn't drain my family's wealth. I can afford the loss. But if something happens to old Uncle Dong, who can I rely on? I guess he can't swallow that breath, Sui Yu said. Forget it. I won't say it anymore. Song Xian waved her hand. She returned the fried rice bag to Xiao Chunhong, and said to Sui Yu, go and do whatever you want. I'll take care of it here. Sui Yu was a little worried about the servants of the Song family. All along, the servants of the Song family have always been loyal and capable in her eyes. They were a little cold to her caravan, but they kept a close eye on their own caravan. Whether it was the goods or the camels, they were all well placed. And Song Xian didn't need to worry about it. So Sui Yu was assured that they would take care of the goods. What happened last night? She thought her own servants would take the goods and run away. And she never thought the servants of the Song family would do something bad. How could she have expected that these people would abandon their relatives for the sake of money? What are you going to do with the people you caught? Sui Yu asked. Kill them, Song Xian said without hesitation. Don't try to persuade me. Why should I persuade you? I am not ignorant of right and wrong. And they are not my servants. Sui Yu ate the last bite of the cake and said, I will leave Qishan and Lu Ye here. If you have any problems, please send someone to find me. Song Xian nodded. After Sui Yu left with Xiao Chunhong, Song Xian sat for a while. She could afford the loss of property. So these were nothing. Thinking of this, she felt much calmer. What bothered her most was the betrayal of the servants. Bring those 4 slaves who betrayed their masters here. Song Xian made up her mind. She could not stand this cowardly anger. She would rather lose money and kill people than give them a chance to live. She wanted to see who would dare to betray their masters in the future. Chop the man up and throw the body into the desert to feed insects, birds and wolves, she ordered decisively. But that was not enough. She walked up to the slave, who was frightened to the point of incontinence, but kept begging for mercy, and said with a smile, "Do you think I will leave you a way out like manager you? I tell you, you made a wrong bet. Not only will I take your lives, but your wives, children and mothers who stayed in the past will not be able to escape. If you think life is getting better, then work as a laborer to earn money for me." After that, Song Xian stopped listening to their pleas for mercy and said with her arms around her, "Kill them here. Let me hear the sound." Zhang Shun came over. He didn't get close, but it didn't affect him seeing the indifference in Song Xian's eyes. The man holding the knife didn't dare to kill people because of their years of friendship. But she stared at him without blinking, and the indifference and disgust in her eyes continued to increase, forcing the servant to pick up the knife and chop people. The heads were still there, but blood was all over the ground. After confirming that the 4 thieves were dead, Song Xian wiped the blood off the soles of her shoes, ordered people to throw the bodies farther away, and turned to go into the tent. Zhang Shun didn't dare to look at it anymore, nor did the servants of the Song family. Everyone avoided their sight in a trance, each busy with their own work. "Master Song." Lu Yer was so scared that her face turned pale. She said hesitantly, "Master Song looks easy to talk to on weekdays, but I didn't expect that he is quite scary when he turns his face. We have had a good life for too long, and we forgot that private slaves are like livestock that can be resold. They are not as valuable as livestock, and you can eat meat after the livestock dies." Zhang Shun was also a little dazed. He looked up at the sky and said, "It's all the master's fault. She treats us as human beings, which makes other people who are livestock want to be human beings." Lu Yer rolled her eyes at him. "What are you crazy about? Go and feed the camels." 10 camels were burned last night, 2 of which were Sui Yu's own. 3 were rented from Song Xian, and the other 5 were from the Song family caravan, except for a female camel whose hump was burned, and the other camels were only injured in the fur. Animals know little, and are afraid of little. When they feel pain, they know to roll on the ground. Unlike humans, they insist on kowtowing to the gods and ghosts for mercy even though their hair is burned. In half a day, the people who went out to look for camels drove back 99 camels one after another. With camels, everyone rode camels and went out much faster. By night, they found 73 camels, including 19 camels sent by the Su and Li caravans. After Sui Yu came out to visit the injured, she went to see the injured camels. The 3rd child she raised saw her, and cried beep beep with his lips. "How is its injury?" Sui Yu asked. It was dark and she couldn't light a fire, so she couldn't see anything clearly. A large area of fur was burned off, but fortunately the skin was thick and the flesh was not injured. Lu Yer explained. Livestock have strong recovery ability, especially those that can survive in the wild. This injury is just a drizzle for them. Sui Yu took a handful of unfinished fried rice from her pocket to feed the camels. After asking about the situation of the camel group, she left. Lu Yer was wolfing down bean cakes with meat sauce. Seeing Sui Yu coming over, she stood up and said, "Aunt, are there still 21 camels that have not been found?" "Yes." Sui Yu took the roll handed by Song Xian with her hands that had not been stained with camel saliva, and said, "Take a rest tonight, and we will look for them tomorrow morning. Our camels are all tamed. They are used to being raised by people, and they can't run far." After sitting down, Sui Yu smelled a strong smell of blood. She sniffed her nose and was about to ask, but she remembered what Song Xian said in the morning, that the people should have been killed. After a pause in chewing the biscuit, Sui Yu stood up again. She walked into the tent and heard Xiao Chunhong mumbling to other female slaves about Song Xian's killing of the thief slave. Sui Yu cleared her throat, and the voices inside stopped. "I didn't rest last night, and I've been busy all day outside today. Eat a full stomach and rest early." Sui Yu said. "Master, there won't be another ghost fire tonight?" Xiao Chunhong asked. "No." Sui Yu gave her a reassurance. "Everything that can be burned was burned last night, so you can sleep peacefully tonight." Both people and animals were tired, even if they were all worried. But once they lay down and closed their eyes, their thoughts immediately became chaotic. After a good night's sleep, at dawn, Sui Yu confidently handed the camp to Song Xian to guard. In terms of killing a chicken to scare the monkey, Song Xian was better than her. And human life was indeed easier to control than human heart. Camels carry camel bells. As long as they are not dead and are willing to move, the camel bells will never stop ringing. In the desert without trees, it is not difficult to find camels by following the camel bells. The camel bells are ringing slowly, and the frightened camels that ran away will come to find them on their own initiative. Sui Yu rides on the camel and whistles. She takes out a handful of hay from the bag on the camel's back and throws it on the ground. The wind blows the hay towards the hesitant camel. After it finishes eating the hay on the ground, Sui Yu blows the wooden whistle again. This is the daily feeding whistle. The camel not far away seems to have finally remembered that there is a master, and it immediately strides over. It took another day and a half to find the remaining 21 camels. Old Uncle Dong has recovered, except for the difficulty in eating and drinking. His life has been saved. Song Xian finally smiled and said, "Let's stay for 2 more days. When his injury is better, we will set off." "Will he go to Dunhuang with us?" Sui Yu asked. "No. I plan to leave him in Ruiqiang to recover. I will leave 2 people with him. When I come back, I will pick him up," Song Xian said. "That's fine. His body can't travel long distances." Sui Yu pinched his eyebrows in disgust. "Why not leave a tent and some food, and 2 people to take care of him? When old Uncle Dong's injury is better, they can go to Ruiqiang on their own, or return to the pass with the caravan heading east. If it's just you and me, I don't care if I leave 2 days earlier or later. But there are still the caravans of Su and Li. I'm afraid they won't stay any longer." Song Xian was silent for a moment. If nothing else, she was in Sui Yu's situation 2 years ago. Except for old Uncle Dong, she was suspicious of all the servants. But what Sui Yu said made sense. The caravan went out of the customs to sell and buy goods. They wanted to seize the opportunity to sell and buy goods, so they really couldn't delay any longer. "Okay, I'll choose 2 people to stay." Song Xian made a decision. "Now my caravan will have 10 fewer people. Assign the tasks to each person, so there will be enough manpower." Sui Yu said that after this, she had learned her lesson. She would assign the slaves the responsibilities of each person, including those who were responsible for firewood and food, those who were responsible for water and cooking, those who were responsible for unloading and setting up camp, and those who were responsible for tying, feeding and guarding camels. This would make it easier to hold them accountable if something went wrong. But he couldn't say it too bluntly. Sui Yu gathered all the servants in the afternoon and said, "When the turmoil happened that night, I thought one of my people would run away with the money. It seems that I was too mean. I remember the kindness you all showed me. This time, except for Ding Quan who had his scalp burned, the rest of us were intact. To celebrate and to thank everyone for their hard work, I will give each of you a reward of 200 coins. And I will give it to you all when the profits are divided." Xiao Chunhong led the cheers, and everyone's faces were filled with smiles. "Now we are close friends. You are loyal to me, so I should trust you. From tomorrow, I will divide the caravan into several parts. You will each be in charge of some things, and everyone can choose what they are good at. The caravan is mine and yours. We will unite as one and run the caravan better, even if we encounter emergencies in the future, such as breaking the pottery cauldron, no one watching the goods, and the food and grass catching fire. Don't let it happen again." Sui Yu looked at the 22 slaves with encouraging eyes and asked, "Is it okay?" "No problem." Gonda was the first to say, "I'll be responsible for guarding the goods. I'll be in charge of unloading and loading." "That's fine with me." Zhongshun said, "I'll be in charge of guarding the grain and grass. I'll also be in charge of purchasing the grain and grass in the future." Others also spoke up and took on their own tasks. "Okay. If anything goes wrong in the future, I'll find the person responsible." Sui Yu shook her finger and said with a smile, "Don't let me find fault with you." Lu Yair stood not far away and listened carefully. After the servants dispersed, she came over with her hands wrung and sighed, "Aunt, it's so hard. It's hard to walk. But I think it's more difficult to train servants. Learn slowly." I also learned slowly. This is the 4th year since I established the caravan. Today, I think my caravan has taken shape and people's hearts are gathered together. Sui Yu kicked the sand in a good mood and said, I think winning people's hearts is either to win people over with virtue or to establish prestige. Your mother and I are on different paths. Her father must have won people over with virtue in the past, and he had prestige in the hearts of the servants. In this regard, she couldn't surpass her father, so she chose to intimidate people with the power of intimidation. Then you don't have to follow her path anymore. She plays the villain, and you play the hero. Chapter 278 Reward. After the servants gathered together to discuss, they separated to take care of their own responsibilities. Sui Yu waited for them to separate, and then she went into the tent to visit Dunhuang. Dunhuang was lying on the ground in a daze, with a white cloth wrapped loosely on his head. He looked painful and struggling. Sui Yu saw that he must be in a nightmare, so he walked over and called out twice. "Ah!" Dunhuang woke up in a daze. He glanced at Sui Yu, and was in a trance for a while before he recognized him. "Master, I dreamed of the ghost fire that night again," he said with fear. "Sui Yu, that's not a ghost fire. Don't be so weird. Don't scare yourself. How do you feel? You don't have a high fever anymore, right?" Not much of Dunhuang's hair was burned, but fortunately he was wearing a hat, so he reacted and threw it off after the fire started. And Sui Yu and Xiao Chunhong chased after him to put out the fire in time, so he only had 2 scars on the back of his neck and the side of his face, and large blisters on his scalp. Sui Yu arranged for someone to use a jar of cold water to wash him repeatedly, and after that, due to the shock and injury caused by the cold, the high fever only improved after 2 days. "I have a headache. It hurts when I move," Dunhuang said. "Then I won't take you with me. You and Song Laodong will stay here to recover. The head of the Song family will arrange 2 servants to take care of you," Sui Yu said. "I will leave you a month's worth of food. After your injuries get better, you can go to Ruiqiang to find a job to earn food. We will pick you up when we pass by on our way back. You can also go back with the caravan back to the pass first. It's just in time for spring planting at home. You and Arai can stay at home to farm in the future." When mentioning Arai, Dunhuang subconsciously asked, "Master, aren't you afraid that I will run away?" Sui Yu chuckled and said, "I think you are confused because of the burn. You still have a bowl of rice to eat when you go back. Outside the pass, even if you are lucky enough not to die, you will meet another master like Captain Hu. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Just go back to sleep." After leaving the tent, Sui Yu saw Song Xian also coming out of another tent. The 2 looked at each other, and went to find the Su and Li caravans together. The 2 burned merchants in the Su caravan were not seriously injured. One was injured in the hand, and the other was injured in the ear. It did not affect the journey, so Sui Yu notified them to set off the next day, and the leaders of the 2 caravans agreed. "Bring 2 camel legs here," the head of the Li family shouted, and he turned around and said, "Manager Yu, you and the head of the Song family each bring back a camel leg. The camel that was burned to death that night was quite large. We plan to make it into dried meat. After a few days of hard work, there are still a lot left. It is not easy to carry it on the road. You each take some back." Sui Yu thanked him and asked, "Have you found all your camels?" "We have found them. There are no one else in this desert except us. No one will do bad things, so the camels will not be lost," the head of the Li family said truthfully. Sui Yu looked at the Gobi Desert, wondering if the 2 camels that were lost in the Gobi Desert could be found again. The matter was settled, and the Li family merchant brought 2 camel legs. Sui Yu and Song Xian thanked him again, and asked him to take a few more steps to help them deliver them to the caravan, and hand them over to the servants. The head of the Su family looked at Song Xian twice. He heard about the defection of the Song family servants, and witnessed the scene of hacking and killing the thieves and throwing their bodies. After Sui Yu and Song Xian walked away, the head of the Su family said with a hint of watching the fun, brotherly, "Guess whether these 2 female caravans will have trouble on the way." Sui Yu and Song Xian were somewhat famous among the merchants. They were 2 unique female merchants, both of whom were shrewd and capable. They were very focused on making money, so they were called female leaders. Lida thought for a while and said, "It shouldn't be. Those who dared to run have already run away. The rest, whether they were loyal or cowardly, would give up their thoughts after seeing the thieves who took action being killed." Suda smiled and said, "The 2 female leaders have some tricks. How many years have they been doing business? Only this year did the slaves defect." Lida did not respond. After one night, the caravan set off. Only 1 tent was left in the desert outside the Gobi Desert. Song Laodong personally selected 2 trusted slaves and took Ding Quan to stay there to recover. The cry of an oriole awakened the spring outside the Great Wall. The ice and snow on the snow-capped mountains melted, and the winding streams in the mountains showed water. On the sunny slopes, halfway up the mountain, the snow water moistened the spring soil, and the green color spread silently between the foothills in a few days. The dry streams had water, and the livestock that had been suffering throughout the winter gathered by the river. In order to compete for a good position, the scene of cattle and sheep fighting often appeared by the river. The nomadic herders rode horses to drive the sheep to the spring pasture. When they heard the loud camel bells on the road, they stopped and exchanged the fur they had saved in the winter for sturdy cloth with the caravan. A piece of light purple coarse cloth was spread on the green grass with purple buds. After confirming that the cloth was not damaged or stained, the woman in the robe nodded with satisfaction. Hua Sui-chun used the not-so-fluid Chang language to convey Sui-yu's meaning. This piece of cloth must be exchanged for 6 sheepskins. The woman had no objection, and she couldn't bargain. They had to move to the spring pasture in the mountains, and couldn't wait for the second Han merchant caravan to come. The business was done, and the caravan continued to move. Sui-yu and Song Xian's goods were mainly for trade in Dunhuang. If they met Chang people on the road, they would do some scattered business, but they would not sell in large quantities. The herdsmen were busy migrating, and the caravan passed by them. The sounds of sheep, cows, and camel bells gradually faded away. After dark, the caravan stopped at the edge of Ruoqiang State. For caravans each bought a sheep and slaughtered it that night. All night long, the place where the desert and the oasis bordered was filled with the aroma of meat. The herdsmen far away from the Xiongnu lived a stable and peaceful life. The herdsmen lived a nomadic life and migrated all year round. They had no fixed residence. Cloth, spices and food were all carried by passing caravans, so the people here were very friendly to passing merchants. Sui-yu and Song Xian led the caravan through Ruoqiang. After half a month of traveling, they did not encounter any ruffians or robbers, and also received dried meat and butter from local herdsmen. Song Xian did not see the 3 escaped slaves in Ruoqiang. She asked Hua Sui-chun, who knew Chang language, to ask the herdsmen. They all shook their heads and said that they did not see the Han people she mentioned. Song Jiu led a total of 6 slaves to defect, and captured 4. The 3 who escaped ran away with camels. The pursuers did not catch up, and the silk they stole was not taken back. We will ask again when we come back, Sui-yu said. Song Xian nodded. I will have many opportunities to come out of seclusion in the future. They'd better pray not to meet me again. If I see them, I will buy them back even if they have to sell themselves. I will cut off their livelihood even if it means spending a lot of money. Zhang Shun glanced at the people walking beside him. The servant of the Song family shuddered when he heard this. He lowered his head and wanted to bury it in his crotch, looking scared. After leaving Ruoqiang State, the caravan entered the desert again. When they reached this place, Sui-yu met a caravan coming from the west. It was a large caravan composed of Hu merchants and Han merchants. Ah! Isn't this shopkeeper you and Headmaster Song? You left the border so early? You set off just after February? The familiar escort asked. You left Dunhuang on the 2nd day of February. Where did you come from? Sui-yu asked. From Shul, the escort replied, looking north, and asked, is the north still in chaos? I heard from the caravan that went to Dayuan last autumn that the Xiongnu and Chaisher had fought. The war has been settled. Sui-yu untied the bag on the camel's back and asked, are you going back directly to the pass? Can you help me take a bag for my child at home? The war has been settled. Tell me in detail. A merchant who was not far away drove a camel over, and he took the bag and said, is it for your son? Give it to me. Sui-yu thanked him and explained in detail the situation in Chaisher and the ghost fire outside the Gobi Desert. It is the foul air formed by the decay of human and animal corpses. It will burn when it encounters fire or the temperature is too high. I don't know if there is any residual foul air nearby. Be careful when you approach, and don't light a fire if you can. Sui-yu instructed. We have arranged people to guard that place. You will see them when you go there. Don't worry about not knowing the location, Song Xian said. People who heard this thanked him. 2 caravans heard that the Xiongnu in the north had been driven away, so they planned to go to Luan to do some business before returning. Song Xian mentioned the escaped slaves to them, described the appearance of the 3 thieves in detail, and said, I will buy their lives with a camel. If you meet them, As long as you can bring these 3 people back to Dunhuang and send them to Changui guest house, I will give you a camel. Or if you rent a camel from me, I will exempt you from the rent of 5 camels. Chapter 279 Bald Monk. At sunset, the wind lacked the warmth of the sun, and it was still a little cold in the early spring evening. The kid sneezed, and Zhao Shiping heard the sound and immediately urged him to put on his small coat. The kid jumped to the ridge of the field. He patted the dirt on his hands, put on his small coat, and picked up his father's big coat and handed it over. The coat is dragging on the ground, Zhao Shiping reminded. The kid dragged it up, but after a few steps, his raised arms fell unconsciously, and the big coat dragged on the ground again. He stepped on it and almost fell. After standing firm, he raised his eyes embarrassedly, and Zhao Shiping looked at him helplessly. I'm not cold. The coat is there. Don't send it to me. Zhao Shiping was tired and didn't want to go to the edge of the field to get the coat. The kid said and stood still. When Zhao Shiping bent down to continue throwing seeds, he picked up the big coat and continued to walk. Dad, here's your coat. Zhao Shiping turned around, put down the basket, took the coat and put it on, patted the gray footprints on it, and said, stand at the edge of the field for a while. When the wheat seeds left at the bottom of the basket are all thrown away, we will go back. The kid looked up at the sky and said, hurry up. I have to go back to feed the silkworms. Your uncle is here. My uncle is busy. He has to entertain merchants. Dad, guess where my mother went? Yutian, Zhao Shiping said without raising his head. I heard that Yutian is rich in jade. It is estimated that in another month, the caravan returning from outside the pass will bring you some jade. The kid grinned, sat cross-legged on the ground, grabbed the fine soil with his hands, squinted his eyes, and shrank his neck, waiting for the soil to hit his head. After sowing the last handfuls of wheat seeds, Zhao Shiping picked up a wooden rake to dig the soil and walked to the side of the boy. He kicked him and cursed, get out. Don't sleep with me tonight, because your hair is dirty. I'm sleeping with my uncle. The boy got up. Zhao Shiping didn't bother to pay attention to him. He kept digging the soil, and the loose soil covered the wheat seeds. He carried the wooden rake and walked to the ridge. The work here is done. The wooden rake and basket are all on the ridge. When you go back tonight, remember to take them back. Arai, Zhao Shiping shouted loudly. In order to busy with spring planting, Zhao Shiping hired 10 helpers, led by Arai, to farm not far away. He and the boy drove the oxen to plow the 2 acres of land here, and dug the soil and sowed the seeds. The father and son came over intermittently, and it took 5 days to finish the farm work on the 2 acres of land. On the way back, Zhao Shiping carried his son on his back. The boy happily lay on his back, chattering incessantly. The wheat field is not far from the guest house. It takes less than a cup of tea to get there by walking north along the river. From a distance, the cub heard the chick sheekling. When he got closer, he saw Wan Yo and a shui with 2 big black dogs driving the chicks into the pen. The cat official lying on the persimmon tree was shaking his tail from time to time, staring lazily at the noisy chickens. The masters came back, and the cat official stretched and stood up. It scratched the tree trunk with its claws and jumped down the tree. Uncle, my father and I are back. Is there any caravan entering the customs today? The first thing the cub said when he entered the door was to ask if there were any caravans bringing back gifts for him. No. Your fungus tree has mushrooms, Sui Liang shouted excitedly. Come and see. When I was watering the tree tonight, I found that the roots buried in the soil had small fungus growing. The kid immediately slipped off his father and rushed over. You can't eat freshly picked wood ear mushrooms. They will upset your stomach. Dry them and soak them before eating. The merchant who came out of the canteen reminded him. Zhao Shiping thanked him and said, his mother told me. I heard that shopkeeper you left in early February. The merchant chatted. She is quite reckless. In February and March, there are often strong winds in the desert outside the pass. The yellow sand in the sky is like locusts, and it blows for several days. Zhao Shiping didn't say anything. The merchant realized that he had said the wrong thing, turned around and said, but it's already mid-April. Spring is coming outside the pass, and there are not many sandstorms. Our caravan will leave tomorrow. When we meet a caravan entering the pass, we will ask them if they have met shopkeeper Yu's caravan. As soon as the words fell, the faint sound of camel bells came from the wind, and it disappeared after a while, as if it was a human illusion. Zhao Shiping went out and stood by the river, waiting again and again, but never heard the camel bells again. But the next morning, he got up early to go on duty, and before entering the city, he met a group of Hu merchants and a group of Han merchants heading north. Huang Lian was leading his servants to drive camels to deliver food and grass. When he saw the caravan in front, he drove the camels to speed up. But he was still no match for the vendors, who had been guarding the city gate early in the morning. The food and grass business of these two caravans had been taken away. Did you rest outside the city last night? Zhao Shiping drove the camel closer and said, I heard a few camel bells last night, but they disappeared in a flash. I guess there was a caravan resting outside the city. I came back late. The city gate was closed, and I had to rest outside the city for one night. The merchant replied, Captain Zhao, are you on duty? The escort said, we also brought back 4 slaves. They are said to be yours. They are still outside the city gate. They can't come in without household registration. You have to go and get them. Zhao Shiping's heart tightened, and he subconsciously asked, have you seen shopkeeper Yu? How is she? Is she not injured? No. She is very energetic. Their caravan encountered a ghost fire, and 2 people were injured. You could ask them for the details. They are outside the city gate, the escort said. Zhao Shiping thanked him and hurried to the west city gate. Huang Anqing went to the city gate to take duty before him. When Zhao Shiping arrived, he had already brought in 4 slaves. Song Laodong saved his life, but his voice was broken. He was like a sick chicken crowing. He snored as soon as he opened his mouth, and he couldn't catch his breath after saying a few more words. The 2 slaves left by Song Xian to serve explained the situation to the male master one by one. Ding Quan heard a few words and saw Zhao Shiping coming. He hurried over to explain the situation. She lost nearly 10,000 yuan worth of goods as soon as she left the border, and she also lost 3 camels? Huang Anqing looked at her with a complicated expression and said, she might as well come back with you. How can she make money? Zhao Shiping stared at him and asked, is the head of the Song family okay? She is fine. Huang Anqing sighed worriedly and said, it's only okay for now. Who knows if there will be another rebellious slave on the trade route in the future? This time it was Song Laodong who was victimized. What if it's her or Lu Ye next time? I didn't approve of her going out of the border to trade from the beginning. And I didn't approve of her taking Lu Ye out with her. She had to make trouble with me at home and insisted on taking the child out. Now she's in danger, and I can't save her even if I want to. With Sui Yu here, this situation won't happen. Zhao Shiping was full of confidence. He took Ding Quan away and said before leaving, don't keep complaining. It's not easy for them to be out there, even if you blame them for being restless. In the end, we are the ones who enjoy the benefits. My parents understand this principle. Don't pretend to be ignorant and act like a fool. Huang Anqing was a little embarrassed. After Zhao Shiping left, he sent 3 slaves back by themselves, and he went to the city gate to be on duty. What's the situation? Colleagues asked. If it were in the past, Huang Anqing would complain again, but he was ridiculed by Zhao Shiping just now. He was a little worried that his colleagues would also scold him for being a fool in private. Just this assumption made his face hot. The caravan encountered ghost fire after leaving the Gobi Desert. Several thieves and slaves took advantage of the chaos to escape, stealing silk and camels. Huang Anqing said. The city guards were shocked and asked if anyone was okay. 2 slaves were injured, but the others are fine. Huang Anqing observed the faces of the others. It's good that they are fine. Women can't have the same prestige as men when they are doing business. However, the head of your family and the wife of Captain Zhao are both brave. They dared to integrate the caravan and continue to travel west after this incident. They are people who can do great things. A city guard with a long beard patted Huang Anqing on the shoulder and said, in the future, brothers will follow you to eat meat and drink wine. Huang Anqing understood what they meant. These people had some complaints about Song Xian and Sui Yu's caravan going out of the border, but they also admired them. Thinking of this, he looked uncomfortable. He had complained a lot in front of his colleagues in the past, thinking that these people would laugh at him behind his back. He was completely silent. On the other side, Zhao Shiping took Ding Quan to the parade ground and asked about the situation along the way before sending him to the clinic to see the wound. The bill is on my head. I will go to the city tomorrow to settle the bill with money. Zhao Shiping thought for a while and said, when you go back, tell Shizai and Sui Liang about what happened that night. Mainly about how your master risked his life to save you, and how brave he was. Ding Quan smiled and agreed. When Zhao Shiping came back from his duty, he saw Xu Zhaishao puffing out his chest, and proudly announcing the story of his mother risking her life to save the servant. My mother said that the will-o'-the-wisp is not a spell cast by ghosts, but the foul air gathered after the corpses of humans and animals rot. The fire will catch fire once it is lit, and when the air is burned out, the fire will go out. Of course, my mother also said that this kind of fire cannot be extinguished with water, and must be buried with sand. The kid memorized the words on the wooden board by heart. He spoke loudly to the merchant, who was counting the food and grass, and did not forget to remind him, "Uncle, if you encounter a will-o'-the-wisp, don't be afraid. It's not a ghost." Okay, I'm not afraid." The merchant nodded, and he corrected him, "But you have to say something nice. I don't want to encounter a will-o'-the-wisp." The kid kicked his feet, and he leaned in and smiled, and put forward a condition: "If you help me bring something to my mother." The merchant laughed, and he said why the child kept nagging beside him. It turned out that he had something to ask for. "Okay, we'll leave tomorrow morning. What do you want to bring?" The words were written by the boy himself. He learned to write from the old teacher. The big, crooked characters all said mother. "What did your mother bring back for you?" Zhao Shiping pushed his son into the house and asked, "Is there anything for me?" The boy took out a piece of dried meat and handed it over, saying, "My mother told me about the sandstorm and the ghost fire she encountered, and my uncle read it to me." "Where's the board? Bring it here for me to see," Zhao Shiping asked. The old man took it away. That night, Chen Lao found Zhao Shiping. He wanted to bury a pile of chicken and pig bones, and then find some unclaimed human bodies to bury in the wilderness. He planned to try to do it according to Sui Yu's instructions to see if he could make a ghost fire and solve the mystery of the ghost fire. Zhao Shiping was also interested. He thought for a while and said, "There are many dead people buried under the Great Wall. When the weather gets hot, I will take you to the north to have a look." This wait lasted for 2 months. After the spring planting, the caravans entering and leaving the customs, and the business of the guest house was deserted. Zhao Shiping took Sui Liang and the little boy, and Arai protected Chen Lao. The 5 of them rode camels to the Great Wall in the summer evening. After asking the inspector about the place where the dead bodies were buried, Zhao Shiping saw a mountain of human bones, and even swollen dead bodies, under the moonlight before he got close. "It stinks." The kid pinched his nose. He had never seen a dead person, so he didn't quite understand the current situation. "Brother-in-law, if my sister knew you brought us to this place, would you be scolded?" Sui Liang asked in a muffled voice. "Hush! Look!" Zhao Shiping shouted. In the distance, 2 clusters of blue and white flames half floated on human bones. As if they heard human voices, the 2 clusters of flames suddenly floated up and rolled in the air. Arai was so scared that he screamed, "Ghost!" Chen Lao was also scared and sweated. He urged Arai to lead the camel to walk faster. Zhao Shiping looked straight at him, but Sui Liang couldn't bear it anymore. He whipped the camel and said, "Don't be stunned. Hurry up. TSK. You are so timid. You are not as good as my wife." Zhao Shiping said with contempt, "Dad, your heart is beating so fast." The kid exposed him. "You are scared too, right? Let me take a look. I am not afraid. Look at shit. Run." Zhao Shiping urged the camel. They are catching up. A group of people who like dragons are running wildly in the dark night. In the Pamir Mountains thousands of miles away, Sui Yu and his group are walking in the valley at night. Go through this valley and climb over a high mountain, and you will reach Dayuan, Hua Suichen said. At the other end of the mountains and valleys, 5 bald monks are wading through the water, and their destination is also Dayuan. Chapter 280 Arrival at Dayuan. When the night faded and dawn came, the red sun rose from the top of the mountain, and the bright halo enveloped the mountains. The dozing people woke up and opened their eyes to see the huge sun floating above their heads. "Master, wake up quickly. Get up and watch the sunrise," Gonda shouted without blinking. Sui Yu yawned and got out of the tent, and then shouted again, "Come out quickly. The sun is so big." This was the biggest sun Sui Yu had ever seen, standing high and close to the sky. She felt that she could reach out and grab the sun. She had an impulse in her heart, run higher, and chase the slowly rising sun to the highest peak of the mountains. Most people came out after hearing the exclamation. They watched the sun climbing in the sea of clouds in shock and silence. The morning mist and frost were like smoke, and dissipated under the gorgeous halo. When the sun rose high, Sueyu came back to her senses. She found that the camels were also very obedient, looking at the sky quietly one by one. "It's really beautiful," Xiao Chunhong praised and said regretfully. "It's a pity that Mr. Chen didn't see it. If he saw it, he would definitely write 3 or 5 poems. Unlike me, after thinking about it, I can only praise it as beautiful. I think you also have the talent of a poet. When you see beautiful things, you want to write poems in Fu." Sueyu teased her. "Mr. Chen didn't see it, but you did. When you go back, you should learn from him well. After 3 or 5 years, you will be able to write poems in Fu." Xiao Chunhong covered her mouth and laughed. She went into the tent to put on clothes. It was very cold on the mountain. The top of the mountain 2 miles above was covered with ice and snow. It was June or July, and the cold on the mountain forced people to wear coats and robes. The fire in the pit had been extinguished long ago, and sparks could be seen when the floating ashes were removed. Siusi pulled a handful of hay to cover it, and blew heavily. When the flame soared, the cold breakfast was heated up. After everyone had a full stomach, they led the camels to continue climbing the mountain. The mountain is steep, with no grass growing on the top. The uneven rocks are polished smooth by the erosion of wind and snow. Frost falls on them and freezes. If you are not careful, people and camels will slip. Slow down. Look carefully before you step down. If you fall down, you will either break your legs or hit your head. Sueyu muttered. Zhang Shun acted as her mouthpiece and repeated loudly. There were no dangers along the way. After walking for half a day, they finally walked down the barren mountain wall at noon. It took another half a day to bypass the north-facing slope. The mountain road meandered down. When it was dark, people's voices could be vaguely heard at the foot of the mountain. "Sister Yu, it's already mid-June. We are selling goods and buying goods in Dunhuang. If we can't finish it within half a month, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Dunhuang before winter," Song Xian said. Sueyu knew what was going on. When she left Dunhuang, she expected to be able to return before winter, but she encountered problems one after another on the way. After several delays, life became obviously tight. There is also this snowy mountain. It is estimated that it will snow heavily in September. When the snow closes the mountain, it will be even more difficult to walk. Song Xian smiled apologetically and explained, "I regretted my impulse and was afraid. Regarding the time of the return trip, I think we can't be stubborn and come this year and leave next year like other caravans. What do you think? It depends on the situation at that time. If it is early, we will leave Dayuan as soon as possible, cross the Pamir Mountains to spend the winter in Shul State, and set off to return to the pass in March next year." Sueyu thought. Song Xian had no objection and quite agreed. After a night's rest, Gonda instructed others to fold the tents and winter clothes neatly and tie them on the camels back after dawn. Yesterday, they were still wearing coats to survive the cold winter. After going down the mountain, the weather was hot, and they felt hot in single clothes. At the foot of the mountain is a lush grassland with lush grass and strong roots, thick leaves and full of juice. The camels walked down, chewing and swallowing greedily, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, eating so much that they couldn't raise their heads. "Hello, guests from afar." A middle-aged man with deep eyes and a long beard strode over. Hua Suichun walked up to Sueyu and introduced, "This should be someone from the Anbilu family. They travel around the cities of Dayuan all year round, translating Dayuan language for the Han caravans to earn money to make a living." Sueyu understood, and she sighed. They are quite business-minded. Yes, they can earn money by only providing people and not goods. They are smart. Song Xian continued. Can such people be used? They make money from the caravans. They shouldn't cheat us. Right? Hua Suichun nodded. The people of this family have a good reputation in Dayuan. I have been to Dayuan several times, and I haven't heard other caravans say bad things about them. By the way, you can also buy information from them, such as this year's cloth and horse prices, as well as the prices of medicinal materials and spices, or which place has good medicinal properties. As long as you can afford the price, they can do a good job for you. As he was talking, a Dayuan man with deep eyes and long beard came over. He had already negotiated a business with the Su and Li caravans. Hello. Ladies. He saw who was the leader of the caravan. He walked up to Sui Yu, turned sideways to Song Xian, and said, I have a Chinese name. Zhao Qin. You can call me that. Ladies. You are new to Dunhuang. You are unfamiliar with the place. You don't speak the language. And you are easily deceived when doing business. Why don't you hire me to go with you? You can't handle everything by yourself. Right? How many orders have you taken? Sui Yu glanced in the direction of the Su and Li caravans. I'll arrange someone else for them. Zhao Qin said. Okay. How much do you want to hire you? Sui Yu asked. 1 piece of silk for each family. For a month. Zhao Qin glanced at Song Xian and said. Don't fool me. You too. I noticed you before you came down the mountain. Although the two groups are walking together, their spirits and expressions are very different. They are obviously not from the same family. Song Xian swallowed the words she was about to say. She glanced at her servants, all of whom were humble and obedient. They were indeed not from the same family as Gonda and Gon Air. Sui Yu glanced at Hua Sui Chun and saw him nod. So she agreed. Everyone take a rest for a while. I'll go back and call people. Zhao Qin said. After the people left, Sui Yu and Song Xian told the others to rest where they were. And the two of them went to find the parties involved in the Su and Li families. Lu Yair looked at the bunch of flowers in her hand, and she handed the gorgeous bouquet to Xiao Chunhong, and followed him. Sui Yu first blamed the heads of the Su and Li families for being dishonest. They came to Dunhuang for the first time and didn't know anything. They didn't remind them. They had never heard of this and Lu family. Misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. We saw that there was a boy from the Hua family in your caravan, so we thought he would tell you. Su De explained. And whether we know about this or not, it doesn't affect our business. As long as there is a Han caravan coming, they will take the initiative to come to us. That's the reason. We don't know about this. When people come to our door, we don't know their identities. In their eyes, we are probably easy to deceive. Song Xian said. Our 4 caravans have gone through hardships together and walked for 4 months to reach Dunhuang. It is really not easy. Why don't we go together for the rest of the journey? We came together and go back together. The leaders of the Su and Li caravans agreed without hesitation. After all, the caravans led by Sui Yu and Song Xian did not fall behind along the way and got along well. Sui Yu told them about the return trip she and Song Xian had discussed. They also had no objections and left it to Sui Yu to worry about. Where are you going next? Sui Yu asked. You have been to Dunhuang, and we are counting on you to lead the way next. No problem. Su De agreed. My caravan will go in front, and Li De will lead people to cover the rear. You will follow in the middle to avoid falling behind. Sui Yu thanked him. After the matter was agreed, Zhao Qin brought his luggage and came with his 3 cousins. The 4 of them followed a caravan respectively, and they answered any questions about the situation in Dunhuang. You are the 5th caravan to come to Dunhuang this year. The first 3 were Hu caravans from Wusun, and the caravan that came 3 days ago was from the Parthian Empire. Zhao Qin told Sui Yu, I won't charge you for this news. I'll give it to the female shopkeeper for free. You are the first Han caravan to come to Dunhuang. As long as the price of the goods is not too outrageous, the goods will be shipped quickly. Can you sell all the goods within half a month? Sui Yu asked. Sure. You can give me a commission, and I will introduce you to business. Zhao Qin smiled slyly. Sui Yu, tell me, if the business I introduce to you is successful, I will take 10% of the profit. Sui Yu shook her head and refused without hesitation. With this money, we might as well stay in Dunhuang for a winter. Zhao Qin smiled. Not reluctantly. Entering the first city, Su De led the caravan to find a place to rest, negotiated the rent, and the 4 caravans stayed together. After unloading the goods, Qishan led people to drive the camels out of the city to graze. Zhang Shun and Xiao Chunhong took Zhao Qin out to buy food. Gonda Gon Air and Li Wu and Yo stayed at home to guard the goods. Sui Yu took Lu Yair away and asked Song Xian and her daughter to go out for a walk. The soil in Dunhuang is really fertile. Along the way, the grass on the pasture grew well, and the crops in the fields grew vigorously. Song Xian said, There are many fruit trees. Lu Yair excitedly replied, There are many wild fruit trees on the road. I saw walnut trees and peach trees. There are many fruits. And there are many bunches of grapes hanging on the wild grapevines. Mother! Aunt! Did you see it? Sui Yu nodded. She came out this time just to pick wild peaches. Do you want to buy wine? You Han people all like our wine. A little girl in pink gauze poked her head out and asked in a somewhat awkward Chinese. Sui Yu and Song Xian waved their hands. Even if they wanted to buy wine, they would buy it when they left. Buying it now would be a burden. What's the price? Lu Yer asked. Last year, 1 foot of silk cloth was exchanged for 5 caddies of wine. What about this year? Sui Yu asked again. This year, I can sell you 6 caddies. Then we'll buy it from you when we leave. Song Xian said. If we don't buy it now, it will be gone when it's too late. The little girl shouted. Seeing that the group ignored her, she closed the door and hurriedly followed. Does this peach tree have an owner? Sui Yu asked. The little girl nodded and shook her head. The person died and was fed to the sheep. Then we'll just pick it casually. Sui Yu chuckled. Chapter 281. A rich place. The peaches are not fully ripe yet. Half green and half red. And the fragrance of peaches is far greater than the sweet fragrance. The snap when breaking off the branches. The crisp sound when biting. And the crunch when chewing. No matter the taste or the sound. Make people feel happy. Sui Yu picked a bag of crisp peaches. She jumped down the tree with a swift movement. Threw a peach to the little sister. And then sat down in a place where flowers were blooming. The little sister looked at the smiling person on the peach tree. She walked to Sui Yu and sat down 1 step away. Don't you have peaches in the Han Dynasty? The little sister asked. Yes, but the Han Dynasty has a vast territory and a large population. And most of the land and trees are owned by owners. So we get excited when we see the wild fruit trees here. Sui Yu explained. The little sister didn't understand a little bit. She could understand short Chinese. But 2 long sentences would make her dizzy. But she thought that a country that can weave satin brocade can't be a barren land. Song Xian and Lu Yer also came down from the peach tree. They had enough fun. The sadness on Lu Yer's face had long disappeared. She sat next to Xiao Mei and asked curiously. A bee flew over and stayed on the blooming stamen for a while. The buzzing sound disappeared for a few seconds. And as the bee took off, the buzzing sound came into her ears again. After the bee flew away, Song Xian picked the blooming red flower and pinned it on her temples. Looking at the vibrant grassland in front of her. The green grass and colorful flowers are intertwined, which is the most colorful carpet. She smelled the fragrance of green grass and flowers, and felt that the hard work along the way was worth it. This is really a good place to live, with beautiful mountains, waters and scenery. People who live here may live 100 years. This is such a great place. She couldn't help but sigh. Sui Yu nodded. She pinched a bunch of wild flowers and held them in her hands. The red, yellow, and bright colors stimulated her tired eyes, and her numb eyes gradually became brighter. The sun came out, and a group of bleating lambs ran over the hillside in the distance. Perhaps they smelled the fragrance of peaches. Some lambs waded through the green meadow like spring water, turning into a few small white dots and slowly approaching. This is Uncle Er's lamb. His family got more than 70 lambs this year, little Mei said. Lu Yer took out a crisp peach and came to the lamb. She fed the lamb with the peach. Be careful that it bites your hand, Song Xian reminded. The hot and wet lamb tongue licked her fingers, and Lu Yer dropped the peach. She smiled and rubbed the saliva on her hand on the lamb. Don't you have sheep? The little sister asked. I have 48 sheep. I don't have sheep, but I have camels. More than 700 camels. Lu Yer heard her boasting, and she was not willing to be outdone. The little sister was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Lu Yer was happy. She turned her head and imitated the sheep's cry. A black-hoofed lamb walked to Sui Yu's side, staring at the peach in her hand with its watery eyes. Sui Yu threw the peach to it, and it bleated twice, then immediately lowered its head to eat the peach, chewing it until the juice flowed. Seeing that it had finished eating, Sui Yu threw another peach to it. It was happy to eat, and was not afraid of strangers. It lay directly beside Sui Yu's legs and ate the peach in big mouthfuls. Sui Yu moved a little further away, and she lay down on the spot, squinting her eyes and sleeping in the sun. There were the sounds of insects and ants crawling in the grass, the sound of wind blowing by my ears, and the laughter and talking of people and the bleating of lambs not far away mixed together. White clouds floated in the sky, and in the field of vision, the overwhelmed grass stems stood up, and when the wind blew, they tilted down again. After watching for a long time, Sui Yu felt her eyes dry. She closed her eyes and fell asleep the next moment. A lamb came over. It looked at the person lying asleep with his hands folded, quietly dragged away the bag of peaches, and the peaches in the bag rolled to the ground. When it heard footsteps coming, it cleverly bit a peach and ran away. "Are you asleep?" Song Xian asked. "Sister, you?" No one responded. Song Xian picked up the peaches scattered on the ground and sat next to Sui Yu to watch. About an hour later, Sui Yu suddenly heard the voice of a strange man in her sleep, but she still couldn't understand the words. She suddenly woke up, opened her eyes, and saw a bird flying by, and the vision on both sides was blocked by green weeds. She sat up and saw a burly man driving 7 or 8 lambs away. The lambs had bulging bellies and walked restlessly, jumping up and down. Song Xian turned around and saw Sui Yu. She asked with a smile, "Awake? It seems you are tired. You woke up not long ago and fell asleep again." Sui Yu yawned and said, "This place is so relaxing. I woke up and got up. It's almost noon. We should go back," Song Xian said. Sui Yu responded, but was dazed for a while before he stood up with a cloth bag of peaches and followed Song Xian back. "Where's that little sister?" Sui Yu found that someone was missing. "She went home to cook," Lu Ye replied. "And guess how many cities there are in Dunhuang?" "More than 70. That little girl said so," Song Xian explained. Sui Yu said, "What else did you ask?" "Nothing else. The little girl doesn't know much Chinese. I don't know if she really doesn't understand or is pretending not to understand. She only talks a little more when I mention buying her wine." Song Xian smiled and shook her head. When she returned to the city, the sun had risen above her head, and the chimneys of every household were emitting the fragrance of oil. Most of the houses where the people of Dunhuang lived had no courtyards. There were tree stumps in front of the door for tying livestock, and people and livestock lived together. Lil Ame was milking a ewe. When she saw Sui Yu and his group, she stood up and greeted them. "Why are you back so late?" A fair-skinned woman with a headscarf stood up when she heard the voice. Seeing that it was a Han person passing by, she smiled at the corner of her mouth and looked at her peacefully. "They are so beautiful," Lu Ye whispered. "They are so tall too. Sister Yu, have you noticed? The people of Dunhuang look a bit like the people of Chiotzi," Song Xian said. Sui Yu nodded. Dunhuang was first developed and prospered by the Yuezhi people who moved here. The Yuezhi people used to live in the Heshi region, but were driven away by the Xiongnu. They first lived outside the Great Wall and later moved to Dunhuang. Some of them must have stayed outside the Great Wall and did not follow their tribesmen to Dunhuang. "Why don't the people in Dunhuang look like people from Dunhuang?" Lu Ye asked. And before Sui Yu could answer, she remembered again. "Aqiang looks very much like a foreigner." "Master, are you back?" Xiao Chunhong heard the sound and came out, saying, "The meal is ready. I was thinking about going to look for you. Where are you going to find you?" Sui Yu handed over the peach in his hand and said, "We went to pick peaches outside the city. I remember. I saw it when we came here yesterday." Xiao Chunhong was so regretful that she shouted, "Master, why don't you take me with you? I want to go too. There will be more opportunities like this in the future. I'll take you with me next time. Give this bag of peaches to Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia." "Have they come back?" Sui Yu asked. Xiao Chunhong shook her head. "Then let's eat first," Sui Yu said. "What did you cook?" "Mutton stewed with rice," Xiao Chunhong replied. "Master, Dunhuang's mutton is delicious, fresh and tender, and it smells good when boiled in water." Sui Yu could imagine that the grass here is so fresh and tender, and the taste of mutton must be good. Just as he served the bowl, Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia came back. Sui Yu took the bowl out and said, "We have prepared the meal. Do you two want to eat here?" "Okay. I just have something to tell you." Su Dedangjia nodded. "Xiao Chunhong, go get some rice," Sui Yu said. And when he turned around, he saw Zhao Qin eating with his hands, and the chopsticks he had given him were nowhere to be seen. "Don't be so surprised. This is how you eat mutton stewed rice," Zhao Qin said seriously. "This is how we eat it here." "Then I'll try it later," Sui Yu said. "Shopkeeper Yu, we're going to leave for the next city tomorrow. The caravan from the Parthian Empire left the day before yesterday. We'd better catch up with them and exchange the goods with them," Su Dadong said. "Dunhuang has a lot of territory and many cities. It will probably take us half a year to walk through them one by one. So we all exchange goods with the caravans." or sell the goods to the local big caravans. And they sell the cloth to other cities. And we buy the goods we want, and then set off on the way back. I'll listen to you, Suiyu said. Thank you for your trouble. Su de Dongjia waved his hand. It's nothing. You just didn't understand it the first time you came here. You will know it next time. The difficulty of the caravan is on the road. As for trading, it is much simpler than walking. There are also 2 hakas in this city who buy silk. Zhao Qin interrupted. I know. We went to ask the price. The price is a bit low, Su de Dongjia said. Let's go forward. Suiyu discussed with them privately. In terms of buying information, the 4 families took turns to pay. And one piece of information was shared by 4 families to avoid spending unnecessary money. The caravan rested for another half a day. The next day, the 4 caravans left the city and headed southwest again. Little A Mei drove the sheep to graze. She waved to Lu Yair and watched the caravan go away. She took a big pair of scissors to shear the sheep. There were cattle and sheep everywhere on the grassland. Far away from the city, the shadows of people and livestock disappeared. But there were more traces of birds in the grass, disturbed by the sound of camel bells. They took off, carrying pollen and grass debris all over the sky. The caravan crossed the river, and the weeds fell to the ground. However, in just one night, the traces left on the grassland disappeared quickly. The broken weeds made room for new weeds to grow. In this free and uninhabited grassland, flowers and grass grew wildly. Chapter 282, Meet an old friend on the road. After walking on the uninhabited grassland for 3 days, there were gradually traces of human life on the roadside. The rice seedlings were growing vigorously in the farmland below the lake, and ducks were foraging in the rice fields. When the camel caravan passed by, the ducks quacked and fluttered into the depths of the rice fields and disappeared. This is the rice that came from your Han dynasty, Zhao Qin said. Before our rice came here? Didn't you grow rice here? Suiyu asked. I don't know. I wasn't born before that. Zhao Qin didn't farm, so he didn't know about it. I only heard that many years ago, the Han dynasty's envoys frequently came and went. And your emperor gave us the fine breeds of Han. And we gave you the fine breeds of horses, and fruit stems unique to Dayuan in return. After that, another caravan came, and they took away our medicinal materials, wool blankets, long-eared lions, etc., and also brought looms, stoves, chimneys, silk, etc. You can see a lot of things from Han here. As he was talking, a farmhouse appeared in Suiyu's vision, with earth and stone as the foundation. Half of the walls were rammed earth and half of wood, and the roof was round, which was very exotic. But there was a chimney standing abruptly on a low roof. A woman wearing a black and red hat poked her head out of the house. She was wearing a lavender gauze skirt and stood outside the door curiously looking at the passing caravan. The translator of the Su caravan went over to ask if there were any caravans passing by in the past few days. After learning the news, the caravan continued on its way. How long will it take to reach the next city? Song Xian asked. Not long. At most 2 days. The next city is a big one, and you should be able to sell your goods there, Zhao Qin said. As he said, when the population became denser and the farmland on the roadside became more and more, a large city appeared in front of us. Unlike the previous city, the people in this city mainly engaged in farming and lived in groups. The population was prosperous, so it formed a big city. Before entering the city, the sound of camel bells came out first. The 2 caravans were getting closer and closer, and both sides recognized each other. Master Qin? Suiyu greeted loudly. Are you going back? The person who came was Qin Wishan, the leader of the caravan that Suiyu met in Lulan when she first went out of the pass. She promised to write a personal biography for him at that time. The Qin caravan came here last year. It was originally planned to leave in early autumn. After crossing the Pamir Mountains, it met a caravan coming from the inside of the pass. It was learned that a war broke out outside the pass. Several caravans encountered the Huns and failed to escape. He thought again and led the team back to Dayuan. After spending the winter in Dayuan, he traveled through 17 cities and tried his best to buy 2 purebred Arabian horses before preparing to return home. Qin Wenshan recognized her. He said hello to the head of Su and rode a camel towards Suiyu. He looked her over and said, Shopkeeper, you is amazing. You actually came to Dayuan. The endless desert slopes and the endless mountains and valleys did not stop you. You want to get rich. Sui Yu smiled and looked at the tall horse in his caravan. The horse was snow white, with shiny hair and a pair of arrogant eyes. She looked at the camel with disdain. Sui Yu smiled and said, "Where did you get this horse? It looks like it has a bad temper and looks down on us." Qin Wuxian ignored her first sentence and proudly invited Sui Yu to come forward to admire it, saying, "This is a purebred horse. We almost spent all our family's money to buy it, let alone saying that it looks down on me. Even if it looks down on my ancestors, I would not be willing to whip it. Don't get close to it. It has a bad temper, and will kick anyone who gets close to it, whether it's a human or a horse." Song Xian and Lu Yair also came over. "This horse is really beautiful, and it glows all over. It is really a fairy product, which makes the Fergana horse that Song Xian bought before look like a fish eye. Mom, please buy me a horse like this." Lu Yair hugged Song Xian's arm and acted coquettishly. "Don't blame me for being short-sighted and looking down on the horses raised by my brother and Sui Liang. It turns out that there is a dream horse waiting for me here. Not to mention Lu Yair's love. Even Song Xian likes it. When she was still a young girl, there were many horses in her family. She had seen at least 800 horses, but none of them had the posture of this horse." Sui Yu came over and pulled Song Xian. Thanks to the tacit understanding between the two, Song Xian immediately understood what Sui Yu meant. This was to ask where the horse was bought. "Go ask your uncle. I don't know the price of this horse. I have to estimate whether I can afford it." Song Xian led Lu Yair to Qin Wuxian and said, "Master Qin, this is the first time I bring my daughter out. In order to make her agree to learn business from me, I have to spend a lot of money to give her a big gift. Where did you buy this horse? I don't know if it's still available. I want to buy it for her." Qin Wuxian smiled slightly, looked at Lu Yair and asked, "Do you want it?" Lu Yair nodded heavily. "Then do business with your mother. Go outside the pass a few more times. Make more money. And if you have a chance to meet a divine horse, you can buy as many as you want with a big wave of your hand." Qin Wuxian didn't mention the source of the horse. At this time, Master Su and Master Li also came over. The two of them were also focused on the extremely dazzling purebred horse. The two pestered Qin Wuxian to say good things, trying to pry the place where he bought the horse from his mouth. Sui Yu walked up to Zhao Qin and asked, "Do you have a way to buy a purebred horse of this quality? I know a few horse owners and I can take you there. But whether you can get them to give up their horses depends on your ability and luck." Zhao Qin said, "Most owners are unwilling to sell horses of this quality. For those who are not short of money or treasures, they will keep the precious horses for themselves, or give them to the rich and powerful. On the other hand, Qin Wuxian couldn't stand being pestered, and he said bluntly, "The previous owner of this horse will never sell this kind of horse again. We were lucky to buy one, and it took us 2 months to get him to agree. If we sell the goods to you, can you buy 2 or 3 more horses?" Sui Yu came up with a way to sell the goods to Qin Wuxian, so they don't have to worry about the sales. On the other hand, they can also find out who the previous owner is. If they can't buy it this time, they can come back next time. Qin Wuxian was tempted, but his clansmen disagreed. It was almost July now, and they couldn't delay any longer. If they went back too late, it would snow and the horses would freeze to death in their hands, and their 3 to 5 years of work would be in vain. "When will you go back?" Qin Wuxian asked. "Next year. The earliest we can go back to Chang'an is next autumn. Don't worry. Even if we buy a horse, it won't affect your sale of this horse." Su Dadong immediately understood what he meant. "Okay. We are all acquaintances, so we can help if we can," Qin Wuxian said. "You go to the southwest. It will take about 10 days to get out of this city, to a remote town in the southwest, close to the mountains, with few people living there. It is a good place to raise horses. There are 3 big horse dealers in that city, but they don't like dealing with Han people very much. If you are not in a hurry to go back, you can try. I bought this horse from the Tuan family. As far as I know, his family has 7 precious horses. You can go there and mention my name to see if you can meet him." The 4 heads of the family thanked him one after another, and praised Qin Wuxian as a kind man with a broad mind. "Boss Qin, your personal biography has been written. There are 2 versions. One is written by me. It is written in plain language and easy to understand. The other one is written by a scholar from the Sima mansion in Chang'an. It is a fu. Both versions of the personal biography are in my house. When you go back, find Sui Liang and ask him to give it to you." Yu said. A scholar from the Sima mansion? Qin Wunshan was delighted. He could not get in touch with such a person. It seems that shopkeeper Yu has great luck and met a noble person. Qin Wunshan looked at Yu, his eyes shining. And he said earnestly, I will help you this time. And you must help me when I encounter difficulties. Of course. As long as it is within my ability. I will never refuse. Yu agreed. Then we will part here. Qin Wunshan bowed and said, I wish you all gain something. Yu waved to Xiao Chunhong. And Xiao Chunhong handed over the wooden box that had been taken down long ago. Qin Wunshan noticed that before Yu took over. He stretched out his hand to stop it and said, Is it for your family? Give it to me. Yu smiled shyly and said, I am embarrassed. I have a child to take care of at home. I am not strong enough. I can only trouble all kind-hearted people to help pass on the message and bring things. When I left home, I promised my little boy that I would return in the golden autumn. I encountered something on the way and delayed my trip. For safety reasons, I will not return this winter. I asked you to send him a message so that he will not be anxiously waiting for me when the wheat turns yellow. Qin Wunshan saw the image of a little boy waiting for his mother outside the city. Thinking of his own children, he felt warm and sad. He sighed, Poor people in our line of work. We make money but cannot spend time with our families. We suffer and most likely will not end well. Don't worry. I will tell him that he will not be angry with you. When Lu Ye heard this, she lowered her head in shame. The white horse could not stand their nagging, and suddenly snorted, raised its hoof, and was about to kick people, startling the camel 3 feet away and screaming, Let's go! The Qin clan urged. The two groups said goodbye again, and the camel caravan went in the opposite direction. After only an instant's stick of time, the caravan disappeared outside the city. Yu and her caravan rested in the city for 2 days, prepared enough dry food, and took 4 translators out of the city to run southwest. After traveling for 13 days, the remote town that Qin Wunshan mentioned appeared in the group's sight. It was sparsely populated, with galloping horses and camels attracting their attention. The jingling sound of camel bells also attracted the horsemen. Chapter 283 Cotton Seeds. The translator came forward to negotiate and explain the purpose of this trip. Yu and his party were led into the city. Although it was called a city, there were no city walls or gates. The houses were hidden in the green trees, and the neighbors were far apart. There was a kind of mutual help and non-interference. The huge caravan was arranged in the houses near the periphery. There was a row of quaint wooden houses without courtyards. Outside the door was an undulating hill with lush green grass growing on the hill. Obviously, it had not been visited by livestock. After the cloth was unloaded, the camels were free. Without being urged, they spontaneously walked up the high slope and ate the green grass leisurely. The horsemen left after a lot of chattering. Zhao Qin came over to convey the message. He asked us to rest for 4 or 5 days. We can't walk around during this time. We have to keep an eye on the camels, and don't let them run around. If a camel or a person is sick, we can't hide it from them. If we hide it, their horses will get sick, and we can't leave. Yu nodded to show his understanding and asked, What else? He will come again in 5 days. If neither the people nor the camels are sick, someone will come to discuss business with us. The other 3 translators also conveyed the message to other caravans. The guests followed the host's wishes. When they came to someone else's territory, they could only obey whatever the other party asked. It took more than half an hour for the servants to clean the wooden house. The 4 caravans were assigned to wooden houses according to the number of people. At this time, it was dark. After a night's rest, at dawn, Yu and Song Xian, along with a group of servants, took out all the clothes and bedding they had lost on the road. They washed what needed to be washed, and dried what needed to be dried. The sheepskins and wolfskins that could not be washed could only be wiped with a wet cloth and hung under the shade of trees to dry. At noon, when the weather was the hottest, Yu and Song Xian took a group of maids to the river to wash their hair. The river water was warm, and the pebbles on the river beach were hot enough to burn feet. At this time, there was no need to worry about catching a cold or getting sick when washing hair with river water. After combing and washing her hair, Yu was sweating. She took off her shoes and walked into the river with her wet hair. The river water washed over her instep, which was very comfortable. Green Bud ran up the hill to take a look, then ran down excitedly, whispering, Mom, there is no one around here. I want to go down to the river to take a bath. Song Xian was stunned. She stared at the girl blankly, and when she came to her senses, she smiled and said, I still remember that when we were in Human Pass. You were uncomfortable taking a bath in the same room with us. What did I say at that time? Sooner or later, you will be willing to take a bath with us naked in the yard. Okay. You go down to the river to take a bath. I will watch you. But don't take off your clothes. Just wash with your clothes on. This is not our territory. If someone really comes, and someone shamelessly insists on breaking in, we can't stop him. Green Bud agreed loudly. She took off her shoes and stepped into the river. When the water covered her hips, she stopped, squatted slightly, and huddled in the water to take a bath. I'll go down too. Take a bath. And wash clothes. Xiao Chunhong was excited. She glanced at Sui Yu, and seeing that her master didn't stop her, she called on others to go into the water together. Sui Yu smiled. She walked out of the water, put on her shoes with wet feet, and walked to another hill to guard. To the west was a long mountain range, lush and green, with white clouds drifting over slowly. The clouds accumulated thicker and thicker, and the blazing golden light was covered by the clouds. The sky was cloudy for a cup of tea, and when the wind blew away the clouds, the scorching sun appeared again. Stop playing. Come up after you've washed yourself. Sui Yu shouted. It's time to go. The men will come over to take a bath later. Madam, I'll stay here. You and Master Song will also go down to the river to take a bath. Or fetch some water back? Xiao Chunhong asked. Go back and wash, Sui Yu said. Master Song and I are the leaders of the caravan. We have to act like we're in charge, so as not to be looked down upon by the other two caravans. Okay, then we'll fetch you some water. When they came, they brought 2 wooden barrels, filled them with water, and the servants took turns carrying them. When they went back, their clothes and hair were half dry. When they returned to the house, Lu Yer and the maids went into the wooden house to change clothes. Seeing this, the male servants packed up their clothes and left. When it was Sui Yu and Song Xian's turn to scrub their bodies, they sat outside and watched, combing their hair in the sun, chattering, pulling grass and pinching flowers to make head crowns. After 5 months of hard work on the road, they finally relaxed. Here, the land is vast and sparsely populated. The grass is green, the sky is high and the clouds are light, and the birds flying in the sky seem to be freer and bolder than those elsewhere. After 2 days of scrubbing and washing, no one disturbed them for the rest of the day. The people in the 4 caravans seemed to have no bones, and they collapsed wherever they went. Under the cypress trees, on the hills, in the grass, sleeping when they were sleepy, and coming back when they woke up from hunger. 8 days later, the horse herder, who had forgotten about this matter, came to see him. Seeing that this group of people did not complain, he breathed a sigh of relief. Checking the situation of the people and livestock, and confirming that the people and camels were not sick, the horse herder left a few words. The next day, the managers of the 5 horse merchants came, and Sui Yu and Song Xian asked the servants to take out their own goods. This is red satin brocade, with a pattern of crabapple branches. The crabapple flower may be a unique flower species in our Han dynasty. Sui Yu and Lu Yer took hands to unwrap a piece of silk, and the glossy satin brocade shone brightly under the scorching sun. Zhao Qin translated with the bald steward, and then turned around to convey, "Shopkeeper Yu." Steward Mayor asked how much of this silk there is, and how much it costs. No hurry. I brought a lot of silk. Let's take a look at the others. Sui Yu called Zhang Shun and said, "Bring the shoe brocade with white cranes showing their wings." The satin brocade was bought in Taiyuan County, and the shoe brocade was bought in Chang'an. The weaving methods, thicknesses, and patterns are different. The shoe brocade with white cranes showing their wings is blue, and this kind of silk is suitable for men to wear. The steward liked it at first sight, and kept saying that the master would definitely like it. In the afternoon, the horse merchant came in person after hearing the news. Sui Yu and Song Xian had people spread white coarse cloth on the hill, and the silk and silk cloth were spread on the white cloth for the horse merchants to enjoy. The first horse dealer took away 11 rolls of silk, 22 rolls of silk cloth, and 50 rolls of coarse cloth from the 2 men. These were worth about 28,000 coins. When they were sold, Sui Yu asked for 76,000 coins. The horse dealer was willing to exchange 30 horses and 30 saddles. Zhao Qin asked the owner of Kuda Horse if he knows a man named Qin Shan. Sui Yu said. Zhao Qin asked again in Dayuan dialect, And the expression on the face of the owner of Kuda horse changed immediately. I want to buy the purebred horse that Qin Wenshan bought. Ask him if he has any. Sui Yu said again. He said he also has a purebred horse. But not a divine horse like Dari. Dari is the name of the white horse. Zhao Qin conveyed. Purebred horses are expensive. If you use purebred horses for trading, he is only willing to exchange 2. And use 10 Dayuan horses to pay the price. Or you can buy saddles from him. Sui Yu discussed with Song Xian. And the two decided to make an appointment to go with a horse dealer to see the horses. The Tuan family is here. The merchant from the Su caravan came to inform. Shopkeeper Yu. Boss Song. Our boss wants you to come over. Let's discuss together, and see if we can buy a purebred horse like Dari. Zhao Qin. Ask him if we can go to his horse farm to see the horses tomorrow. Sui Yu said. Zhao Qin conveyed it to the Kuda horse dealer and got a positive answer. Tomorrow morning, he will arrange someone to pick you up. The agreement was reached, and Sui Yu and Song Xian went to meet the Tuan family together, leaving Lu Yair and the servants to guard the stall. A total of 5 people from the Tuan family came. 3 women and 2 men. It was obvious that the 3 women dressed as noble ladies were very interested in the brightly colored and soft silk and silk fabrics. Dayuan has more grass than trees, lacks shade, and has scorching sun and strong winds. Silk fabrics with good air permeability can keep you cool and block the sun. So silk and silk cloth are very popular among wealthy families. But when the translator mentioned buying a purebred horse of the same appearance as Dari, the 2 men of the Tuan clan were obviously unhappy. After several negotiations, they refused to give in and refused to accept the transaction conditions, but were willing to exchange for horses of slightly inferior appearance. He said if you are willing, he will have someone take you to the horse farm to see the horses tomorrow. Zhao Qin's cousin said. Then let's go take a look first. Master Su asked. How many horses do you plan to buy? Just horses? Or do you plan to buy other things? I would like to buy all horses, but my people are not good at raising horses. Master Li looked at Song Xian and said, Master Song, I heard that your ancestors raised horses? Your servants have raised camels, so they should be proficient in raising horses. Right? Song Xian nodded. I plan to exchange most of the goods I brought for horses and saddles, and buy some wool blankets and spices on the way back. If you are worried about the problem of raising horses, I can only exchange 2 servants with you, and you can buy a horseman from the local area to take away. And there should be no problem on the road. Where is Manager Yu? Su Dedangjia asked. I haven't decided yet. Sui Yu said. Let's go and see the horses tomorrow. That's fine. Su Dedangjia is more cautious. Horses are living things. They will get sick and die on the long journey. Even if they don't get sick, they will probably be tired and thin when they return to Chang'an. There are too many horses to take care of. Once they are not taken care of, the quality is poor, and they can't be sold at a high price when they are transported to Chang'an. So he tends to buy less. Then let's go and see tomorrow, Su Dedangjia said. The translator conveyed the message to Tuan's people, and the 3 women also selected the silk fabrics they wanted to buy, and only waited for the transaction to be completed before letting the maids come to pick up the goods. The horse dealer left, but Sui Yu and the others couldn't rest yet. Before the dew fell, they hurriedly rolled up the silk and satin cloths with their servants, put them in bags to cover the dust, and moved them into the wooden house. As night fell, the Tuan family was having dinner in the brightly lit living room. The women gathered together to chat and talk about clothes. The newly married third young lady talked about the shoe brocade with lotus leaves and fish that she had chosen in the afternoon. Father, the steward Miller said that 5 monks were found in the horse farm. It is said that they came from the country of Sin, thousands of miles away. The eldest son of the head of the Tuan family stepped forward and said, One of the monks said that he had met you once. They traveled thousands of miles and were short of food and clothing. They wanted to stay in our house for a while. The head of the Tuan family was delighted to hear this and said happily, Good. Settle them down well. After they rest for 2 days, I will personally visit the monk. The next morning, Song Xian picked up 5 old servants who had raised horses. When the people arranged by the horse merchant came, she took the old servants and left with the others. Song, we have to count on you this time. You have a family tradition, and we don't know anything about raising horses. When the time comes, please help me with the eyes. The head of the Li family said sincerely. The head of the Su family flattered. This is called destiny. Before we set out to Dayuan, We had no intention of buying horses. After traveling with you, we were lucky enough to meet the head of the Qin family. He showed us the way. With you, an expert, by our side, it would be hard for us not to make a fortune. No problem. No problem. I'll be of use. I've been following you all the way, and I've walked effortlessly without worrying about anything. It's a chance God has given me to help you now. Song Xian responded straightforwardly. She picked out 2 old servants and asked them to follow the 2 heads of the Su and Li families. And the remaining 3 followed her and Sui Yu. Sister Yu, let's do it together. If you have a horse you like, tell me, and I'll help you judge its quality. I've seen a lot of horses. I worked for my father for 5 years. After he died, I raised horses for 2 years on my own. I still have some skills in judging horses. Song Xian said. She paused and advised Sister Yu. Why don't you do the same as me and take this opportunity to buy more horses? With my help, nothing will happen to these horses. Sui Yu looked hesitant. What are you hesitating about? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu glanced at her cautiously and said carefully, didn't your horse farm go bankrupt? You couldn't raise horses, so you raised camels. Okay. You don't believe me. Song Xian yelled. Don't run. Why are you running? Tell me. Didn't I tell you before? The reason for reselling the horse farm is not me. But my father offended the court. The good horses belong to the public. And the rest were inferior horses. Even if I have great ability, I can't make them alive. You didn't tell me. Sui Yu laughed. Now I understand. And I don't doubt you anymore. You can't hit me. Sister Yu, you really make me sad. Song Xian was so angry that her face was hot. Not far away, a thin monk stopped and looked over. Across the leisurely walking horses. He couldn't see the people behind the other hill. Master Liao Jing, Miller's steward called out. Are you tired? Or you can wait here. I'll go get your bag? The monk with a scar on his face nodded. And after the steward left, he walked around the horses and went to the opposite side. When he saw several Han faces he hadn't seen for a long time, his eyes stopped at a familiar woman. Sister Yu, someone is watching you. Song Xian reminded loudly. The monk walked towards them, and Sui Yu stared at him intently. Except for the scar in her memory, she could hardly find any trace of Sui Wenin in this man. Donor, are you from Dunhuang, the Han dynasty? The monk asked. Even the voices were different. Sui Yu stared at him again. This monk was dark and thin, with a frosted face and many wrinkles on his face. He looked like a person who had suffered a lot, but his eyes were calm and powerful. When he looked at her, she seemed to see through him, the monk chanting Sanskrit, who had the power to soothe people's hearts. Yes, we came from Dunhuang, the great Han dynasty. Sui Yu's eyes moved to the hideous scar, and she said softly, my name is Sui Yu. I wonder if the master has heard of me. The monk's face relaxed. He smiled at her and said, my name is Lu Jing. Why did you come to Dayuan? After that, you also went out to live? Who is this? Song Xian asked. The head of Su and the head of Li also came over, and they looked at the monk curiously, both curious about how Sui Yu knew a monk. You go pick the horses first. I'll talk to the master. Sui Yu drove people away. Song Xian looked at the monk a few more times, left a message to call someone if there was anything, and she drove the others away. Cousin! Long time no see. Sui Yu shouted. Knowing that you are still alive, I can go back and report to Sui Hui. She knew that I took the caravan out of the customs to do business, so she asked me to find you. I have cut off my worldly affairs, so you should still call me by my Buddhist name. The monk said gently. I have already finished my worldly affairs, and I would like to trouble you to go back and tell Hui not to worry about me anymore and live her own life well. Our worldly ties have ended. Sui Yu looked at him and suddenly didn't know what to say. The monk also fell silent. Fate plays tricks on us. Sui Yu sighed. Have you been living in Dayuan since you left the country? Will you return to the Han dynasty later? I went to the kingdom of Sindhu. Sindhu is a country with profound Buddhist knowledge and a turbulent dynasty, which is suitable for promoting Buddhism. The monk said calmly, seeing Sui Yu's shocked expression. He asked in surprise, do you know about Sindhu? Sui Yu nodded. Sindhu is the Tianzhu kingdom in later generations, which is ancient India. He actually went to such a far place. Master Liao Jing, Miller, the steward, came over on horseback carrying a bag that smelled sour. He looked at Suiyu and asked, "Do you know this Han Chinese?" "Yes. You must have been a Han Chinese in your previous life. She is a relative of my family," the monk explained. And he walked over to take the bag, said he was sorry for the trouble, and then sent the man away. He untied the bag, took out a heavy and worn monk's robe, and handed it to Suiyu. "This contains seeds that I collected in Sindhu. One of the seeds can produce cotton-like fruits. Sindhu has a hot climate all year round. This thing is useless there, but it is very useful to the Han dynasty. I just don't know if it can be grown in the Han dynasty," the monk explained. "I originally planned to entrust these seeds to the caravan coming to Dunhuang, but I didn't expect to meet you. It's really fate." Suiyu was so excited that his hands were shaking. According to his description, "This is cotton. Master, come back with me. With this thing, you can gain a foothold in the Han dynasty, and you can go back to the Han dynasty to spread Buddhism," Suiyu said. The monk refused. He had no intention of getting involved in the past worldly disputes. Chapter 284, Unwilling to Turn Back. After getting the most important things, there was no need to keep the tattered clothes and shoes in the bag. The monk picked up 2 sheepskins with a route marked on them, as well as some documents. He planned to give the rest to the horsemen to burn. "Where do you live?" Suiyu asked. "I live in a row of wooden houses in the northwest corner. The caravan I travel with also lives there. You can move there too. I will make you some monk robes." The monk still refused. "The head of the Tuan family advocates Buddhism. I and my 4 brothers will preach to him. Please don't worry about the accommodation and clothing." "Where do you live? Can I come to find you?" Suiyu asked. The monk smiled. "Donor, our earthly ties have ended. But you still want to listen to me preach? I think we are destined to meet again, which means our earthly ties have not ended." Suiyu shook the monk's robe in his hand and asked, "Do you plan to stay in Dunhuang in the future? If these seeds are planted, I will tell you the good news then." He didn't want to bother with her anymore, so he told her to take the worn-out clothes to the horsemen to burn. And then he left. "You will know if you are destined to know," he said. Suiyu said, "Ah, you really don't want to go back? I grew things and brought back new species. The court will give me some rewards. This is your contribution. When the time comes, let the court build a temple for you, and you can stay in Dunhuang to avoid being displaced." The monk turned around and said seriously, "Sister Yu, I don't want to go back. And I don't plan to go back. These things are yours when they are handed over to you. Don't mention me again. The past has ended with our departure. If we mention it again, it will only hurt innocent people or those who have been kind to us. You are a monk. How can you have a past?" Suiyu said. "Even if Suihui saw you like this, she wouldn't recognize you. You will have a new identity when you go back." The monk still refused. "Promoting Buddhism is my lifelong ambition." "Don't say more." Suiyu watched him go away. She sighed, looked down, and saw the robe in her hand. She smiled. It's really a case of looking for something without any effort. The thing she had been looking for so many years unexpectedly came to her hands. "Sister Yu." Song Xian waved. She strode over and asked, "What's the situation?" Suiyu thought about it and decided to hide her relationship with the monk, saying, before he became a monk, I had met him a few times, and he asked me to bring some old things to his family. Suiyu folded the heavy robe and put it in a bag with other worn-out clothes. Now she didn't mind the smell. She picked up the bag and slung it over her shoulder. Song Xian covered her nose and jumped 3 feet out. Suiyu smiled at her and asked, "How do you like the horses?" "Not bad. All good horses," Song Xian said. "Today we will look at the horses of the Tuan family and pick some with good coat color, teeth and body shape. Tomorrow we will go to the horse farm of the Kuda horse owner to look at his horses." Suiyu listened to her. On the other side, the Tuan family heard the steward's report that there were relatives of the monks in the caravan coming from the Han dynasty. He subconsciously said, "So it's predestined? These 5 monks came from the country of Sindhu. It takes at least 4 years to go back and forth. That means they haven't seen each other for 4 years. And then they met here? It's 8 years. Steward Miller corrected. I asked Master Lekong. Master Lijing left the Han dynasty 8 years ago, and followed the monks to leave Dunhuang and go to Sindhu 7 years ago. It is fate. The head of the Tuan family likes Buddhism, and is very fond of the concept of fate. 2 days later, the head of the Tuan family went to visit 5 monks. After a long conversation, he felt that the turbid air in his chest was gone, and he became calm. Master Liaojing, who is the female businessman named Sui Yu to you? The head of the Tuan family asked. My cousin before she became a monk. The monk wanted to help Sui Yu, and he did not hide it. He said, she was walking outside the pass to find me. She left without saying goodbye that year. And she has no news for these years. She doesn't know whether I am dead or alive. And she can't feel at peace. She is really a woman of affection. The head of the Tuan family said. The monk did not refute. In his impression, Sui Yu is indeed a person of affection. But the most affectionate person is his eldest sister. She wants to buy my Fergana horse. Master Liaojing, do you like divine horses? I'll give you a BMW to travel with. The monk refused. He was an ascetic monk who relied on his legs to travel without using external things. Then sell it to your sister. Do you want to go back to the Han dynasty with her? No. Why should I enter the world after I have already left the world? I will leave after recuperating here for a while. The monk made his attitude clear and said, if the donor Sui comes to look for it, there is no need to ask. Just let her go. The head of the Tuan family sighed secretly. These monks are both affectionate and ruthless. They are compassionate to the world and can forgive and enlighten anyone who makes mistakes. They are indifferent to their relatives. They become monks one moment and cut off their blood ties the next. Leaving the monk's courtyard, the head of the Tuan family sent people to find the wild Fergana horse. 3 days later, he personally delivered a black horse to the wooden house where the merchant lived. The black horse was 5 years old, with long and powerful limbs, a smooth body but not strong, and hair as shiny as copper. It could gallop as soon as it stepped on its hooves. I was going to give it to Master Jing, but he didn't want it, so I'll give it to you. This divine horse is called Wuzhui. I heard that the mount of the king of Chu is called this name among Yuhan people. Our Wuzhui is no worse than it. Zhao Qin translated the words of the Tuan family head, and then took a cold breath and said with a complicated expression, the Tuan family head said that this horse only wants 10 pieces of satin and brocade. Sui Yu was surprised and happy, and immediately asked Zhao Qin to help thank him. 10 pieces of satin and brocade were exchanged for a divine horse. Sui Yu was overjoyed. She reached out to touch the horse's head, and this bad-tempered master immediately bared his teeth and pretended to bite her. After the Tuan family head left, the big head Li and the big head Su came to watch. As soon as this horse came, it immediately surpassed the horses they bought. In terms of body shape, this black horse is light and slender, with just the right amount of muscles, strong and powerful without being bulky and clumsy. In terms of appearance, the black horse's head and face are sharp and angular, making it a handsome man among horses. Shopkeeper Yu, I said you are lucky and blessed. Boss Su was India's. Your horse is only slightly inferior to the Dari bought by Boss Qin. But the fur of a white horse is difficult to take care of, and the black horse is more attractive. Sui Yu smiled happily, and she led the horse away, not wanting anyone to disturb it. Song Xian also came running after hearing the news. She circled around Wuzhui in amazement and sighed. I heard from my father that about 20 or 30 years ago, Dayuan presented us with 2,000 Dayuan horses, also known as heavenly horses. Those 2,000 horses should be of this quality. Unfortunately, only 1,000 horses were left when the herd was transported to Dunhuang, and 1,000 horses died on the way due to fatigue. Sui Yu paused with a smile on her face. She sat cross-legged and said, it's already August. If we rush back now, it will take half a month to get out of Dayuan, 1.5 months to cross the mountains and ridges, and the earliest to get out of the Pamirs is October. It is estimated that it will snow on the Pamirs before we get down the mountain. What do you mean? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu shook her head. I don't know. Besides, we haven't sold all our goods yet. If we want to take so many horses, we need to prepare a lot of food and grass. Song Xian was also worried. How about we leave in the spring next year? We can learn how to raise horses in Dayuan. Sui Yu looked at her, slumped his shoulders in frustration, and said weakly, we will leave in the spring next year, and we will not be home until autumn at the earliest. There is still a year. I miss my children, my man, and my brother. Song Xian was silent. She didn't think of anyone. How about you lead the team back first? Leave the horses to me? She proposed a solution. Sui Yu refused subconsciously. She explained, if I leave, you and Ludier will be the only women and girls left in the caravan full of men. If your servants betray their master, and other caravans covet our horses and want to take advantage of it, And watch it happen. You and your daughter will have no chance to survive. In fact, Song Xian regretted it as soon as she said it. The journey was too long, and she really couldn't take on this responsibility. I'll call Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia to come and discuss it together. Song Xian ran away. After the 4 people discussed, except Sui Yu, who was eager to go home. The other 3 people were inclined to stay in Dunhuang for a winter. I plan to buy 2 horsemen and learn some skills of raising and driving horses. I will come to Dunhuang again in the future. I will also come to this city to buy horses. This is also my opportunity, Su Dedangjia said. If I hadn't come here this time, I wouldn't know that there are so many good horses in the remote town in the southwest. As you can imagine, not many caravans know about it. Li Dedangjia agreed. Song Xian looked at Sui Yu. And Sui Yu could only agree. She didn't dare to take risks. After the matter was settled, Sui Yu was pushed out to the monastery of the Tuan family. Not surprisingly, she was sent away again. She handed the 5 monk robes and 7 pairs of cloth shoes made by the maids to the servant guarding the gate, and asked about buying a horseman through Zhao Qin's mouth. Please tell Master Jing that I have been staying in Dunhuang this winter. If he has anything, he can come to me, Sui Yu said. Zhao Qin conveyed the message to the servant, and then followed Sui Yu to buy a horseman. In the monastery, the monk received the clothes and shoes calmly, and he didn't say anything about what the servant said. A month later, the 5 monks said goodbye to the head of the Tuan family, and then left quietly, but unexpectedly bumped into Sui Yu, who was cutting grass on the road. The monk sighed secretly, and looked at Sui Yu with a smile on his face expressionlessly as he approached. Hello, masters. Sui Yu greeted them respectfully. She looked at Sui Wen and asked, Have you received the clothes, shoes and wolf robes I brought to you? The monk nodded. Thank you for your donation. Are you leaving? The monk nodded. Where are you going? No fixed place to live. Sui Yu stared at him and asked him whether he would go back or not against his will. She raised her hands to her chest with unfamiliar movements. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't say any Buddhist verses. I wish you a smooth journey, and no more difficulties in your life. The monk smiled. When he smiled, the scars on his face wrinkled together, making them more hideous, but not scary. Take care, donor. The monk thought for a while, took off a string of Buddhist beads and handed it over, and then followed the waiting monk. Sui Yu watched him leave. She remembered that she had chased him to the Gobi Desert a few years ago, and saw him walking away with 2 monks. The scene of that year overlapped with the scene in front of her for a moment, and they were unwilling to look back. Why would he want to become a monk? He doesn't look that old. Song Xian muttered. It must be liberation. Sui Yu put away the Buddhist beads. She didn't throw away the monk's robe she had picked up before. She washed it and put it away. When she returned, she would give this string of Buddhist beads and those worn-out clothes and quilts to Sui Hui, which would give her more hope for the rest of her life. Chapter 285. Eccentric and Stingy. In the golden month of October, it was the wheat harvest season. The golden wheat fields were filled with the joy of a good harvest. Dunhuang ran around the ridges with a long pole, shouting and driving away the sharp-beaked sparrows that flew into the wheat fields to steal food. After the wheat was ripe, in order to drive away the birds, the children who ran around the guest house were driven to the wheat fields by Zhao Shiping. Running anywhere was running, and running around the wheat fields could also drive away birds. The wind brought the sound of camel bells, and the cub slowed down. He pricked up his ears and turned his head to look west. Across the long city wall, he saw yellow sand outside the city. It must be the return of the caravan. The sound of the camel bells became clearer and clearer, and the cub was overjoyed. He dropped the stick in his hand to drive away the birds and ran to the end of the field with his short legs. Dunhuang also heard the camel bells. Seeing the cub running away, he hurriedly chased after him. Is my wife back? Huan Yo asked loudly in the wheat field in the distance. Winter will come after the autumn harvest. It won't be long. Most of the caravans outside the pass have returned. The master should also return this month. Ding Quan straightened up and looked west. He listened carefully and said, It's a big caravan. It's probably our caravan that has returned. Then I'll go and see. Huan Yo dropped the long pole and chased after it. The kid had short legs and was not very old. It was the limit for him to run for a cup of tea. He panted heavily. His legs were so heavy that he couldn't move. But his figure was still happy. Dunhuang caught up with him and pulled him away. My mother bought me a pony. Dunhuang, When the pony grows up, you can ride it too, the kid said generously. Then I'll brush the pony's fur. Dunhuang took the lead. Wait for me. Huanyo caught up. You two can't catch up in just a few words. You two run pretty fast. After the kid took a breath, he pulled Dunhuang and ran again. This time, with the help of Dunhuang's strength, he ran much more easily. The three children ran into the city, and saw the people blocking the city gate from a distance. Make way. Don't block the road. Don't touch the horse. It has a bad temper, and will really kick people. Qin Wenshan and his cousins protected the horse. After squeezing out a path, he led the horse and ran first. Wow! What a white horse! The kid exclaimed. Its fur is all white. So beautiful. Will your mother buy you a white horse too? Huanyo's eyes lit up. She stared at the majestic tall horse, and couldn't move. When Suiyu was mentioned, the kid immediately came back to his senses. He tiptoed to look at the scattered crowd, and quickened his pace to meet them. Hey! Qin Wenshan turned his head. He pulled a horse and asked, that child? The child with pigtails. Are you the son of shopkeeper Yu? The kid turned his head to look at him, and said happily, yes. I am shopkeeper Yu's child. Is my mother behind? No. She will be back next year. She asked me to bring you a message. Is your father in the guest house? Come with me. Your mother also asked me to bring you something back. The smile on the kid's face disappeared. He seemed to have heard some terrible news. His face was panic. He looked at the person who was talking, and then looked at the caravan at the city gate. The horse struggled to go. Qin Wenshan couldn't hold it, so he had to follow the horse. He turned his head and told Dunhuang and Huanyo, you two are also shopkeeper Yu's family. Right? Keep an eye on the child. I'm going to the guest house first. Huanyo came back to her senses. She walked to the boy and hugged his shoulders, comforting him. Your mother brought too much goods out of the city. She must not be able to sell them all this year, so she has to spend the winter outside the city. He must be lying to me. I don't believe it. The boy stubbornly continued to walk to the city gate and said, my mother would not lie to me. She told me that she would come back when the wheat was yellow. You are tripped by something. Huanyo hurried to catch up. She explained to her master, your mother is not lying to you. She asked someone to send a message back when she couldn't come back. The boy didn't listen and ran away. At the city gate, the people of the Qin family caravan paid the entrance fee and came in. Behind them was a group of Hu merchants. The city guard was checking the goods of the Hu merchants. The boy tiptoed to look into the doorway. Except for the camels, there were people. He couldn't see anything, so he could only stand at the foot of the wall without getting in the way and wait. Isn't this the young shopkeeper of shopkeeper Yu's family? He has grown up so big? The escort, who was walking behind the caravan, saw the child looking around in his peripheral vision. He thought for a few moments, walked over and asked, why are you here? Waiting for your mother? The child nodded. Is my mother behind? No. She is still in Dunhuang. Or maybe in Shul. She can't come back this year. As he said that, he saw the child's eyes were red. And in the blink of an eye, a bag of tears oozed out of those big eyes. Why are you crying? Miss your mother? She will be back next year. The escort said embarrassedly. Don't cry. Come with me. I remember your mother asked someone to bring you a box of good things. Huanyo pulled the child. He shook off his arm, wiped away his tears, and stood against the wall silently. The city guard who was counting the heads noticed the movement here. Huan Anqing strode over. He looked at the child, frowned and looked at the escort. I didn't bully him. The escort immediately explained. Do you know this kid? Yes. His father is 1,000 households. You should know him. Then you watch him. Don't let him run out of the city. I'm leaving. What happened? Huan Anqing asked. The kid's mother sent a message back. She can't come back this year. She will come back next year. Huanyo answered for her. Then he cried. He missed his mother. It would have been better if he didn't say it. After saying this, the kid cried even harder. He squatted down, buried his head on his knees and sobbed. Huan Anqing glanced at the caravan that had turned to the north of the city. He didn't bother to ask about the whereabouts of his wife and daughter. He leaned down and picked up the crying child, and said helplessly, Why are you crying? Your mother is not coming back. She is making a fortune outside the pass. You and your father should stay at home. After that, he sent Dunhuang to the parade ground to find Zhao Shiping. The kid was not familiar with Huan Anqing, and after he calmed down from the sadness, he struggled to get down. You stay here. Your father will come over later, Huang Anqing said. I'm still busy. Call me if you need anything. The kid nodded, and he said in a crying voice, Thank you. Huang Anqing chuckled. He patted the child's head and continued to work. Is that Zhao Qianhu's son? The city guard who took over Huang Anqing's head count asked. Why did this kid run here? Why is he crying? His mother sent someone to tell him that he will not come back this year, but next year, Huang Anqing explained. Then will my sister-in-law and niece also come back next year? Or will they not go with shopkeeper Yu? The city guard asked. Did your sister-in-law send you a message? Huang Anqing didn't know. If he hadn't seen the kid crying and asked, he wouldn't have known about it at all. She will also come back next year. He skipped his colleague's last question and said with certainty, She must be traveling with shopkeeper Yu. They go in and out together and are inseparable. Another caravan entered the city. The sound of hooves and camel bells overwhelmed the voices of people. Huang Anqing walked over to count the number of people and livestock, and changed the previous topic. 3 caravans entered the city one after another. The city gate was empty. There was no one else except the farmers, who went out of the city to the market. The little boy looked away disappointedly, and then noticed that there was a figure behind him. Dad, my mother said she won't come back this year, he cried and yelled. Zhao Shiping had already learned from Dunhuang. He reached out and wiped the tears from the child's face and said, If she doesn't come back this year, she will definitely come back next year. She promised me that she would come back when the wheat turned yellow. The wheat will turn yellow next year too. Zhao Shiping leaned over and picked up his son. He nodded and thanked Huang Anqing, and then left with the child. I can't hold you anymore. You're as heavy as a millstone. He interrupted and talked about something else. The kid rested his head on his shoulder and said nothing. You're already 5 years old. And you're still crying. Don't laugh at Aiding crying in the future. You're also a crybaby. Zhao Shiping continued. 5 years old is still young. The kid sniffed. I'm still young. I miss my mother. Your mother misses you too. If she could come back, she would definitely come back. Zhao Shiping sighed and said, She brought too much goods this time to accompany us at home for the next 2 or 3 years. It must be difficult to sell. If she doesn't sell them all, she will lose money. So she can only stay outside the customs for another winter. I promise you, she will definitely come back when the wheat is ripe next year. What if she doesn't come back? Asked the kid. I'll take you out of the border to find her. If she doesn't come back by the time of wheat harvest next year, Zhao Shiping won't be able to sit still. Sui Liang had just settled the caravan after carrying the child back. He also got the news from the caravan and was listless. Zhao Shiping put the kid on the ground and asked, Which caravan brought the news to your sister? The Qin caravan. The one my sister helped write her biography. Sui Liang said. I'll go over and ask about the situation. Don't follow me and make trouble, Zhao Shiping said. He's in the livestock pen, Sui Liang reminded him. He bought 2 tall horses, one white and one chestnut yellow. Zhao Shiping went over and saw Qin Wenshan feeding the horses. The 2 horses lived luxuriously in a pen each, with soybean meal, wheat grains, and grass in the stone trough. Qin Wenshan turned around when he heard footsteps and saw Zhao Shiping staring at the horse. He boasted, Is my horse good? Yes. It's the best horse I've ever seen, Zhao Shiping said. When your wife saw my horse, she also wanted to buy it. But the city where the horses are raised is a bit remote, and the horse dealers are not easy to deal with. She probably knew that it would delay her return trip. So she asked me to tell you that she would come back next year. Qin Wenshan knew the purpose of his visit and said patiently, We met in Dunhuang in July. At that time, she had just arrived in Dunhuang, and I was about to go back. We met and said a few words and then separated. I don't know what happened after that. Zhao Shiping thanked him and asked, You are spending the winter in Dunhuang this year? Yes. It's cold. And there is snow on the snow-capped mountains. We can't travel any further. Qin Wenshan patted the dust off his hands and walked out of the livestock pen, saying, Can you build a shed for my 2 stables? I'm worried that they can't adapt to the winter in Dunhuang. Zhao Shiping nodded. I'll ask the carpenter to come over later. The matter was settled. Zhao Shiping left the livestock pen, and when he returned to the master's yard, he saw the kid puffing his cheeks and staring at the wood chips seriously. Do you understand? Zhao Shiping picked up a chair and sat down, asking, What did your mother say? She apologized to me. She said she broke the appointment. The kid snorted. Then are you willing to forgive her? Zhao Shiping thought it was funny. He took the wood and took a quick glance at it, saying, I think your mother's attitude is quite sincere. The kid sighed. Forgive her. She is my mother. I won't blame her. Zhao Shiping picked up the wooden box and put it on his lap. In addition to a large stack of wood chips with words, there was a smooth lamb knee bone, a bag of sour cheese, 5 strange flat stones, 2 small hats worn by foreign children, and 3 pairs of cowhide boots of different sizes in the box. Your uncle and I only have 1 pair of cowhide boots, and the rest are all for you, Zhao Shiping said. Your mother is really partial, thinking about you all the time. She is my mother. The kid was proud again. Zhao Shiping didn't bother to pay attention to him. He picked up the cowhide boots and put them on his feet. They were a little big, so he just needed to wear 2 more pairs of socks. This was a small problem. The kid also happily put on the leather boots, which were just the right size. He put on the shoes and walked a few steps. He was happy for a short while before he said worriedly, What will I do when my feet grow bigger next year? Give them to me. Aining ran in. Brother, I will give you half of my mother, and you give me your shoes next year. I don't want it. The kid refused outright. Oh, did I offend you? Do you despise me so much? Zhao Xiaomi walked in angrily. The kid chuckled twice and ignored her. Aining walked to the wooden box, picked up 2 jade-colored sheep knee bones, and asked, What is this? Is it a string to wear around the neck? I don't know. The kid calmly took the things in his hand and put them in the box. He grabbed his brother's hand and said, I'll take you to see the horses. Today a merchant brought a white horse, which is very impressive. Aining didn't know his intention, but Zhao Xiaomi could see it clearly. She pouted and poked her nephew with her finger, saying, Stingy guy. After the 2 children walked away hand in hand, Zhao Xiaomi asked, Didn't the kid cry? He cried for a while, Zhao Shiping said. That's good. I thought he would cry for a few days. Zhao Xiaomi picked up a piece of wood and looked at it. The dense words made her dizzy, so she put it down again. Chapter 286 Return. After Sui Liang finished his work, he went to the livestock pen for a stroll. There were many people outside the stable watching the horses. He couldn't squeeze in, so he had to leave again. When he returned to the master's yard, Zhao Xiaomi had already left, leaving Zhao Shiping alone sitting in the yard looking at the wood chips. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and his eyes returned to the wood chips. Alas! Sui Liang sighed deeply. Zhao Shiping ignored him. He couldn't comfort the younger one and then comfort the older one. No one could comfort his loss in his heart. It was better for someone to be unhappy with him. The cub has grown up and can't keep his mother's heart. Sui Liang sighed. He felt that if the cub was only 2 or 3 years old, his sister would rather earn less money and rush back. He has grown up. And you have grown up too. Your sister is relieved about both of you, so she can give herself more time and stay outside the Great Wall for another year, Zhao Shiping explained, picking out 2 pieces of wood and handing them over. This is a letter to you. Try on these cowhide boots to see if they are the right size. Sui Liang read the letter first, then tried on the shoes. The boots were a little big, so a pair of thick insoles would probably be just right. What else is in the box? He asked. All for your nephew. You are so biased. Sui Liang felt sour. He picked up the cloth bag containing cheese and smelled it. He turned his head and vomited. He muttered, This is for the kid. I won't fight with him. What are these 5 flat stones? The colors are different. Are they jade? What are these? White jade. The shapes are so strange, but they are all the same. The flat stones were picked up from the river in Khotan. Sui suspected that there was jade in them. The letter said that the 5 stones were given to the children at home to polish. Whoever polished out the jade would own it. As for the jade-colored sheep knee bone, she bought it from a child in a herdsman's home. This is a game played by children of other ethnic groups, called Galaha. She also played it when she was young, called Ruzier. But it was not a sheep knee bone, but stones of similar size. Sui Liang picked up the small hat and put it on his head. As soon as he put it on, the kid came in from outside the door. Where is Aining? Zhao Shiping asked. I went back with my aunt. The kid ran over and said, Uncle Qin wants to buy fine grass from my aunt's house. My aunt went back to prepare it. As he spoke, his eyes fell firmly on his uncle's head. Although he stared at him, he didn't ask for it, And he didn't mean to stop his uncle from wearing it. Does it look good on me? Sui Liang asked. The kid hesitated twice. If he told the truth, his uncle would definitely not like it. Why don't you try it on me? It will definitely look good on me, he said tactfully. Sui Liang sneered. He took off his cap and put it on his nephew. The two pigtails stuck out, and the cap couldn't be put on at all. He said mercilessly, "It's so ugly." After saying that, Sui Liang was kicked. Zhao Shiping pointed at him and coaxed him when he made him cry. "I won't play with you two anymore. I will complain when my sister comes back. You bullied me." Sui Liang got up and ran away. Zhao Shiping really wanted to beat him up this time. He looked at the boy and interrupted him by asking, "Are you going to harvest the 2 acres of wheat we planted in the spring?" The boy sighed like an adult. "Harvest it? If my mother doesn't come back? You won't live like this?" Zhao Shiping. "Then I will take you to the fields to harvest wheat when I'm off duty in the future," he said. The kid nodded in agreement. He put down his cap, closed the box again, and said, "Dad, help me carry the box in. You don't read the letters your mother wrote? I read one a month. When I finish, she will be back." The kid had already made plans. "That's fine." But Zhao Shiping took out the bag of sour cheese and said, "You can ask Hu Shang if this thing is still edible." The kid ran to ask, and the cheese was still edible. Zhao Shiping cut the cheese and fried the meat according to the method written by Sui Yu on the wood chip. The meat patties were fried and covered with thin slices of cheese. When they were baked soft, they would be stringy when bitten. This thing was loved by all children as soon as it came out. Sui Liang tasted it, but he didn't like it very much. He still liked to eat pure meat patties. After eating a bag of cheese, the autumn harvest was over. It took half a month to harvest 2 acres of wheat. After the snow, Zhao Shiping led a camel carrying wheat to the city to grind flour. The kid followed him. He wore his cowhide short boots and walked on the snow without worrying about getting his shoes wet. Dunhuang was located in the southwest of Dunhuang, closer to the cold and humid airflow. But thanks to the barrier of the Pamir Mountains, it was not until December that the real cold was felt. The winter in Dunhuang was short, only 2 months. At the end of January, the pasture welcomed spring rain and spring breeze, and the temperature continued to rise. In less than half a month, Sui Yu took off his sheepskin coat and wore a small coat filled with wool and camel hair. He could still sweat at noon. The green and yellow color ended on the pasture. After 2 spring rains, the green grass on the pasture emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. And it was different every day. The speed of the livestock's nibbling could not keep up with the speed of the grass growing. So they were used to being picky and only nibbled the tenderest grass heads. No wonder fat and strong steeds can be raised here. Song Xian sighed while sitting on the hillside. What fertile soil. It would be great if we, the Han people, had this land. Sui Yu laughed. Keep your voice down. If the people of Dunhuang hear us, we won't be able to leave. Song Xian smiled. We should leave. Well, we'll set off at the end of February. It should be mid-March when we reach the foot of the Pamir Mountains. The snow on the mountain will probably be melting. Sui Yu said. Shopkeeper Yu. Headmaster Song. You are here. Headmaster Su and Li came from the west. They went to the ranch to see the foals. They were all born in the early spring of this year. They were all very cute. If the journey wasn't too far, they would really like to buy a batch of foals to take back. Should we go back? Headmaster Su asked the 2 girls for their opinions. Yes. How about leaving on February 26th? Sui Yu asked. Okay. Suda nodded. Go back early. If everything goes well, we can still reach Chang'an before winter. With less than 10 days until February 26th, the 4 caravans took advantage of the good weather to spread out the dry grass cut last year to dry, and then bundled it and covered it with oilcloth. After preparing the food and grass for camels and horses, and preparing enough food for people, the group set off. When they came, there was a caravan of nearly 500 camels. When they left, there were 188 tall horses and a half-grown foal in the caravan. In order to cover up Wu Zhui's extraordinariness, before leaving, Sui Yu made a sleeveless short coat for it, which was tightly wrapped from back to belly. And there were 2 loose large pockets on both sides, which were filled with grass seeds and honey that Wu Zhui loved to eat. After 8 days of traveling, Sui Yu and his party met a caravan coming from the east. It was a caravan from the Parthian Empire. They approached to trade with Han merchants. But Sui Yu and his party had fired the translator as early as the end of October. There was no translator on the other side. The two sides could not communicate with each other. They called the horseman, but the horseman did not understand. The transaction was not reached. The caravans of the two countries set off together, one in front and one behind without disturbing each other. Sister, I remember you were thinking about Baiwa before? Do you want to find another translator to ask the Parthian merchants? Song Xian still remembered this. Sui Yu was a little touched. She didn't expect Song Xian to still think about the little thing she mentioned casually. If she continued to conceal it at this time, when the cotton was planted next year, Song Xian would know and would definitely have a grudge against her. No need to ask. Sui Yu smiled and said vaguely, I have a clue. As to whether it is true or not, it will take time to verify. Song Xian was surprised. When did it happen? That monk? Sui Yu nodded. Seeing this, Song Xian stopped asking. What? Elvier heard a lot. She drove the camel closer and asked, Mom, what are you talking about? Nothing. Some old things about your aunt. Song Xian stopped talking and asked in a low voice, Do you feel uncomfortable? Elvier nodded and shook her head, saying, It's okay. I can bear it. I'm used to it. When traveling for business, it is very difficult for women to have their period. It is uncomfortable to ride astride, so they can only sit on the back of the camel. In this way, they have to spend a lot of energy to keep their bodies stable. Sister Song, when we go back, take Lu Yair to the clinic to see a doctor, and make up for any losses. Another thing, let her go to my house to train with Liang Gur and Ashui in the future. Run and practice martial arts, and read poems and fu with Chen Lao. If you want to be a businessman, you can't fall behind in martial arts and reading. Sui Yu said. Song Xian didn't say anything. She looked at Lu Yair. Lu Yair was silent for a long time and nodded in agreement. Song Xian smiled and said with relief, In the future, we will make the caravan bigger and bigger. Then I will buy you a BMW like Dari. I will buy it myself. Lu Yair looked at Song Xian seriously and said, Mom, I will suffer with you. You can't leave this caravan to your brother. When I take over the caravan, I will make money to buy it myself. The innocent girl has matured a lot after a year of training. She has suffered and been frightened. She has seen the poverty and wealth outside the pass. She has learned about the wealth brought by business. And she is tempted. Song Xian nodded and said, In front of your aunt, I promise you that as long as you work hard, I will leave the caravan to you. Of course, there is another condition. You have to stay at home and recruit a son-in-law like me. When it comes to marriage, Lu Yair is still a little shy. She lowered her head and said nothing, which is considered as an agreement. After another 6 days of walking, the caravan arrived at the foot of the Pamir Mountains. The Parthian merchants walked around the area, but still could not find the translator. They could only watch with regret as the Han merchants followed the mountain road up the mountain. The Parthian merchants walked with the Han merchants for half a month. When they walked out of the valley, they turned west and went down the mountain. We are finally gone. The Li family caravan, which was at the end, breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the Parthian merchants would rob the goods and kill people. This deep valley and high mountain was perfect for burying corpses. The valley was quiet in early spring, and the mountains were desolate. Wherever they passed, they saw desolation. The green of the stone, the white of the remaining snow, the yellow of the withered grass, the cold and lonely colors intertwined, and the oppression brought by the heavy mountains. Sui Yu led the caravan to walk in it, and his heart was often uneasy. A hollow bird song, a stone falling, a strange sound hidden in the hoof sound, would cause his heart to tighten suddenly. After working day and night for more than a month in the mountains, a group of black dots like ants emerged from the mountains. People, horses, and camels stepped into the yellow sand, and their figures became taller again. Chapter 287. A letter from home is worth 1,000 gold. Winter has passed. The ice and snow have melted, and when the withered wilderness turns green and the dry branches sprout new buds, another round of spring planting begins. The caravan that stayed in the guest house for a winter has long gone, and now the caravan has been replaced. The caravan shuttled in and out of the city, and the sound of camel bells surrounded the border town, accompanied by the sound of gurgling water. Day and night. At 3 o'clock in the sun, the camel bells left the guest house, and the camels carried colorful cloths and walked slowly away. The kid stood in the wheat field with a bag that was too dirty to be washed. He stood up and looked at the caravan moving step by step. The merchant on the camel noticed him, and put 2 fingers on his lips, and whistled loudly. Woof! The big black dog barked. Zhao Shiping took a glance at it, then retracted his gaze, holding the iron plow, and following the old cow plowing the field. The cub raised his hand, and shook it vigorously, watching the caravan go away. When the figure on the camel's back could no longer be seen, he grabbed a handful of wheat seeds from his bag, and scattered them into the plowed soil. The big black dog ran to the legs of the young master. Panting, it tilted its head to look at him. When it saw him wiping his eyes, it barked again. The cub rubbed the dog's head, looked west, looked at the wet soil under his feet, stretched out his legs and sat down. The big black dog licked him. He scolded, pinched the big black dog's mouth, and stroked the hair on the dog's nose backwards. Big Black, do you miss my mother? The cub asked. Do you still remember her? Woo! The big black dog couldn't open his mouth, so he could only wag his tail wildly. Zhao Mingwang, are you being lazy? The ox turned a corner, and Zhao Shiping plowed another furrow with the iron plow. The cub ignored him. He leaned his head against the big black dog, and through the dog's eyes, he looked at himself quietly. 2 sparrows with sharp beaks landed, and they stared at the man and the dog vigilantly, turning the soil with their claws. And the wheat seeds that had not yet covered the soil quickly went into the birds' stomachs. The cub said hush, and he let go of the dog's mouth, and shouted pounce. And the big black dog suddenly jumped out, like an arrow from a string, and pounced on the stealing birds. The 2 sparrows took off in panic, and the fat bird that was a step slower was bounced up and pressed down from mid-air by the big black dog. And the bird's screams were silenced. The cub laughed happily, and he jumped up, repeatedly praising the black dog for being great. The dog ran over with a live sparrow in its mouth, and the cub waved his hand and said, "You eat it." "I won't. After you eat this bird, you continue to help me keep an eye on it, and don't let other birds come down to steal it." After that, he patted the soil on his butt, grabbed a handful of wheat, and continued to sow seeds. The father and son walked face to face, and Zhao Shiping took a close look at him, and heard what he was humming in his mouth. And then he felt relieved. After plowing half an acre of land, Zhao Shiping unloaded the iron plow, and let the cattle graze. He picked up the wooden rake to pull the soil. The wheat seeds he sowed had to be covered with loose soil. Otherwise, when people left, a flock of birds would come down, and eat all the wheat seeds in the field in less than half a day. The sun rose higher and higher, and the wheat seeds in his shoulder bag were empty. The cub was also sweating from exhaustion. After sowing the last 2 handfuls of wheat seeds, he clapped his hands, walked to the ridge, and sat down. "Dad, where is Dahe?" he asked. "I don't know." Zhao Shiping didn't pay attention to the dog. He stood up and looked around, and said, "I guess he went back. Are you hungry? Do you want to go back first? I'm tired and don't want to walk." Zhao Shiping stared at him, and he laughed shamelessly. Zhao Shiping continued to work, and the cub sat on the ridge to pick grass leaves and put them in his mouth to blow. When he was tired of sitting, he lay down, with his left leg on his right leg, swaying. When Zhao Shiping finished his work in the field, he carried a wooden rake and called out, "Little boy, go back and eat." No one answered, so he walked over to take a look. The child with his eyes closed was sweating all over his forehead. His little face was flushed, and his eyeballs kept moving under his eyelids. When he heard the footsteps leaving, the child squinted one eye and heard his father calling the cows. He snorted unhappily, but did not get up. He did not believe that this man would leave his own son to the ground. Not long after, Zhao Shiping piled the iron plow on the cow's back, put the water bag and the thin jacket he took off in the basket, packed up all the things he brought, and walked towards the child pretending to sleep. The child raised the corners of his mouth and tried to straighten it. But how could he hide his smile from Zhao Shiping? "Sleep so deeply?" he asked deliberately. The child tried hard to suppress his arrogant smile. Zhao Shiping leaned over and picked up his son, but did not expose him. In order to make it easier to take things, he moved the child from his arms to his back. Finally, he carried the child on his back, a bamboo basket in one hand, and the other hand holding the child, and drove the cattle home. The kid quietly opened his eyes, and he lay on his broad shoulders, swinging his feet in excitement. Zhao Shiping seemed unaware. "Dad, I'm awake." "Oh, Dad, I'm holding your neck. You don't have to hold me." I won't fall. You use your other hand to hold the wooden rake. And the handle of the wooden rake is poking my butt, the kid reminded. In order to free up one hand, the wooden rake was placed horizontally on the bamboo basket, and the section poking out from the back just hit the kid's butt. Zhao Shiping didn't listen. The kid shouted in his ear, and when his leg was twisted, he pretended to scream in pain. Dad, did you find that I was pretending to sleep? The cub laughed. Zhao Shiping thought for a moment and said, No. You pretended to sleep? I pretended to sleep? Who said that? He denied it again. The two black dogs sleeping under the shade of the tree heard the sound and wagged their tails happily to greet them. The cub asked why Dahe slipped back without saying a word. Get down. I'll drive the cows to the livestock pen. Zhao Shiping half squatted down. The cub slid off his back, and he ran back with the two dogs. He saw Ah Shui and Huan Yo changing mulberry leaves for the silkworms under the mulberry tree. And he walked over and squatted to watch. Have you finished planting the wheat? Ah Shui asked. Well, the planting is done. It will rain in a few days, and the wheat will sprout. The boy picked up a small silkworm and put it in his hand, saying, When the silkworms make cocoons, my mother will come back. Sui Yu's journey was faster than the boy expected. Before May, they left the Pamir Mountains. After resting for 2 days in Shul, they headed north to Winsu. After half a month of traveling, the caravan entered Chiotzi, where they met the first caravan out of the country this year. Manager Yu? Are they back from Dunhuang? The head of the family, Yuda, looked at the herd of horses, and he said excitedly, Incredible. Incredible. It's your turn to make a fortune this year. How are these horses? Did they get sick after crossing the Pamir Mountains? I think they have a good appetite and are in good spirits. No. When we left Dunhuang, we brought 300 bundles of dry grass, and took away 10 cans of water and 5 cans of soil from Dunhuang, probably because of the local water and soil. These horses did not suffer from acclimatization, Sui Yu said proudly. This practice is not uncommon. Every caravan that buys horses from Dunhuang will provide the horses with grass and soil from their hometown. The head of the Yu family approached Sui Yu and Song Xian and whispered, Two female heads. We are old friends. How about telling each other? From which owner did you buy these horses? How much is each horse? Well, Sui Yu and Song Xian had already received benefits from the Su and Li caravans, and they didn't intend to reveal the secret. Sui Yu made an excuse. If you want to buy horses, you can only look for other places. Last year, the cloth and silk that our 4 caravans brought to Dunhuang were sold to local horse owners. In the past 2 or 3 years, they probably won't be short of cloth. Yuda understood what she meant. He sighed and asked unwillingly, Can't you tell me? I can tell you the price of each horse. About 3,000 coins. Sui Yu said. I'll go see your horse. Yuda didn't ask any more questions. Sui Yu followed him. She rubbed her hands and asked nervously, Yuda, did you meet my family when you were in Dunhuang? Did they have any words for me? Yuda remembered it at this moment. He shouted to the tribesmen and asked Sui Yu to go and get the things herself. Sui Liang and Shiozai asked the caravan to bring a bundle, which contained a can of fragrant fried noodles, a can of soybean paste, and the rest were pieces of wood and bamboo slips with ugly characters written on them. Sister Yu, we are going to sell horses. Are you going? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu looked at the things in her hand, and her mind was on them. She couldn't wait to see them, and didn't want to leave at all. She pointed at Xiao Chunhong and Zhang Shan and said, You two follow me. Xiao Chunhong and Zhang Shan were both startled. After reacting, they moved their mouths. But they didn't say that they didn't dare to take on the responsibility. They looked at their master who was reading the family letter with a smile on his face. And they knew in their hearts that this was a good opportunity to prove themselves. Master, I'll go too, Li Wu said. I still remember the shop where I bought silverware last time. And I remember the price. I can help. Sui Yu looked up at him, hiding her surprise, and asked the others, Who else wants to try? Lu Yair stood up with her sweaty hands clenched, and said nervously, I saw a lot of good things in the last master's house, and I can tell the difference between good and bad colors and patterns. Sui Yu waved her hand, motioning her to follow. The other servants thought about it. They didn't have any unique advantages, and no one spoke again. Take 3 or 4 horses over, Sui Yu said. Each of you is responsible for 1 horse, and you can use the horses to exchange blankets, silverware, jewelry, and seeds with the caravan. If you come across anything rare, ask the head of the Song family if you can't make up your mind. The 4 servants agreed in unison, and they each took a horse and followed the 2 caravan leaders, Song Xian and Su Li. The servants who stayed behind brushed the horses and camels, and Sui Yu sat by the stove alone reading letters from home. The soybeans for soybean paste were planted and picked by Xiuzai himself, and the fried noodles were fried by Zhao Shiping under Xiuzai's supervision. On the bamboo slips, Sui Liang praised these 2 things to the heavens. But in the end, he confessed that the above words were written under duress. Xiuzai also learned to write. In addition to the 3 words father, mother, and uncle, he also learned to write the names of his family. Among all the words, the word Sui was the largest and ugliest. Sister, the little boy dreamed of you last night. When he woke up, he talked to me for most of the night and dropped a few golden beans. It's snowing, and the family slaughtered a pig. We also went to see the ghost fire. We were chased by the ghost fire for 2 miles. It was really scary. You were scared that night, right? Sui Yu, you are amazing. Sui Yu smiled with her lips pursed. She read the words again and finally confirmed that it was written by Zhao Shiping. It's New Year's Eve. Sister, we made 4 snowmen and waited for you to come back. The snow has melted. Spring has come. I will take your son to plant wheat. The wheat will turn yellow soon. Mother, I like autumn the most. The last word on the bamboo slip was written by Zhao Shiping holding the little boy's hand. Chapter 288, Encountering Aunt Chun on the road. Sui Yu sat on the ground for a long time, and when the bitter taste in her heart faded, she looked at all the wood chips again, and then put them in the saddle bag on the camel's back for safekeeping. The sheep was brought back, and the water was boiled. Sui Yu scooped water to scald the bowl, then unscrewed the can and scooped 3 spoonfuls of fried noodles into the bowl, mixed with butter and sprinkled with salt, and poured with boiling water, and the mellow fragrance came out with the hot steam. Xiaoxi was burning the fire at the side, and saw that she was so satisfied that she was about to float after taking a sip of oil tea. She glanced into the can and said, "Young master, did you add ginseng to the fried noodles?" "Added something more valuable than ginseng." Sui Yu smiled. Xiaoxi could understand, but she couldn't appreciate this kind of feeling, because she had no worries, and she missed going home when she was away from home, which was nothing more than greed for a stable and easy life. Sui Yu glanced at the pasture and asked abruptly, "Do you have someone you like? Do you want to get married?" Xiaoxi was stunned. Sui Yu continued to drink her tea and didn't say anything else. It seemed like she asked casually, and people couldn't figure out her purpose. "Is it someone from our family?" Xiaoxi asked tentatively. "It could also be a servant of the Song family," Sui Yu said. She let it slip. "I'll sell the horses in Chang'an this time. After that, I estimate that I will stay at home for 2 or 3 years. Or maybe longer. If you girls have a crush on someone and the other party is also interested, you can get married during these 2 years. If you don't have any intention, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't get married or have children, as long as you work in my house. Whether you are old or disabled, I can give you a bowl of rice and a room." "Like the old blind man?" Xiuzai understood. Sui Yu nodded. "Gonda likes Lu Yer, and Lu Yer also likes Gonda," Xiuzai suddenly revealed. "Qi Shan likes Xiao Chunhong, but Xiao Chunhong doesn't like Qi Shan." Sui Yu had seen the signs long ago. She scooped another spoonful of water into the bowl and asked in a low voice, "Who do you like? Zhang Chun?" Xiuzai wanted to deny it, but swallowed it back. She blushed and lowered her eyes and said, "He doesn't seem to like me. And I don't like him much either." Sui Yu clicked his tongue twice and said, "You have a lot of thoughts. With your desire for freedom, I thought you wouldn't be willing to get married." Xiuzai's face was hot. After all, when she was naive and stupid, she had planned to marry a herdsman in the mountains. Now she fell in love with a man who was also a slave. It was really embarrassing. "When I first heard you say that we could save money to redeem our slavery, it was just a thought at that time. We didn't have much experience, so it was normal for us to make stupid mistakes." Xiuzai picked up the sparks in the stove, still with her eyes down. She reflected later. "I went in and out of the customs, and I met many people. Farmers, fishermen, boatmen, herders. Although they were free, they were not free in their own ways. Many of them worked harder than us, and their food, clothing, and housing were not as good as ours with you. Not to mention making money. Master, to be honest, don't disbelieve me. You don't have to worry about us running away at this time. Even if you let us go now, we will probably find our way back by ourselves. I believe it. Sui Yu put down the bowl and said, only fools will run away. Following me, you can eat meat and make money. Have the opportunity to learn to read. And don't have to worry about anything. Cece nodded. I must be regretting it now. Sui Yu smiled. Because the master is kind-hearted. We are not afraid of being slaves. So we have the desire to have a family and have children. Xiaoxi raised her head with shame, hugged her knees and begged, Master, can you help me ask Zhang Shan about his feelings? Sui Yu refused. You can test it privately. I don't care about this. Xiaoxi said unhappily. Is the water boiling? Qi Shan and Ania each brought a basin of mutton. It's boiling. Xiaoxi turned her head away hurriedly. The mutton was poured into the pot. And Xiaoxi watched the fire while Sui Yu went to the pasture to look after the horses. After 3 days of wandering around Chiaozi, for caravans sold 21 Dunhuang horses. Zhang Shan, Xiao Chunhong and other 4 people exchanged 4 horses for 5 boxes of silverware, 32 sets of wine pots, bowls and chopsticks, trays, 70 wool blankets, 3 fox furs, a tiger skin, a jar of tiger bone wine, and 5 grapevines. Sui Yu did not interfere in this horse barter transaction from beginning to end. She was very satisfied with the things she got in exchange. And she was also very satisfied with the performance of these 4 people. The tiger skin, fox fur and tiger bone wine were brought by the Parthian merchants. They wanted our Han silk. And the head of the family, Yuda, wanted our horses. We used 1 horse to exchange 5 pieces of satin brocade with the head of the family Yuda. And then used the satin brocade to exchange things with the Parthian merchants. Xiao Chunhong explained excitedly. He didn't go to Dunhuang? Why did he buy our horses? Sui Yu asked. He fell in love with a stallion with brown spots on its buttocks. I heard you were Dangjia shouting. And it seemed that Dangjia had a birthmark of similar shape on his buttocks. Li Wu explained. Everyone who heard this laughed. Sui Yu thought to himself. It's really fate. No wonder I have to buy it back. After a wave of transactions, the caravan left Chiaozi and headed for Yuli. There was a desert between Chiaozi and Yuli. In May, the heat was already high. There was no leaf to shade the road. People and horses were particularly tortured walking in it. It was okay for people to get heat stroke. But they were afraid that the animals that couldn't talk would get sick. In order to finish this journey as quickly as possible, the caravan traveled day and night and arrived in Yuli in just 2 days and 2 nights. Yuli was a small country. It took less than half a day to ride a horse from east to west. There were 3 small caravans from Lulan in front, and Sui Yu's large caravan of nearly 500 camels in the back. So many people squeezed in. And the local people were busy. People with ability, and without ability seized this opportunity to make money from the caravan. Some people carried water to sell. Some carried rice to sell. Some carried grass to sell. And some sold shoes, clothes, sheep, and pigs. Young and old walked around the caravan, holding something in their hands. And Chun was among them. She cooked delicious food. Every night, she would soak 2 pots of millet. And at dawn, she would make millet jelly cakes. The millet jelly cakes were poured with honey and sprinkled with raisins. The caravans passing by loved this. Grandma, there are many women in a caravan coming from the west. They must like sweet food. Let's carry buckets to that caravan first. Okay. Walk slowly. Don't fall. Aunt Chun couldn't catch up with them with her jujube with crutches. Mom, Aunt, there is a boy selling millet jelly cakes. Do you want to eat it? Green Yair shouted. Bring him here. Buy it if you want to eat it. Song Xian was checking the horses. 1 horse was having diarrhea early in the morning, not knowing whether it was overheated or ate the wrong food. Sui Yu was watching from the side, and suddenly heard a familiar voice. She turned her head and scanned the crowd. When her eyes swept across the old woman standing next to Lu Ye, she paused. It should be because it drank unclean water. There may be insect eggs or something in the river water. It was walking in the desert 2 days ago. The insects died and polluted the water. The horse drank dirty water and had diarrhea. The veterinarian speculated. Feed it with cool boiled water or rice soup with some salt in the next 2 days. Another thing. Feed this horse separately from other horses. The servant standing by nodded. It's not a big problem. Song Xian turned around and found that there was no one behind her. Sui Yu walked to the old woman selling cold cakes and squatted down. Aunt Chun looked up and said, "We have lived in Yuli for many years, you." "Aunt Chun? Is it you?" Sui Yu spoke. You girl?" Aunt Chun almost forgot this name. "Aunt, do you know each other?" Lu Yair was puzzled. Sui Yu nodded and said, "Let's buy all the cold cakes. And you take this boy to pay the bill." Aunt Chun looked at Sui Yu carefully and said, "If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have recognized you. It's been many years." Change the topic? Sui Yu reached out to support her. Seeing the cane in the old woman's hand, she slowed down and asked, "Aunt, are you in good health?" Aunt Chun tapped a few times with her cane and said, "Nothing wrong. Just old. My hands and feet are not very flexible. I passed by Yuli 2 years ago and walked back and forth from here. But unfortunately I didn't meet you," Sui Yu said. Aunt Chun didn't respond. It didn't matter whether she met you or not. "How are you doing? How can a woman like you go out to do business? Where's your husband? I heard from Dunhuang that he saved you from slavery with his military exploits. So, you two should have a good relationship." "Yes, we have a good relationship. He takes care of the children at home. There is also a guest house at home. He also has a position in the army. We can't do without him." Auntie Chun patted her hands and said with a smile, "Now it seems that among us, you are the one who has the smoothest life. I was right. Good people will be rewarded." Sui Yu helped the man sit down in the rented house. At this point, she curiously inquired about the situation of others. "After leaving the Gobi Desert, we first went to Luan and herded sheep for the herdsmen for 2 years. Later, we heard that Yuli State was recruiting people to open up wasteland and cultivate land. So our family came here," Auntie Chun said. "After that, I didn't contact the others." "Where's Dunhuang? Is she still in Luan?" Sui Yu asked. Aunt Chun didn't know either. "When we left, she and her husband were in Luan. It's been many years now, and I don't know if she's still there. By the way, you girl, do you have any news about your cousin?" Sui Yu shook her head. "After you left, my husband and I chased after him. We saw him leaving with 2 monks outside the Gobi Desert, and we never met again." "Aunt, what happened in the Gobi Desert? What happened after you left? I thought you would live together." Chapter 289, Returning with a Child. "It happened many years ago. I can't remember it clearly." Mrs. Chun didn't want to talk about the past. Although her life was tight, it was still going well. If she indulged in the past, her family would not be able to live. Therefore, she deliberately forgot the past, and didn't want to talk about the past or see old people. As for the separation from the Sui family, it was also because of this that they didn't live together. Living together, they saw each other every day, and they couldn't forget their own miserable situation when they saw each other. At first, they could sympathize with each other because of suffering, but later they hated each other. When they saw old friends, they couldn't forget the days when they were stuck in the mud. "We didn't discuss it. After we each took a breath and saved enough money to live, we went our separate ways," Mrs. Chun said calmly. "When our family of 4 left Lulan for Yuli, we didn't say hello to anyone, and we didn't meet anyone we knew in the following years." Sui Yu didn't know what to say, so he was silent. "You girl, you met me today, and you may meet others in the future. Auntie asked you to do something. Don't mention us to others." Auntie Chun made a request. She looked at Sui Yu and said, "In the future, if you pass by Yuli again, just nod and say hello to me. You live your life, and we live our lives. After that, we have nothing to do with each other." Sui Yu thought of Sui Wenin. He avoided old people and old things. Auntie Chun was the same. The disaster had a lifelong impact on the living. All those who survived lived under that shadow for the rest of their lives. "Okay," Sui Yu agreed softly. Aunt Chun breathed a sigh of relief. She kicked the sheep bones at her feet and chatted, "How many children do you have?" "1. He will be 6 this winter." "That's not small. Is it a girl or a boy?" "It's a boy. He looks like me." Aunt Chun looked at Sui Yu and said with a smile, "He will be a handsome man when he grows up." Sui Yu smiled deeply and said dotingly, "He is a conceited person. It can be seen that her life is good, as long as she lives well." Aunt Chun stood up with a jujube cane. She stopped laughing and said uncomfortably, "You girl, let's stop here. There are sheep to feed at home. I'm going back. Don't be offended. I won't invite you to dinner at home." Sui Yu still agreed and sent the old man out. Auntie, is there anything I can help you with? Clothes and money. Auntie Chun waved her hand without looking back and said, Thank you for your kindness. Life is okay. Don't send me any more. Go and do your own thing. Sui Yu stopped and watched the old woman with a cane call her grandson, who was carrying a load to leave. Song Xian approached quietly and asked in a low voice, Your clansman? Sui Yu didn't say anything and agreed. Why don't you let Auntie have dinner with us? I sent someone to buy beef. Should we send her some of the loose goods brought by our caravan? Judging from the clothes Auntie and her grandson wear, life is not going well, Song Xian said. I asked. But she didn't want it. Forget it. Let her do what she wants. Sui Yu didn't intend to force her kindness. 8 years had passed. And the hardest days had passed. Auntie Chun didn't need a little kindness to live. For her, who is getting more and more hopeful, the past suffering can be laughed off. For Aunt Chun and her friends, who have finally lived a peaceful life, the past is still like rotten meat in their hearts. Even if they deliberately don't touch it, the rotten smell will always linger in their noses. They can't avoid it. If she forces her kindness, it will be another heavy injury that they can't spit out or swallow. Let's leave tomorrow, Sui Yu said. How is the diarrhea horse? Just fed it with salted rice soup. If it doesn't have diarrhea in the afternoon, we can leave tomorrow, Song Xian said. Then we'll see the situation in the evening, Sui Yu said. In the evening, the diarrhea horse was much better, able to eat and drink, and his spirits were restored. Seeing this, Sui Yu went to find Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia to discuss the day of departure. The next morning, the caravan left, but stopped again when it reached the western edge of Yuli State. Everyone rested here for 2 more days before setting off for Luoan. On the way, Sui Yu thanked Song Xian and the heads of the other 2 caravans. In order to take care of her sudden impulse, a large group of people followed her. Song Xian roughly understood the situation, and she didn't mind at all. Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia joked that if they encountered this situation again next time, they must ask her to give a reasonable reason. Sui Yu smiled, did not answer, and changed the subject. After arriving in Luoan, do you still plan to sell horses? No. Don't delay on the road. Go back early, and it is estimated that you can arrive in Chang'an before winter. Su Dedangjia had already planned. Qin Dedangjia is estimated to have arrived in Chang'an by now. The horses he brought back have made a name for himself in Chang'an. We will go over and borrow his light to pick up some soup. Song Dedangjia. Yu Zhansher. What do you think? Do you want to go with us? Song Xian looked at Sui Yu, who was somewhat tempted, but also missed the days after returning home. Sister Yu, if you don't want to enter the customs, you can entrust the horses to me, and I will help you sell the horses. Song Xian didn't want to stay at home. She preferred to go to Chang'an, sell horses in winter, buy goods in spring, and return to Dunhuang in the summer of next year. At that time, she would rest at home for a month. If she was not comfortable, she could still go out of the customs before winter. I'll think about it. I promised my child to take him to Chang'an before, but unfortunately his father can't go with us. Sui Yu was entangled. When we go back, let Zhao Qianhu ask if he can take a leave for half a year, Song Xian suggested. Even if you can't take a leave, leave Zhao Qianhu at home to take care of the business of the guest house. And you take Sui Liang and the cub, and we will go to Chang'an for the new year this year. Sui Yu smiled. Without guessing, she knew that Zhao Shiping was definitely unwilling to stay at home alone. Let's talk about it later, she said. I won't say anything more to you. I plan to follow the caravans of Su and Li through the pass to Chang'an. Song Xian made up her mind. Sui Yu responded, indicating that she understood. When they arrived at Luoan, when the caravan was resting, Sui Yu led a horse and a servant into the city. She used the horse to exchange 5 welcoming machines with the Luoan merchants. Through the introduction of the Luoan merchants, she went to the brokerage shop and heard familiar Chinese before she entered the door. It's Mao Dabu. Xiao Chunhong recognized the man. They came out of the pass to buy people. Sui Yu reacted and bought the private slaves from this person. Huh? Han people? The broker was surprised. He came over to greet him and asked, Are you locals? Or are you from the Han dynasty? All these slaves have been bought. If you are not in a hurry, come back in half a month. The translator hired by Sui Yu heard this and relayed the message. Sui Yu nodded, and she walked to Mount Biao and asked, You bought people and plan to sell them to the Han dynasty? Yes. You want to buy people? What kind do you want to buy? Where do you live? The slaves have been escorted to the customs. And I can send the people over. We need women who can use wool-combing machines. 3 or 5 will do. Swayu glanced at the slaves squatting on the ground. There were men and women, with tattered clothes. Judging from their appearance, most of them were Xiongnu. It was probably last year that Chaisher fought with the Xiongnu. After the defeat, the captured Xiongnu were sold. Or perhaps the Xiongnu who fled to Lulan or Yuli were caught by the locals and sold for money. Yes. Where do you live? I will send you to the customs. If you buy people from me, I will train them for you. And I will also handle the procedures for slave registration and customs entry for you, so that you don't have to worry about it, Mao Debiao said. Swayu agreed and said, My home is in the Chongde guest house in Dunhuang. 5 or 6 years ago, I bought a dozen slaves from you. Mao Debiao could no longer remember the address. He wrote down the address and said with a smile, Since you are a familiar customer, I will give you a good price when the time comes. The matter was settled, and Swayu left with the slaves. The translator took the money and left. Xiao Chunhong asked, Master, what are you going to buy a wool-combing machine for? Are you planning to raise sheep, shear wool, and make wool blankets? Keep it secret for now. Swayu smiled mysteriously. You will know next year. Song Xian and others saw the complicated wool-combing machine and asked Swayu what her plan was. But she avoided answering. I think you have been mysterious since you met that monk in Dayuan. In private, Song Xian whispered to Swayu. She asked, Is it related to that white flower? Sister Song, can you pretend to be stupid? Swayu acquiesced. She said helplessly, I wanted to leave you a surprise. Guess twice more. I don't have to hide it from you. Okay. I won't ask anymore. I'll wait for you to make a surprise. Song Xian smiled. After leaving Luan, the Gobi Desert was exposed in front of him. Due to the fear of ghost fire, the night watchmen dared not light a fire when sleeping at night, and even dared not close their eyes and doze off. And they didn't breathe a sigh of relief until dawn. The caravan waited until the sun came out before entering the Gobi Desert. They were very lucky. They met a caravan going out of the customs as soon as they entered. The camel dung on the road was still fresh. There were road signs to guide them. Swayu and his party didn't spend much effort walking in the Gobi Desert. The jingling camel bells echoed in the Gobi Desert. Lao Wan and his party heard the sound and became more and more anxious. Uncle, I will take half of the people to the north to block the camel herd's path, so that they won't run in front of the caravan. If so many camels are exposed, we won't be able to take them all, Lao Wan said. Wan Xingshan thought for a moment and said, Be careful. It's easy to get lost here. I know. It's not a big problem, Lao Wan responded. And he sent half of the people away, riding camels in a circle to intercept them. 2 camels walking in the wild camel herd suddenly stopped, stretching their necks and raising their ears to look north of the Gobi Desert. The female camel with lighter fur barked twice, and she led an eggshell-colored baby camel out of the camel herd. Seeing this, another camel with a bell hanging on its neck barked twice at the camel herd, and a baby camel followed it. The other camels stopped where they were and kicked their hooves angrily, listening to the 2 camel bells going farther and farther. And some camels chose to follow. Chapter 290, Windfall. 2 camel bells sounded from the north. Lao Wan drove his camel to run wildly following the camel bells. However, the boulder blocked the road. The shadow of the camel was still visible a moment ago. After bypassing the 2 boulders, the camel disappeared, and the camel bells sounded farther and farther. Lao Wan stared at the sun. He looked back and saw that only 2 tribesmen had caught up. The others didn't know where they went. Where are the others? He asked. Not here, brother. Let's wait a while. The man who came later took out a wooden whistle and blew it to guide the lost person. Lao Wan pricked up his ears and listened. The 2 lonely camel bells merged with the deafening camel bells in the distance. Now, he couldn't tell the direction of the wild camel. It seems that the camel of a caravan was lost. Is it found again? The man blowing the whistle asked. Lao Wan rubbed his face. He didn't say nonsense. This was obvious. Last month, they came to the desert to look for wild camels, and saw the 2 camels with camel bells mixed with a group of wild camels. They chased them for 11 days, and almost reached Lulan. They were worried that if they continued to chase, the wild camels would fall into the hands of the Luan people. So they had to stop and wait for the wild camels to return. After that, Some people returned to human pass to replenish dry food, and some people stayed at the edge of the Gobi Desert. It took 10 days to wait for the wild camels to return. 5 days ago, a caravan passed through the Gobi Desert. 2 female camels with copper bells heard the sound and rushed into the Gobi Desert overnight. But they came out slowly the next evening. At that time, Dunhuang came up with a way. He took out the camel hair stuffed in the copper bell, and then took most of the people into the Gobi Desert, trying to call the camels by ringing the bell. However, the 2 camels seemed to be deaf and did not approach at all. Until today, when the Gobi Desert sounded the loud camel bells again, the herd of wild camels slowly moved north. Brother, how is the situation? The 8 lost people came one after another. Some have passed, and some have not come yet. Dunhuang found the traces of the camel herd, and judging by the hoof prints, he concluded that some wild camels were still in the desert. Let's go out of the Gobi Desert and chase the camels left in the desert with my second uncle. Dunhuang made a decision. If we chased into the Gobi Desert at this time, we might not be able to get out until dark. So we decided not to take the risk. On the other side, Sui Yu's caravan was leading the way, following the hoof prints that had not disappeared on the road and heading east. From sunrise to sunset, the wind started in the evening, and the hoof prints on the Gobi Desert slowly disappeared. Zhang Shun picked up the gong and rang it, and the caravans following behind responded one by one. The camel caravan slowly stopped, and today's journey ended here. The servants were busy with their work. When it was dark, the smell of food wafted over the Gobi Desert. It's time to eat, Xiao Chunhong shouted. I'm here, Zhang Shun responded. But he didn't move. He counted the bundles of grass on the ground again, poured 2 baskets of radishes for feeding camels and horses, and put them aside. Picked a bag of dried red dates and threw them into the basket. Then clapped his hands and went to eat. The servants in charge of tying camels and horses were already eating with bowls. Zhang Shun sat over and said, the radishes and dried dates have been divided. You can take today's portion after you eat. An Yo couldn't respond with rice in his mouth, so he could only nod to show that he understood. In the distance, a large group of camels were traveling at night. The 2 female camels walking in the front kept booming from time to time. Once, the camel behind would respond twice. It was late at night, and the camels and horses were sleeping on the ground. The birds perched on the boulders landed silently to pick up the shredded radish that the camels and horses had dropped. The faint sound of 2 camel bells was getting closer and closer, and the dozing slaves who were on night watch were awakened. They stood up suddenly and stared at the dark Gobi Desert with wide eyes. The sleeping camels woke up, and they became restless. They stood up one after another and stared at the direction of the sound like people. What's going on? Sui Yu woke up. The jingling of camel bells covered the sound not far away. Seeing the camels agitated, she stood up immediately and ordered, burn a bigger fire and wake everyone up. Is there a snake crawling over? No. Master. Don't panic. A camel or horse with a bell is coming over. It may also be a lost person, Gonda explained. We have knives. As he was talking, heavy and rapid hoof sounds were heard not far away, followed by short calls from the camel herd. The servants pulled out the burning thick firewood from the fire and walked over. As soon as they saw a shadow, they hurriedly turned back. The camels were mating. The male camels were so anxious at this time that they dared not get close. What's going on? Sui Yu asked. A wild camel is running over, Gonda said. No. I heard camel bells earlier. Is there any caravan with uncastrated male camels? Chishan asked. The camels I brought were all female camels and castrated male camels, Song Xian replied. Su Dedangjia and Li Dedangjia also came over. They both denied that there were any male camels in the caravan. Not even any female camels, but only castrated camels. Chishan was convinced that he heard the sound of camel bells. 2 camels approached, sniffing the ground. Sui Yu took a glance and saw that their stomachs were shriveled. She was about to call for someone to feed them, but she realized something was wrong. There were no such skinny camels in the caravan. Ah! Little camel, Lu Yair shouted. It's the wild camels coming. Song Xian screamed. It's Eggshell. Sui Yu recognized it by the light of the fire. She clapped her legs excitedly and said, Eggshell and its mother are back with their cubs. Zhang Shun. Feed them quickly. I said I heard the camel bells. Chishan defended his judgment. He touched his pocket, took out a handful of dates and threw them over, saying, I didn't expect them to come back. They must have suffered outside. Right? They gave birth to 2 baby camels. Did you 2 bite off the rope and escape last year just to have babies? The 2 baby camels were alert. They hid under the mother camel's belly, and were indifferent to the dates thrown on the ground. Eggshell and her daughter were not polite, and ate them one by one happily. The food and grass are here. Make way. Zhang Shun shouted. The crowd of onlookers made way, and a large bundle of grass was thrown on the ground, followed by broken water radishes and half a basin of soybean meal. Immediately afterwards, Li Wu poured another basin of water. As soon as the basin of water landed, 2 female camels rushed in and gulped down the water. They looked like they hadn't had water for 7 or 8 days. The wild camels are coming, Xiao Chunhong whispered. The onlookers retreated tacitly. 7 wild camels walked into the firelight one after another. 5 female camels and 2 half-grown camels all went to drink water first. The basin of water was soon empty. Master, do you want more water? Li Wu asked. Wait a minute. Don't feed them too much. Use fodder and water to lure them, and see if they will follow the caravan tomorrow. Sui Yu glanced at the mother and daughter of Eggshell with the cub, and said, Eggshell and its mother brought the little camel back. They must go back with us. These wild camels probably came back with them voluntarily. Su de Dongjia sneered. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Sui Yu asked. Just wait and see. These wild camels will probably go with us. Did these 2 camels with camel bells escape from the Gobi Desert last year? Li de Dongjia asked. He was puzzled. Why did they come back after escaping? Just to have a baby? They came back after the baby was born? Why don't I believe it? After wandering outside for a year, I still think that life at home is better. Sui Yu blew a whistle. And Eggshell, who was chewing a water radish, looked up at her. She blew another whistle, and Eggshell walked towards her chewing a radish. I raised this one myself. I carried him all the way home from the moment he came out of his mother's womb. We rode a camel together. Sui Yu touched the sticky camel hair and praised, You did a good job. I'll brush your hair and bathe you when we get home. Su De, the head of the family, was jealous. He sighed heavily and said, Let's go. It's still a while before dawn. Let's sleep for a while. When the people dispersed, Gonda and Gon Air took the rope and took the opportunity to feed the red dates to grab the broken rope hanging on the camel's neck and reconnect it. As for the wild camels, no one dared to touch them, let alone force them. If they alerted the snakes and angered the estrus male camels, it would be a big loss. One can only hope that, as Sui Yu speculated, the group of wild camels would be willing to follow the caravan after dawn. Zhang Shan and Qing Shan walked around with torches and looked from afar. There were 4 male camels in total, and there were 37 female camels in their camel caravan, which was enough for them to work until dawn. As expected, when the sky got brighter and people woke up, one of the 4 male camels was still busy, and the other 3 woke up from estrus. They were too tired to stand up and knelt on the ground panting. After the last male camel was done, Zhang Shun used hay and clean water to lead the 4 male camels away, and the others hurried to tie up the goods. Everything was ready, and the camels were fed again, and the caravan moved. Eggshell and her daughter took the 2 little camels and followed the camel group consciously. The other 17 wild camels also left without hesitation, but they did not approach the caravan and shuttled across the Gobi Desert at a distance of half a mile. Yes, Eggshell and her daughter brought back a total of 21 wild camels, not including their cubs, for male camels finished eating the grass on the ground, rested for a while and caught up. They walked for a whole day, and stopped to rest at dusk. A group of wild camels saw the caravan stop and looked at it from a distance. When they saw people carrying grass and scattering it on the ground, they took the initiative to approach. After 7 days, the shortest male camel couldn't stand it anymore, and left quietly one night. However, 3 days later, when the caravan was about to leave the Gobi Desert, a large group of wild camels caught up with them. When they smelled the scent of the female camel, the male camels in the camel group went crazy. Hurry! Hurry! Run! Zhang Shun struck the gong. Don't worry about the camels. Take the horses. The camels can't be lost. The caravan took a detour and left, leaving a group of camels in a fierce battle on the Gobi Desert. Half a day later, Lao Wan's tribe came chasing exhaustedly on camels. They chased for 7 days, and only caught 8 camels. The camels were about to escape, but for some reason, they went crazy and ran east again. They could only chase them. Manager Yu. Long time no see. Seeing the thief-like people outside the Gobi Desert, Lao Wan sighed. And when he saw the familiar wild camels mixed in the caravan, he was completely speechless. Are you catching wild camels? Sui Yu asked. We have spent 2 months in the Gobi Desert chasing this group of wild camels. Wan Xingshan smiled bitterly. Do you have female camels in your caravan? Sui Yu nodded. She pointed to the movement in the Gobi Desert and said, the female camels in there belong to me and Mr. Song. And the male camels were caught up half a day ago. You are really brave. Wan Xingshan thought about it and said, we helped drive this group of camels to Human Pass. And then we split it in half? Sui Yu agreed. Her camels couldn't stand the tossing. Using the boulders in the Gobi Desert, Lao Wan and his group tied trip ropes. Everything was arranged. Zhang Shun led people to drive them away. And someone else shot arrows to intimidate them. When the exhausted wild camels retreated, the group of camels entered the encirclement. After a lot of tossing, 31 of the 48 wild camels were caught, and the 2 families split it in half. Sui Yu proposed to let go of a male camel. And then the Sui and 1 families each got 15 wild camels. As for Song Xian, she only traded male camels with Sui Yu for breeding, and did not get involved in the division of camels. She had countless camels at home, and she was not interested in them. Of course, she also wanted to show off in front of the uncle and nephew of the 1 family. They looked down on her before, but now they can't compare to her. Congratulations. Shopkeeper Yu has made a fortune again. Su de Dongjia was full of sourness. Another 37 camels. Almost equal to the profit of a small caravan going out of the customs. Sui Yu smiled and said, don't be sour. You will also bring 2 female camels when you go out of the customs next time. Then you will lose an extra 4,000 yuan. Li de Dongjia followed up. Don't think about making a fortune. Sell these horses, and do business with Song Dongjia. Song Dongjia. How much is the price of camels now? Chapter 291 Going Home. I am not in charge of camels now. My son is. I don't know what the price is this year. Song Xian did not take on too much responsibility, but only said, you come next year and go to the desert to pick camels. The price is negotiable. With the friendship of the past 2 years, I will definitely give you a reasonable price. Li Dadong said that he would expand the scale of the caravan after making money. He would bring more people from his hometown. With more people, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he traveled with other caravans. Shall we continue on our way? This place is too close to the desert. I am worried that these wild camels will regret it. If they run away overnight, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Sui Yu came to discuss. Su de Dongjia refused. We have been walking in the Gobi Desert for half a month, and the camels and horses are tired. I plan to rest here for 2 or 3 days. There is water and grass in this area. I will wait until the horses and camels have rested before continuing. Li de Dongjia sighed when he heard this. It was not the camels and horses that were tired. They did not walk at night in the Gobi Desert. They rested as soon as it got dark. It was easier than crossing the Pamir Mountains. It was just that the horses did not eat grass, so their fur was a little dry. How much grass is there nearby? There are some water plants on both sides of the streams flowing through the desert, and they have been eaten by the camel caravans that passed by earlier. He knew what was going on. Seeing that Sui Yu suddenly made a fortune, and thinking that the wild camel group was encountered by everyone together. But Sui Yu did not share the profits with others. Su felt uncomfortable and deliberately did not do anything with Sui Yu. Sui Yu glanced at the surrounding environment, nodded and said, okay. This place is only 4 or 5 days away from Human Pass. And there are few wolves here, so we don't need to travel together, and it won't affect anything. Then I will lead the team ahead. You guys stay here for 2 days? Li de Dongjia thought about it. Now there is plenty of time. He really doesn't need to rush too much. So he pretended to be stupid and echoed what Su de Dongjia said, saying, we will leave in 2 days. Yu Zhanggui will go first. You go back and have someone prepare some good things. We will go to Dunhuang to find you. And then we will stay in Dunhuang for a while. Su de Dongjia didn't want to offend Sui Yu. He changed his previous stiff tone, smiled and said polite words. We will take care of each other on the way. And when we return to Dunhuang, we will take care of Yu Zhanggui's business. Yu Zhanggui, you have to be cheap inside and out. We will buy camels from Song de Dongjia. She is willing to give a reasonable price for the friendship of the past 2 years. What about you? Consider slaughtering a pig and ask the cook to prepare a steamed dish to entertain us. The piglets are not grown up yet, so we can only wait until winter to slaughter the pigs. But it is easy to eat steamed dishes. I will ask someone to go to the city to buy pork. Sui Yu stopped talking to him, seeing that Lao Wan and his group were about to leave. She also planned to leave. We'll meet again another day. I'll go first. Sui Yu drove the camel away and said, Sister Song, you'll be leaving with Master Su 2 days later. I'm almost home. Why am I still dawdling outside? Song Xian had a clear mind. Even if she would go with the caravans of Su and Li in the future, she would not flatter them everywhere. At this time, she must go with Sui Yu. The servants of Song and Sui kept an eye on the movements here. When the two leaders moved, the servants drove away their horses and followed the camel team. The night quickly swept across the desert. The caravan that left did not stop on its way. It walked eastward step by step under the starry sky. As the stars shifted, the moon set and the crows cried. The hazy glow spread over the desert, and the camel caravan that stretched for miles was like a yellow-brown dragon, moving from darkness to the glow. The people who were dozing on the camel caravan woke up and opened their eyes to the bright sunlight. It was already noon, and the camels were still tirelessly marching. Sui Yu took off the water bag hanging on her waist and drank a few sips of water. She woke up and turned her head to look to the side. Song Xian and Lu Ye were eating dry naan. You have to take a sip of water to chew it. It's only a short distance to the river. Can we rest for a while? Song Xian asked. Sui Yu looked forward and saw 10 male servants escorting wild camels in front. A group of wild camels stretched their necks and walked. And from time to time, they shouted on like a group of noisy donkeys. Okay, let's feed the livestock when we get to the river. Sui Yu looked eastward, but could not see the towering walls of Human Pass. At noon, when the heat was at its hottest, the hot wind brought the sound of gurgling water. Without anyone urging them, the livestock spontaneously changed direction and walked over. The man jumped off the camel's back and sat in the hot yellow sand, stretching his legs. The hot air burned his stiff knees. When his legs regained consciousness, he was sweating all over his head. Sui Yu saw Xiao Chunhong crossing the stream with a knife, so she stood up and walked over. Everyone stood on the north side of the river, intercepting the camels and preventing them from running away. After the camels and horses drank enough water, Zhang Shun led people to unload the food and grass to feed them. The camels were running out of dry grass. If they were fed this time, they would be hungry for the next meal. Fortunately, they were not far from Human Pass. The Dayuan horses were not in good condition walking in the desert. They looked listless and had no appetite. They were not carrying luggage, and were not as energetic as the camels carrying food and fodder. Sui Yu carried a bucket of water and walked to the side of the black horse. After being in her hands for more than half a year, this stubborn horse still refused to obey her. It would get agitated when people approached it. She had to stand a few steps away and pour water on it with a bucket. The chestnut gold foal came over with hay in its mouth. Sui Yu poured the last bit of water in the bucket on it and walked to the river with the empty bucket. Others were also busy carrying water to pour on the horses to cool them down. The half-grown foal shuttled among the crowd. After half an hour, it was the only one that was soaked with water. After a rest, when the grass on the ground was eaten up, everyone rode on camels to continue their journey. Lao Wan and his group had no loads and had long since run away. After traveling day and night, another day and night, the caravan finally entered Human Pass. For the horses, the caravan stayed in the city for 3 days. The captain of Human Pass got the news and came to buy horses. After more than 10 years, Sui Yu met the captain who had helped her and the sister Sui Hui and Sui Ling get out of the brothel. She only remembered that he was the captain of Human Pass more than 10 years ago. She didn't know his name or what he looked like. She couldn't ask for information for no reason, out of gratitude that she couldn't express. The other party asked for 4,000 coins. She didn't bargain and sold him a tall chestnut horse. How much is this half-grown pony? 2,000 coins? This man was not satisfied with the bargain. I won't sell this pony. I brought it back for my own child. Sui Yu refused. Sell me this pony, and buy another one next time you go out of the customs. This pony has a nice golden coat. I'll add another 600 coins. Sui Yu still shook his head. I probably won't go to Dayuan in the next few years. You can pay attention to the passing caravans to see if there are any going to Dayuan. Then ask them to find a pony with this coat color. The intention to shirk was obvious. Although Li Dui was a little unhappy, He did not pester her any further. If he continued to pester her, he would lose his dignity. You shouldn't sell it to him at this price. For 1,000 coins is too low. He might think we are afraid of him. So he is asking for more. Song Xian said angrily. I got out of the brothel because of his influence. So I should give him a profit of 1 or 2,000 coins. Sui Yu whispered. But we can't stay any longer. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise other people will come and buy horses at this price. And I won't make any money. Song Xian was stunned. But she didn't bother to say more. After the caravan left Yumen Pass, she said, Su Dadangjia and Li Dadangjia will probably go to Dunhuang to find fault with you. You messed up the horse price. And they are in trouble. The horses were not bought from them. So they just don't admit that price. Later people can't drag the captain to testify. Let alone horses. Even fur is a caravan with a different price. It's normal. Everyone understands this. How can you look ahead and behind when doing business, and take care of all aspects? Sui Yu thought that when she purchased goods, silk, wine, cloth, etc. were also a caravan with a different price. Buying high or low depends on your ability. And the same is true for selling high or low. You're right. I've been thinking too much. Song Xian fell into deep thought. She was too concerned about relationships and feelings. And even worried about whether other caravans could make money. The further east she went, the more excited Sui Yu became. She could hardly hold back her restless heartbeat. If she hadn't been rational, she would have even wanted to abandon the caravan and ride a camel day and night, without sleeping or resting, to get home as soon as possible. When the tower of Dunhuang city came into view, Sui Yu handed the business of the caravan to Zhang Shun. She took Wu Shui and the half-grown colt away, skipped lunch, and left the caravan to rush into the city. Wang Anshan was on duty at the city gate. Sui Yu did not bring her household registration, so he let her in. Sister Song is behind. She will be back in an hour. Sui Yu said this and hurried on her way. A year and a half after leaving Dunhuang, the city was still the same as she remembered. The wheat seedlings in the farmland in the north of the city were green, and the soybean and broad bean stalks were full of green pods. At the end of the farmland, in the wilderness, a row of lush trees stood, and the houses were hidden among the green leaves. The black dog was sleeping under the wall, and the chickens were digging the soil in the shade. The lonely camel bell sounded, the black dog's ears moved, and the chickens digging the soil raised their necks and clucked a few times. Woof! The big black dog barked. Are you blind? Can't you recognize me? Sui Yu cursed with a smile. She jumped off the camel and walked straight home. The two black dogs whimpered twice. They quickly wagged their tails, jumped over, ran back and forth, circled around the hostess, and were so excited that they were about to pee. Uncle Lao Nyo heard the sound and came out. He squinted and asked, Who is it? It's me. Sui Yu. I'm back. Where are the people? Are they taking a nap? Sui Yu rubbed the dog's head and walked towards the owner's yard, asking as she walked, Are the cub and his father taking a nap too? Xiao Shiping had heard the sound. He got out of bed and opened the door. And when the door opened, a woman with a sour smell jumped into his arms. A beggar came in? He hugged her tightly. Go cook for me. I'm hungry. Sui Yu hit him lightly. I miss you so much. Xiao Shiping embraced her and said, I think you miss your son so much. Go wake him up and see if he still recognizes you. The child on the bed was sleeping soundly. Sui Yu called him twice before he moved. Baby, look who's back. Sui Yu pulled down his hand. Xiao Shizai. Xiao Shiping also called out. Your mother is back. The little boy sat up suddenly, but he was still not awake. He stared blankly at the woman standing beside the bed. Hey! Sui Yu shook her hand. You really don't recognize me? Then I'm going to be sad. Don't lie to me. The wheat is still green. The little boy was a little sad. Xiao Shiping stretched out his hand and twisted his ear, saying, Does it hurt? If it hurts, it's not a dream. It hurts. The little boy pounced on him like a big black dog. He stood on the bed and hugged Sui Yu, jumping and said excitedly, Mom, you're back? I'm not dreaming. Am I? The wheat is not yellow yet. Chapter 292 The person who supports the bottom. I miss you so much that I can't wait for the wheat to turn yellow before I come back. Sui Yu walked out with the heavy child in her arms and said, I bought you a horse and came back. Let's go and have a look. As soon as she went out, Sui Yu saw Sui Liang leaning against the wall. She stared at him and said, "Whose silly boy is this? He is basking in the sun outside on such a hot day." Sui Liang snorted. He walked over and hugged his sister's shoulders, saying jealously, "It's not that I dare not go in and disturb your family reunion. Since you jumped off the camel, you called the dog and kept thinking about the cub and his father. There was no name for me." Sui Liang. Sui Yu stepped on him and laughed and scolded. "Pretentious. Why didn't I hear anything? There were only 2 horses and a camel outside the door. You came back alone first?" Sui Liang talked about something serious. "Yes. I miss you guys so much." After leaving the house, Sui Yu supported the child who was about to slide down, and said proudly, "Look, this is the Dayuan horse that mother bought for you. Your name is Mingwang, so you should match it with a golden pony. It's so beautiful." The child's attention shifted to the pony. He thought about it and said, "I'll name it Golden Wheat Ear. Just call it Panyang." Sui Liang rolled his eyes. "Too vulgar. What wheat ear? It's a stretch to call it Moonlight. The color of this horse is too bright. I'll think about it for you." "No," the child refused. "Just call it Golden Wheat Ear. This is my horse. I gave you your name, not to mention your horse." Sui Liang muttered. The child looked at Sui Yu for help, and Sui Yu said, "Just call it Golden Wheat Ear. I like this name too. Where's the black horse? It's still wearing clothes. Is it for my brother-in-law?" Sui Liang asked. "Don't get close to it. It has a bad temper and likes to kick people." Sui Yu stopped him. "This is a sweat-blood horse. It's arrogant and doesn't obey others. I want to give it to your brother-in-law, but it depends on whether he can tame it. If Wu Jue refuses to recognize him as its master, I will sell it. There has been no caravan in the past month, and there are no camels in the livestock pen, so the family has no golden flower grass. But there is some in the wilderness." Uncle Nyo went to cut half a basket and came back. He came over with a basket of grass and heard this. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sweat-blood horse? This horse is valuable, and you are willing to give it up. It's worth it," Sui Yu said. Hearing this, Uncle Nyo felt sour even if his teeth fell out. He covered his nose and said, "It stinks. Go and wash it quickly. It's too stinky. Let's go. Don't be disgusted in front of an old man like him." Sui Yu lowered her head, met the child's eyes, and asked, "Do I stink?" The child grunted a few times and whispered, "A little stink." "Then get down. I'll take a shower." Sui Yu said so, but she didn't let go. She shook the child and said, "You can bear the stink. Let your mother hug you. I miss you so much." One sentence caused trouble. The child's mouth shrank. He blinked his eyes, and big tears fell. He hugged Sui Yu's neck and cried loudly, sobbing that he missed her every day. Sui Liang walked away. He waved to the black dog that kept sniffing the horse. These 2 bullies should not be kicked by the horse. The boys and girls sleeping in the guest house heard the crying and ran out. Yin Pa and Meng Ma also hurried out, and they were relieved when they saw Sui Yu. Sui Yu gently patted the child's back, and when he stopped crying, she carried him to the kitchen. "Mom, put me down. I'm heavy and will tire you out," the child said. "I can carry it." After entering the kitchen, Sui Yu put the child down. Zhao Shiping happened to have cooked sauerkraut and egg dumpling soup. He brought out the rice and said, "Eat first. There is water in the yard. Eat until you are full before washing. I received the package you asked the Yu family caravan to bring. I have finished the fried noodles and soybean paste." Sui Yu said. "My wife. Where are the others?" Mrs. Yin asked nervously, standing outside the door. "I'm behind. I'll be back in an hour at most." Sui Yu almost forgot about it. "Hurry up and make some food. Cook more. Uncle Nyo, go to the city gate and ask Mr. Song to bring the caravan to our side first. We have a large area and are suitable for raising horses. I'll ask Ariai to go." Uncle Nyo asked Dunhuang to call Ariai. Sui Yu stirred the dumpling soup. It was so delicious that she was hungry, but it was too hot. She could only look but not eat. Zhao Shiping brought out a basin of cold water. He put the rice bowl in the basin and took the spoon to stir to cool it down. The kid squeezed into Sui Yu's arms again. He didn't say anything. He just leaned on her and listened to her talking to others. When the dumpling soup was cold, Zhao Shiping wiped the water at the bottom of the bowl with his sleeve. He handed the rice bowl over and looked at the kid, thinking of how miserable he had just cried. He didn't pull him into his arms. After a bowl of dumpling soup, Sui Yu felt relaxed all over. She pushed the cub away and went back to the next room to take a bath. Coming out of the room, Sui Yu heard the sound of camel bells. She combed her hair and took the basin to the river to wash her hair. The cub followed her like a tail. Why don't you talk? Sui Yu asked. I don't know what to say, Shuzai said frankly. Sui Yu understood that it had been too long since they last met, and she had a lot to say before going home. But after meeting, those little things were not important. Wash your hair with cold water? Zhao Shiping came over and asked. It's not cold. It's okay. I also wash my hair with cold water outside, Sui Yu said. I'll take you to the clinic to see a doctor in 2 days. Zhao Shiping was worried. Do you have stomach pain when you have your period? A little, Sui Yu said conservatively. Go to the doctor tomorrow. Zhao Shiping made the decision. The caravan returned, and the outside of the guest house became lively. Sui Yu wiped her hair, and she led Shiozai over with her wet hair loose. Sister Yu, did you ask someone to call me over? Song Xian asked. You're really fast. You've washed up now. I just remembered that you don't have a place to raise horses when I came back. So I wanted to ask you, why don't you raise the horses here? Another thing is that I have many stoves here, and Grandma Yin is already cooking. You can come here to eat and then go back, so as to avoid a lot of trouble. It will be dark when you eat, Sui Yu said. That's fine. Song Xian nodded. Captain Zhao, sorry to bother you. Zhao Shiping waved his hand and went to help the servants unload the goods. The camels didn't carry much goods, in addition to 50 saddles and 4 jars of mare's milk. The rest were bought in Chiuzi and Lulan, and the 3 warehouses were not full. The camels and horses were all locked in the livestock pen. Zhao Shiping found that 30 or 40 camels didn't have bells on their necks. After asking, he found out that shopkeeper Yu had made a fortune. Upon learning that it was Eggshell and its mother who brought the wild camels, he arranged for someone to prepare 2 buckets of honey water for them. Sir, these 2 boxes are very precious to the master. You can take them back when you go back, Zhongshan said. I am so hungry that my legs are weak. I have to go eat. Okay. Zhao Shiping took the box and went back to the house. Sui Yu came back after drying her hair. She was tired and sleepy. She just wanted to lie on the bed to rest, but she couldn't open her eyes after squinting. She slept until the next day, when she woke up and saw the sun hanging in the east. She was still a little dazed. Mom, you finally woke up. Come and eat. There is rice in the pot for you. The cub ran in with the 2 dogs. Sui Yu looked up at the sky again and said, Is this the 2nd day after I came back? Yes. I came to call you for dinner last night, but you kept saying no. And then my father wouldn't let me call you and let you sleep all the time. Sui Yu had no memory of this at all. She took her son's hand and walked out, asking, Where is your father? Is he on duty? Yes. Sui Liang had already brought out the chicken soup noodles and said, It's not hot anymore. Just right to eat. Sui Yu washed up and sat down. She drank half a bowl of chicken soup in one breath before she picked up chopsticks to eat noodles and meat. Before finishing the meal, the kitchen started the fire again, and Inpa and the others started to prepare lunch again. Are you still learning from Master Chen? Sui Yu remembered this. The old master went out after finishing the farm work in the fields. He took Ding Quan out to travel. I don't know where he is now, Sui Liang said. Before leaving, he said he would be back before October. Sui Yu said, By the way, do you want to go to Chang'an this year? Sui Yu asked. We'll go to Chang'an for the new year and come back next spring. The uncle and nephew agreed in unison. But Sui Liang quickly reacted and asked worriedly, Who will take over the business of the guest house? Will my brother-in-law stay at home to look after it? What are you talking about? Speak of the devil. The devil will appear. My sister said she will take us to Chang'an for the new year this year. Brother-in-law, you will be alone at home this year. Sui Liang was proud. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu and rejected it outright. No. Can you take a long vacation? We will go together and come back next spring. Sui Yu said. Does Captain Chu like horses? We will give him a horse. Zhao Shiping did not accept this idea. He leaned over and pinched her face, saying, Look at how thin you are. You are almost as thin as a horse. Put aside your business and take good care of yourself at home. Sui Yu drank the last mouthful of soup, and she pulled him out and asked, I have 2 small boxes. Did Zhongshan send them to me? I moved them back to the room where we sleep. The wooden box was opened, and Sui Yu took out the sour monk's robe. She cut it open with scissors and poured all the seeds inside into the box. Whose clothes are these? Zhao Shiping had a complicated expression. These are for men. You didn't throw away the rags and tattered shoes, but brought them back as treasures. Could it be for me? Sui Yu gave him a blank look and said, This is Sui Wenen's monk's robe. I met him in Dunhuang. These seeds were also obtained from him. I plan to send these clothes and shoes to Sui Hui. After leaving the Han dynasty, he went to the kingdom of Sindhu and only came back last year. Here, this is cotton seed, which is the white flour I was talking about before. It can be used to make quilts and thick coats. With this, you won't be afraid of the cold in winter. Cotton padded clothes are warmer than reed coats and lighter than sheepskin. The most important thing is that it can be spun into cloth. And the western regions don't have this thing. Just think about how much money you can make by growing this thing. It's definitely impossible to plant this year. I plan to try planting next spring. So I'm in a hurry to go to the interior. Zhao Shiping took the black hard-shelled seeds, which were the size and shape of sheep dung eggs. He sniffed them and looked up to see Sui Yu staring at him in a speechless manner. It's not sheep dung eggs. He put down the cotton seeds, picked up the other seeds, and asked, What are these? I don't know. He didn't say. I guess he can't remember them clearly. Sui Yu shook his head. Plant them next year, and you'll know when they sprout. I'll plant them for you, and you can take them to Chang'an next year. This year you can stay at home and take good care of yourself. Zhao Shiping said. No. You definitely can't plant. You can plant? Zhao Shiping snorted. When I was farming, you were still a big lady who had everything you wanted. And you probably couldn't tell the difference between rice and wheat. Sui Yu. She can't say that she also farmed in her previous life. Chapter 293 Money Scorpion. Cousin is still a monk? Sui Liang understood. Will he come back? Cousin Hui is still looking forward to him. Sui Yu shook his head. I asked. He probably won't come back. Before the winter came last year, he left the horse farm, and there was no news since then. Except for this string of Buddhist beads, which he left behind. All other clothes and shoes were discarded by him. I picked them up, washed them, and brought them back. After a few days, when things at home were done, I went to see Sui Hui and sent these things to her. Sui Liang said. He had no impression of this cousin. The only scene he could remember was that dark night when Sui went and took him to kneel on the tower and begged the captain of Human Pass to rescue the three sisters. Zhao Shiping thought of the man who almost cut off half of his face on the battlefield. He looked at the various seeds in the box. From then on, he separated Sui Wenen from his corrupt father. There's nothing to do at home. Zhang Shun and his men are watching over the camels and horses. The guest house is not doing any business. You can go to the clinic with me this afternoon and deliver this box of things tomorrow. Zhao Shiping said. Is my sister sick? Sui Liang looked worried. No. I'm going to take care of myself. Sui Yu answered. She got up and went to look through the suitcase. She found 2 belly bands that the kid wore when he was a child. She cut the belly bands open and packed the seeds scattered in the box separately. She also counted the number of cotton seeds. Sui Liang rolled up his sleeves to help. The kid didn't make trouble. He could only count 50 at most. Zhao Shiping took the sour monk's robe out and asked, Do you still keep this monk's robe? If you do, I'll soak it in a basin of water. Keep it. Sui Yu hesitated for a moment and said, It will be a souvenir if we keep this monk's robe at our house. That's fine. Zhao Shiping had no objection. When he went out and saw Lu Ye beating clothes by the river, he gave her the monk's robe and went back into the house to see the man counting cotton seeds. Only the 4 of us know the inside story about the seeds. You 2 should keep your mouths shut and don't talk about it outside. Don't even mention it. Sui Yu instructed. Next year, if the cotton is planted, if someone asks you, just say you don't know. Remember? The kid nodded repeatedly. I definitely won't tell you. Sister, I'm already 15 or 16 years old. Please don't talk to me in a coaxing tone. Sui Liang shook off the goosebumps on his arms, opened his mouth and asked, Am I still a kid? You are just a byproduct. Just know the meaning. Sui Yu deliberately angered him. Don't pick on the words. I'm not your teacher. Sui Liang was angry. He dropped the cotton seeds and leaned against the wall. Not helping. Zhao Shiping glanced at him and squatted over to take over his work. Showing your courtesy. Sui Liang spitted. Sui Yu smiled. With his temper, he was at most 3 years older than the kid. There were 2,068 cotton seeds, a large number. It was obvious that Sui Wenin had put a lot of effort into collecting them. If he had not come across a large field of cotton plants, he might have waited for a long time, or 2 or 3 years, for the cotton bolls to bloom. In addition to cotton seeds, there were 3 other kinds of seeds, or perhaps more than 3. Among the seeds that were poured out, there was a handful of debris and shriveled leaves that broke when touched. It looked like some plant that had rotted after being exposed to the sun and rain, and then dried up in the wind. This is a bean. Zhao Shiping took out a small green bean from the crack of the wooden box. It's green, so let's call it mung bean, Sui Yu said. Don't throw away the remaining crumbs. Sprinkle them in the vegetable garden in the spring next year. There may be seeds mixed in them. Zhao Shiping tied the cloth wrapped with seeds with a rope and said, "Give these things to me. I will help you keep them. Don't let mice steal them if you put them in your hands." Sui Yu opened her mouth. She sighed, and said unhappily, "I'm not a fool. How can I put such an important thing casually? How can I let mice do bad things? Where are you going to put it? Put it in a jar. And plug the jar mouth tightly with stones. I don't believe that mice can chew the jar." Sui Liang laughed, and Sui Yu glared at him. "Ask your son if the seeds can still be planted in a tightly sealed jar," Zhao Shiping said with a smile. "After a year in the jar, there is a high probability that they will not sprout." Sui Yu looked at the boy, who was twisting his fingers and laughing. "I won't ask him. He doesn't understand." Sui Yu turned his head and said stubbornly, "I'll keep it for you. But you must keep it well. If the seeds don't sprout next year, I'll find fault with you." "I understand." The boy doesn't allow himself to be looked down upon. He claims to be an expert in farming. At least, he can name all kinds of insects in the field. Don't pay attention to your mother. She is a young lady who doesn't know the difference between grains. Sui Liang found an opportunity to fight back. She doesn't know the difference between grains? Sui Yu smiled. Zhao Shiping put the seeds away and drove away the people crowded in the house. He smelled the aroma of stewed chicken. And it was time for lunch. Sui Yu had breakfast late and was not hungry for lunch. She took half a bowl of chicken wings and a chicken leg and ate them slowly. Finally, she drank a bowl of chicken soup. She patted her butt and went out for a walk to digest the food. This year, the jujube trees had a good harvest. The branches were full of green fruits as big as fingertips. And there were some fallen fruits on the ground. She picked one up and took a bite. It was bitter and astringent. No wonder the chickens didn't come to visit. The persimmon trees were also full of fruits. And the persimmon fruits were almost as big as eggs. The tall willow trees were lush with branches and leaves. The chickens huddled under the willow trees to rest in the shade. When people approached, they screamed a few times. Sui Yu broke a willow branch, and a rooster digging the soil actually flapped its wings to peck at her. She waved the willow branch to hit it, saying fiercely, "You will be in the pot tomorrow. You dare to peck at people. You don't want to live anymore." "Mom." The kid chased after him. "Are you full?" Sui Yu turned around and asked. "Come and see this rooster. Did it peck at people before?" "No. We killed all the chickens that pecked at people." The kid approached, but the rooster seemed not to see him. Its angry little eyes kept staring at Sui Yu, treating her as an outsider. "Go. Go. Go." The kid chased it away. "I'll kill you tomorrow." The rooster then returned to the chickens, and did not forget to keep an eye on the outsider. Sui Yu did not want to bother it. She took the kid away. She had been running outside for 4 years. She had never seen the summer scenery outside the guest house. She did not know whether the dates and persimmons were sweet or not. The date and persimmon trees bear so many fruits. "Can you eat them all?" Sui Yu asked. "Birds eat them. Chickens eat them too. When the dates and persimmons are ripe, many birds will come here. They steal the persimmons. My uncle takes us to shoot birds under the trees. The persimmon shot are the food of the chickens. They love to eat them," the kid explained. "When the persimmons and dates are ripe, there are many merchants who come to stay. They often hit the dates with sticks." "Then you are short of dates?" Sui Yu asked. The boy smiled and leaned on her, saying proudly, "The merchants have eaten my dates, and they will also buy dates from the vendors." Zhao Shiping came over, and he looked at them from a distance and left, not disturbing the mother and son's chat. He saw that Zhao Shuzai was still a little reserved. He pretended to be quiet and honest these 2 days. He probably wanted to perform well in front of his mother. Sui Yu led the boy around the guest house under the hot sun. The shed on the livestock pen. The pigs in the pig pen. Sui Liang's red horse. The mulberry trees by the river. The silkworms raised this year. She led the boy to introduce them one by one. The kid took out his silkworm box and said like he was presenting a treasure, "My uncle and I have raised 500 silkworms together. Mom, look. They are so fat and big." Sui Yu looked away after taking a look. She liked this thing when she was a child. But she found it scary when she grew up. Especially when the mulberry leaves were eaten and hundreds of white silkworms were tangled together. She got goosebumps when she took a look. The kid didn't notice. He picked up a fat silkworm and put it in his palm, saying mysteriously, "Mom, guess how much this silkworm can be sold for?" "Ah? For money?" Sui Yu was shocked. "Have you become rich by silkworms?" "A little money," the kid said modestly. "We hatched a lot of silkworms in the early spring this year. There were not enough mulberry leaves to eat, and many of them starved to death. It happened that Brother Gu and his family also wanted to raise silkworms. So my uncle sold 3,000 silkworms at the price of 3 silkworms for 1 penny. Not only us, Aining, Aunt Shui, Huan Yo, Dunhuang, and Achan all sold silkworms." At this point, the boy couldn't help but smile proudly. And he continued, "After selling silkworms, we also sold mulberry leaves and mulberry branches, and made a lot of money. Mom, look. We moved and planted 7 more small mulberry trees, and they all survived. By the way, my uncle said that we will go to the military village to sell big silkworms in a few days. 3 cents per silkworm. When they hatch silkworms next year, we will go to the military village to sell mulberry leaves." "Great." Sui Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "You have a flexible mind. In order to support your business, I will ask your Aunt Song to bring back another 10 or 20 mulberry trees from Taiyuan County." "Thank you, Mother." The boy was very happy. "No thanks. No thanks. When you make money, just treat me to maltose." Sui Yu smiled. "I have made money. I deposited 537 copper coins with my uncle. I will go to get them later. And then I will treat you to go to the city to buy candy." The boy was so excited that his face turned red. "Thank you, little shopkeeper." The boy laughed. His mouth stretched to his ears. He pursed his lips hard, but his mouth could not close at all. Well, he stopped pretending. He jumped up the mulberry tree happily, humming randomly, and sat on the branches to pick mulberry leaves happily. "Come down. I will pick mulberry leaves for you," Sui Yu shouted. The boy shook his head. "The mulberry tree can't stand you. Mother, you wait under the tree. You help me change mulberry leaves for the silkworms." There was no way. Sui Yu had to bite the bullet and take the mulberry leaves to feed the silkworms. 3 cents, 6 cents, 9 cents, 99 cents. Hey, when measured with copper coins, fat silkworms are much more pleasing to the eye. After changing the mulberry leaves for the silkworms, the box was carried into the house. The boy went to the room where his uncle slept to grab the copper coins, and Sui Yu waited outside. Sui Liang woke up instantly when he heard the clatter of copper coins. He crawled to the end of the bed and saw that Zhao Shuzai was grabbing handfuls of money. "I thought there was a thief." Sui Liang wiped his face. "What are you going to do with the money?" "Buy maltose for my mother." "Enough? Enough? Are you going to buy the candy jar back? Your mother has bad teeth, and she has toothaches when she eats too much candy." Sui Yu pushed the door open and said with her arms folded, "Hey, how can you be stingy? It's a small business, and it's not easy for us to make money." Sui Liang shook his head pretentiously and lamented, "You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are until you run a business. You know how hard it is to make money. Sister is generous. Eat less candy, and your brother will treat you to meat buns next year." Sui Yu reluctantly agreed. She took the child away and turned back to ask, "Are your teeth good? I'll treat you to candy." Sui Liang jumped up, put on his shoes and ran out. Zhao Shiping was also waiting outside, carrying a bag of money, and said, "I'll pay for the medicine and candy today. So save your big money and make some small money." Chapter 294. Thoughts are more precious than horses. Going to the livestock pen to lead the camel, Sui Liang recognized the black horse without a coat at a glance. Its smooth body was particularly eye-catching, and its eating movements were elegant, which immediately made his chestnut horse look inferior. Is this the same breed as the white horse of the Qin family? Is it also a Fergana horse? Zhao Shiping walked over with a bag He leaned over through the pen door to carefully look at the black horse and asked, "Is this ours, or the Song family's?" "Yours." Sui Liang was envious. "This is what my sister bought for you. Don't you know?" Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu, who nodded. "A hero deserves a BMW. I think this horse suits you." The man blushed. This was embarrassing. He was ashamed. A horse suits him? He stood in front of this divine horse, looking gray. How could he be a match? What kind of hero is this? If you tell others about it, they will laugh at you. Zhao Shiping turned his hot face away, avoiding the burning gaze. "In our family, you are a hero. You saved us from the quagmire. How can you not be considered a hero?" Sui Yu said confidently. "Brother Liang, what do you think?" Sui Liang was serious. He nodded willingly and admitted, "In my heart, my brother-in-law is a hero." Zhao Shiping was silent. His ears were red. He clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the joy that surged in his heart. These sweet words were enough to melt the bones in his body. He didn't even dare to move, fearing that he would fall to the ground as soon as he took a step. The kid looked at him and laughed. He deliberately said loudly, "Mom, my dad is shy." Sui Yu touched his head and teased, "Be careful that your dad will get angry and beat you." Zhao Shiping couldn't help laughing, and he laughed like a rotten persimmon again. His thick slap landed on his brother-in-law's shoulder. He hugged Sui Liang, looked at the mother and son who were also smiling, and said, "The thought is more precious than the horse." "Thank you, shopkeeper Yu." Sui Yu winked at him and said, "Let's go. Try the horse another day. This horse has a bad temper and is arrogant. It doesn't obey anyone. It's yours only if you tame it. If it doesn't recognize its master, I will take it to Chang'an to sell it." Zhao Shiping looked at the black horse again. He led out 3 camels, personally helped his wife, children and brother-in-law ride on the camels, and then left the guest house and went into the city together. At the clinic, the old doctor felt Sui Yu's pulse and let go after a cup of tea. He looked at Sui Yu's figure, and then looked at Zhao Shiping and the 2 boys, one big and one small. "Are you a family?" he asked. And when Sui Yu nodded, he asked again, "What do you do?" The 3 of them are full of vitality, and you can tell at a glance that they are fed with rice and flour. "You are pale and thin, and you work in the fields like a housewife every day?" As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Shiping sarcastically. Zhao Shiping's eyelids twitched, and he lowered his eyes and said nothing. "No. The Chang'an guest house in the north of the city is mine. I have been leading the caravan to do business in recent years." Sui Yu explained, "Thank you for your righteous words, but I am not oppressed. I look thin because I just came back from outside the Great Wall these 2 days, and my face is dark because I was exposed to the sun in the desert." "Manager Yu? I have heard of him. He is a capable man." The old doctor looked at her again, and then picked up the brush to write a prescription, and said, "You need to rest. Women's bodies are not as strong as men's, and they can't stand the tossing. You run around all year round, and you are just fooling around when eating and drinking. Right? You have a stomach problem. Rest is not good either. Look at your man's eyes. Then look at yours. They are yellow. I see that your pulse is deep. Your organs are weak. Not only is your qi and blood deficient, but your liver qi is also insufficient. Are you worried day and night?" Sui Yu stared at him. She clenched her hands and said weakly, "I feel that I am in good health and spirits, except for being a little thin. I have no other problems. These minor problems you mentioned, I should be able to recover if I eat more and sleep more in the future. You need to supplement, adjust and rest. Now they are minor problems. You are young and don't take them seriously. When you are older, these minor problems can be fatal." The old doctor handed over the prescription and instructed, "I will only prescribe medicine for 5 days. Every 5 days, you come over and I will take your pulse again and change the prescription." Sui Yu handed the prescription to Zhao Shiping. Seeing his gloomy face, she sighed imperceptibly. When the man took the prescription to get the medicine, she muttered, "You did it on purpose? Look how scared he is. I will have to spend a lot of time and effort to go out next time." The old doctor laughed. He put away the pulse pillow and advised, "It's time to take a break. Wait until you are well before going out. I won't lie to you. If you continue to live 1 meal a day and starve 1 meal a day, your body will be damaged and your lifespan will be affected in the future." Sui Liang was so scared that his face turned pale. He almost cried. Sui Yu quickly got up and left. She didn't dare to listen to the old doctor's muttering. Although she felt sad in her heart, she still had a smile on her face. As she walked out, she comforted her brother. Don't listen to the old doctor. He is scaring us just to sell medicine. The old doctor snorted coldly. Then let's go to another clinic. Sui Liang didn't listen to her. Sui Yu. Forget it. Forget it. I'll drink the bitter soup for a while. I'm not leaving this year anyway. I'll go to another clinic at the end of the year. Zhao Shiping was waiting for the medicine boy to get medicine in front of the hall. Sui Yu went out and waited outside. She looked at the pedestrians on the road, muttering that she wanted to buy candy, meat, and fried cakes. Let's go! Zhao Shiping came out, and the bag he had when he came was almost bursting when he left. It's just a minor problem. Look how much appetite I have. Sui Yu stretched out her hand to push up the corner of his mouth and said, Why are you looking so depressed? I'm not going to die. It's just a minor problem. If you don't believe it, go to the street and catch 10 people. 9.5 out of 10 people have their own problems. Brother-in-law, don't believe her. The old doctor said it will affect your lifespan. Sui Liang complained. Sui Yu hit him. Did you swallow my words? When Master Chen comes back, I'll ask him how he teaches his students. I can't understand what he says. After that, she turned around and explained to the man. The doctor means that if I don't treat these minor illnesses and continue to go hungry and full outside, it will affect my lifespan in the future. But I'm already resting at home, taking medicine, resting and replenishing. I will definitely not die early. Zhao Shiping pinched her mouth. His words were really unpleasant. What about death? Let's go home. He pushed her. Why go home? My son is going to treat me to maltose. Sui Yu grabbed the boy and said, Let's go buy some candy. When she lowered her head, she saw that the boy was in tears. She calmed down immediately and squatted down and said, Mom promises you that you will take medicine, eat well, and sleep well, and live to be 80 years old and still be full of energy. I want to live to be 100 years old. The boy wiped his tears, held Sui Yu's face with both hands, and said, Mom, take a rest. When I grow up, I will go out to make money. If you live to be 100 years old, you will become an old witch. Sui Yu picked him up and said as they walked, Don't worry. The money I earn is enough for us to spend for a lifetime. So we don't need you to go out to make money. Get down and walk by yourself. Zhao Shiping said, I will take care of your mother's affairs. So don't think too much. Take your money and buy maltose. Buy more. From now on, you and your uncle will take care of the candy your mother eats after drinking the bitter soup. The kid still trusts his father very much. After hearing these words, he felt relieved. When he ate the maltose, he became happy again after Sui Yu interrupted him several times. When he heard the sound of camel bells on the road, he cheered and said, Business is coming. It was the caravans of Su and Li entering the city. Sui Liang rode a camel to the butcher's shop and asked the butcher to deliver 30 or 40 kilograms of pork to the guest house. After strolling around the city, the sunset came out, and Sui Yu took the 2 children out of the city to the north. It's my aunt. The kid recognized the person in front. Third sister-in-law. You are finally back. You have lost weight again. Zhao Xiaomi looked at Sui Yu and said, You are not leaving this year, right? Stay at home and take good care of yourself. No. Sui Yu looked at her belly and said in surprise, Are you going to give birth again? When is it going to happen? So soon? You have been away for 2 years. So why is it so fast? If it is 2 months later, my child will be born. Zhao Xiaomi touched her belly and said, Don't go far in the future. I have dreamed of you several times. When I wake up, I feel worried, afraid that something happened to you. Okay. Sui Yu agreed. Are you here to find us? Just turn around. I am not here to find you. I heard the camel bells and came to see if the caravan needs food and grass. Zhao Xiaomi smiled. I'm back. I'll ask your brother-in-law to deliver food and grass later. I won't walk at night. I'll come to see you in a few days. Sui Yu said. Okay. Zhao Xiaomi stood by the roadside and let the camel go first. After passing each other, Sui Yu looked back and saw Zhao Xiaomi with a bulging belly. She felt confused. After she left Dunhuang in February last year, the city behind her was frozen in her memory. The people and things she was talking about were the same as they were 2 years ago. She knew that children would grow up. Trees would grow taller. and the elderly would get older. But when she really met them, she still felt a sense of emptiness. It was too unreal. Back at the guest house, Li Dongjia came over to say hello. He said with emotion, I just saw Zhao Dongjia. After more than a year of separation, she has another happy event. I met her on the road too. Sui Yu said. Li Dongjia nodded, was stunned for a while, and then said, Does Song Dongjia's horse herd stay with you? Yes. When did you come back? Yesterday. Oh. With nothing to say, Li Dongjia left. Sui Yu went to find Xiao Chunhong, and she asked them to go to the clinic to take pulses the next day, and put the money for the medicine into her account. The kid didn't take a nap at noon, and he squinted his eyes and dozed off as soon as it got dark. He barely ate a bowl of rice. So Sui Liang took him back to take a bath, washed him clean, and put him on the bed before going out. Let him sleep with you at night. I'll talk to your sister. Zhao Shiping had just come back, and he stopped Sui Liang and said, Your nephew is not young anymore. It's not suitable for him to sleep with us anymore. You can persuade him, these days, and slowly let him sleep separately from us. Okay. Sui Liang agreed immediately. When he was this age, he also slept separately from his sister and brother-in-law. Before going to bed, Sui Yu pinched her nose and drank half a bowl of bitter soup in one breath. When she put the bowl down, she held the maltose in her mouth. The sweetness diluted the bitterness, and she fell on the bed. Zhao Shiping threw the medicine bowl into the basin and washed his fingers stained with maltose. He sat on the bed and said, Sleep inside. Hey. Sui Yu moved. She sat up and lay on the man's back, saying, Come and let me kiss you. I have been back for 2 days, but I haven't touched a man's mouth yet. To be honest, did you kiss me secretly last night? No. Don't tell the truth. Sui Yu leaned over and kissed him. It was ignited at the first touch. At the most critical moment, the man resisted and wanted to escape. Sui Yu grabbed him and scolded. Can't you do it? Are you holding it in? You are weak. Weak ass. You try. No. I'm afraid you are pregnant. Zhao Shiping pushed her down. Lie down. I'll serve you. Chapter 295 Meeting Sui Hui. It was just dawn when Sui Yu was awakened by the knocking on the door. She was still not fully awake. She sat up subconsciously, one hand touching the pillow, the other hand busy grabbing clothes. As soon as she opened her eyes, her brows were already frowning. Dad? Open the door. The boy knocked on the door angrily. Mom? Open the door for me. Sui Yu woke up in an instant. She was at home. She lost strength and fell on the bed to breathe. Zhao Shiping looked at her with a complicated expression and asked, You haven't come to your senses yet? Do you think you are still outside the pass? Sui Yu didn't answer. She shouted outside. Don't knock. Your dad is here to open the door for you. As she said that, she put on her clothes, tidied her hair a little, and sat up again. Zhao Shuzai ran in with a rage, wishing he could step into a pit with his foot. He didn't go to bed after entering the door. He stood at the door like a wooden pillar, staring at his father with fire in his eyes. Zhao Shiping pulled him, and he opened his mouth to bite. What are you doing so early in the morning? Zhao Shiping sat down on the bed and explained. You said last night that you wanted to sleep with your uncle. Don't you remember? Impossible. As soon as he opened his mouth, the little boy's tears fell, and he shouted angrily, You must have taken me over while I was asleep. Oh! He was crying, and he was quite angry. Zhao Shiping leaned over and pulled him, ignoring the boy's desperate struggle, and he forcibly took the child to the bed. The little boy burst into tears, and he lay on the bed, ignoring everyone, and howled with his mouth open. Sui Liang flashed outside the door, took a glance and ran away quickly, fearing that he would be blamed. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping leaned over. Both propped up their arms and watched the crying child. They didn't try to comfort him, but just watched him calmly, commenting from time to time, The baby's teeth are growing well. Have you noticed that his ears look like yours? Who has longer eyelashes? His or mine? His. I'm angry. The kid couldn't stand them. He swallowed his tears, stared at his parents above with tears in his eyes. Who are you blaming for being angry? Blame yourself. You said you wanted to sleep with your uncle. Zhao Shiping blamed him calmly. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. Sui Yu nodded against his conscience. Your uncle boasted to me last night that you like sleeping with him the most. The kid began to doubt himself, but still didn't believe it. hesitantly said, I must have dreamed. I talked in my sleep. Then you sleep with us tonight. But it will definitely be hotter sleeping with us, Swayu said. The kid believed it a little when he heard this. In the summer, he liked to sleep with his uncle because his uncle was thinner than his father, didn't take up space, and was more sleepy. He could sleep until dawn, unlike his father, who always woke up at night to cover him with a thin quilt, which would wake him up from the heat. Zhao Shiping got out of bed and put on his clothes, saying, The sun is out. You two should stop sleeping. Get up early. We'll go and release the horses. Swayu glanced at the kid. He wiped his eyes and sat up, saying, Dad, give me some clothes. I want to wear the short coat with a kitten embroidered on it that my aunt made for me today. His temper had subsided. He stopped crying and making a scene. He was a good kid again. Swayu couldn't help laughing when he thought of what had just happened. The kid was a little embarrassed. He explained, I'm not good at crying. I won't cry when I'm not angry. Dad, don't you think so? Yes. Zhao Shiping handed him his clothes and said, Put on your own clothes. Let your mother comb your hair later. The kid was happy again. Swayu took care of herself. She stood beside the baby and compared it to him. Then she looked at the suitcase. The child grew up so fast. She didn't know how many times the short jacket and trousers in the suitcase had been changed. They were all unfamiliar clothes to her. Do you have silk cloth at home? I'll make 2 more clothes for the baby, Swayu said. Zhao Shiping knew Swayu's needlework skills. The clothes she sewed were not as good as wrapping ropes around dog teeth to let the dog bite them. So he stopped her and said, It's summer now. I used the cloth you left to make 4 clothes for him. Last month, Xiaomi sent him 2 new clothes, which are enough for him to wear. He is growing fast now. The clothes made this year will be too small next year. By then, they will be given to Aining. Aining will only wear old clothes. He doesn't need 2 sets of clothes. Don't make it difficult for yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, you can cook 2 more meals for him and go with him. Pick broad beans in the field. Play with him more. He will be very happy. Swayu turned her face away, and when the sourness in her eyes disappeared, she glared at the man and muttered, You are so annoying. Don't you understand if you see through it but don't say it? Mom, give me a comb. The kid ran over from next door, holding a bunch of hair bands, and asked happily, Mom, which one do you like? How many braids do you want? Swayu thought about it. She took the kid to sit in the yard. The mother and son sat in the light, one high and one low. She took the comb and combed his hair. Your hair is like your father, black and shiny. And there is a lot of hair. I will braid 2 braids for you, and then put it into a bun, and tie the 2 red hair bands with bells. Who bought this hair band? It looks pretty good. My uncle bought it for me. Your uncle is so nice. The kid laughed. After the bun was done, Swayu walked to the front and looked at the child again and again. The child had a childish face, and his watery eyes blinked again and again. Happy, shy, and slightly expectant. So cute. My son is so handsome, she praised. The kid immediately blossomed like a bud, holding Swayu's hand and skipping out, eager to show off the hair his mother had braided for him. Eat. Where are you going? Zhao Shiping shouted. Here I come. Zhao Shiping stood outside the door waiting, seeing him running over in 2 steps, deliberately standing in front of him with his face up. He understood and said, It looks good. Your mother is really skillful. The kid touched his bun and said with a smile, I'm going to eat. I'm going to the parade ground. Zhao Shiping turned sideways and saw Swayu talking in the kitchen. He didn't bother to disturb her anymore and said, Tell your mother that I'm going to the city first. Didn't you say you were going to release the horses? The kid was still thinking about it. You two are so slow. It's already so late. Zhao Shiping waved his hand. Let's go. The kid watched him go away. When he heard his mother calling him, he ran into the house. Mom, my dad is going to the city. Oh, hurry up and eat. We'll go to the city after dinner, Swayu said. After dinner, Swayu took out the wooden box and went to the warehouse to get 2 rolls of silk. The red satin brocade was cut into 5 feet, and the stone blue shoe brocade was cut into 10 feet. She thought about it, and thought that Swayu's status would make people jealous if she dressed brightly. She asked someone to bring out 2 rolls of silk cloth, mulberry purple and moon white, each cut into 10 feet. In addition to the cloth, She also asked Xiao Chunhong to bring 2 small jars of honey and 2 blanket rolls. Prepare another half box of money. How much is left in the money box? Go find Sui Liang and ask him to take out 300 strings of money to make up 1,000 coins for me. Sui Yu said. Who are you going to ask for help? Xiao Chunhong wondered. Getting help is not enough. Sui Yu smiled. You and Zhang Shun will come to the city with me later. After collecting enough money, Zhang Shun brought 6 camels. 2 camels carrying goods and 4 camels carrying people. Sui Yu brought Sui Liang and Xiuzai. And the 3 of them went into the city and knocked on the door of Hu Jianjian's house. She entered as the wife of 1,000 households. And 2 servants stayed outside to look after the camels. Mrs. Hu had never seen Sui Yu. But she knew that when Yin Yang in the mansion had a cousin who had never visited the house. She had heard of the reputation of Chonggui guest house. The 2 female merchants who emerged in Dunhuang city were the topic of conversation among the ladies of the mansions after dinner. Especially this wife of 1,000 households, who was born as a criminal slave. What made people talk more about her than her caravan was her beauty. It was said that she had bewitched a captain of 10 men so much that he didn't care about his life and wanted to go to the battlefield to earn military merits to get rid of her slavery. Today, she was very disappointed. The woman in front of her, who stood straight and had bright eyes, did not look like the foxy woman in the rumors. However, she could see some of her beauty when she was young from the child beside her legs. I hope Mrs. Who will not be offended by my visit. Sui Yu put the neatly folded red satin brocade on the low couch and said, Before I came, I heard that Mrs. Who had a fair complexion and kind eyes. I thought that the red satin must suit you. Now I see that it is really good. Mrs. Who was happy. She saw the bamboo curtain move out of the corner of her eye. She looked outside and saw that it was Madam Wen. You people who travel all over the country are really born with a clever mouth. You can make people happy with just a few words. No wonder you can take money out of other people's pockets. Mrs. Hu smiled faintly and said, You sisters haven't seen each other for many years. I won't be a bad person. Let Madam Wen take you to Wenzhuiyuan to talk. Stay for lunch at noon. I will arrange for someone to send the table. From her words, she didn't regard Sui Yu as the wife of 1,000 households at all. She was a businessman who made a living by her mouth and was a member of the madam's family. Sui Yu suppressed the smile on her face. This arrogant face was really ugly. Fortunately, she didn't prepare too many gifts. Otherwise it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. And there would be no return. But she couldn't get angry. She was a merchant. Sui Hui was a concubine. And she was visiting Sui Hui. It was difficult for Mrs. Hu to speak politely. From a few words, it can be expected that Sui Hui's life under the eldest wife was not easy. No need to spend money. We have to go home at noon. Sui Yu refused to keep dinner, saying, Don't bother. Sui Hui opened the curtain outside the door and met Sui Yu's eyes. She forced an ugly smile and forced herself to go in. She lowered her eyebrows and said, Madam, can Ngur go to Wenzhuiyuan today? He has grown up so much. And my sister hasn't seen him yet. I have asked someone to call him. His brother is coming. And he will naturally come out to entertain him. Mrs. Hu said, Thank you, Madam. Sui Hui showed gratitude. She stepped out of the door, smiled at Sui Yu again, and then led her family out of the main courtyard. Sister Yu, is there any news about my brother? Sui Hui asked impatiently. Sui Yu nodded. Go to your courtyard and tell me in detail. Hey! Hey! Sui Hui cried with joy. Is he still alive? Has he come back? Alive. Not back. It's good to be alive. And he can come back if he is alive. Chapter 296 Follow me. Follow me. I'm stingy. Wenzhu Garden is in the northwest corner of the backyard. Across the corner is where the servants of the mansion live. It is close to the back door, and can clearly hear the voices of passers-by outside the wall. The small courtyard is even narrower, but it is clean and tidy. There is a row of wild flowers planted by the wall, red and yellow in full bloom. Sui Liang walked in and said, Sister, you guys go in and talk. I'll wait in the yard with the kid. Sui Hui wiped her tears and looked around angrily. The yard was small, and the house was small. It was spacious enough for her to live with a maid, but it couldn't accommodate extra people. When Ngur comes later, ask him to take you to his yard to sit. Sui Hui was a little embarrassed and said, The child is here, and I don't have much to eat here. Chunjiao, you sneak out from the back door and go to the street to buy some cakes and bring them back. No. We came here after breakfast. Sui Yu lowered the topic and said, "Don't be polite. We are not here to be guests. Let's go in and talk." Sui Hui glanced at the maid, who went into the house and walked out quickly. "I met your brother in Dunhuang. After leaving Dunhuang, he followed the monks to the kingdom of Sindhu the next year. He came back last year and stayed in a remote town for a month. Then he left again, saying that he wanted to spread Buddhism." Sui Yu stopped chatting with her and talked about business. She opened the wooden box. On the neatly folded monk's robe were 2 pairs of cloth shoes with worn soles and patches on the uppers. He has become a monk and no longer wants to care about worldly affairs. He also has no intention of coming back. This box of rags and shoes was what he was going to throw away. I picked it up, washed it, and brought it back to you. You can keep it as a souvenir." Sui Yu took out a string of Buddhist beads from the bottom of the box and said, "He gave me this when he left. I think he asked me to bring it to you." Sui Hui stared blankly, tears already streaming down her face. "Is he really not coming back?" she asked unwillingly. "That being said, I don't know if he will come back. Did he ask about me? Did he ask about his nephew?" Sui Yu was silent. Sui Hui looked disappointed. Her face suddenly turned gray, and she looked like she had aged 4 or 5 years in a blink of an eye. "He still cares about you and hopes you are well." Sui Yu couldn't bear to watch. She said, "I asked him to come back. He said he didn't want to be involved in the past, and he was afraid that the previous lawsuit would cause trouble to people who had good intentions towards us. The people who can be involved now are nothing more than you and Hu Jianjian, and the captain of Human Pass." "Aunt?" A skinny short boy strode in. When he saw Sui Yu, he immediately saluted. "Are you Aunt Yu? I often hear my aunt mention you. She admires you very much. And so do I. This is Ngur. You haven't seen him yet." Sui Yu's eyes were full of spirit again. Sui Yu looked at his figure, and was a little unsure whether this was the first child or the one born later. If it was the first child, he should be the same age as a Shui. But he didn't look as tall as a Shui. "How old are you?" she asked. 12 years old in lunar age." Ngur answered. "He is the same age as Ah Shui. And seeing that he is as thin as a bamboo pole, Sui Yu concluded that he is weak. But fortunately, he has grown up. Time flies. 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Sui Yu picked up a stack of stone blue shoe brocade and said, "Your cousin likes this color. This color looks good on a boy of your age. It doesn't look old-fashioned. This is the first time your aunt has seen you. I don't know what you like. I can only prepare some fabrics for you to make 2 sets of clothes." Sui Liang heard this outside. He leaned in, greeted him, and said loudly, "Hello, nephew. Take your cousin and cousin to your yard to sit." Sui Hui said, "I want to talk to your aunt. Can I listen? Is there any news about my uncle?" As soon as Ngur entered the door, he found that his aunt was not right. He bowed to Sui Yu and said, "Forgive me for being rude. I am really worried about my aunt. She misses my uncle very much. This is a smart child with a clear mind. At a young age, he speaks politely and politely. The most important thing is that he knows how to love and be close to his biological mother." Sui Yu looked at Sui Hui and said, "He has been liberated, lives more freely than you, and has found his own way. Don't worry about him all the time, or your child will worry about you every day. My uncle is alive." I was shocked. Ngur patted Sui Hui on the shoulder and said, "As long as my uncle is still alive, you will meet sooner or later." Sui Hui sighed and didn't want to say more. Sui Yu glanced outside and happened to see the little boy fanning himself with his hands. She immediately wanted to leave. Without delay, she continued to explain, "It was an accident that I met my cousin in Dayuan. By the way, his Buddhist name is Lu Jing. The owner of the horse we bought from advocated Buddhism. And it was because I had a connection with Master Lu Jing. When I bought the horse, I got a bargain. On the other hand, I also got a few seeds from Master Lu Jing. Except for making a few monk robes and shoes and socks for him, I couldn't give anything in return. Later, I thought, it would be better to give you the money, so that your life will be better, and it can be regarded as a way to relieve his worries. He has nothing to worry about." Sui Hui smiled bitterly, wiped away her tears, and pointed to the things on the ground and said, "Take these things back. I can live a normal life, and I don't need these valuable things. Sister Yu, we are all brothers and sisters. Whether he gave you the seeds or you borrowed his light to get a bargain, these do not need to be returned. You met him. which means that the seed should be in your hands. He owed you. And you borrowed his light to get a bargain. It is his debt. You saw that he was short of clothes and shoes, and gave him clothes and shoes. He should thank you. I should also thank you. You brought me his news and his clothes from thousands of miles away, and relieved my worries. Sui was silent. The room was quiet for a while. The maid who bought cakes came back sweating. She walked to Sui Liang and Xiaozai with a big bowl of oily aroma and said, "Two young masters. The oil cakes are just out of the pan. Still hot. Do you want to try one?" Anger came out and said, "Uncle, cousin, I will take you to my yard to talk. And you should recognize me, so that you won't meet me on the road in the future." Sui Liang looked inside the door, and saw Sui Yu had stood up. She came out and said, "Anger, it's okay. Your uncle is off duty now, and will come to pick us up later. We still have to go to Xiaozai's aunt's house." "Xiaozai?" Anger looked at his handsome little cousin. He opened his big eyes, looked innocent, and his eyes were clear and clean. He was a spoiled child at first glance. No wonder he had such a narrow-minded nickname. "My name is also Xiaoming Wang. It was given by my uncle," the kid said. "Nice name." Anger suddenly felt competitive and said, "My name is Huan Sui. My parents gave me this name together. It has the same character as my uncle's name." At this time, he no longer called Sui Hui auntie. The kid's eyes rolled and he understood and said, "Nice name. I'll remember it." Anger smiled. He touched the kid's butt and said, "It looks good. My mother made it for me." The kid looked at Sui Yu proudly. Sui Yu smiled and said, "Let's go now so as not to keep your dad waiting." The kid nodded. "Sister Yu, take the things. I'll leave 2 jars of honey. And Gu likes to eat this." Sui Hui came out with a blanket and clothes, and said seriously, "I won't accept these. I'm not being polite to you. Ungur, go and move the box on the ground and send your aunt out for me. Then I'll take the blanket and clothes. And you can keep the box." Sui Yu said, "There is 1,000 coins in the box. You can keep it with you for easy access. And Gur is grown up. You can give him some money from time to time to avoid being short of money." Sui Hui hesitated for a moment, but still refused. She was not qualified to take Sui Yu's money. Anger doesn't need this money. He is smart, loved by his father, and raised by the mistress. He has no shortage of food and clothing. When he really needs money, he can find a way to ask his father for it. So I don't need to worry about it." Sui Hui said frankly. "Sister Yu, you take the things. You shouldn't pay, and I shouldn't get your money. Aunt, I don't have a lot of money. Thank you for your kindness." Honor came forward and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. My aunt will not be treated harshly with me here." At this point, Sui Yu stopped forcing him. She motioned Sui Liang to take the money box. This kid is really weak. He was shaking his legs just carrying a box. After saying goodbye to Sui Hui, Sui Yu and the other 2 followed in Gur and left. When they reached the door, they really saw Zhao Shiping. Her previous excuses were all nonsense, just to make it easier to get away. "Uncle, why don't you come in when you come? I'll talk to my dad some other day. My family's hospitality is really bad." And Gur was embarrassed. Zhao Shiping glanced at Sui Yu and said, "I just got here. Okay, let's go." Sui Yu waved her hand. "You should go in too. It's quite hot." And Gur said, but didn't move. He watched Sui Yu and his group ride on camels and leave. He stood at the door for a while before entering. "Is my mother still busy?" he asked the maid serving in the main courtyard. "No. The lady just asked about you." And Gur called out first, then lifted the bamboo curtain and went in. "Is your aunt gone?" Mrs. Hu leaned on the bamboo couch and fanned herself with a small fan. "Yes. She just left. She also took away the things she brought with her. My aunt didn't accept them." Mrs. Hu snorted and laughed. Fake nobleness. And Gu lowered his eyes and said nothing. "Didn't she invite you to her house? I heard that she invited a teacher from Chang'an. By the way, she brought back a batch of tall horses from outside the pass a few days ago. I don't know if they are Dayuan horses or Wusun horses. Your uncle likes Dayuan horses very much." The uncle here naturally refers to her brothers from her mother's family. "No. I feel that this aunt is quite unfamiliar with my aunt. And it seems that she doesn't plan to keep in touch often." And Gur shook his head. A trace of anger appeared on his face, and said, "This aunt is not good. My aunt Shui is better." Mrs. Hu was happy. She sat up and said, "You are already 12 years old. This is the first time you have seen her. You have never even had a bite of her candy before. How can she really miss you?" Anger nodded. "Why did she come to see Madame Wen? Why did she send so many things?" Mrs. Hu asked seriously. Anger concealed the matter of seeds, and explained the encounter with Sui Wenan and the purchase of horses. He was sensitive, and could feel that Sui Yu was a little evasive when she mentioned seeds. She must not want others to know. On the other side, Sui Yu and his group walked out of the city and headed north. Zhao Shiping asked, "I remember when your cousin was freed from slavery. Sui Yu gave birth to a son? Is the boy I just sent you out her son?" "That one. He looks a little young." Zhao Shiping looked at his son in his arms and said, "I thought he was only 2 or 3 years older than the kid," and was amazed that he could speak so well at such a young age. "I can speak so well, too." The kid got jealous. "What do you want to hear? I'll tell you. You can't do shit. You and your uncle combined are no match for him. If I were to ask you, your cousin takes after your mother." "Hey! You're biting me again. Are you born in the year of the dog?" Zhao Shiping pinched his chin and deliberately said, "Look at your stingy character. You don't take after your mother at all. Follow me. Follow me. I'm stingy." Sui Liang claimed him. Chapter 297 Horse. It was not yet noon when they returned to the guest house. The boy and his uncle went back to the house to drink a lot of water. When they came out again, they found that there was no one in the open space outside the door. There were voices coming from the north, and the uncle and nephew ran over quickly. Qishan led Wuzhui. The black horse was half full. Its black and shiny hair was like shiny satin shining in the sunlight. The muscles bulging under the skin seemed to be steaming and sweating, making the shape of the bulging muscles more perfect. Zhao Shiping looked at it from a distance of 2 steps away. When his eyes met, the other party was full of arrogance and did not take him seriously at all. He walked to its side and stretched out his hand to try to touch the horse's belly. As soon as he touched it, it immediately dropped its hoof and moved away from the horse's body. It lowered its head and tried to attack him. Qishan took 2 steps forward nervously. He blew the whistle vigorously. The sharp and piercing whistle disturbed Wuzhui to shake his head. Zhao Shiping took the opportunity to step back. "Hey! You two can't get close. Stay away." When Li Dadong saw Sui Liang and the kid, he stretched out his hand to block them and said, "Just stand here and watch. Don't get close. Be careful that the horse kicks you both off." Sui Yu turned around when she heard the sound, and she gestured to stop Sui Liang and the kid from getting close. "Sir, you feed him some dates first." Qishan handed over the cloth bag filled with dried dates and said, "This horse has a bad temper. People are only allowed to get close when feeding. After a long time, we can touch it. You are still a stranger in its eyes. And you are big, so you are afraid to get close to it." Zhao Shiping laughed briefly, took the cloth bag, looked at Qishan, and said, "Not bad. You can say nice things. Afraid that I will lose face. I'm telling the truth." Qishan continued to flatter. Zhao Shiping ignored him. He held the cloth bag and did not move, as if he was competing with Wuzhui in patience. After a while, he took advantage of the time when the black horse lowered its head to nibble grass, dropped the cloth bag, took a big leap, grabbed the reins with one hand, pressed the horse's back with the other hand, and stepped on the stirrup to quickly ride on. The black horse neighed, swayed its body left and right, and tried its best to throw the person on its back off. Not only that, it broke through the crowd and ran quickly, jumping up and down continuously during the running, with its front legs erected, trying to turn the person on its back upside down. Wuzhui ran farther and farther with the person on his back, and the people left behind looked at him nervously. Zhao Shiping was shaking like a tumbler on the horse's back, and he almost fell off several times. Sui Yu and Sui Liang gasped in fear. Zhao Shiping felt that his proud lower limb strength was gradually weakening, and the horse under his crotch was becoming more and more violent. After he knew what was going on, he took the opportunity to throw away the reins when the black horse jumped again, and pulled his feet out of the stirrups. He used his hands to gain leverage, and landed after a jump. He didn't dare to relax even after landing. He rolled 3 times in a row, distanced himself from the black horse, and ran away immediately. People in the distance couldn't see his movements, and thought he was thrown off the horse. Sui Yu screamed in fear and ran over immediately. Others followed. Not long after running, they saw Zhao Shiping standing up. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. There was a long distance between the two places. The black horse calmed down. Sui Yu and his group hadn't run over yet. Zhao Shiping tried to approach. And before the black horse suddenly kicked people, he hooked the reins dragging on the ground and led it back. What's the matter? Did you fall? Are you okay? Sui Yu was panting with exhaustion and nervously looked at the embarrassed man. No. I jumped off the horse myself. I didn't fall off the horse. I'm not injured. Zhao Shiping explained. He pointed to the tall horse behind him and said, It looks down on me. I can't tame it. You find another owner for it and sell it for a good price. Now it looks normal again. Before that, it was like a crazy horse. Su Dadong sighed. Don't talk nonsense. A good horse is hard to tame. It has a good bloodline. So it's naturally a little arrogant. It has nothing to do with whether it's crazy or not. It's just that we are not destined to be together. Zhao Shiping denied the crazy horse. This word spread. The value of Wuzhui was greatly reduced. I just said it casually. I didn't mean it that way. Su Dadong explained. The Fergana horse is just like that. It won't obey anyone. Even if it recognizes a master. It will only recognize that person. And only obey the strong. Zhao Shiping threw the reins to Qi Shan and said, Take it away. Be careful not to let anyone get close to it, lest it hurt anyone, Qi Shan said. And he took out 3 sweet dates and threw them to the horse. And it walked away with him. Xiuzai and Sui Liang walked behind Zhao Shiping. One uncle and nephew picked the grass off his body, and the other patted the dirt off his legs. Seeing this, Su and Li teased. Captain Zhao is so lucky to have 2 good sons. Sui Liang paused while picking the grass leaves. And he leaned over to explain. I'm not my brother-in-law. Realizing that they were joking, he immediately changed his words and said, My brother-in-law is a big and strong man. How could he be so lucky to give birth to a son as handsome as me? Su and Li laughed. And Sui Yu also laughed. Zhao Shiping pulled Xiuzai out and said, Why can't I give birth? My son is much more handsome than you. That's just like me. Sui Liang shamelessly took credit and said, My nephew looks like me and has the same temperament as me. The kid moved his mouth. On one side was his uncle, and on the other was his father. Any denial would offend people. So he simply stopped talking and lowered his head to continue picking grass, pretending to be very busy. A whistle sounded not far away. Sui Yu looked up and saw Qi Shan gesturing with his hands. Following his movements, she vaguely saw someone at the guest house over the camel grazing on the grass. Leave. Go back. It seems that there are guests. Zhao Shiping also saw it. It was Captain Chu and Captain Hu who came with a group of 1,000 households. The caravans of the Sui and Song families and the caravans of the Su and Li families successively brought 2 batches of Dayuan horses into the city. The news spread that day. Look! These people came together today. Captain Chu took a fancy to the black horse in Qingshan's hand at first sight. As soon as the body was exposed, he recognized the breed of the horse at a glance. Zhao Shiping saw the eagerness in his eyes. He looked at Sui Yu and said, Sir, this horse is good, but it doesn't obey the management, let alone the people. I just fell off the horse. To be honest, I want to persuade you not to try, but you must be unwilling to do so. How about this? You try it first. If it doesn't obey you and refuses to recognize you as its master, don't force it to buy it, so as not to hurt both sides. Let it have a chance to meet a good owner. Captain Chu was generous and not a petty person. He didn't blame his subordinates for saying this. A good horse can only show its true ability when it meets a good horse trainer. If he is not that good horse trainer, forcing this good horse to buy it would be a waste of its rare body and bones. And pearls would also be raised into fish eyes. Okay. I'll try. Captain Chu took off his robe that was in the way, the knife on his waist, and the ring on his hand, and shouted to Qi Shan, Bring the horse over here. Su and Li quickly moved aside, seeing the fierce temper of Wuzhui. They were afraid that if they got too close, they would be hurt by mistake. Sui Yu looked at Sui Liang and Xiuzai. Without her order, the uncle and nephew hid far away. The black horse seemed to see the purpose of the group of people. It snorted impatiently, and every hair on its body exuded irritability. Captain Chu took the reins and fed it the dried dates handed by Qi Shan, trying to get closer to it by feeding. However, Wuzhui didn't give him face at all, and raised his hoof to kick him. What a fierce temper, Captain Chu said. Sir, you have to be careful. Zhao Shiping was more nervous than he was riding a horse. If you plan to force yourself on the horse, if you feel something is wrong, you should find a chance to jump off the horse. Captain Hu's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward and said, "Sir, I will help you hold the horse." "No. Once the horse goes crazy, 5 people together can't hold it down. If you want to restrain it with the reins, it will kick you to death." Zhao Shiping spoke to him bluntly. The eager look on Captain Chu's face faded a little. He glanced at Captain Hu, dropped the reins, and said, "Captain Hu, try it. You are young and strong. Try to control it." Captain Hu's body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and the dark shadows under his eyes were darker than horse hair. How could he have any great strength? He smiled awkwardly and retreated, saying, "I am not good at horse riding. I don't even ride camels often. So how can I ride a horse?" Sui Yu smiled with his lips curved. He was really stupid as a pig. He was a man who had been on the battlefield, but he couldn't even ride a camel. I don't know how he became a captain. Forget it. The horse is not happy. Don't force it. Take it away, Captain Chu said to the servant. Qin Shan was stunned. He was ready. Why didn't he ride again? He looked at the master's house, and then took the black horse away. "I'm going to cook. It's almost noon." Sui Yu spoke to Zhao Shiping in a neither loud nor soft voice. "Please keep the captain and the captains at our house for lunch at noon." "You're welcome. We'll go back to the city later," Captain Chu said. "This is your first time here. Please stay for dinner. You have taken good care of my husband and me, and we have never found a chance to thank you." Sui Yu said, "I brought back a few jars of mare's milk wine from Dunhuang, which have not been opened yet. Today, I invite you to stay and taste it." Captain Chu was also a wedding wine lover. Hearing this, he did not refuse. He apologized for disturbing him, and asked Zhao Shiping to lead the way to see the horses. Captain Hu and several captains followed. Su and Li looked at each other and followed silently. "Oh, this pony's coat is so cool," Captain Chu exclaimed. "This is the first time I've seen a horse of this color. It will be as good as the black horse when it grows up. It's a different breed. When it grows up, it will be the same size as these horses, but its legs will be shorter and thicker, and its coat will be longer," Zhao Shiping explained. To prevent Captain Chu from getting interested, he said in advance, "This is what my wife found for my child, and she gave it a common name, Golden Wheat Ear. It's a bit vulgar, but it suits the child's temperament." Captain Chu thought to himself, "How much did you buy this pony for?" Captain Gu stepped forward and said helplessly, "Your brother-in-law has a red horse, which makes my 2 boys jealous. Recently, I have finally stopped thinking about raising horses, and your son has a horse again. I don't know yet. If your son shows off in a few days, my family will be in chaos again." Zhao Shiping was not sure about the price. This was the bad thing about doing business with colleagues. You had to consider your face. He waved to Su and Li to come over and said, "Are your 2 caravans going to Dunhuang? Can you find 2 bright-colored ponies for Captain Gu? How much is the price? Let Captain Gu have a rough idea and save money in the next 2 years. This color of pony is rare. It will cost about 4,000 coins," Su Dedangia said. He had already flattered one captain, so he didn't need to please another one. So the price was not vague at all. If it was a black or red pony, 3,500 to 600 coins would be enough. Li Dedangia followed. Captain Gu's plan failed. He shook his head and said, "I have to save up 8 years' salary without food and drink to afford it. Forget it. I will buy 2 local ponies for the 2 boys when the time comes." Captain Hu snorted and laughed. No one paid attention to him. A group of people continued to look at other horses. After about half an hour, the kid came running and shouted, "Dad, my mother has prepared the meal. Please follow me." Zhao Shiping responded, and he led the others back. Captain Chu saw the child standing under the wall to avoid the cool, with red lips and white teeth, which was really pleasing. He looked at Zhao Shiping, thinking that this rough man was also blessed. A bad start made him turn the tables. After entering the kitchen, the dishes and wine were already on the table. Sui Yu stood under the eaves waiting, saying politely, "Time is tight. There is no time to prepare. The table is a bit simple. The dishes and wine are light. Please don't mind. You are polite. Manager Yu is a capable person. This table is not simple." Captain Chu sat down and said again, "Sorry for bothering you." After a meal, Captain Chu didn't stay for long, and he left with a group of subordinates. The next day, He came again alone with gifts, and rode on Wuzhui with great determination. He was not strong enough, so he jumped off the horse, although he failed to tame the horse. The excitement made his blood boil. In the days that followed, he came every 2 days, and it seemed that he was going to use the method of pestering to tame the horse. Zhao Shiping followed behind him in fear, fearing that something bad would happen to the old general in his home. He thought about sending this horse away as soon as possible, as well as the other horses in the house. Keeping them in his hands would attract too much attention and attract many people who wanted to take advantage of him. Chapter 298: A Sudden Decision. After finishing the medicine at home, Sui Yu left her 2 tails behind and rode a camel into the city alone. After taking the pulse and getting the medicine, she left the clinic and went to the Song family in Ninghu Lane. You left the horse to me, and you are really relieved. Why don't you go to see it? Sui Yu walked in and joked, aren't you afraid that I will sell your horse? Sell it. It will save me trouble. Song Xian smiled and explained, I slept for 2 days after I got home, and then I was busy dealing with my cousins, so I didn't have time to go. Huh? You are also drinking bitter soup? Sui Yu put down the medicine bag and said, the old doctor said that I am weak and have some loss. I need to drink medicine to replenish it. What about Lu Yair? How is her body? She is also a little weak, but it's not a big problem. She is young, and she will naturally recover by eating more and sleeping more. I plan not to take her with me to Chang'an this time, and let her stay at home to rest. Song Xian said. What about you? Don't you want to take a break? Sui Yu asked. I'm fine. It's just that I'm short of energy and blood, and my menstrual cycle is irregular. But I won't have children anymore, so this won't affect me much. Song Xian didn't hide it. She also brought back a few packets of herbs from the clinic. The doctor told her to stop worrying, which was almost impossible. She planned to just take a few doses of medicine as a token of her gratitude. When will the caravans of Su and Li leave? She asked again. 3 days later, Sui Yu came here to tell the news. The horses of our 4 families are all in the north of the city. Many people came to see them. It was a mess, and they were upset. They said they would leave in 3 days. I guess they will set off after they have prepared all the food and grass. Song Xian sat up straight and said, then I will start preparing too. Do you want me to lend you a few people? To be honest, I am a little worried that your servants will have evil intentions. If I lend you a few people, even if they don't do anything, they can make others feel afraid. Sui Yu said. Song Xian was moved and said, Sister Yu, thank you. However, I am going to the border this time, and there are laws to restrict me. These servants at home can't go anywhere without me, unless they hide in the deep mountains and forests and never come out. But the life in the deep mountains is not as good as the life with me. They know which is more important, and will not harm me. Another thing is that the servants I brought with me this time are all mothers and children. With the example of Song Jiu last year, no one dared to follow suit. Just think about it. I am worried that someone will risk his life to make it easier for us. Sui Yu said. Song Xian laughed and said, I am taking them to do business, not to die. They can get 300 coins for each trip with me. This is a good business. Even a fool knows to protect my life. With threats and inducements, and walking inside the pass. Sui Yu thought about it and felt it was safe. So he stopped talking. By the way, is there any business in the guest house recently? Are there any caravans coming from the east? Song Xian asked. I want to ask the caravans to find Songjiu, De Jin and Air Zhu for me, no matter if they are dead or alive. As long as they bring back the people or their heads, I will give them a camel, or rent 5 camels without rent. With this measure as a bottom line, Song Xian can ensure that she will not be stabbed in the back when she takes the slaves out of the pass. Song Jiu and others defected outside the pass because they thought they would be free outside the pass. She didn't want to do what they wanted. She would pay money to reward their lives, and let them live in fear if they didn't die. Sui Yu poked her forehead. She was silent for a moment, and said, I will write you a reward notice and hang it on the door of the kitchen. Tell me what are the obvious characteristics of these 3 people. On the other side, Zhao Shiping sent Captain Chu away. He called Zhang Shun and asked, who does your master usually use the most? Zhang Shun didn't know what expression to make for a moment. He thought and said, I think I am the most favored by the master. Who else? Xiao Chunhong. The 2 brothers gone and gone. Lu Yair. Qi Shan. Li Wu. Sir. You? What to say? Zhang Shun was puzzled. The master trusts us very much. We are all loyal to her. Last year, we encountered ghost fire outside the Gobi Desert. None of us were cowards. We risked our lives to protect the master and the goods. Zhao Shiping said indifferently. Is this what you should do? Is it worth boasting about? No. Zhang Shun lowered his head and said, I just want to say that we will not have any more bad thoughts. An Aries incident will not happen again. Can you guarantee it? Zhao Shiping seemed to be sneering. Zhang Shun nodded without hesitation. With such a master, what else can they choose? Why don't we give it a try? Bet on your conscience. How to try? Zhang Shun readily agreed. He was thinking about what method it would be. And then he heard the male master said that he wanted him to lead the team to take the Dunhuang horses to Chang'an to sell them. He was so shocked that he couldn't recover. What? What's the problem? Zhao Shiping asked. Sir, do you know how much these 47 horses, 30 boxes of saddles, and 30 boxes of silverware will sell for? At least 300,000 coins. Do you dare to hand it over to me? This is not the way to gamble. Does my master know? Zhang Shun was so shocked that he forgot about the hierarchy and spoke a series of words that sounded like interrogations. Zhao Shiping smiled and asked with his arms crossed, Don't you have any ulterior motives? It's just that the burden is too heavy. I dare not take it over. Zhang Shun told the truth. I don't even have 500 yuan in my hand. And you asked me to do a business of 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. You think too highly of me. Since you dare not take it over, I will ask Li Wu and Xiao Chunhong to come over and ask. Zhao Shiping said decisively. Zhang Shun was silent. Wouldn't he say anything more? At least give him some time to think about it. Seeing that Zhao Shiping was really going to leave, he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. Sir, please let me think about it. Zhao Shiping saw Sui Yu coming back, and he left the distracted man behind and said, I'll only give you half a day. Come to me after you've thought about it. If you miss today, I won't give you a chance to regret it even if you tell this guy. Sui Yu went to see Sui Liang and Xiaozai changing mulberry leaves for the silkworms. She looked over and found that there were white silks on the side of the box, which was a sign of spinning and cocooning. It's cocooning so soon? Aren't you still planning to sell the big silkworms in the military settlement? If they are cocooned, won't they be unsellable? She asked. I'll go and sell them in the next 2 days. It's easier to sell them at this time, when the silkworms are spinning silk. They won't eat mulberry leaves, which saves trouble for the buyers. Sui Liang said. If you sell the cocoons, won't you be able to sell silkworms next year? By then, everyone will have baby silkworms, and your silkworms won't be rare anymore. Sui Yu was puzzled as to why this stingy guy only sold silkworms for 1 year. But soon she realized. Are you planning to sell mulberry leaves? Smart. Sui Liang praised. In the whole city of Dunhuang, we are the only ones who have mulberry leaves. By then, everyone will have a box of silkworms. So how can we worry about our business not being prosperous? It's really high. Sui Yu admires it. Mom, talk to Uncle Su and Uncle Li, and ask them to bring us 20 mulberry saplings next year. The kid hugged Sui Yu's legs and acted like a spoiled child. No need for outsiders to bring them. Let Zhang Shun bring you mulberry trees next year. Zhao Shiping came over to take over the conversation, and he didn't shy away from the 2 children. In front of them, he told Sui Yu what he had been thinking about these days. Making money is important, but you are the most important to our family. I can't let you go out and travel without saying a word when I know that you are hurting your body and life. Zhao Shiping said. The older you get, the more tired you will be when you travel. Your body will be more and more damaged, which will really affect your lifespan. I know you can't bear to give up the caravan business. If it really stops, I can't bear to lose this income. So for the sake of future considerations, I think we can try to let go and let Zhang Shun and others run for you. The worst case scenario is that they will embezzle more money, and we will earn less. Sister, you stay at home, and I will follow the caravan for you. Sui Liang interrupted. Sui Yu looked at him and said nothing. When you get better in the future, if you want to go out and see, you can go out with the caravan every 1 or 2 years. I won't stop you. Zhao Shiping continued. Sui Yu was confused. This model was like her being the boss and letting the purchase and sales go out. The only difference was that the money and goods followed the purchase and sales. Whether it was buying or selling, it was completely out of her hands. The risk was too great. Sister, I will follow the caravan and I will keep the money and goods for you. Sui Liang said again. No need for you. Your sister Song will keep it for me. Sui Yu refused. She said to Zhao Shiping, okay, let's try it. Let's wait for a few years. When our cotton is grown, I will be a big merchant selling quilts, cotton clothes and cotton cloth. Then I can raise a caravan. If the caravan is not obedient, I can still do business with the passing caravan. Sui Yu suddenly realized that in ancient times, many big merchants had their own caravans. The difference was that their caravans must have their own clansmen, while her caravan was managed by slaves. But there were interests involved, and she felt that she could tie people down. She made a decision. And Zhang Shun also made a decision. He walked over quickly and said, Master is willing to believe in me. I will never let you down. You get ready. In 2 days, follow the caravan of Mr. Song to leave the city. And you will go with the caravans of Su and Li. Sui Yu said. Zhang Shun went downstairs. And Sui Yu went into the house, and took out the wooden board for practicing calligraphy. She washed the words on it, dried it, and wrote the words again. While the merchants were eating, she nailed the wooden board to the door with iron bars. Shopkeeper Yu, what are you smashing? A bodyguard asked. A bounty notice. The head of the Song family wants to capture 3 runaway slaves from her family, no matter if they are dead or alive. As long as you bring back the people or their heads, you will be given a camel. If you rent camels, you can be exempted from the rent of 5 camels. Sui Yu said. It depends on which caravan has this opportunity. It doesn't have to be a caravan. There are knights who specialize in this business. You can hang it up. Before the beginning of next spring, someone will be designated to take this business. The bodyguard said. Sui Yu felt relieved. If she encounters a servant who betrays his master in the future, she will also put up a bounty. The next day, Sui Yu found Sui Liang. She first explained the many locks she had put on the caravan. The servants knew the way, and knew her way of doing business. The servants in her family had been tested, and there was no big problem with their loyalty. There were legal constraints. So even if there were runaway slaves, she could report to the authorities, and Song Xian helped to keep an eye on them. So there would be no big problems with the business. Do you still want to leave Dunhuang with the caravan? Sui Yu held Sui Liang's hand and asked. Don't consider keeping an eye on the caravan for me. Just ask yourself, do you want to stay at home or go out with the caravan? Sui Liang shrank his hand and asked. Will you leave the caravan to do business in the future? Yes. Sui Yu gave a positive answer. In fact, the most important point for her to let go of the slaves and lead the caravan to do business was that she was worried about planting cotton. She was worried about leaving home for most of the next year. So she could only adopt this idea. Sui Liang heard this and said a little embarrassedly, Then I will go with you then. He still wanted to stay with his sister's family. Chapter 299. A lot of hard work. Footsteps sounded in the yard. Sui Liang listened and asked, Brother-in-law, are you back? Zhao Shiping said him. He walked in, looked around at the door, and asked, Why haven't you packed your luggage yet? I just asked Mr. Su. They will leave the city the day after tomorrow morning. What? Sui Liang paused. He stopped counting copper coins, stood up and said, My sister came to see me this morning. Didn't she tell you? Obviously. He was a little at a loss and embarrassed. And even embarrassed to say that he would not go with the caravan. No. She went into the city with a wooden box after dinner. Zhao Shiping walked to the bed and sat down. His eyes swept across the end of the bed. Half of the neatly folded clothes belonged to the cub. The sheep knee bones, flat stones, and small wooden combs he played with were scattered in pieces. Every corner showed that the cub had occupied his uncle's territory. Seeing this, Zhao Shiping slowed down his tone and asked, Does your sister not want you to go with the caravan? So you changed your mind. My sister said she will go with the caravan in the future. And I will go with her then. Sui Liang clenched his hands tightly behind his back, frowned and asked, Did my sister lie to me? She said I don't have to worry about the safety of the caravan. Brother-in-law, don't beat around the bush with me. Just tell me directly. Zhao Shiping looked at him and said, I also think it should be no problem to let the slaves lead the camel caravan on this trip. But with you, the caravan has a person in charge. And the slaves' household registration is in your hands. And the caravan's affairs will be more secure. Then I will go with the caravan the day after tomorrow. Sui Liang understood that his brother-in-law wanted him to go to Chang'an with the caravan. Zhao Shiping hesitated again after he agreed so readily. He sighed and said, Sui Liang, don't think that your brother-in-law is heartless and cruel. After I raised the child, someone took over the business of the guest house. But he turned his face and wanted to kick you out of the house to suffer. No, brother-in-law. What do you think of me? Sui Liang interrupted him and joked. Before, I said that the little boy's stingy personality is like me. That was nonsense. I'm really not a stubborn and narrow-minded person. I have thought about going out with a caravan to do business before. But the little boy was only 2 or 3 years old at that time. My sister was not at home. And the guest house couldn't do without me. So I never thought about it. Brother-in-law, don't worry. This is my home. I can go out and come back. You didn't force me to leave. Then this time, my sister hasn't been home for 2 years. I want to stay with her. Sui Liang scratched his head. He was embarrassed to say that he left home alone to follow the caravan. He was a little scared. And he missed home before he left. You can go with the caravan first. Go out and come back. If you still like to stay at home and manage the business of the guest house, you can stay at home. Zhao Shiping thought about what he was like when he was Sui Liang's age. And he said from the bottom of his heart, when I was your age, I wanted to go out and make a living. I dreamed of joining the army to kill the enemy. I didn't want to stay at home to farm. Those days were like wheat in a field. After harvesting one crop this year, there will be another crop next year. It was the same every year, which was really boring. Later, I really went to the battlefield. I lived with my head in my hands. I dreamed that I was shot to death by arrows, trampled to death by horses, and stabbed to death by Hun soldiers. After coming down from the battlefield, I liked the stable life. I knew what I was going to do after waking up before going to bed, which made me feel at ease. I want to say that you have been living a stable life with no worries about the next meal. After a long time, you dare not go out, afraid of wind, rain and irregular meals. So you have to go out. Leave me and your sister, and no longer have to worry about the children. Then we can see whether you are willing to stay at home to manage the business of the guest house, or want to follow the caravan. This is your choice, and I will not interfere. Sui Liang blushed and his eyes were hot. He walked to the bedside, hugged Zhao Shiping shamelessly, and said with emotion, Brother-in-law, I thought you were a heartless person, but I didn't expect you to think about me so far. Zhao Shiping pushed him away because he thought it was too cheesy. But he hugged her again and got tighter and tighter. He couldn't push him away, so he had to let him be. This brother-in-law sometimes really acted like a girl. He wondered how he developed this personality. He was carefree and straightforward. If you say he was heartless, he was not stupid. If you say he was stubborn, he was like a fool. He was good at managing the guest house and knew right from wrong. No wonder Sui you didn't want him to go out. Sui Liang lived like the sun, pure and innocent without a trace of haze. He was old enough to grow a beard, but he didn't even have. It was a man's aggressiveness, and such a temperament was rare. She was capable, so she wanted to protect him. She lived hard and sophisticated, and wanted Sui Liang to live freely and casually. However, Zhao Shiping was a man, and he preferred to let Sui Liang grow up. A man should look like a man, and he couldn't act like a 12 or 13-year-old child in his 20s or 30s. Although he thought so, Zhao Shiping couldn't help but say, Go out and see the world. We don't want anything, but you can't be afraid to go out. If you really don't like the days of running around, the business of this guest house is still yours. Sui Liang agreed. Dad? The kid poked his head into the yard and saw his uncle's door was open. He shouted, Uncle? Are you home? Business is coming. The words were spoken, and the greeting was made. He rushed to the open wooden door, and saw his uncle lying next to his father, and acting like a spoiled child. He stopped and looked at them, biting his fingers. What are you looking at? Sui Liang asked in a rough voice. Uncle, you are really shameless. I am not acting like a spoiled child. But you are still acting like a spoiled child. The kid looked down on him. Are you ashamed? Zhao Shiping smiled. He pushed Sui Liang away and strode out. Sui Liang was not ashamed. He followed him out with a proud look on his face, stroked his nephew's butt and said, You are just jealous. What did my father tell you? The kid was not jealous at all. He was thinking about finding out little secrets, and thinking about showing off in front of his mother. Sui Liang felt nervous when he thought about leaving home for half a year. The smile on his face disappeared, and he squatted on the ground in disappointment. Uncle, did my father scold you? The boy approached and asked. No, Sui Liang reached out and hugged his nephew. He must have missed the boy very much after leaving Dunhuang. The boy knew nothing. He was carried out by his uncle with great effort and laughed happily. Sui Yu came back in the evening and met a boy who was delivering pork to the guest house on the way. He was the eldest son of the butcher. He was like his father and was tall and strong. Manager Yu, I won't make this trip if I meet you. You can take these 30 kilograms of pork back. The account will be settled together next time. The boy stopped the camel and explained, your brother told me that every time there is a camel bell going north, I will send him 30 kilograms of pork. Sui Yu said yes. She took the pork and went home. Before they got home, 2 big black dogs and a cat came to meet them after smelling the meat. Sui Yu raised the pork in her hand and said, you can eat after everyone else has finished eating. Don't come here to cause trouble. Mom. The kid ran out as soon as he heard the sound. When Sui Yu jumped off the camel, he chased the camel towards the livestock pen to prevent the thief from stealing vegetables from the vegetable garden again. Mom. I'm telling you. He chased after her. My uncle is shameless. He hugged my dad and acted like a spoiled child in the afternoon. Sui Yu was a little unconvinced. Did your dad allow him to hug you? Yes. My dad was still smiling. Sui Yu suspected that the kid was talking nonsense again. So she didn't take it seriously, and just agreed with him a few times. The pork was sent to the kitchen. And Sui Yu went to find Zhang Shun to see how he arranged things. I have given the documents and household registration to Mr. Song. You will go with her all the way, Sui Yu said. When we get to Chang'an, ask the caravan in Chang'an about the price of the white horse. Then go to Ampingfang in the West Market to find Zhuduo. If he likes horses, sell him the black horse. The price of the black horse is 5,000 to 10,000 coins less than Dari's. The lowest price cannot be less than 80,000 coins. Of course, if you can sell it at a higher price, I will give you a commission. Zhang Shun smiled and nodded. If he still wants to buy honey, the horses have been sold. You can go to Taiyuan County and ask Qi Sheng's family about the news of dried kelp. Sui Yu continued to explain. Sui Liang came over and stood aside silently, listening silently. After the horse is sold, you can take out 200,000 coins to buy silk and satin. You don't need to buy coarse cloth. Sui Yu continued. Zhang Shun and Sui Liang nodded in unison. When you come back next year, follow the caravan heading west. Don't go alone. Sui Yu thought for a moment and said, that's all. There's one last thing. Bring 20 mulberry seedlings with you when you come back. Sister, I'll remember that, Sui Liang said. Sui Yu frowned. What does that mean? I'll go to Chang'an with the caravan the day after tomorrow, Sui Liang said happily. Now it's your turn to wait for me at home. Sui Yu was silent. She remembered what Shuzai had said before and asked, what did your brother-in-law say to you? He suggested that I leave you and go out with him to explore the world. Let's see if I like being out there or managing the business of the guest house at home. I think he's right. So I'm going out with the caravan this year. Sui Yu wanted to object, but quickly suppressed her desire to control. She said she would let Sui Liang and Shuzai choose the path they like. So she had to give Sui Liang the right to choose. Master, don't worry. We will definitely take good care of this second shopkeeper. Zhang Shun saw that Sui Yu did not object. So he said, the daughter of the Song family is younger than this second shopkeeper. She is fine when she goes out of the customs. The second shopkeeper is still a boy. He will definitely come back intact after going through the customs with us. How could he understand that Sui Yu was not worried about safety, but about temperament? Lu Yair was fed with fine clothes and delicious food, so she needed to cultivate her edges and corners. As for Sui Liang, he was smoothed by the harmonious and stable days. The bone spurs that grew in his childhood were smoothed out. He did not become gloomy and angry. It really surprised Sui Yu that he could grow up like this now. He is sunny and cheerful, carefree, innocent but not naive. She hoped that the cub would develop this temperament before, but it was impossible for the cub. But Sui Liang completely met the requirements. So she wanted to protect him, fearing that he would walk alone on the painful road of his childhood, which would make him suffer. Sister? Sui Liang shouted. It's settled. Sui Yu nodded. When night fell, Zhao Shiping came back and saw Sui Yu standing alone in the wilderness waiting for him. He jumped off the camel and walked over. Did Sui Liang tell you? He spoke first. Yes. Sui Yu was not very happy. She looked at him and said, Shiping, I want to enter the customs this year. Because of Sui Liang? Zhao Shiping asked. Sui Yu did not deny it. Where are I and the kid? You've been back for less than 10 days. Why don't you ask Captain Chu for leave? Sui Yu said. You won't be on duty after the snow anyway. And October is not far away. Take a long vacation and our family will go to Chang'an. Knowing that she didn't abandon him for Sui Liang, Zhao Shiping calmed down again. He held her hand and said, It seems that the business journey is very difficult. You would rather risk losing both your money and your life than go with Sui Liang. How could they lose both their money and their life? I know the caravan on the road. And their household registration is in Sister Song's hands. They would be crazy to kill a group of people and rob them. He took away the property and fled for his life, turning from a private slave into a desperate criminal. Sui Yu laughed. If they were really that ruthless, I would have died outside the pass. They would have teamed up to kill me, robbed the horses and camels and fled. Wouldn't it be easier than inside the pass? Since you trust your servant so much, what are you still worried about? Isn't it good to let Sui Liang go out and gain some experience? Do you want him to live like a child all the time? Sui Yu understood now. She suddenly realized, so your target is Sui Liang. From the beginning? When you proposed to let Zhang Shun take the caravan to Chang'an to sell horses, you wanted Liang Gur to follow. Yes. Sui Liang told me today that he wanted to go out with the caravan a few years ago. But the business of the guest house and the young child hindered him, causing him to covet stability now. But how old is he? This won't work, Zhao Shiping admitted. And this idea came to him after he saw Sui Hui's child. You Sui family members are all smart and broad-minded. You don't mention it. There is nothing to say. As for Sui Wenan, we all know about him. He is an amazing person. Just talking about his two sisters. The one who died. But she was not lacking in scheming and courage. Sui Hui and her son were both people who had plans and dared to plan. When I thought about it, Sui Liang managed the business of the guest house by himself, and took care of a child at the same time. He managed to survive for 4 years smoothly. And he was only 17 years old. I thought that he deserved to be surnamed Sui. And maybe staying at home was a concession for him. Sui Yu fell into deep thought. Let's take this opportunity to let him leave us and see if he can have any luck. If he still chooses to stay at home after going out, I won't say anything, Zhao Shiping said. Sui Yu didn't object. I've been in charge for too long, taking on all kinds of things, and developed a domineering personality. I said that I would let Liang Gur and Xiuzai live freely, but I wanted to confine them in action. Sui Yu reflected, patted her forehead, and said, My fault. My fault. Zhao Qianhu is still sober. Zhao Shiping sighed lightly and said with a smile, Just don't blame me. I'm just afraid that you will be angry with me. Sui Yu smiled awkwardly. A little bit. After the servants are brought out, you should let go a little. Delegate power. And spread things out. If everything depends on you to make decisions, you will be exhausted. Don't look at me like that. It's not that I have a business mind. I learned it from Captain Chu. He supervises the captain. And the captain has 10,000 households under him. Among the 10,000 households, he only favors 1 or 2. Like me, I only obey him and not Captain Hu. Zhao Shiping hugged her and continued, He has been biased towards me since the beginning. So I am loyal to him. And so are you. To cultivate loyal servants who are only loyal to you. The first batch of servants may have more complicated thoughts. But we still have people in our family. Ah Shui treats us wholeheartedly. Not to mention Dunhuang. Wan Yo and Ah Chang are not bad either. We raise so many people. Aren't they just to be useful when we are not convenient? Sui Yu. You will get sick and get old. You can follow me every time in recent years. But what about later? Instead of letting your people down, it's better to let go early. Hey! Captain Zhao is right. Sui Yu hugged his arm and shook it. You are amazing. You know a lot. And you hide it deeply. You are not the same as before. I don't understand what you said. Bullshit. I found the wooden board where you practice calligraphy. You are so wicked that you secretly studied hard without our knowledge. Well, now you have surpassed me. Sui Yu rolled up his sleeves and took a bite, saying bitterly, How hateful. Zhao Shiping was proud. When it was dark, he led her back and said, You are too busy. You are too busy to stop and think. I am different. When I miss you, I can't sleep. Apart from thinking about it, I can only write and study by lamplight. He almost memorized the bamboo slips that Sui Hui sent. Chapter 300 Sui Liang left. Sui Yu and Zhao Shiping entered the kitchen yard one after another. When they reached the light, the firelight illuminated their faces. Sui Liang saw a smile on his sister's tense face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the couple didn't quarrel because of him. He walked over and asked, "Sister, brother-in-law, what do you want to eat? Tonight we have boiled broad beans fried with pork slices, and pickled radish fried with pork. Bring out a bowl each." "Okay. Have you eaten?" Sui Yu asked. "Not yet. I'll wait for you to eat together. Then let's eat together." "What about the kid?" Zhao Shiping washed his face with water, and the cool water washed away the sweat on his face, which made him feel much more comfortable. "I'm here." The kid walked out of the dining hall, and he walked closer with small steps, saying, "I'm listening to the new uncles today. They said that the water flow of the river was fast this year, and a sheepskin raft flipped over, and neither the people nor the goods were saved." The three people who were washing their faces, drinking water, and serving dishes all paused when they heard this. Zhao Shiping looked at Sui Yu. Sui Yu was quiet for a moment, and did not regret it again. She said to Sui Liang, "When you pass by the river water will have passed the flood season. At that time, the water level of the river will drop, and the flow rate will not be as fast as in summer." "Okay. I understand," Sui Liang said. Sui Yu thought of the tiger bone wine she brought back and said, "When you leave, I'll bring you 2 small jars of tiger bone wine. When you cross the river, ask someone to find out who Lao Xuan's son is. Give him the tiger bone wine, and ask him to find a reliable boatman to take you across the river. Promise him that if the tiger bone wine works, I'll find another one for them when we get out of the customs." Sui Liang nodded again. "Mom, what are you talking about? Where's my uncle going?" The boy was a little flustered. "I won't tell you. You sleep with me tonight and tomorrow night, and I'll tell you the day after tomorrow morning." Sui Liang didn't want to make his nephew sad in advance. The boy hesitated, and Sui Liang didn't ask for an answer immediately. He went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. "Mom?" The boy tried to find the answer from other people. "Sui Yu didn't tell him. Ask your uncle. If he doesn't want to tell you, I can't tell you." The boy looked at his father, and Zhao Shiping left directly. The moonlight was bright tonight, and the family took the dishes and rice to the next yard to eat. Sui Yu originally thought that this small yard was crowded and planned to demolish and rebuild it. But the plan was not as good as the change. Before this idea came out, Sui Liang had to leave first. When he left, this yard usually only had 3 people living in it, and it was empty, so there was no need to bother. At the dinner table, the boy kept talking to Sui Liang, but Sui Liang was determined not to tell him. He could only succumb to curiosity and go to his uncle with his little pillow when he went to bed. The camels that had not been returned to Song Xian in time were put to use again. However, considering that her female camels might have been bred and would give birth at the end of next spring, it was not suitable for long journeys. Sui Yu went to the city to find Song Xian and rented 40 castrated camels from her. After returning, Sui Yu found Xiao Chunhong and other maids to inquire about the results of their medical treatment and whether anyone did not want to go on this trip. As a result, they all chose to follow the caravan to Chang'an. This batch of horses was not only Sui Yu's, but also theirs. No one was willing to leave them to others. Seeing their posture, Sui Yu felt more at ease. That night, Sui Yu called Sui Liang and gave him the sheepskin with the route drawn on it, the bamboo slips recording the local shops, farmers, and vendors, and the wooden pieces recording the temperament of some caravans. This is your first time traveling with a caravan. Remember to watch more, listen more, and talk less. The people in the caravan are experienced. Don't make decisions if you are not sure. When you miss home and can't sleep, you can read these things to pass the time. If there are any new things or people, write them down. If you need them, they will become our connections in the future. Sui Yu explained. If you want the passing caravan to bring you something, say more nice things. If you have a relationship, try to make friends. If you don't have a relationship, promise them to stay in the guest house for free. Another point is that the things you bring should not be too many or too heavy. A light box or a bag is just right, so as not to burden other caravans. Sui Liang listened silently and wrote them down one by one. Sui Yu thought about it, and there was nothing else to tell her. She held her brother's hand and said, "Go. And when you come back, show off to the little guy. He is the only one in our family who has never left Dunhuang City. He went to Yumen Pass when he was young, Sui Liang corrected. Oh, that means he is the only one who has never left the northwest. Sui Yu changed her words. Brother Liang, the mountains and rivers outside are magnificent. And the customs and dialects are different every 10 miles. You should go out and take a good look. This will benefit everyone. When the little cub grows up, I will let him go out with the caravan. Before leaving, she didn't want to say anything discouraging, lest Sui Liang become more hesitant. Okay. Sui Liang agreed. Uncle? Where are you? The little cub called. I'm coming. Sui Liang walked out and said, Sister, I'm going to sleep. Okay. Go to bed early. The little cub stood on the bed and looked at him, asking, Uncle, when are we going to the military settlement to sell silkworms? Sui Liang hesitated and said, Ask your mother. Why ask your mother? I have something to do. Oh. The kid sat down and asked again, Will you take me to shoot birds when the persimmons are ripe? Shh. Don't talk. I want to sleep. Sui Liang didn't answer. He pressed his nephew down and said, Go to sleep quickly. If you talk again, your father will come and beat people. My father won't beat me. I'm afraid he will beat me. The voices gradually became lower, and the courtyard became quiet. Only the sound of insects could be heard in the night wind. In the morning, Sui Liang took out the big bag hidden under the bed. He said happily, Little boy, Uncle is going to Chang'an to visit the imperial city. You stay in the guest house to take care of the business. When I come back, I will tell you what the emperor looks like. The little boy couldn't come back to his senses with a sleepy face. He was panicked. When his mother came in, he shouted, Mom, my uncle is going to run away. He went to Chang'an with the caravan and will be back next year. When you grow up, you will also leave home. Sui Yu comforted him gently. I don't want to grow up. As he spoke, hot tears poured out. The little boy crawled on the bed, buried his head in the pillow, and cried, My uncle hasn't grown up either. Woo-woo. Sui Liang also shed tears. He stared at the roof and tried to hold back his tears. Let's go eat. Zhao Shiping came over, took the bag from Sui Liang, and asked, Did you bring the wolfskin mattress and sheepskin coat? And the woolen coat and trousers? Wolfskin hat? Cowhide boots? And reed shoes? My sister said she was already in Chang'an when it got cold, and she asked me to take the money to buy new ones. It's better to bring 2 sets. As a backup, Zhao Shiping went to open the box, took out the wolfskin mattress for winter and Sui Liang's winter clothes and shoes, and said, You go to eat. I'll take these things to Zhongshan. Sui Liang glanced at his nephew and happened to catch him peeking with one eye. He made a face at him and ran away. The kid howled in anger again, and it was Sui Yu who coaxed him to see his uncle off. And then he was willing to get dressed and get up. After dinner, Song Xiang came with servants, and also brought the wooden box containing documents and household registration. Come, second shopkeeper. You must keep this thing. Did you take all the things I gave you last night? Sui Yu asked. Sui Liang nodded. He couldn't sleep last night, and woke up in the middle of the night. He found the wooden box and packed the sheepskin, bamboo slips, and wood chips into the bag. Then let's go. Don't delay, Zhao Shiping said. The servants rode their camels and drove the horses away, followed by the others. Zhao Shiping saw Hua Suichun rushing out of the northern guest house, driving the 5 horses he bought and the camels carrying luggage. Manager Yu, I will help you keep an eye on the caravan, and you can help me take care of my family. Okay. Hua Suichun approached and spoke. It couldn't be better. Sui Yu agreed. Thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. When the caravan entered the city and approached the east gate, Zhao Shiping met Captain Chu, judging from his clothes. He was planning to go to the north of the city to exchange feelings with Wu Zhui again. What are you doing? Captain Chu had a complicated look on his face. Several caravans are going to Chang'an to sell horses. My brother-in-law is wild and wants to go out and make a living while he is young. He also wants to take the caravan to Chang'an to see more. So, we are all here to see him off. Zhao Shiping pushed the idea of selling the horse onto Sui Liang. Only in this way could he avoid offending anyone. Captain Chu didn't know before that Sui Yu was planning to return to Chang'an next year. He just thought that she would stay for at least a month before she came back. And now that something unexpected had happened, he could only sigh that the merchant was too impatient, and then regretted that he and Wu Zhui were really not destined to be together. Okay. You go and get busy. I'll give you a half day off today, so you don't have to go to the parade ground to train. Captain Chu left. Zhao Shiping thanked him loudly, and he hurried to chase the caravan that was leaving. The caravan was leaving the city, and Sui Liang was busy handing in the documents and household registration. And after checking them one by one, he carefully counted them one by one to make sure that there was nothing missing or omitted. And then he packed them neatly into the wooden box. Do I have to pay for leaving the city? Sui Liang asked. No. I paid when I entered the city. Zhang Shunho answered on the side. Go. Go. Don't block the road. The city guard drove people away. Sui Liang stood on tiptoe and looked back. He saw his sister holding the child, and waving at the bottom of the city wall. The child had a droopy face, holding back tears, and his eyes were full of tears. He also forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Let's go! Wait for me to come back. Sui Liang didn't dare to look anymore. He ran out of the city gate quickly with the wooden box in his arms. As soon as the figure disappeared, the child couldn't hold it back. He leaned against the city wall and cried loudly. I miss my uncle. Outside the city, Sui Liang was also sobbing in public. He wiped his tears and walked without stopping. He didn't care about the gazes cast at him. He was so sad that he couldn't help himself. Song Xian was dying of laughter. Such a big boy, who could get married and have children, was crying because he left home. Why don't you just go back? I'll keep an eye on your caravan for you, she said. Sui Liang shook his head, took a deep breath, and explained, the cub has never left me since he was born. I raised my nephew. If I leave, he will definitely cry. You should take care of yourself first. He has his parents to comfort him. Song Xian took out a handkerchief and handed it to him, saying with emotion, you are really a good uncle. Your sister didn't cry as badly as you when she left home. Sui Liang stopped crying after the handkerchief was wet. He looked back and saw that the wall of Dunhuang city had become blurred. In the city, Zhao Shiping walked back with the cub in his arms, and Sui Yu followed behind with 2 camels. The 2 of them coaxed the crying child one by one, and people on the road looked at them in surprise. The cub stopped crying until they left the city, but he was listless for 5 days, and gradually got used to the days when Sui Liang was not at home. And then, he was a little energetic. Little boy, do you want to go to the military village to sell silkworms? Sui Yu had finished changing the mulberry leaves for the silkworms. There was nothing she could do. Her son was so sad that he didn't care about anything else. She could only take over the job of feeding the silkworms. No wonder my uncle asked you when to sell the silkworms. The little boy sighed. Let's go. I want to start my uncle's business. Sui Yu also wanted to sigh. Why did she act like a bad person? The problem was that she was also guilty. What was going on?